The Yi family stands as one of the most prestigious clans in Yanjing and across the nation. Yet, Yi Chen is scorned by all as a mere son-in-law, his true identity shrouded in mystery. Those who belittle him will ultimately find themselves kneeling before him, trembling in fear as they address him as Sir. Chapter 1. Enduring Humiliation. In the opulent villa of the Shao family, lights sparkled brightly. Tonight marked the 70th birthday celebration of the matriarch, old Madame Shao. A multitude of grandchildren and granddaughters presented lavish gifts. Grandma, I heard you enjoy tea. This century-old pure tea brick is worth 500,000, a gift for your birthday. Grandma, I know you are a devout Buddhist. This jade Buddha, carved from Hitian jade, is valued at 700,000. Old Madame Shao beamed at the array of gifts, laughter echoing through the gathering. At that moment, Yi Chen, her eldest granddaughter's husband, unexpectedly spoke up. Grandma, may I borrow 1 million? Aunt Lee from the orphanage is suffering from uremia and needs funds for treatment. A stunned silence fell over the Shao family. Everyone regarded Yi Chen with incredulity. How audacious of this son-in-law to not only arrive empty-handed, but to audaciously request 1 million from the celebrant on her birthday. 3 years prior, the late Mr. Shao had found Yi Chen, insisting that his granddaughter, Shao Chen, marry him. At that time, Yi Chen was destitute, resembling a beggar. Following their marriage, Mr. Shao passed away, and since then, the Shao family had conspired to cast him out. Yet, Yi Chen remained unperturbed, brushing off their insults as he continued to live as a son-in-law. Today, asking for money was a desperate measure. Aunt Lee, who had once saved his life, now required a fortune for dialysis and a kidney transplant. He had no choice but to approach the matriarch, hoping that her festive spirit would inspire her to lend a hand. However, old Madame Shao's jovial demeanor evaporated in an instant. She hurled her teacup to the ground, seething, "You wretched fool! Are you here to celebrate or to beg?" Shao Chen rushed forward, attempting to placate her grandmother. "Grandma, Yi Chen meant no harm, please forgive his thoughtlessness." She began to pull him aside. At that moment, Shao Chen's cousin, Shao Weiwei, sneered, "Sister, look at the trash you married. My fiancé, Wang Yunfei, has merely engaged and already gifted Grandma a Hatian jade Buddha. Yet your husband has the gall to ask for money without bringing any gifts. Indeed, Yi Chen, as fellow sons-in-law of the Shao family, your conduct is utterly disgraceful." The speaker was Wang Yunfei, Shao Weiwei's fiancé from a prominent local family. Though he was set to marry Shao Weiwei, he could not help but feel disdain for Yi Chen, especially since Shao Chen was renowned as the goddess of Jinling, far surpassing Shao Weiwei in beauty. Such filth should leave the Shao family at once. Exactly. This disgrace has tarnished our family's honor. I suspect his request for money is a ruse to ruin Grandma's birthday celebration. As the Shao family united against him, Yi Chen clenched his fists. Were it not for the need to help his benefactor, he would have long departed from this den of conflict. Remembering his father's teachings to repay even the smallest kindness, he suppressed his humiliation and implored old Madame Shao. "Grandma, saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. I beseech you to show mercy." A scoff interrupted him. "Yi, spare us your nonsense. If you wish to save a life, figure it out yourself. Why should Grandma finance your endeavors?" The speaker was Shao Weiwei's brother, Shao Hailong. The siblings harbored significant resentment towards the superior Shao Chen, relishing every opportunity to deride Yi Chen. Shao Chen, her expression growing uneasy, interjected, "Grandma, Yi Chen lost his father at a young age. It was Aunt Lee who raised him. His request comes from a place of gratitude. I implore you to assist him." Old Madame Shao's face darkened. "Help him?" "Certainly, unless you divorce him and marry young Master Zhang. If you comply, I shall instantly grant him 1 million. The young Master Zhang she referred to was Zhang Wenhao, who had long pursued Shao Chen. The Zhang family was a prominent clan in Jinling, far more influential than the Shaos, a connection old Madame Shao was eager to exploit. Just then, the butler hurried in, announcing young Master Zhang has sent a birthday gift, a jade Buddha carved from old mine jade, valued at 3 million. Old Madame Shao's joy was palpable as she exclaimed, "Quick, bring it to me. I must see it." The butler presented a vibrant jade Buddha, eliciting gasps of admiration from all present. Wang Yunfei, who had just presented a Hatian jade Buddha, felt a twinge of embarrassment at Zhang Wenhao's extravagant display of generosity, despite having no ties to the Shao family. Old Madame Shao, delightedly examining the jade Buddha, exclaimed, "Ah, young Master Zhang is truly thoughtful. If you were to become my grandson-in-law, I would wake from dreams with a smile. She turned to Xiao Chuan. What say you? Will you consider my proposal? Xiao Chuan shook her head resolutely. Grandma, I will not divorce Chen. Old Madame Xiao's expression darkened, her fury boiling over. You dare defy me. If you leave, you shall no longer be my granddaughter. Take your parents and this worthless husband and get out of the Xiao family. Xiao Chuan was taken aback by her grandmother's harsh words. Chen quickly interjected, You should stay, there's no need to worry about me. Without waiting for Xiao Chuan to respond, he turned to leave. Xiao Hailong laughed mockingly. Oh, my dear brother-in-law, are you heading out with an empty stomach? Don't tell me you plan to beg on the streets. That would truly disgrace the Xiao family. Here, I have a coin for you, buy yourself a bun. As he spoke, he tossed a coin at Yi Chen's feet, prompting uproarious laughter from the entire Xiao family. Yi Chen gritted his teeth and left the Xiao household without a backward glance. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yi Chen headed straight to the payment desk, hoping to negotiate a delay on the medical fees. However, to his astonishment, he learned that Aunt Li had been rushed overnight to the best hospital in Yanjing for treatment. Dismayed, he inquired, How much will this cost? We'll find a way. The nurse replied, The total is 3 million. 1 million has already been paid, but 2 million remains due within a week. Who paid the first million? She shook her head. I'm not sure. As Yi Chen pondered this unexpected development, he turned to find a man in a black suit with graying hair, approximately 50 years old, standing behind him. Their eyes met, and the man bowed to him, saying, Young master, you have endured much over the years. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, his demeanor seemingly transformed, and coldly inquired, Are you Tang Sihai? The other replied with surprise, Young master, you still remember me. Yi Chen's expression hardened as he murmured, Of course I remember. I recall each one of you. It was you who forced my parents to flee Beijing with me, leading to their untimely demise and my subsequent orphanhood. What do you seek from me now? Tang Sihai expressed his anguish. Young master, when your father passed, the master was deeply sorrowed. He has searched for you all these years. Now, please return with me to see him. Yi Chen replied coldly, Leave me be, I shall never meet him in this lifetime. Tang Sihai asked, Do you still hold resentment towards the master? Certainly. Yi Chen articulated firmly, I shall never forgive him. With a sigh, Tang Sihai said, Before I came, the master anticipated that you might not forgive him. Then he possesses self-awareness. Tang Sihai continued, The master understands the suffering you have endured over the years and wishes to offer you some compensation. If you are unwilling to return, he has arranged for the largest enterprise in Jinling to be purchased for you. Along with this card, the password is your birthday. As he spoke, Tang Sihai presented a prestigious black gold card from Citibank. Young master, there are only 5 of these cards in the entire nation. Yi Chen shook his head, saying, Take it away, I do not want it. Tang Sihai urged, Young master, your benefactor is still in need of 2 million for medical expenses. If the payment cannot be made, his life may be in jeopardy. Yi Chen tightened his brow. Are you intentionally scheming against me? Tang Sihai hurriedly replied, I would never dare. Accept this card, and it will suffice to cover the payment. Yi Chen inquired, How much is on this card? The master stated that this card contains a modest allowance for you. Not much, just a total of 10 billion. Chapter 2 I possess a staggering fortune of 10 billion. 10 billion. Yi Chen was rendered speechless upon hearing this. He was aware that his grandfather's family was affluent. Yet during his childhood, he lacked a grasp of wealth. He merely knew that the Yi family was one of the premier clans in Yanjing, renowned throughout the nation. However, the precise amount of their wealth remained elusive to him. At this moment, he understood. 10 billion was merely pocket change. The entirety of the Yi family's assets likely exceeded tens of trillions. To be candid, he felt a surge of excitement within. Yet, the tragic memory of his parents' demise and the guilt associated with his grandfather's role in it weighed heavily on his heart, rendering him unable to forgive. Tang Sihai, perceiving his inner turmoil, hastily interjected, Young master, you are a member of the Yi family. This wealth rightfully belongs to you. Moreover, to be precise, it is your father's inheritance. The elder has stated that should you choose to return, the family's vast fortune will be yours to inherit. If you decide against returning, consider this sum as your living expenses. Oh, and by the way, the largest enterprise in Jinling, the Dihao Group, valued at 100 billion yuan, has been wholly acquired by the Yi family as of yesterday. All shares are now under your name, and you can proceed to the Dihao Group for the transition tomorrow. Yi Chen found it hard to believe. Was the Yi family truly willing to invest such a monumental sum on his behalf? 10 billion in a black card. 100 billion for the Dihao Group. Though Jinling boasted many hidden talents, the Dihao Group stood as the sole true deity. Before it, every family bowed in submission, for it reigned supreme in the commercial realm of Jinling. Even the Shao family, who had humiliated him today, along with the Wang and Zhang families, were but minor players in comparison. To think that it was now his possession? At that moment, Tang Sihai handed him a business card, saying, "Young master, you may need some time to collect your thoughts. I shall not intrude any longer. Here is my number. Feel free to reach out whenever you require assistance." With that, Tang Sihai turned and departed. Once he left, Yuchen remained in a daze. He was uncertain whether he should accept the Yi family's compensation. Yet, upon reflection, the hardships he had endured over the years, including the humiliation suffered while living with the Shao family, were indeed a form of recompense from the Yi family. Why should he refuse? Furthermore, Aunt Li's medical expenses were in urgent need of 2 million. Resolving this, he gritted his teeth and returned to the reception desk. "Hello. I would like to pay the 2 million owed." With a swipe of his card and the entry of his password, the transaction was successful. The 2 million was effortlessly transferred to the hospital's account. Yuchen felt as if he were floating in a fog. Had he truly just transformed into a billionaire? He returned home in a daze, only to find chaos awaiting him. Shao Churen and her parents did not reside in the Shao family villa, but rather in a modest apartment. Ever since Shao Churen married him and the passing of the elder Shao, they had been cast out. His mother-in-law was angrily berating him. "Yuchen, that good for nothing. Today, you have brought disgrace upon our family. If you do not divorce him soon, your grandmother may very well expel you from the Shao group." Shao Churen retorted. "If that happens, I will simply find another job." "You." Her mother, exasperated, exclaimed, "What is so good about that good for nothing? Why can't you just divorce him and marry Zhang Wenhao? If you marry Zhang Wenhao, our family will finally hold our heads high." Her father chimed in, "Exactly. Marrying Zhang Wenhao would elevate our status in front of your grandmother. She would fawn over you every day." Shao Churen firmly stated, "Enough. I will not divorce you, Chen." "You child." As they continued to insist, Yuchen pushed open the door. Upon seeing him, his in-laws wore disdainful expressions. His mother-in-law scoffed. "A good-for-nothing has the audacity to return." Yuchen sighed inwardly. His mother-in-law had always looked down on him. Yet what would she think if she discovered that he was now the owner of the Dihao Group, with 100 billion in cash? However, Yuchen was not prepared to reveal his identity just yet. Having distanced himself from the Yi family for so long, who could predict their current circumstances? What if revealing his identity led to internal strife within the Yi family? Thus, he kept his head down and apologized. "Mom, I'm sorry for causing you trouble today." His mother-in-law scolded, "You have done more than just cause trouble. You are endangering our lives. Can't you show some self-awareness and get lost?" Shao Churen quickly interjected, "Mom, how can you say that? Yi Chun is your son-in-law." "Nonsense." Her mother spat. "I do not have such a worthless son-in-law. The farther away you go, the better." Shao Churen urged Yuchen, "Hurry and go back to your room." Yuchen gratefully nodded and retreated to his room. He had been married to Shao Churen for 3 years, yet they had not shared a true marital life. She slept in the bed while he lay on the floor beside her. That night, Yuchen found it difficult to sleep, as the events of the day were too overwhelming for him to process. Before drifting off, Shao Churen asked, "How is Aunt Li doing?" "I have over 100,000 in private savings. You can take it to her tomorrow." Yuchen replied, "No need. Someone has already paid for Aunt Li's expenses and taken her to Yanjing for treatment." "Really?" Shao Churen exclaimed with delight. "Aunt Li is saved?" "Indeed," Yuchen affirmed. "Aunt Li has always been kind-hearted, helping many people. Now, finally, someone is repaying her kindness." "That's wonderful." Shao Churen nodded and said, "You can finally breathe easy." "Yes," Yuchen agreed. "I'm off to bed now. Work has been exceptionally taxing lately." "I'm exhausted," Shao Churen said. Yuchen inquired, "Is there something wrong at the company?" Shao Churen replied, "Business has not been great. Grandma has been eager to collaborate with a large company like the Dihao Group, but the Shao family's strength is still lacking. They look down on us." Yuchen suddenly thought of the Dihao Group and asked, "Is the Shao family not collaborating with the Dihao Group?" Shao Churen chuckled self-deprecatingly. The Dihao Group would never deign to notice the Shao family. Even Wei Wei's fiancé, Wang Yunfei, can only barely connect with the Dihao Group. Grandma is pinning her hopes on their marriage, believing that the Wang family can help the Shao family establish a connection with the Dihao Group. Yuchen nodded, realizing that the Shao family was desperately seeking a partnership with the Dihao Group. Yet, Grandma Shao would never imagine that the Dihao Group now belonged to him. With this thought in mind, Yuchen resolved to first take over the Dihao Group and then provide Shao Churen with some assistance. She had suffered too much mistreatment within her family, and as her husband, he bore the responsibility to elevate her status. Chen, from this day forth, everything will be different. I will ensure that no one dares to look down upon you. I will make the entire Xiao family bow before you. Chapter 3. Taking over the Dihao group. The following morning, after preparing breakfast, Chen rode his electric scooter to the Dihao group. Upon parking his scooter in the parking lot, just as he secured it, a black Bentley slowly glided into a parking space across from him. Casually glancing up, Chen noticed a young couple emerging from the vehicle. The man donned an exquisite suit, exuding an air of authority, while the woman, though somewhat gaudy in her attire, was undeniably a rare beauty. To his surprise, it was Xiao Churen's cousin, Xiao Weiwei, accompanied by her soon-to-be fiancé, the heir of the Wang family, Wang Yunfei. Chen was unsure of their purpose at the Dihao group, but decided to keep his distance to avoid any complications. However, fate had other plans. The sharp-eyed Xiao Weiwei immediately spotted him and called out, "Hey, brother-in-law." Her enthusiastic greeting left Chen feeling overwhelmed. Out of politeness, he halted and, as they approached, managed a smile. "Weiwei, what brings you here?" Xiao Weiwei giggled. "I came with Yunfei to pay a visit to the vice-chairwoman of the Dihao group, Wang Dongxue." Upon finishing her words, she gazed adoringly at Wang Yunfei and remarked, "The Wang family has numerous collaborations with the Dihao group. In the future, not only can they assist the Wang family, but they can also benefit our Xiao family." Chen was unaware of the partnership between the Wang family and the Dihao group, as the latter had only recently become part of his assets, leaving him with little time to familiarize himself with it. However, he did not reveal his ignorance and simply smiled, saying, "Young Master Wang possesses extraordinary charm and exceptional capabilities. You truly make a splendid couple." Wang Yunfei cast a disdainful glance at Chen, feeling a surge of indignation within. This despicable lowlife had been berated by old Madame Xiao the previous day, yet today he appeared as if nothing had transpired, grinning foolishly. Why would a stunning beauty like Xiao Churen choose to marry such a spineless individual? Were it not for this coward, he would undoubtedly have pursued Xiao Churen with fervor and would not have settled for an engagement with the inferior Xiao Weiwei. With irritation in his heart, Wang Yunfei provocatively asked, "What brings your brother-in-law to the Dihao group?" Chen casually replied, "I am here to seek employment." "Seeking employment?" Wang Yunfei scoffed. "What makes you think a useless person like you could find a job at the Dihao group?" Chen furrowed his brow. "What does my job search have to do with you?" Xiao Weiwei, having intended to mock him herself, seized the opportunity and derisively interjected, "What? Did Yunfei speak incorrectly? You need qualifications. Do you possess any? You require skills. Do you have any achievements? A good-for-nothing like you wouldn't even be considered for a security position at the Dihao group. If you had any self-awareness, you'd be better off picking up trash on the street. At least you could earn a couple of thousand a month." With that, she tossed her empty beverage bottle at Chen's feet and haughtily declared, "Here, don't say I'm not looking out for you. Pick this up and take it to sell for some money." Wang Yunfei chuckled. "Though you are quite pathetic, as relatives, I suppose I should extend some assistance. Since I have a connection with the vice-chairman of the Dihao group, how about I put in a good word for you to arrange a job as a janitor?" Chen coldly smirked. "What job I seek is none of your concern. You should focus on yourself instead. The Dihao group is a reputable enterprise, and I trust they would never collaborate with someone of your low caliber." Wang Yunfei immediately erupted in fury. "Who are you calling trash?" Chen contemptuously retorted, "You are the trash." After saying this, he dismissed Wang Yunfei and strode towards the Dihao group building. "Stop right there." Wang Yunfei hastily followed him, catching up at the elevator entrance. He initially intended to teach Chen a lesson, perhaps even slap him twice to demonstrate the consequences of offending him. However, upon realizing they were now inside the Dihao group premises, he feared that any violence would anger their business partners, prompting him to suppress his desire for retribution. Gritting his teeth, he warned, "You're lucky today. Next time, you won't be so fortunate." Chen scoffed and stepped into the elevator, saying, "Wang Yunfei, do you think you're so impressive? Believe me, you will soon learn the cost of arrogance. You bastard." Wang Yunfei attempted to rush into the elevator, but Xiao Weiwei pulled him back, disdainfully advising, "Yunfei, don't share the elevator with such trash. You might be overwhelmed by his stench." Wang Yunfei nodded, realizing he could not confront him here, and coldly stated, "I'll let you off this time. Next time, I'll make you pay." Chen took the elevator directly to the top floor, where the chairman's office was located. On the Dihao group's side, Tang Sihai had already made arrangements for him, with a woman named Wang Dongxue assigned to coordinate with him. Wang Dongxue was highly regarded in Jinling, known as one of its most prominent career women. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but she also possessed remarkable work capabilities, having been promoted to vice chairman at a young age. The success of the Dihao Group could not be attributed to anyone else but her. Upon meeting Yi Chen, Wang Dongxue was taken aback. She had not expected the heir of the Yi family, as mentioned by Tang Sihai, to be so youthful and charming. Without delay, she respectfully said, "Young master, please honor me by coming to my office." This was Yi Chen's first encounter with Wang Dongxue, and he could not help but marvel at her exquisite beauty. At around 27 or 28 years of age, she possessed a slender yet curvaceous figure, breathtaking beauty, and an aura of elegance and competence. Once seated at Wang Dongxue's desk, Yi Chen stated, "In the future, I will not frequent the Dihao Group often, so I will rely on you to manage affairs here. Additionally, do not disclose my identity to outsiders." Wang Dongxue understood that the young man before her hailed from a powerful family, and it was entirely reasonable for him not to wish to manage the Dihao Group personally. She promptly responded, "Young master, please feel free to instruct me on any matters that arise." At that moment, a female secretary knocked and entered, announcing, "Vice Chairman Wang." A young man named Wang Yunfei, accompanied by his fiancée, wishes to meet with you. Wang Dongxue immediately replied, "I am currently meeting with a distinguished guest." "Have them wait." Yi Chen inquired, "Do you know this Wang Yunfei?" Wang Dongxue quickly clarified, "Wang Yunfei's family is one of our subordinate partners, primarily relying on us for business. They have expressed a desire to meet several times." Yi Chen coldly declared, "From this moment forward, the Dihao Group shall cease all commercial dealings with the Wang family. All ongoing and planned collaborations must be halted. If the Wang family earns even a penny from the Dihao Group, you might as well resign from your position as vice chairman." Wang Dongxue's expression instantly turned serious. She understood that someone from the Wang family had offended the young master. She promptly nodded, saying, "Rest assured, young master. I will immediately issue the directive to terminate all collaborations with the Wang family." Yi Chen nodded in agreement. "Inform them that the Dihao Group will not collaborate with individuals of such low character, and have the security escort them out." Outside, Wang Yunfei and Xiao Weiwei awaited eagerly. The Wang family had long aspired to become a strategic partner of the Dihao Group, hoping to cultivate a closer relationship with Wang Dongxue. However, they were taken aback when Wang Dongxue's secretary arrived accompanied by several security personnel. Wang Yunfei could not contain his curiosity and asked, "Excuse me, does Vice Chairman Wang have time to meet with us?" The secretary regarded him coldly, replying, "I'm sorry, but Vice Chairman Wang has stated that the Dihao Group will not collaborate with individuals of your low character. From now on, all partnerships with your family are cancelled." "What did you say?" Wang Yunfei was momentarily stunned, his mind racing. That phrase sounded eerily familiar. "Oh right. Yi Chen had said the exact same thing in the parking lot. What does this mean? Is the vice chairman truly ending all cooperation with the Wang family?" Wang Yunfei felt a surge of blood rush to his head. What does this mean? Terminating all cooperation? A significant portion of the Wang family's profits depended on the Dihao Group. If they ceased their collaboration, wouldn't the family's power be drastically diminished? He could not accept this reality and bellowed, "I demand to see Vice Chairman Wang. I need to clarify this face to face." The secretary coldly replied, "I'm sorry, but Vice Chairman Wang will not meet with you, and you are henceforth prohibited from stepping foot inside the Dihao Group." Wang Yunfei angrily cursed, "You're nothing but a vile witch playing tricks on me. We are long-term partners of the Dihao Group. How could you just terminate our partnership?" Ignoring him, the secretary turned to the security personnel, commanding, "Escort them out." The security captain rushed forward, gripping Wang Yunfei's wrist tightly, then forcefully twisting it behind his back. Wang Yunfei cried out in pain, while Captain Chen coldly commanded, "Get out of here. If you dare to cause trouble at the Dihao Group, be prepared for the consequences." Wang Yunfei retorted, "Do you even know who I am? You're just a security captain. How dare you shout at me?" Just as his words fell, Captain Chen slapped him across the face, cursing, in front of the Dihao Group, "You are nothing." Stunned by the slap, Wang Yunfei felt a burning pain on his cheek. As he was about to explode with anger, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from his father. Upon answering, an irate voice boomed from the other end. "You troublemaker. What mess have you gotten yourself into? The Dihao Group wants to terminate all cooperation with us. Who did you offend?" Wang Yunfei, feeling wronged, replied, "Dad, I didn't offend anyone. I just came to meet Vice Director Wang, but I haven't even seen him yet." His father exploded. "The people from Dihao Group said they severed ties with the Wang family because you are an uncouth disgrace. Our family is suffering losses because of you. Hurry back and explain yourself to your grandfather. Wang Yunfei was forcibly ejected from the Dihao Group's gates, holding his phone in disbelief. Suddenly, he thought of Chen and couldn't help but ask Xiao Weiwei, Weiwei, could it be because of your useless brother-in-law? Does he have any connection with the Dihao Group? Xiao Weiwei, startled by Wang Yunfei's words, pondered and realized it might indeed be related to her inept brother-in-law. However, she quickly shook her head, insisting, that fool has no connection to the Dihao Group. He wouldn't even qualify to clean their toilets. Wang Yunfei nodded in agreement, but, recalling his furious father, despondently said, I need to rush home. News of the Wang family's termination of all cooperation with the Dihao Group swiftly spread throughout Jinling. Although the reasons behind the Dihao Group's actions were unclear, everyone understood that the Wang family must have offended them. This was the end for the Wang family. Their strength had plummeted, and they had gone from being on the verge of becoming a first-tier family to languishing at the bottom of the second tier. Upon hearing this news, old lady Xiao was so enraged that she trembled all over. She contemplated breaking off the engagement between Xiao Weiwei and Wang Yunfei. But considering the Wang family's significant standing, she decided to hold off for the time being. Meanwhile, in Wang Dongshua's office, Chen learned about the entire incident and greatly admired her approach. Satisfied, he said, Dongshua, you handled that excellently. From today onwards, your salary will be doubled. Wang Dongshua was both surprised and delighted, quickly standing to bow and express her gratitude. Thank you, young master. Chen nodded and continued, additionally, I need you to announce two matters publicly. Of course, young master, she replied. Firstly, announce that the Dihao Group has undergone a change in ownership, with a new chairman appointed, but do not reveal the chairman's identity. Only state that his surname is Yi. Secondly, announce that the Dihao Group will be investing 2 billion RMB in Jinling to build a 6-star hotel and will be initiating a bidding process for partners, allowing all construction and renovation companies in the city to participate. The primary business of the Xiao family was renovation, and the old lady had long dreamed of aligning with the Dihao Group. Whoever secured a partnership with the Dihao Group would undoubtedly become a prominent figure within the Xiao family. Now that the Dihao Group was under his control, Chen was eager to provide some benefits to his wife. Chapter 5. I will give it a try. The two announcements made by the Dihao Group sent shockwaves through Jinling. Upon hearing about the ownership change, the Xiao family finally understood why the Wang family had been ousted. Clearly, the new owner of the Dihao Group looked down on families like the Wangs. However, who exactly was young Master Yi? This person was extraordinarily formidable. The Dihao Group, worth hundreds of billions, was acquired on a whim. Even the richest man in Jinling couldn't match such audacity. In an instant, countless families began to stir with anticipation, eager to forge connections with the mysterious young Master Yi, while also hoping for their daughters to marry him. Additionally, the announcement of the Dihao Group's 20 billion yuan hotel project sent tremors through the construction and renovation industries in Jinling. 20 billion. Even a small slice of that pie could yield substantial profits. Numerous companies were eager to get in on the action, including the money-hungry old lady Xiao. Old lady Xiao was ecstatic. This 20 billion project was a golden opportunity. If the Xiao family could secure a contract, it would elevate their status significantly. Therefore, she immediately ordered a family meeting at home that evening to discuss strategies for seizing a breakthrough in the Dihao Group's new project, insisting that everyone must attend. That evening, at the Xiao family villa, due to the old lady's insistence that everyone attend, Chen also went along. He understood she intended to discuss how to benefit from the Dihao Group's major project, and he wanted to take this opportunity to enhance his wife Xiao Churen's reputation. Upon arrival, Xiao Churen's cousin, Xiao Hailong, immediately mocked him, saying, Wow, Chen, your face is really thick. How dare you show your face in front of Grandma? Xiao Churen replied coldly, Stop talking nonsense. It was Grandma who insisted that everyone must come. Chen is my husband and naturally one of the Xiao family. Xiao Hailong laughed derisively. What does he count as a Xiao family member? He's just a live-in son-in-law. Chen touched his nose and said to Xiao Churen, Forget it. Dear, don't stoop to his level. Let's hurry inside so Grandma doesn't have to wait. Xiao Churen nodded, offering Hailong no courtesy as she led Chen inside. Hailong's expression darkened, and he thought they would soon regret it. Once in the meeting hall, Chen and Xiao Churen found a corner to sit down. Soon, old lady Xiao entered, and the family meeting commenced. Seated at the head, she rapped the table and declared enthusiastically, The Xiao family has been waiting for an opportunity for years, a chance to elevate us into the ranks of Jinling's elite. Now, that opportunity has finally arrived. Old lady Xiao proclaimed, The Dihao Group has launched a 20 billion project. Whoever secures a contract will reap immense benefits. Furthermore, this is the first major project after the change in ownership, making it a golden opportunity for the Xiao family. If we can partner with the Dihao Group and leave a positive impression on the new owner, the future of the Xiao family will be limitless. Though the old lady was spirited, the attendees appeared unmoved. The Xiao family had long sought collaboration with the Dihao Group, but for ages, the Dihao Group had ignored them. How could they possibly hope to partake in the new project now? Noticing the silence in the room, old lady Zhao's frustration boiled over, and she demanded, "What's wrong? Are you all dumb? Don't you have any confidence in securing a piece of this 20 billion project?" The crowd exchanged glances, too fearful to speak. Angered, she gritted her teeth and stated, "Let me make this clear. Whoever can negotiate a 30 million cooperation deal with the Dihao Group will become the director of the group." At this declaration, everyone present was taken aback. The old lady had always been autocratic and had never established a director position within the family. Such authority was typically reserved for future successors. By offering this position as a reward, it was clear she was desperate for success in the Dihao Group's project. However, despite the appealing nature of the director's position, it is not easily attainable. In the eyes of the Xiao family, achieving collaboration with the Dihao Group requires securing a 30 million contract. What a joke! Even if the esteemed matriarch of the Xiao family were to personally intervene, the executives of Dihao Group would not entertain her, let alone discuss any form of partnership. The hall of the family meeting was enveloped in silence. Witnessing the atmosphere, the matriarch, filled with indignation, demanded, "As descendants of the Xiao family, is there truly no one willing to alleviate our burdens?" With that, her gaze fell directly upon Xiao Hailong. "Hailong, this matter is entrusted to you." Xiao Hailong chuckled nervously and replied hastily, "Grandmother, even the Wang family has been shown the door by Dihao Group. Our strength pales in comparison to theirs. How could we possibly secure a contract from Dihao Group?" The matriarch retorted vehemently, "Incompetent fool. You dismissed the possibility before even attempting. You are more useless than that wastrel Chen." In truth, the matriarch herself harbored uncertainties. Yet she was unwilling to remain the helmswoman of a second-rate family forever. She dreamt of elevating the Xiao family's status. This project with Dihao Group presented a rare opportunity. And despite the challenges, she was resolute in not relinquishing it. She had expected Xiao Hailong, as the eldest grandson, to eagerly accept the task, but to her dismay, he was already retreating. Xiao Hailong felt distressed himself. Who would willingly take on such an impossible task? He feared that before he could even step foot into Dihao Group, he would be turned away, resulting not only in failure, but also in ridicule, turning him into a laughingstock. Thus, he decided he would not consent under any circumstances. After scolding Xiao Hailong, the matriarch inquired loudly, "What about the others? Are none of you brave enough to accept this task?" At that moment, Chen gently nudged Xiao Chuan with his elbow and whispered, "Dear wife, why don't you take on this task?" Xiao Chuan quickly protested, "Have you lost your mind? Dihao Group would never consider collaborating with a small company like the Xiao family." Chen smiled slightly, exuding confidence as he replied, "Rest assured, you will undoubtedly secure this collaboration." Xiao Chuan, taken aback, asked, "Really?" Chen affirmed, "Of course. I believe you are more than capable. Seize this opportunity, and your position within the Xiao family will soar." For reasons unbeknownst to her, at that moment, Xiao Chuan found herself inexplicably believing Chen's words. Subconsciously, she rose and addressed the matriarch, "Grandmother, I am willing to give it a try." Chapter 6. A wager is set. Xiao Chuan's declaration left the entire Xiao family in stunned silence. Everyone felt she must have lost her senses. It was hardly the time for seeking the limelight. What could possibly be the outcome, other than disaster? Dihao Group was the largest company in Jinling. How could they possibly regard the Xiao family with any esteem? No matter who attempted negotiation, success was utterly unattainable. Xiao Hailong could not help but scoff, "Chuan, do you truly believe you can secure a contract from Dihao Group?" Xiao Hailong's younger sister, Xiao Weiwei, who was also Xiao Chuan's cousin, chimed in with a mocking tone, "Sister Chuan, what is your status compared to Dihao Group? If you recklessly pursue this, do not bring shame upon our family." Others echoed her sentiments, "Exactly. If she is turned away by Dihao Group, our family will surely become a laughingstock in Jinling." Xiao Chuan felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and anger. Ever since marrying Chen, her standing within the family had plummeted, and she had increasingly been marginalized, almost pushed to the periphery, with her parents also facing ridicule. She believed that if she could secure this project with Dihao Group, her status within the family would be solidified, allowing her parents to hold their heads high once again. Yet, being subjected to such derision from so many made her reconsider her resolve. She shot a frustrated glare at Yi Chun, lamenting why she had heeded his provocations. Had she known, she would not have ventured to take the lead. The matriarch, hearing the disparaging remarks, felt a surge of anger. She had asked several times for someone to take on the task, yet no one dared. Now that Xiao Chuan had stepped forward, these people were dousing her enthusiasm. Although the matriarch had always held a disdain for Xiao Chuan, at this moment, she recognized that Xiao Chuan was at least willing to shoulder some of the family's burdens. Unlike the others who only added to her vexation. Most disappointing of all was her beloved grandson, Xiao Hailong. It was for this reason that the matriarch's attitude towards Xiao Chuan began to shift. She promptly declared, since the others lacked the courage to respond, "Let us cease the chatter. The task of negotiating with Dihao Group is entrusted to Chuan." Xiao Chuan, steeling herself, responded, "Grandmother, I will give it my all." Xiao Hailong, scoffing derisively, interjected, "What good will your all do? If you fail, it will only bring disgrace to the family." Yi Chen shot back with a smirk, "Xiao Hailong, what is your purpose in disparaging Chuan? Do you truly believe the Xiao family is unworthy of collaborating with Dihao Group?" Xiao Hailong was taken aback that Yi Chen, whom he considered a useless individual, dared to speak up in the family meeting, and even more so, to confront him. Observing the matriarch's growing displeasure, he quickly clarified, "That is not what I meant. I merely think Xiao Chuan is unlikely to secure this collaboration." Yi Chen chuckled and proposed, "What if she does manage to secure the collaboration? Shall we place a wager?" Xiao Hailong sneered, "Bring it on. I am not afraid of you. What are we wagering?" Yi Chen replied, "If Chuan succeeds in securing the contract, you will kneel before the entire family and apologize, stating you were wrong. Conversely, if she fails, I will kneel before you and admit my mistake. How does that sound?" Xiao Hailong burst into laughter. "You truly are seeking your own demise. Very well. I accept the wager." Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction, stating, "Let it be witnessed by the entire family. Anyone who reneges on this agreement will face dire consequences." Yi Chen deliberately emphasized the phrase dire consequences, particularly the mention of the matriarch, to ensure that Xiao Hailong would not dare to backtrack if he lost. With this declaration, Xiao Hailong felt invincible, believing he could not possibly lose. He laughed heartily. "Let the family bear witness. I shall await your kneeling." Xiao Chuan was taken aback, repeatedly signaling him with her eyes to reconsider, but he remained oblivious. The matriarch was unconcerned with the wager. Her sole focus was whether they could secure a place on Dihao Group's collaboration list. If they could, she would not mind if Xiao Hailong had to kneel before Yi Chen, even if it meant calling him father. Thus, she concluded, "This meeting is adjourned. Chuan, you have 3 days to secure the contract." Dismissed. Upon returning home, Xiao Chuan's parents immediately confronted her, and Yi Chen, her mother, Malan, was in a state of panic and exclaimed, "Chuan, have you lost your mind? How could you heed the words of this useless man and recklessly accept this task?" Her father, Xiao Changkuan, scolded Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, you have brought calamity upon my daughter." He continued, seething with anger. "If Chuan fails to secure the collaboration with Dihao Group, she will undoubtedly be ostracized by the family. And you will have to kneel before Xiao Hailong in front of everyone. What will become of my dignity?" Yi Chen replied earnestly, "Dad, Mom, if Chuan can secure this contract, won't everything fall into place? Negotiate, negotiate, negotiate. What a farce." Her father retorted angrily, "Do you understand how formidable Dihao Group is? How could they ever regard the Xiao family?" Yi Chen smiled, "Perhaps they will see our potential? I firmly believe Chuan will succeed in securing the contract." As the mother-in-law mocked, "What do you think? Do you believe you are the owner of the Empire Group? What a useless person you are, boasting without any merit." In Chapter 7, "He is my husband," Xiao Chuan sighed as she observed her parents' relentless criticism of Yi Chen. "Dad, Mom, this matter has nothing to do with Yi Chen. It is I who no longer wish to be looked down upon. Haven't we endured enough humiliation over the years?" Xiao Chuan's mother retorted, "But you cannot accept this task. Not even your grandmother would receive any consideration." Yi Chen silently chuckled at the spectacle before him, fully aware that his materialistic in-laws could never fathom that he was indeed the owner of the Empire Group. Just then, a knock echoed through the house. "Here it comes," sighed mother-in-law Malan as she opened the door. Yi Chen looked over and saw a young man in an Armani suit standing at the entrance, exuding charm and sophistication, adorned with a Patek Philippe watch worth several million. With excitement, mother-in-law exclaimed, "Ah, it's Wen Hao. What brings you here?" The newcomer was Zhang Wenhao, the scion of the Zhang family, who had been pursuing Xiao Chen. He smiled and said, "Auntie, I heard that Chen has taken on a collaboration with the Empire Group, so I came to offer her some advice." "Oh, you are truly a savior for our family," Malan said, her eyes gleaming at Zhang Wenhao as if he were her own son-in-law. She ushered him in, asking, "Wenhao, do you have a way to help Chen secure the Empire Group's contract?" With a smile, Zhang Wenhao nodded, completely ignoring Yi Chen, treating him as inconsequential as a mere insect. He approached Xiao Chen and said, "Chen, such a significant matter, and you didn't mention it to me? Rest assured, my family has a partnership with the Empire Group. I will ask my father to lend a hand. I will do my utmost to assist you." In reality, Zhang Wenhao's father wielded no such influence. He merely sought to impress Xiao Chen. Aware of Zhang Wenhao's intentions, Xiao Chen replied coolly, "Thank you for your goodwill, but I will find my own way." Malan, incredulous, exclaimed, "Chen, are you out of your mind? Young Master Zhang is here to help you. How can you speak to him like that?" Xiao Chen remained silent as Yi Chen, intrigued, turned to Zhang Wenhao and asked, "Young Master Zhang, I am curious about how you plan to assist Chen. The Empire Group is so vast, surely you cannot sway them?" Zhang Wenhao scoffed disdainfully. "What do you know? The Zhang family has always maintained a deep partnership with the Empire Group. For this project worth 2 billion, we will secure at least a third. My father can allocate a few million from that share to Chen, thus fulfilling her task." Yi Chen feigned surprise. "Oh, I had no idea your family had such a close relationship with the Empire Group." Zhang Wenhao, with a haughty snort, replied, "Of course. In Jinling, who does not know about the Zhang family's close ties with the Empire Group?" He then turned his scornful gaze towards Yi Chen, advising, "Yi Chen, I suggest you step aside for Chen. A man like you cannot provide her happiness. You will only hold her back." Xiao Chen interjected coldly, "I am sorry, young Master Zhang, but I do not require your assistance, and I would appreciate it if you refrained from disparaging my husband." Zhang Wenhao, taken aback, retorted, "Chen, I am helping you, and yet you stand by this useless man? What is there to defend about him?" Xiao Chen firmly stated, "He is not useless. He is my husband." Fuming, Zhang Wenhao declared, "Fine. If you refuse to heed my advice, I will see how you resolve this issue. If you fail, do not blame me for not giving you a chance." With that, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Malan attempted to follow and explain, but Zhang Wenhao was already far gone. Frustrated, she slapped her thigh and pointed at Yi Chen, scolding, "You infuriate me. What can a useless person like you do besides dragging Chen down? Young Master Zhang came here to help, and you drove him away." Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, "Mom, he is merely speaking empty words. If he cannot secure the Empire Group's collaboration, how could he possibly assist Chen?" "Don't be absurd," Malan retorted, exasperated. "The Zhang family can secure a third of the Empire Group's project. What do you understand?" Yi Chen smirked inwardly, knowing full well that the Empire Group would never collaborate with the Zhang family again, regardless of past dealings. Xiao Chen, unaware of Yi Chen's thoughts, said to her mother, "Mom, please do not blame Yi Chen. Let me return from the Empire Group first." With a heavy sigh, Malan lamented her fate. Feeling it unjust that she had married a useless husband, and her daughter was now wed to an even more incompetent man. What sins had they committed? In Chapter 8, 60 million shares. The following morning, Xiao Chen arrived at the Empire Group with her meticulously prepared proposal, accompanied by Yi Chen. As she gazed up at the towering skyscraper, doubt gnawed at her. How could such a grand enterprise possibly consider the Xiao family? The notion of securing a 30 million share felt as absurd as a beggar seeking a bounty from a wealthy household. Nervously, Xiao Chen mused, with such a colossal company, will they even entertain a partnership with the Xiao family? I heard that Wei Wei and Wang Yunfei were thrown out yesterday. I hope I won't suffer the same fate. Noticing her anxiety, Yi Chen gently reassured her, the Empire Group only dismisses those lacking grace. My wife, with her beauty and kindness, will surely receive a warm welcome. So do not fear, my dear, pursue your negotiations with confidence. Xiao Chen sighed, I hope so. Please wait for me here. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself and stepped through the Empire Group's grand entrance. Yi Chen watched her intently, pulling out his phone to call Wang Dongxue. Dongxue, my wife is inside now. You know what to do. Wang Dongxue promptly replied, rest assured, young master, I will ensure the young mistress is satisfied. Yi Chen inquired, by the way, I heard that the Empire Group has a deep partnership with the Zhang family? Wang Dongxue confirmed, indeed, they have historically collaborated closely, and for this new project. They are also seeking a partnership in submitting their application materials. However, it ultimately depends upon encountering Xiao Chen, Wang Dongxue promptly rose from her chair, respectfully greeting her. Hello. Ms. Xiao, I am Wang Dongxue, the vice chairman of Dihao Group. Faced with the renowned businesswoman of Jinling, Xiao Churan felt a surge of nervousness and respectfully replied, Greetings. Chairman Wang, I am here to discuss the hotel project with you. Although the Xiao family may not possess considerable strength, we are truly dedicated to the decoration business and have garnered a reputable standing. As she spoke, she nervously handed over a set of documents, stating, Chairman Wang, this is an introduction to our Xiao Group and our qualifications. I kindly ask you to review it. Wang Dongxue smiled, glancing briefly at the documents before stating directly, Ms. Xiao, I have reviewed your materials, and I believe the Xiao family and Dihao can collaborate. What? Are you serious? Xiao Churan could hardly believe it. Was it truly this simple to receive such an affirmative response? Wang Dongxue, still smiling, replied, Indeed, it is genuine. Although the Xiao family's conditions do not meet Dihao Group's collaboration standards, our chairman holds a favorable view of you, Ms. Xiao, and is willing to work together. The chairman? Xiao Churan exclaimed, inquiring, May I ask who your chairman is? Wang Dongxue responded with a calm smile. Our chairman is young Master Yi from the Yi family of Yanjing. Young Master Yi? Xiao Churan furrowed her brow. I don't seem to know anyone with the surname Yi, aside from my husband. Wang Dongxue lightly nodded, aware that Yi Chun had instructed her not to disclose any identity information, and thus could only reveal so much. Indeed, aside from Yi Chun, Xiao Churan did not know anyone else bearing the surname Yi, yet she had never considered that her husband, an orphan with nothing to his name, was the young Master Yi in question. At that moment, Wang Dongxue added, Ms. Xiao, I noticed that you indicated an intended collaboration amount of 30 million? Xiao Churan hurriedly nodded, uncertainly asking, Is that too much? Wang Dongxue chuckled, Not at all. In fact, it is rather modest. Confused, Xiao Churan pressed, What do you mean? Wang Dongxue smiled. Our chairman has instructed me to increase the collaboration amount to 60 million. As she spoke, she produced a contract, handing it to Xiao Churan. Here. The contract has already been drafted for 60 million. If you find it acceptable, we can sign it right now. This. Xiao Churan was utterly stunned. She had never imagined that the Dihao Group, which the Xiao family could barely aspire to, would proactively prepare a contract for her, and moreover, the amount was doubled. Her initial goal had been 30 million, yet the contract explicitly stated 60 million. She suddenly recalled her husband Yi Chen's resolute insistence during last night's meeting that she undertake this task. How could he possess such confidence? And just moments ago, when they stood before the Dihao Group's entrance, she had felt unsure while he appeared so self-assured. Could it be that he had known this outcome all along? Who exactly was he? Chapter 9. An unthinkable revelation. In that instant, an astonishing thought crossed Xiao Churan's mind. Could the young Master Yi that Wang Dongxue referred to be her husband Yi Chen? However, she quickly dismissed the idea as too fantastical. How could that be? Yi Chun was merely an orphan who had grown up in an orphanage. Yet, aside from Yi Chun, who else in the world would treat her with such kindness? 30 million was already a lofty ambition, yet they had directly offered her 60 million. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked Wang Dongxue, Vice Chairman Wang, Is your chairman named Yi Chen? Wang Dongxue's heart skipped a beat. Young Master Yi had instructed her not to disclose his identity. If young madam were to figure it out, she would bear the consequences. Thus, she quickly replied, Ms. Xiao, please refrain from pursuing this matter. Our chairman is of esteemed lineage from Yanjing, and his identity is highly confidential. I am not authorized to disclose it. Xiao Churan gently nodded. And Wang Dongxue's mention of esteemed lineage from Yanjing jolted her back to reality. Yi Chen was an orphan. He could not possibly belong to such a distinguished background. It seemed she had indeed overthought the matter. As Xiao Churan exited Wang Dongxue's office, she felt dazed and bewildered. In her hands, she clutched the cooperation agreement with Dihao Group amounting to 60 million. It all felt surreal, as if she were caught in a dream. Upon seeing Yi Chen's figure at the entrance of Dihao Group, she excitedly rushed over, exclaiming, Yi Chen, I actually secured the deal. Yi Chen secretly chuckled, thinking, Your husband is the owner of Dihao Group. How could you possibly fail? Nevertheless, he feigned surprise and said, You managed to secure such a challenging project, my dear. You are truly remarkable. Xiao Churan replied, Oh, it is not my prowess. It is as if Dihao Group has generously bestowed it upon me. Why do you say that? Yi Chen feigned curiosity. Fearing that revealing the identity of Dihao Group's chairman might incite jealousy in Yi Chen, Xiao Churan hurriedly responded, Oh, it is a long story. Let us head to the company now and share this good news with everyone. Yi Chen laughed heartily. All right. This time, That scoundrel Xiao Hailong will have to uphold his bet and kneel before me. Xiao Churan nodded. He has always been arrogant and dismissive. It is time for him to learn a lesson. Indeed, Xiao Churan possessed her own spirit. The likes of Xiao Hailong had always looked down upon her and her husband. And now that she had secured the collaboration, it was only fitting that they learn to temper their behavior. After a brief journey of over 10 minutes, the two arrived at the Xiao group. Upon entering the conference room, they found the Xiao family members wearing peculiar expressions. They were aware that Xiao Churan had gone to Dihao group earlier that morning, yet none believed she would succeed. They were merely waiting to witness her embarrassment. To their astonishment, she had returned so swiftly. As Xiao Churan and Yi Chun entered the conference room, everyone cast scornful glances at them. Xiao Hailong unabashedly remarked, "Ah, Churan, you returned in just half an hour? Surely you did not even manage to step foot inside Dihao group." Ha 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 ha. His sister, Xiao Weiwei, added mockingly, "Oh, Sister Churan. Failing in under an hour must be a new record for you." Xiao Laotai's expression darkened. The difficulty of the Dihao group project was indeed immense. Even if Xiao Churan could not secure the deal, she should at least maintain a serious demeanor. To give up so quickly was infuriating. Thus, Xiao Laotai fixed her gaze on Xiao Churan, coldly stating, "Xiao Churan, you have greatly disappointed me." Hearing this, Yu Chen's brow instantly furrowed. These people were utterly disgusting. Without even inquiring about the outcome, they launched into ridicule? Especially that scoundrel Xiao Hailong. What right did he have to gloat? Soon, he would be kneeling before me. Initially filled with excitement, Xiao Churan found the words of those around her to be akin to a bucket of cold water, dousing her enthusiasm. Anger welled up within her as she declared, "I apologize for disappointing everyone, but I have successfully secured a project collaboration with Dihao Group through Wang Dongxue." "What? You secured it? Impossible. How could that be? You couldn't possibly have even met Wang Dongxue." Everyone was left speechless. "Xiao Churan, do you think we will believe you?" Xiao Hailong snapped back to reality, banging his fist on the table in fury. "Wang Dongxue from Dihao Group is a renowned business elite in the city. How could she possibly meet you? Do you even know your own standing?" Faced with their skepticism and accusations, Xiao Churan directly pulled out the contract and handed it to Xiao Laotai. "This is the project contract from Dihao Group. Please have a look." This contract was like a bombshell, instantly shattering the atmosphere in the room. Xiao Hailong, still in disbelief, bellowed, "This must be a forged contract. I refuse to believe she could secure a deal with Dihao Group." "Exactly," Xiao Weiwei chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. "What makes her worthy of obtaining a contract from Dihao Group? This is a $30 million project. She would have secured it if she could." Xiao Churan sneered, "Cousin, you are mistaken. This contract is not 30 million. It is 60 million. Get lost." Xiao Weiwei scoffed. "A 60 million contract? How shameless can you be? Do you think we are fools? If you can bring in 60 million, I could claim I could secure 1 billion. Xiao Hailong's expression darkened as well. "Churan, do you think you can fool Grandma and all of us?" He then turned to Grandma Xiao, saying, "Grandma, Churan is being utterly rebellious. You cannot let her off lightly." Grandma Xiao ground her teeth in anger. She believed there was only a 10% chance for the 30 million. And now Xiao Churan had returned after half an hour claiming she had signed for 60 million. Was she not making a fool of herself in front of so many people? Did she think being the head of the family was a mere formality? Such a wayward descendant should be expelled. How could she maintain authority in the family otherwise? In a fit of rage, Grandma Xiao slammed the table and shouted, "Xiao Churan, immediately go to the HR department and process your resignation." Xiao Churan was utterly baffled. Had they all lost their minds? Could reviewing the contract truly be that exhausting? Just then, someone shouted, "Holy cow. The official WeChat account of the Dihao Group just made an announcement. The 60 million contract is real." With that exclamation, everyone was stunned. They hurriedly pulled out their phones to check the Dihao Group's official account. Indeed, the certified service account of the Dihao Group had published a post. Dihao Group's 2 billion hotel project signs its first partner. Group Vice Chairman Wang Dongxue signs a 60 million renovation contract with Xiao Churan of the Jinling Xiao family. Upon seeing this headline, everyone went wild. Xiao Churan had truly secured the project, and the amount had doubled. It had barely been half an hour. How could it be so easy? This was completely illogical. Xiao Hailong was shocked and filled with regret. Before today, Xiao Churan's status and identity were incomparable to his own. Had he accepted this task yesterday, regardless of whether he succeeded or failed, he would have prevented Xiao Churan from getting any credit. Yet he had rejected it out of fear of failure. Not only did he refuse, but Xiao Churan had succeeded. This was akin to a slap in his own face. Grandma Xiao, now excited, picked up the contract and scrutinized it, laughing joyously. "Excellent. Excellent. Excellent. Chen, you have truly accomplished something remarkable. Then she inquired, how did you manage this? Xiao Chen replied, thanks to Vice Chairman Wang Dongxue, she has a very favorable view of our Xiao family. In truth, Xiao Chen wanted to speak the whole truth, but upon reflection, she realized she was unaware of who the chairman of the Dihao group was, and mentioning it might not elicit any acknowledgement. Hearing this, Xiao Hailong's heart sank further. No wonder Xiao Chen could secure the contract. It turned out that Wang Dongxue of the Dihao group had always held the Xiao family in high regard. Did that mean anyone could have succeeded? Damn it. He had truly missed a golden opportunity. At that moment, Yichen spoke up. Hailong, do you remember our bet? Xiao Hailong's expression turned sour, akin to that of someone who had just consumed something repugnant. How could he forget the wager? The loser had to bow 3 times in public to the winner. With Xiao Chen securing the contract, it was clear he was the one who had lost. Damn it. No way. How could he kneel before such a worthless loser? Absolutely not. Thus, he gritted his teeth and retorted, Yichen, who do you think you are? Just a live-in son-in-law of our family, living off others, and you expect me to kneel? Yichen replied calmly, I am indeed a dependent. But we swore an oath yesterday. If anyone reneges, may their parents and grandparents die. He emphasized the last 3 words heavily, and as expected, Grandma Zhao's expression darkened immediately. She glared at Xiao Hailong, her voice icy. What? Do you wish for my demise? Xiao Hailong panicked and blurted out, Grandma, you mustn't fall for Yichen's trick. He wants to humiliate both you and me. Yichen coolly interjected, Hailong, do not deceive Grandma here. You must remember your vow. If you go back on it, divine retribution will follow. Do you wish to curse your own grandmother? Xiao Hailong was horrified, exclaiming, Grandma, it was just a joke. Grandma Zhao's face remained stern. You know I am a devout believer. How dare you break a solemn oath? Grandma. Xiao Hailong was genuinely frightened, for he could see that she was truly angry. Grandma Xiao, seeing her grandson willing to forsake their bond for his own pride, slammed the table and shouted, Are you resolute in breaking your vow? Grandma, Xiao Hailong stammered, calculating in his mind. If he honored the bet and knelt before Yichen, he would lose face. But if he broke the vow and angered Grandma, he could lose everything in the Xiao family. Though he was reluctant, he ultimately gritted his teeth and declared, Fine, I will honor the bet. Yichen smiled at him, remaining silent, awaiting his kneeling apology. Xiao Hailong felt his legs weighed down as though leaden. Each step towards Yichen was a struggle. He trembled in anger, gritting his teeth, but eventually collapsed to his knees. Thud. A bystander even discreetly took out their phone. With his head bowed, Xiao Hailong trembled. I was wrong. After saying this, he lowered his head to knock it against the ground. Yichen said, What did you say? I couldn't hear you. Speak louder. Xiao Hailong suppressed his humiliation. Knocking his head again, I was wrong. Yichen smirked. Oh, so you admit you were wrong. What exactly did you err in? Xiao Hailong was seething with rage but still had one final bow left. He gritted his teeth, stating, I was wrong to doubt Chen's abilities. He then knocked his head once more. Yichen felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He had long since reached his limit with Xiao Hailong, and now he had the opportunity to make him kneel and apologize. It was truly delightful. Xiao Chen watched in astonishment, perceiving a change in her husband that she could not quite articulate. Reflecting on the confident demeanor he exhibited during their wager with Xiao Hailong yesterday, it seemed he had anticipated his victory all along. What fueled such unwavering confidence? Chapter 11. Inviting the chairman after Xiao Hailong completed his 3 bows. Tears of humiliation welled in his eyes, but he dared not act out. He understood that Grandma was likely very displeased with him at that moment. He could not afford to provoke her further. Observing Xiao Hailong kneeling and apologizing, Grandma Xiao felt a sense of relief. It was not that she wished for her grandson to bow to a useless person like Yichen, but the oath he had taken was tied to her life. Being a devout Buddhist, she feared she would be restless if he did not apologize, worrying that retribution would fall upon her. Thus, she regarded Xiao Hailong and calmly said, Hailong, these 3 bows are a lesson for you. In the future, do not gamble on matters you're unsure about. If you do not let it affect the family. Xiao Hailong, with a mournful expression, replied, Grandma, I understand. I will never dare again. As he spoke, he cast a sideways glance at Yichen, harboring malicious intent. He thought, You worthless person, forcing me to kneel and lose face. I will undoubtedly make you pay. Subsequently, Grandma Xiao spoke again. Today, we celebrate Chen's success in securing this contract. Everyone should make the most of this time to prepare. We must seize this opportunity to build a strong relationship with the Dihao group. Yichen reminded, Grandma, since Chen has successfully secured the project collaboration, shouldn't the position of company director be awarded to her? Lady Xiao raised an eyebrow, pondering within herself. She had indeed stated that whoever obtained the contract could assume the role of director. However, the thought of Xiao Churin, whom she had never favored, and her utterly useless husband, whom she found repugnant, made her uneasy. If she elevated Xiao Churin, she might become uncontrollable in the future. In that fleeting moment, she was tempted to retract her previous promise. After all, she had not sworn an oath when making the commitment, so retracting it would bring her peace of mind. However, she deemed it inappropriate to voice such sentiments immediately after Xiao Churin had signed the contract. Thus, she declared, "How about this? Tomorrow evening, I will host a banquet, inviting prominent figures from Jinling. At that time, I will publicly announce our collaboration with the Empire Group and the appointment of the new director." Upon hearing this, Chen breathed a sigh of relief, satisfied. Xiao Churin smiled gently. It appeared that the director's position was finally hers, allowing her to escape exclusion and enabling her parents to hold their heads high. Lady Xiao turned to Xiao Churin and continued, "Churin, there is one more thing I wish for your assistance with." Xiao Churin promptly replied, "Grandma, please go ahead." Lady Xiao stated, "I would like you to contact the chairman of the Empire Group and invite him to our banquet tomorrow." After a pause, the elderly lady added expectantly, "If he could attend our banquet, it would certainly bring great honor to the Xiao family and significantly enhance our reputation." Xiao Churin contemplated for a moment before hesitantly responding, "But the last time I went, I only met Vice Chairman Wang Dongxue and have never encountered the chairman himself. Moreover, we just secured their project. Wouldn't hosting such a banquet seem overly contrived? Regardless, I want to announce to all of Jinling that we are now tied to the Empire Group, and the Xiao family is destined for prosperity," Lady Xiao asserted. She added, "Even if the chairman is unwilling to attend, inviting Wang Dongxue would suffice. She is the second in command at the Empire Group, and having her there would still reflect well on us." At this point, Lady Xiao was visibly excited. The thought of those grand families who previously looked down on the Xiao family potentially relying on them in the future filled her with fervor. Under her guidance, the Xiao family would undoubtedly flourish. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Churin finally responded, "I understand. I will give it a try." "Not just try. You must secure her attendance." Xiao Churin nodded lightly, but then quietly asked Chen, "What should I do if the chairman of the Empire Group does not come? What if Wang Dongxue declines as well?" Chen chuckled, "Give it a shot. Don't you have Wang Dongxue's number? Perhaps a simple phone call will yield a positive response." The banquet hosted by the Xiao family not only served to showcase their strength, but would also announce Xiao Churin's promotion to director. As her wife ascended in rank, it would be wonderful for him to show his support as her husband. At that moment, Xiao Churin remained oblivious to the fact that her husband was, in fact, the chairman of the Empire Group. With a sigh of frustration, she remarked, "But the chairman is a busy man, reputedly a scion of a prominent family in Yanjing. Someone of his stature must have countless obligations, leaving little time for such an event." Chen responded with a smile, "I doubt it. Perhaps he spends his days at home cooking and doing laundry?" Xiao Churin rolled her eyes at him, retorting, "Do you think everyone is like you?" Chen nodded, "Indeed. It is quite possible that the chairman of the Empire Group is just like me." Xiao Churin pouted playfully, "Cut it out. That is impossible." Chapter 12. Sowing discord. Recognizing Chen's jest, Xiao Churin did not dwell on it. She stepped aside and dialed Wang Dongxue's number. The call connected swiftly. A melodious voice greeted her, "Hello, Miss Xiao." "Vice Chairman Wang, I have a favor to ask," Xiao Churin said with a hint of shyness. "Please, go ahead," Wang Dongxue replied. After organizing her thoughts and taking a deep breath, Xiao Churin mustered her courage and stated, "I would like to inquire if the chairman is available tomorrow evening. We are hosting a banquet to formally announce our collaboration with the Empire Group, and it would be an honor if he could attend." Wang Dongxue fell silent for a moment before responding, "Ms. Xiao, I cannot make that decision unilaterally. However, I can ask for the chairman's opinion." Xiao Churin replied respectfully, "Thank you. I appreciate your help." After hanging up, Xiao Churin anxiously clutched her phone, awaiting a response. At that moment, Chen's phone rang unexpectedly. He was taken aback, then cursed himself for forgetting to silence his phone, knowing it was likely Wang Dongxue calling to ask for his opinion. Feigning calmness, Chen answered, "Yes." Wang Dongxue's voice came through, "Chairman, the Xiao family is hosting a banquet tomorrow evening, and I wanted to ask if you would like to attend." Chen replied, "Oh, I see. Sure. I will be there. All right, goodbye." He swiftly hung up, muttering about the annoyances of telemarketers. Xiao Churin, oblivious to the exchange, soon received another call. Wang Dongxue's voice rang through once more, "Miss Xiao, our chairman has agreed to attend and will be there directly." "Really?" That is wonderful. Thank you for your assistance. And please extend my gratitude to the chairman. Xiao Chen exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. She had not anticipated such a favorable response. She hurriedly relayed the news to Lady Xiao. Grandma, the chairman of the Empire Group has accepted. Really? Lady Xiao was instantly exhilarated. She promptly instructed the gathered Xiao family members, hurry and prepare. Book the finest hotel, arrange the best food and drinks, and get ready to warmly welcome the chairman of the Empire Group. Additionally, notify all major enterprises in the city to invite them to our banquet. Inform them that the chairman will be attending. Immediately, the Xiao family sprang into action. Everyone was filled with excitement, tirelessly reaching out to various partners and the elite of Jinling. This was undeniably a monumental announcement. In no time, the entire city of Jinling was abuzz with the news. The mysterious new chairman of the Empire Group would be making an appearance at the Xiao family banquet tomorrow evening. Lady Xiao received countless inquiries over the phone, to which she responded with joy. She was elated, for once the banquet concluded, the Xiao family would undoubtedly become the most sought-after family in Jinling. With this thought, she beamed. All right, that's enough for today. Let us begin preparing for tomorrow's banquet. As the meeting adjourned, Lady Xiao returned to her office. Xiao Hailong, with a glint in his eye, followed closely behind. Grandma, are you truly going to give the director position to Xiao Chen? Once they reached a secluded area, Xiao Hailong could no longer hold back. Lady Xiao frowned slightly and replied coldly, I have already promised Chen. Why shouldn't I grant her the position? Xiao Hailong insisted, Grandma, you cannot allow her to become director. Lady Xiao countered, why not? She secured such a significant contract and deserves recognition for her contributions to the company. Xiao Hailong quickly retorted. The only reason Chen managed to secure the Empire contract is due to Zhang Wenwei's support behind the scenes. I heard that Zhang Wenwei visited her home yesterday. Today, the Empire Group signed with us. What a coincidence. I suspect she may have even slept with Zhang Wenwei. Lady Zhao's expression turned to one of fury. Is what you say true? Xiao Hailong asserted confidently, of course it's true. Last night, Zhang Wenhao indeed met with Xiao Chen. You can verify it. After saying this, he turned to Grandma Xiao and added, Grandmother, Chen is a married woman. If news of her involvement with Zhang Wenhao spreads, it would tarnish the Xiao family's reputation. Suggesting we secured the contract with Dihao Group through such underhanded tactics, what would become of our family's dignity? And your dignity as well? Grandma Xiao furrowed her brows. Already half convinced, she was aware of Zhang Wenhao's affection for Xiao Chen. He had even gifted her a jade Buddha pendant worth 3 to 4 million during her birthday celebration. This aptly explained how Xiao Chen could land a 600 million contract. At that moment, Xiao Hailong continued, if you allow such a shameless woman to become the director, our reputation will plummet further. We must select another individual for the position and shift the credit for securing the project to someone else. Ideally, it should be a man to minimize gossip. Grandma Xiao gently nodded. She believed about 80% of what Xiao Hailong said. Thus, it was evident that she needed to appoint another director to quell the rumors. If it became public knowledge that Xiao Chen secured the contract through her liaison with Zhang Wenhao, she could still claim that the project was won under the new director's leadership, not through Xiao Chen's dubious means. Moreover, Grandma Xiao harbored a personal bias. She had never liked Xiao Chen and had always favored male heirs. Not wishing to see Xiao Chen's position and influence within the family grow, she resolved to suppress her, ensuring that the Xiao family's assets remained within the family. With this thought, she looked at Xiao Hailong and coldly said, Hailong, from now on, in the company, you must obey my directives. Whatever I instruct you to do, you shall do. Anything I do not authorize, you must not undertake. Do you understand? Xiao Hailong immediately pledged his loyalty. Rest assured, grandmother. Whatever you say, I shall comply. You point the way, and I shall follow. Very well, Grandma Xiao replied, satisfied with his response. At tomorrow's banquet, I will announce to everyone that you are the new director, fully responsible for the collaboration with Dihao Group. But remember, you must heed my words. I can elevate you, but I can also bring you down. Xiao Hailong's heart surged with joy, and he quickly replied, You can count on me, Grandma. I will certainly obey. Chapter 13. Preparing a surprise as Xiao Chen exited the Xiao Corporation. Her heart brimmed with excitement. Tomorrow, her grandmother would officially announce her new appointment, and she would finally be able to hold her head high. With this thought in mind, she turned to Yuchen and said, Thank you, Yuchen. If it weren't for your encouragement, I wouldn't have dared to accept this task. Yuchen smiled and replied, My dear, this is what you truly deserve. Then he added, By the way, darling, such a momentous occasion calls for a celebration, doesn't it? Xiao Chuan nodded. How do you propose we celebrate? Yi Chen grinned. It's also close to our 3rd wedding anniversary. Why not combine the 2 celebrations? I'll take care of the arrangements. You don't need to worry about a thing. Xiao Chuan asked in surprise. Are you planning to surprise me? Indeed. Yi Chen nodded, smiling. I intend to prepare a delightful surprise for you. Feeling a sense of sweetness in her heart, Xiao Chuan replied. Then I want to pry into the details. Yi Chen said, no need to ask, just wait and see. To plan a special wedding anniversary for his wife, Yi Chen contemplated various ideas. His primary focus was on making up for past shortcomings. Having once been impoverished and unable to afford gifts, let alone a proper wedding, he was now determined to compensate her generously. After parting ways with his wife, Yi Chen made his way to a renowned jewelry store in downtown Jinling, called Cui Guxian. Cui Guxian was the most prestigious jewelry retailer in the area, offering a vast array of gold, platinum, diamonds, jade, and emeralds. Yi Chen aimed to purchase a gift for his wife before booking a luxurious hotel for a belated wedding celebration. Upon entering Cui Guxian, the sales staff, noticing his casual attire, were indifferent to him. After browsing for a while, Yi Chen spotted a stunning jade necklace secured in a display case. The necklace, crafted from the finest ice jade, was exquisite and perfectly matched Xiao Chuan's elegance. After glancing at the price tag of 13 million, which seemed trivial to him, he called over a sales associate, saying, Hello, could you please bring that necklace for me to examine? The staff member looked at him and replied, I don't have the key, it's with our manager. He then used the intercom to call, Manager Wang, someone wants to see our store's treasure. Soon, a flamboyantly dressed woman named Wang Yan, the sales manager, hurried over. Which esteemed guest wishes to see our prized possession? The sales associate pointed to Yi Chen, Manager Wang. It's this gentleman. What? Wang Yan's expression turned sour upon seeing Yi Chen, as if she had swallowed a fly. How could such a lowly person afford the store's treasure? Immediately, she snapped at the male associate. Xiao Lu, are you joking with me? He stammered. No, this gentleman genuinely wishes to see the treasure. Wang Yan scoffed. A pauper like him could never afford the store's treasure. If you're blind, just say so. Get lost before you annoy me. Wang Yan prided herself on her ability to gauge a person's worth and purchasing power at a glance. Thus, she instantly concluded that Yi Chen was just a poor nobody. There was no way he could afford even a regular necklace, let alone one worth 13 million. Yi Chen frowned and asked, Aren't you open for business? What is the issue with me wanting to see that necklace? Wang Yan sneered, We may be open for business, but we don't conduct foolish transactions. If you can't afford it, don't waste our time. Yi Chen furrowed his brow and replied, What makes you think I can't afford it? Wang Yan, filled with disdain, retorted, That jade piece is worth millions. You, dressed in cheap clothing, would be lucky to scrape together $1,000. How could you possibly buy it? With a cold smile, Yi Chen pulled out the black card given to him by Tang Sihai, saying, Open your eyes wide and take a good look. This black card holds enough funds not only to purchase your jade necklace, but to buy 10, 100, or even 1,000. Oh, a black card from Citibank worth 10 billion, is it? Wang Yan mocked. I didn't expect this pathetic loser to come flaunting his knowledge. Too bad you've overreached yourself. Who would believe that a nobody like you could possess such a card? With her arms crossed and an air of superiority, she laughed derisively. Surrounding customers began to whisper and ridicule him, saying, What a shameless person. Can't afford it, but insists on showing off. Probably has a fake black card. What a disgrace. Indeed, there are too many fools like him these days. Yi Chen glanced at Wang Yan, who was smirking at him with disdain, and resolved to teach this short-sighted woman a lesson. He took out his phone and dialed Tang Sihai's number. Come to Cui Guxian. I want them to understand what it means to underestimate someone. Understood, young master. I'll be right there. Wang Yan smirked, pathetic fool. Still playing pretend? Calling for backup? Do you think you're some kind of wealthy heir? You truly are amusing. Yi Chen nodded. I am indeed a wealthy heir. The crowd erupted in discussion, their skepticism palpable. Poverty is not the crux. The real issue is feigning affluence. This individual's facade of a wealthy scion is transparent. If he can summon anyone of consequence, I'll concede defeat. I eagerly anticipate his impending humiliation. Witnessing the crowd's support, Wang Yan's lips curled into a smile. Anticipating the moment when the charade would crumble due to a lack of funds. Moments later, several Rolls-Royces halted before the entrance of the establishment. From the lead vehicles emerged 8 bodyguards clad in black suits. Each possessed taut muscles, a stern countenance, and an aura of chilling menace that seemed to thicken the very atmosphere. This spectacle left the patrons of the establishment in awe. Who was this dignitary commanding such an entourage? Chapter 14. I am a divine magnate. The ostentatious display startled Wang Yan, who wondered if the pauper had truly summoned these individuals. However, she quickly dismissed the notion as improbable. Tang Sihai alighted from the third Rolls-Royce and strode into the establishment. Wang Yan hastily rose to greet him, but Tang Sihai ignored her, proceeding directly to Chen. Young master, I have arrived. Are these the insolent individuals who dared to speak disrespectfully to you? Tang Sihai inquired, bowing deeply to Chen. The dozens of bodyguards in the rear followed suit, offering their respects. Greetings, young master. The onlookers gasped, utterly astounded. Could it be that this seemingly ordinary individual was indeed who he claimed to be? A scion of a wealthy family? Was the Citibank black card with a limit of 100 billion authentic? The magnitude of the individual's stature was beyond comprehension. Many began recording the scene, unwilling to miss such a momentous occasion. However, Tang Sihai's bodyguards promptly cleared them from the premises, leaving only a glimpse of Chen's head in their recordings. Chen gestured towards Wang Yan and asked, "Do you now concede that I am a scion of a wealthy family?" Wang Yan, terrified, nodded obsequiously, I concede. Chen smirked and instructed Tang Sihai, "I wish to speak with the manager of this establishment." Tang Sihai nodded, retrieved his phone, and dialed a number. Upon connection, he erupted, "You scoundrel, this is Tang Sihai. I am currently at the establishment. You have 1 minute to present yourself, or I will have the place razed and your legs broken." Wang Yan's face paled as she regarded Tang Sihai with fear. Could he truly wield such power? Her employer was a prominent figure in the city, with connections in the underworld. How could anyone dare to speak to him in such a manner? Before the minute had elapsed, a portly middle-aged man emerged from the back office, scrambling to reach Tang Sihai. "Mr. Tang, your presence is an honor. Had I known, I would have welcomed you in person." Tang Sihai responded with a forceful slap across the man's face. "Your arrogance is appalling. Your employees dared to mistreat our young master. Have you grown weary of life?" Tang Sihai was incensed by the disrespect shown to Chen, who had endured hardship for over a decade. The middle-aged man, initially aggrieved by the slap, was horrified by the revelation that Chen was Tang Sihai's young master. He trembled, realizing that Tang Sihai was a veritable dragon, and his young master must be akin to a celestial deity. Overwhelmed with fear, the middle-aged man stammered, Young master, I apologize profusely." He turned to the other employees, his face contorted with rage, and demanded, "Which imbecile dared to offend the young master? Step forward." The other employees immediately focused their attention on Wang Yan, who attempted to retreat. However, the middle-aged man seized her by the collar and slapped her violently. "Are you blind? How dare you offend the young master? Your eyes are worthless." Wang Yan collapsed to the ground, pleading, "Boss, I apologize. I was mistaken. Please forgive me." "Forgive you?" The middle-aged man grabbed her hair, lifted her face, and pummeled her mercilessly. "I'll cripple you today. You sought to ruin me, so I'll eliminate you first." Wang Yan's teeth were shattered, and her recently reconstructed nose was broken. She broke free and crawled towards Chen, clutching his leg. "Young master, I am truly sorry. I will never judge others by their appearance again. Please forgive me." Chen responded coldly, "You reap what you sow." The middle-aged man, horrified that she had touched Chen's leg, rushed over and stomped on her head, screaming, "How dare you touch the young master's leg? I'll kill you." Wang Yan was knocked to the ground. The middle-aged man instructed the security guards, "Throw this judgmental wretch into the garbage heap." The guards complied, dragging the bloodied Wang Yan away. Chen, expressionless, addressed the middle-aged man, "My wife is fond of that jade ornament. Wrap it up for me." The middle-aged man nodded and replied, "Of course, I will wrap it up immediately." Chen produced the black card and said, "Charge it to this card." He then instructed Tang Sihai, "Return the cash." The middle-aged man interjected, "Young master, please accept the jade as a gift from me." Chen declined. "I do not require your gift." The middle-aged man insisted, "Young master, please accept it as a token of my sincere apology." Tang Sihai advised Chen, "Young master, accept his gift as atonement, or he won't be able to sleep tonight." Chen hesitated before nodding, "Very well, I thank you." The middle-aged man sighed in relief. Had Chen refused the jade necklace, he feared Tang Sihai's retribution. Tang Sihai inquired, "Young master, shall I escort you?" "No need," Chen replied. "Where's the rear exit? I'll leave on my own." The onlookers were astounded by the spectacle. A man who appeared to be a pauper in inexpensive clothing had transformed into a scion of a wealthy family. His sole purpose was to purchase a jade necklace, and the owner of the establishment was afraid to accept payment. The identity of the inconspicuous young man remained a mystery. Many uploaded videos of the incident online, sparking a frenzy. Netizens dubbed the mysterious man a super-rich second generation, a domineering CEO, and a divine magnate. A search for the divine magnate was launched, but the videos were too blurry to provide any useful clues. Chapter 15. You'll never leave this life. After departing the establishment, Chen did not immediately return home. He intended to surprise his wife with a complete celebration on their wedding anniversary, which included not only the jade necklace but also a belated, romantic wedding ceremony. Chen and Xiao Charan had hastily registered their marriage at the behest of the elder, without a proper wedding. The elder initially intended to select an auspicious date to host a grand wedding. However, shortly after the couple obtained their marriage certificate, he fell gravely ill and was hospitalized, which consequently postponed the wedding plans. Following the elder's passing, Chen found himself in a position where no one in the Xiao family regarded him highly, thus further diminishing the chances of hosting the wedding. Nevertheless, Chen felt that now that he had acquired wealth, he must provide his wife with the most splendid and dignified wedding possible. When contemplating the wedding, the first venue that sprang to his mind was the Sky Garden of the Buckingham Palace Hotel. The Buckingham Palace Hotel is currently the finest establishment in Jinling, unparalleled in its excellence. The hotel boasts a vast area, adorned with opulent decor, and houses a large, upscale shopping mall within its premises. The Sky Garden is situated on the highest floor of this mall. It earned its name because it is entirely constructed of crystal glass, designed by a top Italian architect, and adorned with an abundance of high-end fresh flowers flown in from abroad. From a distance, it appears as a magnificent garden suspended in the air. This venue also serves as the grandest and most luxurious banquet hall in all of Jinling. Hosting a wedding here would cost at least several million, if not tens of millions. For Chen, who was now wealthy, a few million was nothing. As long as it brought joy to his wife, that was paramount. Thus, he made his way to the Buckingham Palace Hotel, intending to reserve the Sky Garden for their wedding anniversary. Unbeknownst to him, the hotel operated on a membership basis. Whether dining, lodging, or hosting a banquet here, one must possess a hotel membership. Furthermore, different membership levels corresponded to varying services. Ordinary members could only dine in the lobby and stay in standard rooms. Silver members could dine in private rooms and stay in deluxe accommodations. Gold members could dine in luxurious private rooms and stay in opulent suites. Platinum members could dine in the Sky Garden and stay in top-tier luxury suites. The highest tier was the Diamond membership, which granted access to the presidential suite and the privilege of reserving the entire Sky Garden for events. Moreover, memberships above gold level were not merely attainable through wealth. Sufficient social standing was also required. Upon arriving at the Buckingham Palace Hotel, Chen was intercepted by several men in black before he could enter. "I apologize, sir, but please present your membership card." Clad in attire worth no more than 200 yuan, he stood out starkly against the elegantly dressed clientele. Chen hastily replied, "I would like to speak with your client manager regarding a reservation." The response was cold. "I'm sorry, you cannot enter without a membership card." Chen asked, "Can I apply for a membership card right now?" The individual shook his head, stating, "I'm afraid membership cards require an introduction from a qualified sponsor." Chen frowned, thinking that the Buckingham Palace Hotel was overly complicated. Just as he was at a loss, he suddenly recalled that during his senior year at Jinling University, arranged by the elder Xiao, he had a classmate named Belittle who was employed there. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and called Belittle. After explaining his situation, she promptly responded, "Leave it to me. I'll be right there." Chen expressed his gratitude. It seemed that despite only being classmates for a year, there remained a bond between them, and he resolved to repay her kindness in the future. Moments later, a woman's surprised exclamation echoed from within the hotel. Looking up, Chen saw a striking woman in office attire, heavily made up, exiting the hotel. "Belittle? She has certainly changed," he thought, almost failing to recognize her. The two security guards at the entrance hurriedly bowed and respectfully addressed her as team leader by. Chen, astonished, remarked, "Belittle, it's been years. You're now a team leader at the Buckingham Palace Hotel. That's impressive." Belittle smiled. "Oh, come now. I'm just a small team leader in the HR department. I'm merely a mid-level manager here." Chen sincerely complimented. "That's still quite remarkable. I've heard the management standards at the Buckingham Palace Hotel are exceptionally high. You truly are impressive." Belittle smiled with a hint of pride before turning to the two security guards, coldly questioning, "Are you the two who stopped my university classmate at the door?" One guard exchanged glances with the other and quickly replied, "I apologize, team leader by. I was aware he was your classmate." And he doesn't possess a membership card. I was simply following hotel policy. Bylina scoffed. Policies are rigid, but people are flexible. Do you not understand this principle? Chen thought she might penalize them for this incident and quickly interjected, Bylina, please don't be hard on them. They were just doing their jobs. Bylina looked at Chen and suddenly burst into laughter, her demeanor shifting to one of mockery. You certainly think highly of yourself. Did you really believe I would make things difficult for my subordinates for your sake? Chen frowned. Bylina. What do you mean by that? What do I mean? Bylina smirked. Isn't it obvious? Someone like you, a pathetic loser, dreaming of entering the Buckingham Palace Hotel? Let me tell you, you will never set foot inside. Chen clenched his fists, demanding, what exactly do you mean? I'm just teasing you. Bylina laughed gleefully. Back in university, I looked down on you. A mere bookworm who couldn't even afford a meal with meat in the cafeteria, and you dared to be class leader? Critiquing my academic performance? Please, have you no self-awareness? With a cold expression, Chen questioned. Bylina, I have never wronged you. Why do you continually belittle me? Chapter 16. He wouldn't hold a grudge, would he? Bylina, arms crossed, arrogantly stated, I look down on you, so what? You've made yourself a pathetic loser. Am I not allowed to comment on it? Everyone knows you graduated and became a live-in son-in-law. You couldn't afford meals while in school. And now you're living off others after graduation. How dare you come to me for help? What do you even amount to? Listening to Bylina's scorn. A surge of anger welled up within Chen. He believed in the principle of not provoking others unless provoked himself. This time, Bylina had truly crossed the line. At that moment, his phone suddenly buzzed with a text from Tang Si-hai. Young master, the Buckingham Palace Hotel is part of our Yi family's assets. The Yanjing Buckingham Palace is merely one of our over 100 chain-star hotels. Chun's pupils constricted in shock. The Buckingham Palace actually belonged to the Yi family? Instinctively, he replied to the text. You're not deceiving me, are you? Tang Si-hai responded, Young master. The person in charge of the Yanjing Buckingham Palace is named Chen Zikai. His phone number is 155. Call him, and he will handle everything. Chen finally believed it to some extent and replied, all right. Noticing Chen was preoccupied with texting, Bylina felt quite annoyed. She perceived that tormenting Chen was akin to bullying a dog, and naturally, she relished hearing the pitiful whimpers of the dog being tormented. However, she hadn't anticipated Chen's silence. It seemed that this class leader, who was a loser in university, remained unchanged, unfazed by her insults. Thus, she intensified her taunts, sneering, Oh, look at you, class leader. You certainly have a high tolerance. By the way, I've heard rumors that you and the school flower, Xiaochuran, have been married for 3 years, yet you haven't even shared her bed. Is it true that she is someone else's mistress? Could it be that you're merely a smokescreen for her affairs? Huh. Chen furrowed his brow. Insult me if you must, but to disparage my wife? Bylina, you've sealed your own fate. Immediately, he contacted Chen Zikai, the director of Buckingham Palace, and gazing at Bylina, he uttered calmly. I intend to inquire with your superior about the hiring practices at Buckingham Palace. How could they employ someone as foul-mouthed as you? Dare to berate me? You must have a death wish. Bylina erupted, bellowing at the security guards beside her. Damn it, he's here to cause trouble. Beat him. At that moment, Chen connected the call. Hello, who is this? A commanding male voice resonated from the receiver. Chen inquired icily, Are you Chen Zikai? My name is Chen, and I'm currently at the entrance of Buckingham Palace. I'll give you 1 minute to come down here, or you're permanently banished from Buckingham Palace. The man, previously exuding such confidence, stammered in alarm, Master, are you truly at the Buckingham Palace entrance? Chen retorted frigidly. You have 50 seconds remaining. Visibly shaken, the man blurted out, Please wait, I'm on my way. Bylina, amused by Chen's call, mocked, Chen, I never realized you were such a braggart. Do you even comprehend Director Chen's status? Not even the most esteemed members of Buckingham Palace would dare to act tough in front of Director Chen. Do you honestly believe you can deceive me with a phony phone call? Chen responded indifferently, whether it's a deception or not, you'll discover in 30 seconds. Bylina guffawed. All right, class monitor Yi, I'll wait with you for 30 seconds. No, I'll wait 3 minutes. If Director Chen doesn't appear within 3 minutes, I'll have the security guards tear your mouth apart. Let's see how you boast then. Ha, you're a joke. 20 seconds elapsed. A middle-aged man in a bespoke suit, looking utterly frantic, dashed out from within. He was nothing more than a dog of the Yi family, albeit a powerful one. Since his appointment in Yanjing as the director of Buckingham Palace, he had become one of the most revered figures in the city, seldom displaying such disarray. Yet, At this moment, he couldn't afford to remain composed. He never imagined that the young master would grace Buckingham Palace with his presence. If he didn't hurry to greet him, he feared the repercussions of the young master's displeasure. As Bylina prepared to launch another scathing remark, she noticed the security guards beside her staring behind her, their faces etched with horror. She instinctively turned around, only to find Director Chen rushing out, leaving her utterly thunderstruck. She then turned her gaze to Yi Chen. Her eyes filled with astonishment. How is this possible? Which one of you is Yi Chen, Mr. Yi? Shinzakai's voice trembled. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Director Chen, whose influence could shake Jinling to its core, now sounded panicked and disoriented. Yi Chen then declared, I am. Shinzakai promptly rushed forward, bowing deeply, Master. Before he could finish, Yi Chen interjected, Director Chen, some matters are best kept private. Upon hearing these words, Shinzakai trembled even more. Damn it. He was such a fool. The young master's identity was undoubtedly a closely guarded secret, and he almost revealed it. If the young master were to punish him, he would be doomed. He quickly changed his form of address, but remained deferential. Mr. Yi, welcome to Buckingham Palace. Please, let us retire to my office for a more private discussion. Bylina was utterly petrified. She couldn't accept the unfolding reality, yet it was happening right before her eyes. She exclaimed inwardly, just who is this Yi Chen? How can he command such deference from the director of Buckingham Palace? I was so critical of him earlier. Will he hold a grudge? Realizing this, Bylina hastily adopted a fawning demeanor, addressing Yi Chen in a saccharine tone. Class Monitor Yi, your presence is truly an honor for Buckingham Palace, and a privilege for me, your old classmate. Please, come in. She believed that flattering Yi Chen would make him forget or overlook her earlier actions. However, she underestimated Yi Chen's character. Upon hearing Bylina's words, Chen Zakai inquired with delight, Miss Bai, are you acquainted with Mr. Yi? Yes. Bylina responded eagerly. Mr. Yi was my class monitor in college. We're very close. Chen Zakai declared immediately, excellent. Report to the president's office tomorrow. You'll be the new head of human resources at Buckingham Palace. Ascending from a team leader to the head of human resources at Buckingham Palace meant leaping over at least 3 ranks, with a tenfold increase in compensation. Moreover, the head of human resources wielded considerable power over the majority of employees, making them a key executive. Upon hearing this, Bylina was ecstatic, nearly fainting from excitement. At that moment, Yi Chen, his expression clouded, questioned coldly, Director Chen, are you aware of my relationship with Bylina? Shinzakai, assuming that Yi Chen was dissatisfied with his arrangement, replied anxiously, if Mr. Yi is not content, then Miss Bai shall be promoted directly to vice president of the hotel. Bylina was almost moved to tears. What was a vice president? Second only to the president, above tens of thousands of others. But at that moment, Yi Chen suddenly spoke sternly. I requested Bylina's assistance because I lacked a membership card, but she subjected me to all sorts of humiliation for no reason, even attempting to have the security guards assault me. And you intend to promote her to vice president? What is the meaning of this? Are you deliberately trying to antagonize me? Upon hearing these words, Chen Zakai felt a chill in his heart. He was doomed. His attempt to curry favor had backfired. He then turned to Bylina, his eyes filled with rage. Immediately, he landed a fierce slap on Bylina's face, cursing, you dare offend Mr. Yi. Do you have a death wish? Have you lost your mind? Bylina, terrified, collapsed to her knees, kowtowing repeatedly, crying out, Director Chen, I was wrong. Chen Zakai delivered a brutal kick to Bylina, sending her flying several meters, and roared, you blind fool. I'll show you the consequences of provoking Mr. Yi today. With that, he barked at the security guards beside him, beat her severely, beat her half to death, then disfigure that face of hers that's been surgically enhanced. And tell the entire city of Jinling that any company that hires her will be at odds with Chen Zakai. Bylina was scared out of her wits, pleading, Director Chen, I was wrong, please spare me. Chen Zakai, enraged, shouted, you know you're wrong now? Where was this realization earlier? How dare you offend Mr. Yi? If it weren't for Mr. Yi's sake, I'd take your life. Bylina broke down, crawling on her knees toward Yi Chen, kowtowing repeatedly, Class Monitor Yi, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please, for the sake of our past as classmates. Yi Chen asked her indifferently, Bylina, for the sake of our past as classmates. Why did you insult me and my wife earlier? Bylina sobbed, Class Monitor, I was confused. It was all my fault. Please forgive me. Yi Chen stated, I do not offend others unless they offend me. But if anyone offends me, I will never let them off easily. With that, he scoffed and added, drink the bitter wine you brewed yourself. Chen Zakai cursed, You worthless slut. If you dare to pester Mr. Yi again, I'll have your mouth torn apart. Lena didn't dare to beg for mercy again, but knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. Chen showed her no sympathy, but ignored her completely, and said to Chen Zikai expressionlessly, I want to discuss the hanging garden with you. Let's go to your office. Chen Zikai nodded hastily, replying respectfully, Mr. Yi, this way. After speaking, he pointed at the security guards beside him and ordered, beat her severely. Yes, Mr. Chen. The security guard dared not disobey him, immediately nodding and rushing forward to hold down Lena, delivering a violent beating. Lena cried out in anguish, but Chen paid no heed. Entering Buckingham Palace under Chen Zikai's obsequious guidance. Upon arriving at Chen Zikai's office, Chen went straight to the point. My wedding anniversary with my wife is in a few days. I want to reserve the entire Sky Garden. Is that possible? Chen Zikai replied without hesitation. Young master, to ensure fairness to all high-end members, the Sky Garden has always refused exclusive reservations. Even the city's top leaders are not afforded such service. However, if you require it, the Sky Garden can remain exclusively open to you forever. Chen said nonchalantly, that won't be necessary. Just reserve it for that anniversary. Also, I need you to assist me in preparing a surprise for my wife. Chen Zikai immediately responded, Young master, rest assured, I and all the staff at Buckingham Palace will follow your instructions. After settling matters at Buckingham Palace, Chen took a bus home. Nearly all the passengers on the bus were engrossed in the most popular short video apps. To his surprise, everyone was watching the same video. It was the one of him splurging 13 million in cash at Suiga Pavilion. The video began with Tang Sihai's Rolls-Royce convoy, a string of top-tier Rolls-Royce sedans, a dozen black-suited security guards carrying briefcases, and 13 million in cash being thrown on the ground, causing the snobbish sales manager to feel utterly humiliated. The entire process was uploaded online. However, the video did not capture Chen's face. The video quickly went viral in Jinling, with countless people speculating about the identity of this super-rich individual. Many young women even indulged in Cinderella-esque fantasies, yearning to meet this unassuming magnate one day. Chen repeatedly confirmed that he was indeed difficult to identify in the video before breathing a sigh of relief and returning home. At that moment, his home was filled with jubilation. Xiao Chuan had secured the M Grand Group's contract and was about to become a director at the Xiao family, naturally moving her parents to tears of joy. After being looked down upon in the Xiao family for so many years, they could finally hold their heads high. In their relation, his father-in-law and mother-in-law were less averse to Chen than before. His mother-in-law excitedly said, Oh my, today is truly a joyous day. My daughter is indeed extraordinary. She then looked at Chen and, in a rare display of goodwill, smiled. Chen, you can be considered to have inspired Chuan in this matter. We won't have you cook today. Let's go out for a meal. Xiao Chuan smiled and said, Then let's go to Kempinski for Western cuisine. Too expensive. His mother-in-law blurted out, Wouldn't that be over 1,000 per person? Xiao Chuan said with a smile, Mom, a director's salary is very high, 1 million a year. Oh my. His mother-in-law clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, Fantastic, fantastic. My Chuan has finally made something of herself. She then added, But you must give at least 70 of your future salary to Mom. You young people don't understand the importance of financial management. Give the money to Mom, and Mom will keep it for you. It's definitely more reliable than saving it yourself. Xiao Chuan immediately nodded and smiled. Okay, Mom, I'll give it to you every month. But we've agreed, you can't always criticize Chen anymore. He's your son-in-law, after all. His mother-in-law immediately beamed. Okay. For your sake, Mom will try to say less about him in the future. Chapter 18. You're worthy? As the family of 4 prepared to dine at Kempinski, Zhang Wenhao was sulking at home. He had also seen the M Grand Group's announcement and was deeply frustrated. He had thought that Xiao Chuan would never be able to secure the M Grand Group's contract, but to his surprise, she had successfully landed a 60 million contract in just one morning. Recalling the harsh words he had uttered at her home yesterday, wasn't this a slap in his own face? Xiao Hailong had even called to complain, saying as soon as he opened his mouth, Brother Wenhao, you're too unkind. I've been helping you create opportunities to pursue my cousin, but you're helping her secure a partnership with the M Grand Group. Aren't you making things difficult for me? Zhang Wenhao was also quite innocent. What the hell? He hadn't helped Xiao Chuan at all. At this moment, Xiao Hailong asked again, Brother Wenhao, tell me the truth. Did you sleep with my cousin? Zhang Wenhao was too embarrassed to deny it, to say that he had nothing to do with it. Wouldn't that be tantamount to admitting his incompetence? So he hummed and hawed, saying, Yes, I'm sorry Hailong. I'll definitely make it up to you in the future. I knew it. Xiao Hailong sighed, then quickly followed up. Brother Wenhao, my cousin should still be a virgin, right? It seems like she's never let that good-for-nothing touch her. You've really hit the jackpot this time. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenhao was overjoyed. Great. Xiao Chen was still a virgin. Then he might as well declare to the outside world that he had slept with her, so as to provoke her relationship with her husband. With this in mind, he said to Xiao Hailong with a smile, Hailong, your cousin is indeed still a virgin. It's really enjoyable, huh? Xiao Hailong said with a bitter face. Then in the future, you really can't skimp on my benefits, Brother Wenhao. Rest assured. Zhang Wenhao agreed readily. After hanging up Xiao Hailong's call, Zhang Wenhao's father suddenly called. As soon as the call went through, he blurted out, Wenhao, something's happened. The M Grand Group has terminated all our partnerships. Have you offended anyone these past few days? Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenhao felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The M Grand Group had terminated all of the Zhang family's partnerships? Didn't that mean the family had suffered heavy losses? He blurted out, What's going on, Dad? I haven't offended anyone these past few days. Have you offended anyone? Zhang Wenhao's father said dejectedly, I haven't either. I've been at the company these past few days. I haven't gone out to offend anyone. Zhang Wenhao said nervously, Oh no, Dad. Could it be that the new chairman of the M Grand Group is preparing for a reshuffle? Very likely. Zhang Wenhao's father suddenly realized. Now that the new chairman has taken over, I haven't had the chance to pay him a visit. I've mentioned it to that Wang Dongshues several times, but she keeps saying that their chairman doesn't see guests. Zhang Wenhao asked, What should we do? His father thought for a moment and said, Oh, right. The Xiao family is holding a banquet tomorrow night, saying that they've invited the chairman of the M Grand Group. Let's go and find an opportunity to meet him. Okay, Zhang Wenhao said immediately. Let's go together tomorrow. The next day, the Xiao family's most important moment of glory, the entire Xiao family was extremely excited. Because after a night of fermentation, the news that the Xiao family had obtained the M Grand Group's contract and invited the chairman of the M Grand Group to attend the family banquet had spread throughout Jinling. For this banquet, Chen found his most expensive suit to wear and headed to the hotel where the banquet was being held. Just as he arrived at the hotel entrance, Chen got out of the car and saw a Porsche screech to a halt in front of him. Then, Zhang Wenhao, dressed in a branded suit with his hair meticulously combed, stepped out of the car. Soon, a receptionist came up to greet Zhang Wenhao obsequiously. And Zhang Wenhao had obviously seen Chen, a look of disdain in his eyes, sizing him up and down. He laughed. Where did you find this knockoff suit? Dressed like a human, Chen asked calmly. What does it have to do with you? Zhang Wenhao's mouth curled up, with a hint of mockery on his face, and said, It has nothing to do with me, but your wife now has something to do with me. Chen frowned slightly and asked, What relationship? The surrounding people could not help but stop. Since last night, a rumor had been circulating in the circle. The rumor said that the reason why Xiao Chen was able to win the M Grand Group's partnership was entirely because she had dedicated herself to Zhang Wenhao. Otherwise, with her and the Xiao family's strength, how could they win the M Grand Group? It now appears that this matter indeed has some troubling signs. Zhang Wenhao, noticing the crowd gathering, arrogantly addressed Chen. What do you think is the reason that Chen managed to secure a partnership with the Dihao Group? Chen, looking at Zhang Wenhao, coldly inquired, What reason? With a smug smile, Zhang Wenhao replied, Of course, it's because of me. Chen is currently my woman, and I have worked hard to help her secure the collaboration with Dihao. If you have any sense, you should divorce her soon. It would be a kindness. Although the onlookers had their suspicions, Zhang Wenhao's blunt admission astonished them all. It turned out that Xia Chen had indeed obtained the partnership through her involvement with Zhang Wenhao. At this, Chen chuckled, not in anger but in derision, responding, You think you deserve such credit? Chapter 19. I am the ultimate tycoon, you don't deserve it. Do you? Zhang Wenhao said with a chilling gaze. You are nothing but a useless waste, unable to keep your own wife. Chen is far too good for you. With me, she could have everything she desires. Chen's expression darkened, and in a lowered voice, he coldly stated, I present you with two choices. First, kneel and apologize to Chen in front of everyone. Retract your previous words. Second, I will ensure your family's company goes bankrupt. Choose wisely. Zhang Wenhao erupted in laughter, dismissing Chen's threat. Are you joking? What makes you think you can bring my family's company down? Do you have any idea of its worth? Chen remained expressionless, regarding Zhang Wenhao as one would a simpleton. He then pulled out his phone and dialed Tang Sihai. I want to see the complete bankruptcy liquidation of Zhang Wenhao's company within 3 minutes, with debts exploding. 3 minutes to bring down a multi-billion-dollar company? You must be dreaming. Zhang Wenhao sneered, his expression one of disdain. You think you're some kind of online tycoon? With that, he added coldly, useless fool. Let me give you two choices as well. First, kneel and apologize, then divorce Chen immediately. Second, I'll have some people deal with you, allowing you to witness my happiness with Chen. You have 1 minute. Chen glanced at his phone. You have 1 minute left. Do you not wish to reconsider? Get lost. You have 30 seconds left to think. If you don't kneel, I will ensure you regret it for life. Zhang Wenhao retorted nonchalantly. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. As time expired, Zhang Wenhao prepared to unleash his wrath, but just then, his phone rang. Startled, he saw it was his father calling and quickly answered. Dad, I'm at the banquet. Have you arrived? On the other end, his father's frantic voice roared. You worthless child. Who have you offended? What trouble have you caused? All the shareholders are frantically selling our stocks. They've plummeted over 80%. His father continued. The bank is suddenly demanding repayment. All our partners have abruptly ceased collaboration, halting all settlements. Our financial chain is severed. Bankruptcy is our only option. Listening to the frantic voice on the phone, Zhang Wenhao's face drained of color. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Our family is finished. Completely finished. Before he could ask further, he heard police sirens blaring, followed by the sound of officers demanding his father's cooperation in an investigation. Overcome with weakness, Zhang Wenhao dropped his phone, shattering it upon impact, and sank to his knees before Chen. The wind swept by, leaving him feeling both physically and emotionally frigid. The bodyguards, witnessing this scene, hesitated and refrained from advancing. Trembling with fear, Zhang Wenhao whispered to Chen, Who are you? You did this, didn't you? The onlookers were equally astonished, witnessing Zhang Wenhao kneeling before the son-in-law of the Xia family. How could this be? Chen glanced down at him, slightly bending forward as he softly replied. I presented you with the opportunity to choose, yet you did not make the right decision. I understand now, I apologize. Please, spare me. Zhang Wenhao pleaded, repeatedly bowing his head. I had no involvement with Chen. The Dihao Group deal was not my doing. Everything I said was a fabrication. Please, spare me and my family. As he continued to bow and plead, the reality of his situation dawned on him. He could not fathom that a mere son-in-law from the Xia family wielded such immense power. One phone call had led to his family's downfall. When he looked up at Chen's calm face, he found it more terrifying than any demon. Chen shook his head, stating, You should feel fortunate. At least I've spared your life. Otherwise, your entire family would be doomed. Hearing this, Zhang Wenhao's face turned pale, his body trembling violently. Chen coldly informed him, Let me be clear, I am indeed that online tycoon. If you wish to survive, refrain from revealing my identity, or neither you nor your father will see the dawn. With that, Chen patted Zhang Wenhao's face and, without further acknowledgement, stepped into the hall. Zhang Wenhao remained frozen on the ground, utterly humiliated, unable to muster any resistance. As Chen entered the hall, Zhang Wenhao crawled in after him, scanning the room. He spotted Xia Chen and immediately crawled over, kneeling at her feet, repeatedly begging, Chen, I apologize. Zhang Wenhao, in a state of despair, pushed him away, muttering, It's over, all is lost. Xiao Hailong, filled with concern, inquired, Zhang, what has happened to you? Zhang Wenhao, trembling with fear, shook his head. Unable to utter a word, he harbored no doubt that should he reveal anything inappropriate, he might find himself lifeless on the streets by dawn. Consequently, he broke free from Xiao Hailong's grasp and fled in a daze. Observing his retreating figure, Xiao Hailong lamented, It seems the Zhang family is truly finished. How tragically swift. Just yesterday, everything was fine, and today, bankruptcy. Soon after, Xiao Hailong encountered Chen and Xiao Chen, and a mischievous thought sparked in his mind. He quickly beckoned to Xiao Chen, saying, Chen, allow me to introduce you to our esteemed guest, Wang Yukai, the eldest son of the Wang family and cousin of Yunfei. With a sycophantic smile, Xiao Hailong introduced Wang Yukai. From the moment he entered, Wang Yunkai's gaze was fixated on Xiao Chen. Upon hearing the introduction, he promptly extended his hand, stating, Hello, Chen. I have long heard of the beauty of the Xiao family, and meeting you today, it is indeed as the rumors suggest. A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Chen's eyes. His wife's beauty was an undeniable truth, yet the persistent swarm of admirers surrounding her was utterly exasperating. Thus, he stepped forward, shaking Wang Yunkai's hand and coldly stating, Greetings, I am Chen's husband. Wang Yukai appraised Chen from head to toe, disdain evident in his demeanor. He withdrew his hand and replied dismissively, I did not expect Chen to be married. What a pity, a flower in the midst of dung. Xiao Weiwei quickly interjected, K, this good-for-nothing is merely a live-in son-in-law of our Xiao family, lacking both job and ability. Afterward, she exchanged knowing glances with Wang Yunkai, adding, K, once I marry Yunfei, we will be family. We should certainly maintain close ties. Wang Yunkai, understanding her insinuation to pursue Xiao Chen, smiled and replied, Miss Chen is as beautiful as a celestial being. I would be most eager to foster such connections. At that moment, Yuchen spotted his mother-in-law, Ma Lan, and father-in-law, Xiao Changkuan, approaching. Ma Lan hurried over to Xiao Chen, exclaiming, Chen, have you heard? The Zhang family has gone bankrupt. Ah? Xiao Chen gasped in surprise. When did this happen? Just now. Ma Lan sighed. I had hoped that once you divorced Yi Chen, you could be with Zhang Wenhao. But it seems that is no longer an option. Yi Chen felt a wave of frustration. Was his mother-in-law truly that foolish? Did she not realize that her current son-in-law was the true gem? Meanwhile, Wang Yunkai, upon recognizing Ma Lan, approached her and introduced himself. You must be Chen's mother? Good day, Auntie. I am Wang Yunkai, cousin to Yunfei. You are truly beautiful. No wonder you have such a lovely daughter. Upon learning that Wang Yunkai was the cousin of Wang Yunfei, the heir of a wealthy family, Ma Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied warmly, Yes. I am Chen's mother. Are you friends with her? Wang Yunkai nodded with a smile. We are friends, though we have only just met today. Ma Lan, brimming with joy, urged, Everyone, please find a place to sit. Don't just stand around. Young Master Wang, our Chen is not only beautiful but also pure and virtuous. You young people should interact more. Mother, Xiao Chen protested, attempting to halt her mother's words. Just as Ma Lan was about to respond, Xiao Chen pulled her back, directing everyone's attention to the stage. At that moment, the matriarch of the Xiao family stood under the spotlight, beaming as she surveyed the audience before addressing them. First, on behalf of the Xiao family, I extend a warm welcome to all our esteemed friends and partners who have graced us with their presence at this banquet. Now, let us welcome Ms. Wang Dongxue, the vice chairman of the Dihao Group. The spotlight instantly shifted, illuminating the front row where Wang Dongxue stood in an elegant black evening gown that accentuated her perfect figure, radiating an ethereal beauty that captivated every man in the room. The titles of vice chairman of the Dihao Group and unparalleled beauty were enough to command the attention of all present. As she rose, she merely nodded to the crowd, her gaze lingering on Yi Chen for a fleeting moment before shifting away. The matriarch continued, Today, I must express our gratitude to the Dihao Group for entrusting such an important project to the Xiao family. We assure you that we will spare no effort to honor the trust placed in us. Furthermore, we wish to introduce an outstanding junior of the Xiao family. Without his contributions, our partnership with Dihao would not have been possible. After a collective discussion within our group, we have decided to appoint him as the director of the Xiao Group, fully responsible for our collaboration with the Dihao Group. Yi Chen's mother-in-law Ma Lan exclaimed with excitement, Oh Chen, it's your turn to go on stage. Though Xiao Chen had prepared herself for this moment, she couldn't shake off the nervousness. Yi Chen shot her an encouraging glance. Meanwhile, Xiao Hailong, observing Xiao Chen's excitement, couldn't help but smirk in disdain. The matriarch's gaze fell on their table as she smiled and announced, Let us welcome the newly appointed director of the Xiao Group, Xiao Hailong. Xiao Chen froze in disbelief, casting a glance at her side only to see Xiao Hailong striding onto the stage with a triumphant demeanor. Yi Chen's expression turned icy in an instant. What a treacherous betrayal. The Xiao family had utilized Xiao Chen and then discarded her without a second thought. Showing no regard for her feelings, Xiao Chen's eyes brimmed with tears as despair overwhelmed her. She abruptly stood and fled without looking back. The joy she felt upon arriving transformed into utter hopelessness. Yi Chen, witnessing her departure, felt his anger boil. How dare they bully my wife? At that moment, Xiao Hailong stood proudly on stage, declaring, I am grateful for the trust placed in me, and I will strive to fulfill my duties as director. I will ensure that our project with the Dihao Group is completed flawlessly. The matriarch nodded with satisfaction before taking the floor again. This banquet also holds one more significant matter. We are honored to have present the new chairman of the Dihao Group, Mr. Yi. Please give a warm round of applause to Chairman Yi. The applause erupted thunderously. All the guests had come to witness the new chairman of the Dihao Group. Eagerly anticipating his appearance, whispers circulated among the crowd, speculating whether the mysterious chairman was indeed the same individual who had caused a stir at Suiga Xian. I suspect it is highly likely. The silhouette of that super tycoon appears familiar, perhaps not from the Jinling circle. My goodness, if that is the case. The chairman of the Dihao group must be the most formidable super-rich individual in Jinling. Anticipation hung thick in the air as, amidst the deafening applause and countless eager gazes. Chen slowly rose, his expression cold. What are you doing, you useless fool? Sit down at once. Xiao Hailong shouted from the stage. His face darkened with anger. Chen cast a cold glance at him, then walked directly to Wang Dongshue's side, completely disregarding the astonished gazes of everyone present, and whispered a few words in her ear. Wang Dongxue nodded slightly as she listened. This scene immediately tightened the hearts of all present. Wang Dongxue, the vice chairwoman of the Dihao group, renowned as the unparalleled beauty of Jinling. How could Chen, a mere waste of a son-in-law, possibly know her? Moreover, their seemingly amicable relationship was evident. After finishing his words, Chen ignored the crowd's stares and stepped out of the hall to pursue Xiao Churen. Meanwhile, Wang Dongxue stood up, walked to the stage, took the microphone, and addressed the bewildered audience. Hello everyone, I am Wang Dongxue. Mr. Chen encountered our chairman outside, and the chairman asked him to convey a message to me. Upon hearing that Chen was not the chairman of Dihao, the crowd let out a sigh of relief. Wang Yunkai exhaled and disdainfully muttered, it was just a chance encounter, and he's desperately trying to curry favor with her assistant. What a waste. Wang Yunfei shrugged and laughed. That's how insignificant people behave. At that moment, Wang Dongxue glanced at the elderly matriarch, her expression turning cold. The chairman has instructed me to inform you all. From now on, Dihao Group will terminate its cooperation with the Shao family, and the contracts that have been signed are hereby declared void. Boom. The crowd erupted into chaos. Utterly shocked that Wang Dongxue would utter such words. This sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. The elderly matriarch's face turned pale as she urgently questioned Vice Chairwoman Wang. What is the reason for this? Has the Shao family done something wrong? She had invited all the prominent figures of Jinling today in hopes of elevating the Shao family's reputation. If the cooperation fell apart in front of everyone, the Shao family would surely be trampled upon. Wang Dongxue replied, this project was initiated by our chairman out of recognition for Ms. Xiao Churen. Yet you presumptuously appointed an inexplicable person to oversee it. I'm sorry, but we cannot accept that. After speaking, Wang Dongxue placed the microphone down and left without looking back. The elderly matriarch's face turned ashen, and she collapsed onto the stage. She never imagined that her momentary cleverness would lead to the ruin of such a rare opportunity. Had she known it would come to this, she would have never allowed Xiao Hailong to replace Xiao Churen as the director, even if it meant her life. Xiao Hailong was equally perplexed. What was happening? It seemed that Wang Dongxue had deliberately targeted him, yet he had never offended her. Unable to contain himself, he asked the matriarch, Grandmother, the appointment of the director has already been announced. You won't go back on your word, will you? The elderly matriarch struggled to stand, raising her hand to slap him. Angrily scolding, you fool. At this moment, you still think about the directorship. Hurry and plead with Churen. After Chen chased outside, he discovered that Xiao Churen had not gone far. She was merely squatting in a deserted corner beside the hotel, weeping. He slowly approached, took off his suit jacket, and draped it over her shoulders, saying, Wife, don't be upset. The directorship of the Shao family is not a treasure. It's no loss if you don't take it. You don't understand. If I become the director, my parents can hold their heads high in the Shao family. How could grandmother go back on her word? Xiao Churen sobbed incoherently. Chen continued to comfort her. Perhaps they will come begging you to take the directorship shortly. If you cry like this, you won't look good when you go on stage. Xiao Churen choked. How is that possible? Grandmother has already spoken. There won't be another chance. You should go back inside and leave me alone for a moment. Just then, the elderly matriarch and Xiao Hailong rushed out of the banquet hall. The elderly matriarch, panting heavily, was followed by a throng of onlookers eager to witness the spectacle. Upon seeing Chen and Xiao Churen together, Xiao Hailong hastily approached. Looking down at the tearful Xiao Churen, and blurted, Churen, hurry and chase after Vice Chairwoman Wang to prevent the termination of our cooperation. Xiao Churen looked bewildered. Terminate cooperation? Why? Xiao Hailong, filled with fury, said, You're pretending to be innocent. It must be you who instructed Vice Chairwoman Wang to publicly humiliate me. If you don't resolve this, I want to let you off the hook. Slap. The elderly matriarch furiously slapped Xiao Hailong again, scolding, You scoundrel. How can you speak to your sister like that? She is the director of our Shao group. Xiao Hailong, agitated, retorted, Grandmother, Didn't you promise that I would be the director? The elderly matriarch snapped. If it weren't for you tricking me, I wouldn't have changed my mind at the last moment. If you keep pressing, get out of the Xiao family. After being slapped twice, Xiao Hailong was filled with rage, but could only swallow his anger for the time being. The elderly matriarch then turned to Xiao Chen, pleading, Chen, I beg you. You are now the director of the Xiao family. Quickly go and explain to Vice Chairwoman Wang. Otherwise, our Xiao family will be finished. Xiao Chen looked at Yi Chen, confused and lost. Yi Chen shrugged and said, I told you, they will soon come to beg you to take the directorship. You didn't believe me. And now look at your tear-stained face. Xiao Chen's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she wiped her tears and replied, Then I'll contact Di Hao to see what they say. With that, she dialed Wang Dongshua's number. All eyes were on her. Moments later, the call connected. And Xiao Chen spoke. Hello, Vice Chairwoman Wang. Grandmother asked me to explain that I should be promoted to the director of the Xiao family and responsible for our cooperation with Di Hao. Could you please give us another chance? Wang Dongxua chuckled lightly, saying, If you are the director and can take charge, then there is no problem. Cooperation can continue. But if it's someone else, then it's all off the table. Vice Chairwoman Wang. Thank you so much. Xiao Chen felt puzzled about this matter. From start to finish, it seemed that Di Hao Group was entirely there to assist her, which was highly unusual. Wang Dongxua smiled and said, This is all at our chairman's behest. If given the opportunity, our chairman will personally explain it to you later. Xiao Chen was even more confused. Who was this chairman she had never met, and why were they so keen on helping her? Could you please return to the banquet hall? Xiao Chen asked nervously. Wang Dongxua had left in anger, clearly incensed by the Xiao family, so asking her to return now seemed a bit unreasonable. However, to her surprise, Wang Dongxua agreed without hesitation. Soon, everyone saw Wang Dongshua's car returning to the hotel entrance. At this moment, the gazes of everyone towards Xiao Chen were filled with shock and awe. Chapter 22. The Mother-in-Law Deceived. The crowd returned to the banquet hall, and the elderly matriarch pulled Xiao Chen onto the stage. With an affectionate demeanor, she began. I sincerely apologize for my earlier mistake. It was my old confusion. In fact, we owe a great deal to Chen, who is an outstanding descendant of our Xiao family. This cooperation with Di Hao is largely due to her efforts. Wang Dongxua stood beside her, casting a disdainful glance, interrupting. Let me clarify. Miss Xiao Chen did not merely contribute significantly. She was the sole force behind this cooperation, with no relation to anyone else. Her words were quite blunt. Yet the audience had grown accustomed to such behavior. Given Di Hao's stature, even if Wang Dongxua were to publicly slap the elderly matriarch, she would dare not say a word. Madame Xiao nodded hurriedly and remarked, Vice Director Wang is absolutely right. All credit goes to Chen. From now on, Chen will be the director of the Xiao family, overseeing our collaboration with the Empire Group. At this, Wang Dongxua finally smiled, extending her hand to Xiao Chen, saying, I hope we can enjoy a fruitful partnership moving forward. Xiao Chen, still somewhat bewildered, could only nod in response. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, their gazes towards Xiao Chen filled with fervor. Who exactly was this woman to garner such esteem from the Empire Group? Xiao Chen herself was equally perplexed. She turned to Yi Chen. Realizing that the scene before her mirrored his earlier words, Madame Xiao had returned the directorship that was rightfully hers. Even after the banquet concluded and she returned home, Xiao Chen remained in a state of confusion. Reflecting on Yi Chen's previous remarks, she felt a flicker of doubt. He seemed to have changed subtly over the past few days, enveloped in layers of mystery. That night, Xiao Chen's reputation soared in Jinling. Everyone was aware that the Xiao family had produced an outstanding successor capable of securing the Empire Group's unwavering support. With her presence, the revitalization of the Xiao family appeared imminent. Early the next morning, Xiao Chen awoke bright and early, invigorated as she headed to the office. Today marked her inaugural day as director, and she was determined to give her all to ensure its success. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, after rising, resumed his usual household chores. As he finished tidying up and prepared to head to the market for lunch ingredients, he unexpectedly received a phone call from his mother-in-law, Ma Lan. Upon answering, he was met with her frantic voice. Yi Chen, you must arrive at Pingan Road within 10 minutes. Otherwise, I will not spare you when I return home. With that, she abruptly hung up. Yi Chen was left in a state of confusion. His mother-in-law had vanished early in the morning, only to call him with such urgency, suggesting some pressing issue had arisen. Though he harbored a strong aversion towards her, he dared not delay. After hastily preparing, He hailed a taxi and sped towards Pingan Road. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a throng of elderly men and women, fervently gathered outside a locked insurance company. At the forefront stood his mother-in-law, brandishing a banner. Her face contorted with rage as she shouted, "Trash washing, fraudulent platform. We demand our rights. Return our hard-earned money." Chen rushed forward, inquiring, "Mom, you call me here for what reason?" As he spoke, he was once again assaulted by the cacophony of slogans, the citizens' voices ringing in his ears. Ma Lan yanked him into the fray, instructing, "Here, you take my place and shout this slogan. I've been at it all morning and have lost my voice." Chen, though bewildered, complied, occasionally asking one of the older gentlemen nearby for clarification, gradually uncovering the situation. It turned out that Huaxin Insurance Company dealt in high-yield insurance products. Lured by the promise of substantial returns, these elderly patrons had invested heavily, becoming the company's clients. However, when the time for dividends arrived, they found the company's doors firmly shut, with only a few employees remaining to offer feeble excuses. The realization dawned upon them that they had been duped. No wonder his mother-in-law had been so frantic to summon him to join her cause. Realizing this, Chen couldn't help but ask, "Mom, how much did you invest in insurance?" Ma Lan, in a state of desperation, replied, "They claimed that buying insurance would yield dividends, and in a moment of impulsiveness, I invested all our savings in their products." Chen was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? You put all the family's money into investment insurance?" Upon hearing this, Ma Lan's irritation flared, and she scolded, "Is it only you who has the right to speak? Must you raise your voice and embarrass me even further? If you had any potential, would I have to resort to their insurance products? I can't rely on you, a good-for-nothing, to support our family." Frustrated, she snapped at Chen, "You better keep shouting those slogans. You can't stop for a moment." With no other choice, Chen nodded, "All right, Mom." At that moment, a few elderly women approached, scrutinizing Chen before turning to Ma Lan, asking, "Sister Lan, is this your son-in-law?" They then glanced at Chen's attire, shaking their heads in derision. "He looks so poor and shabby, not even comparable to my son-in-law. Indeed, his clothing is subpar. It's worse than mine." The taunts pierced the air, yet Chen remained unfazed. They were merely elderly women who had lost their life savings. He saw no need to engage with their mockery. Ma Lan, equally fuming, glared at Chen, exclaiming, "Just you wait. In a few days, I will have my daughter divorce him. I'll find a proper son-in-law." Chen smirked inwardly. A proper son-in-law? Even if all the wealthy second-generation heirs of Jinling were gathered, they would pale in comparison to him. Ma Lan was frantic, realizing that Chen was useless for more than mere slogans. To reclaim her investment, she needed someone truly capable. Unfortunately, the man pursuing her daughter, Zhang Wenhao, had just declared bankruptcy, leaving her with no one to rely on. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She remembered Wang Yunfei's brother, Wang Yunkai, whom she had met at the family banquet yesterday. Given his attentiveness towards her daughter, he likely had some interest in her. Although the Wang family could not rival the Zhang family, they were still a significant family. If she could enlist his help, it might yield results. Conveniently, Wang Yunkai had given her his business card the day prior. Without hesitation, she retrieved her phone and dialed his number. Chapter 23. Flattery. The call connected swiftly. Ma Lan began, "Hello, is this Yunkai?" "Yes, I am Xiao Chen's mother." Since their encounter at the banquet, Wang Yunkai had been captivated by Xiao Chen, unable to forget her. Now, with Ma Lan reaching out, he saw this as an opportunity to get closer to her. Assuming Ma Lan was facing difficulties, he seized the moment to offer assistance. "Auntie Ma, is there something troubling you?" "Actually, I need your help with something." "Yunkai," Ma Lan quickly replied. "My friends and I invested in some financial products from a company called Huaxin, and we put all our savings into it. But now, they won't let us withdraw our money. Can you help me get it back?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yunkai's excitement surged. He felt this was his chance to shine. "Auntie, don't worry. I'll come over right away and make sure to resolve this for you." Ma Lan was elated and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you so much." After hanging up, she turned her gaze back to Chen, seething, "Some people are utterly useless, relying on nothing but shouting slogans. What good are they?" Chen, hearing this, couldn't help but scoff inwardly. His mother-in-law was truly superficial and blind to reality. Calling Wang Yunkai for help? This company has defrauded at least tens of millions, if not more. Those bold enough to deceive on such a scale must possess substantial backing, potentially even the support of influential figures from the underworld. How could Wang Yunkai possibly compel a fraudster to return the money? The Wang family itself lacks significant power. After the termination of their partnership with the Emperor Group, their strength has diminished even further. Given the Wang family's connections, intervening in such a grand financial scam is virtually impossible. In reality, this minor issue could be resolved swiftly with a simple phone call to Chen at Buckingham Palace. After all, he is the representative of the Yi family in Jinling, and any entrepreneur or prominent figure in Jinling must show him respect. However, my insufferable mother-in-law insists on trusting Wang Yunkai, so let him assist her. Upon witnessing Ma Lan making a phone call, some individuals immediately approached her, eager to know if she had secured the help of a powerful figure. Ma Lan, brimming with pride, declared to the surrounding elderly, "Rest assured, I have summoned the young master of the Wang family to assist us. He is quite capable, and I believe we will retrieve the money with ease." One exclaimed, "The young master of the Wang family? Impressive, Lanjia. How did you manage to find such a remarkable individual? Indeed, with such connections, resolving our predicament should be a mere formality. Lanjia, since you know such a talented young man, why not marry your daughter to him instead of settling for such a useless man?" Ma Lan disdainfully glanced at Yi Chen and scoffed, "This good-for-nothing will soon be cast out by our Shao family." Yi Chen remained silent, opting to wait and see how Wang Yunkai would falter. Soon, a sleek black Porsche glided to a stop before the gathering. A dapper young man, impeccably dressed in a suit, stepped out. Wang Yunkai had arrived. The elderly nearby marveled. "Ah, now that's what we call a young talent. I wonder which lucky girl will win such a fine son-in-law. Indeed, if my daughter could marry him, I would die content." "Huh, dream on. Even if you were to die, he wouldn't look twice at your daughter." At that moment, Ma Lan spotted Wang Yunkai and rushed forward, her face alight with eagerness. "Oh, Yunkai, you finally arrived. I was nearly beside myself with worry." Wang Yunkai smiled and replied, "Auntie, I apologize for making you wait." Ma Lan hurriedly responded, "Oh, Yunkai, you are far too polite. I hardly waited 10 minutes. You arrived quite swiftly." Wang Yunkai chuckled, "I heard you were in trouble, so I hurried over, even running several red lights along the way." With a proud expression, Ma Lan feigned concern. "Running so many red lights could cause trouble, couldn't it?" "Not at all." Wang Yunkai replied nonchalantly. "The traffic police are acquaintances. With a single call, any violation can be resolved." He then inquired, "Now, tell me about your situation. How much have you lost?" Ma Lan sighed. "Ah, I invested over $1 million, expecting a 20,000 return this month, yet I can't even retrieve my principal." Wang Yunkai nodded, confidently asserting, "Rest assured, I will handle this matter for you. With my involvement, you will undoubtedly recover your funds." Suddenly, he noticed Yi Chen standing behind Ma Lan, and his expression shifted slightly. He hadn't anticipated that this bothersome good-for-nothing would also be present. Since meeting Shao Churin, Wang Yunkai had developed certain intentions, especially after hearing from his brother Wang Yunfei that Shao Churin was likely still a virgin. This thought only intensified his interest. Thus, seeing the worthless husband of Shao Churin made him scoff. Feigning friendliness, he remarked, "Oh, you brother, I see you are here as well. Do you perhaps have a way to assist Annie Ma in reclaiming her investment? Why not give it a try? I wouldn't want to take the spotlight from you." Ma Lan quickly interjected, "Let him try? What can he do? He can merely shout slogans." "Yunkai, don't mind him," she added dismissively. Wang Yunkai nodded, mocking, "Since Yi brother lacks the ability, I shall give it a go." Yi Chen smiled faintly and offered 5 words, "Young Master Wang, good luck." Wang Yunkai laughed derisively, and at that moment, the elderly gathered around Ma Lan, eagerly flattering her. "Ma Lan, we're all friends here. Please let this young gentleman help us too. We've all been swindled out of our hard-earned money." Ma Lan, with an air of superiority, declared, "Oh, I cannot make that decision. Yunkai is doing me a favor and doesn't know any of you." Others began pleading with Wang Yunkai, "Young Master Wang, please, have mercy and assist us." Wang Yunkai dismissed them with a glance, but recognized Ma Lan's penchant for taking advantage. He smiled and said, "Since you are all friends of Annie Ma, I can lend a hand." As the crowd rejoiced, Wang Yunkai arrogantly continued, "However, I am doing this out of respect for Annie Ma. Therefore, any funds I help you recover will require a 10% fee for her. Is that acceptable?" They hurriedly replied, "No problem. Recovering 90% is far better than retrieving nothing." Upon hearing this, Ma Lan beamed with delight. The collective losses of her friends exceeded tens of millions. If Wang Yunkai could indeed help them recover the funds, she would profit immensely. Just as Ma Lan was reveling in her excitement, Wang Yunkai announced, "Everyone, Please remain calm. I will now communicate with them. Await my good news." Feeling empowered by Wang Yunkai's support, Ma Lan immediately exclaimed, "Yunkai, I'll go with you." Chen quickly cautioned Ma Lan, "Mom, it's best if you don't join. If Wang Yunkai cannot resolve this, it may lead to trouble." "Bah," Ma Lan retorted angrily. "How dare you question Yunkai's abilities, you good for nothing." The elderly surrounding them, hoping for Wang Yunkai to recover their funds, were displeased with Chen's contrary remarks. Unfazed by the multitude of accusations, Chen calmly replied, "Mom, you can wait here. I suggest you refrain from causing a scene." Ma Lan, not heeding his advice, angrily retorted, "Shut your mouth. What right do you have to speak here?" Wang Yunkai, his face brimming with arrogance, taunted, "You're not particularly capable, yet your jealousy is palpable. Do you think I, unlike you, am merely a loudmouth?" Seeing that his mother-in-law was unyielding, Chen chose to say no more, simply stating, "Very well, I shall await young Master Wang's good news." Chen found his mother-in-law insufferable. She was excessively materialistic and often blinded by appearances. What seemed like a mere fraud case was, upon closer inspection, quite complex, and her lack of discernment led her to wade into murky waters. He believed it might serve her well to learn a lesson. Unaware of Chen's good intentions, Ma Lan shot him an irritated glare, then turned to Wang Yunkai with an apologetic gaze, saying, "Yunkai, please disregard the words of this useless man. Auntie has complete faith in you." Wang Yunkai smiled with satisfaction. "No worries, Auntie. I won't stoop to the level of a coward." With that, he confidently declared, "Auntie, let us proceed." "Absolutely." Wang Yunkai led Ma Lan through the crowd, striding toward the entrance of Huaxin Insurance Company. As the two individuals arrived at the entrance, one of them immediately raised his voice, addressing the employees blocking the doorway. "Go inform your superior that you must refund these gentlemen and ladies their money at once. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to involve my legal team and the authorities, and you and your boss will find yourselves in custody." Ma Lan chimed in beside him. "Did you hear that, you worthless scoundrels? We have someone backing us now. If this fraudulent company fails to return our funds, beware. For young Master Wang will see to it that you are all imprisoned." The leading young employee appeared somewhat anxious and stammered, "I apologize, but I am merely a security guard. These matters do not fall within my purview." Wang Yunkai coldly replied, "Then call your boss and inform him that I am Wang Yunkai of the Wang family in Jinling. He must come here personally to resolve this, or face the consequences." A proud expression adorned Wang Yunkai's face. Although his family was not among the elite in Jinling, they held a respectable status. Surely, a mere con artist would show him some respect upon hearing his name. The young employee, unaware of the deeper implications, felt intimidated and promptly dialed his boss. Meanwhile, in the office of the chairman of Huaxin Insurance Company, Zhou Huaxin was ingratiating himself to a middle-aged man in traditional attire. With a broad smile, he reverently presented a bank card, saying, "Fifth Master, this card contains 30 million. The password is your birthday. This is your share of the profits. Please take a look." This middle-aged man, known as Hong Wuya, exuded a commanding presence, his appearance somewhat rugged, yet his gaze radiating authority. Anyone present would recognize him as the underground king of Jinling, a figure of immense power and respect. Hong Wuye regarded Zhou Huaxin with a nod of approval, saying, "Xiao Zhou, I didn't expect you to be so astute." "Well done." Zhou Huaxin quickly inquired, "Fifth Master, what about the elderly protesters downstairs?" Hong Wuye replied dismissively, "Those old fools are of no concern. If they do not disperse peacefully, I will send my men to teach them a lesson." Zhou Huaxin breathed a sigh of relief, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Fifth Master." Hong Wuye smiled. "In the future, pursue such ventures freely. As long as they are profitable, I will ensure your safety." Zhou Huaxin, filled with excitement and humility, responded, "Thank you, Fifth Master. With your support, I shall strive to achieve greater success together." Zhou Huaxin, lacking significant connections in Jinling, had a knack for navigating unscrupulous avenues. Aware that he could not manage the substantial sums involved, he sought Hong Wuye's assistance, offering a portion of his illicit gains in exchange for protection. With Hong Wuye as his backing, Zhou Huaxin felt secure, allowing his fraudulent operations to flourish. As Zhou Huaxin reveled in his newfound alliance, a call came in from his subordinate. "Boss, we have a situation. A person claiming to be young Master Wang Yunkai is demanding we refund the money immediately, or he will have you imprisoned." "What?" Zhou Huaxin frowned. Swiftly conveying the news to Hong Wuye, "Fifth Master, There is someone downstairs claiming to be from the Jinling Wang family, stirring trouble. He asserts he has the power to make us return the money, or we will face imprisonment. Zhou Huaxin exaggerated the situation to incite Hong Wuye's anger. Fifth Master, the Wang family has some influence in Jinling. If they decide to pursue this, I cannot afford to offend them. I implore you to intervene and assist me through this crisis. The Wang family? Hong Wuye scoffed. A mere trifle in my eyes. Even their management must bow in my presence. How audacious of their descendants to provoke me. With that, Hong Wuye pocketed the bank card Zhou Huaxin had given him and coldly stated, "Come. Let us see which fool believes they can demand a return of what I have taken." As Wang Yunkai stood at the entrance of Huaxin Insurance Company, his pride was palpable. He recognized this moment as an opportunity to impress Xiao Chen's mother, seizing the chance to secure her favor. If he succeeded with her, winning over Xiao Chen, the renowned beauty of Jinling, would be effortless. He proclaimed loudly, "Dear gentlemen and ladies, rest assured. The owner of this fraudulent company will be here shortly to refund your money." The crowd erupted in applause, their excitement palpable. However, Yi Chen observed Wang Yunkai with a smirk, thinking to himself that this fool was on the brink of a grave mistake. As Wang Yunkai reveled in the admiration of the crowd, the door of Huaxin Insurance swung open, revealing Zhou Huaxin alongside the formidable Hong Wuye, flanked by several imposing bodyguards. While many recognized Zhou Huaxin, none, including Wang Yunkai, recognized Hong Wuye, whose reputation preceded him. The atmosphere in the crowd shifted dramatically, with exclamations of disbelief and admiration for Wang Yunkai's apparent success in summoning Zhou Huaxin. However, Wang Yunkai, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, approached Hong Wuye with an arrogant demeanor. "Are you the owner of Huaxin Insurance?" Hong Wuye, with a hint of amusement, replied, "I am not the owner. I merely assist the owner. But if you have business, you may address me." Wang Yunkai, dismissively scoffing, retorted, "So you're just a lackey. Someone of your caliber is unworthy of conversing with me. Begone and fetch your boss." Yi Chen shook his head, regarding Wang Yunkai as a fool. The man in traditional attire radiated an undeniable authority, yet Wang Yunkai's arrogance was leading him toward his own demise. Ma Lan, echoing the sentiment, coldly added, "Yunkai, do not waste your breath on such a lackey. The one beside him is the true owner of Huaxin Insurance." Zhou Huaxin stood in shock, astonished by Wang Yunkai's audacity to insult Hong Wuye as a lackey and demand he leave. Who in Jinling would dare to speak so brazenly? Such insolence would surely lead to dire consequences. As Wang Yunkai's words faded, a burly henchman behind Hong Wu stepped forward, seized Wang Yunkai by the hair, and delivered a series of stinging slaps across his face. "You dare insult Master Hong? Have you grown weary of life?" he roared. He then turned his attention to Ma Lan, landing a sharp slap on her cheek, and spat. "You vile woman, dare to curse Master Hong. I'll tear that foul mouth of yours apart." The impact of these words struck Wang Yunkai and Ma Lan like a thunderbolt. Could this man in traditional attire truly be the infamous Master Hong of Jinling? And had they, in their ignorance, dared to hurl insults at him? Realization washed over them, their complexions turning ashen, cold sweat breaking out as they were seized by a bone-chilling terror. Wang Yunkai, reacting swiftly, collapsed to his knees before Master Hong, kowtowing and weeping as he pleaded, "Master Hong, I was wrong. I beg your forgiveness. I was blind. I failed to recognize you. And I should never have uttered those words. This matter of these wretched elders seeking repayment has nothing to do with me. I implore you, spare my life." He continued to prostrate himself, alternating between striking his own face and kowtowing in apology, a picture of utter despair. He had never imagined that the benefactor of this fraudulent company's owner would be none other than the renowned Master Hong of Jinling. Such a figure was beyond his reach, and even his family could not afford to offend him. He was consumed by regret. He had only sought to ingratiate himself with Xiao Chen's mother, hoping for an opportunity to connect with Xiao Chen, but instead, he had mortally offended Master Hong. His father would surely punish him severely if he learned of this. The scene unfolded before the stunned eyes of the surrounding crowd of elderly men and women. They had been relying on Wang Yunkai to help them recover their money. But to their astonishment, he had fallen to his knees, begging for forgiveness from the man in traditional attire. Ma Lan, who had been so smug moments before, now resembled a beaten dog after receiving several slaps. Master Hong scoffed and instructed his men, "Since this fellow has such a foul mouth, each of you will take turns slapping him 10,000 times, ceasing only when the task is complete." Wang Yunkai was petrified. 10,000 slaps would surely be the death of him. At that moment, one of Master Hong's men pointed at the disheveled Ma Lan and blurted out, "Master Hong, what should we do with this old hag?" Master Hong cast a disdainful glance at Ma Lan and said dismissively, "Slap her 10,000 times as well." Ma Lan collapsed to her knees in terror, trembling violently. She was paralyzed with fear, wondering if she could possibly survive after offending Master Hong. Immediately, several henchmen stepped forward, seizing Wang Yunkai and Ma Lan, preparing to carry out the punishment. Chen had been observing the scene impassively from the crowd. He had initially resisted intervening when his mother-in-law was struck, believing she deserved the lesson. However, he knew that 10,000 slaps from Master Hong's men would either kill or cripple her, and he would have to answer to his wife. If her life were truly in danger, his wife would undoubtedly suffer. He realized he had no choice but to intervene. Just as a burly man raised his arm to deliver a crushing blow to Ma Lan's face, Chen swiftly stepped forward and seized his wrist. Ma Lan, screaming in terror, had already closed her eyes, bracing for the impact, when she realized the blow never came. She opened her eyes and was shocked to see her good-for-nothing son-in-law, Chen, standing in front of her, blocking the man's hand. Her mind momentarily blanked, unable to comprehend how Chen, the useless son-in-law, had suddenly found the audacity to act so boldly. Master Hong, surprised that someone would dare to defend the wretched old woman, questioned coldly, "Who are you? Do you have a death wish?" Chen replied calmly, "Master Hong, is it? Indulge me. You can deal with that mangy cur as you please, but my mother-in-law is off limits." Master Hong's face darkened as he retorted, "This old hag is your mother-in-law? And what are you? Who do you think you are to ask me for favors?" As he spoke, Master Hong's anger surged. He was accustomed to being revered by countless individuals in Jinling, yet today he had been repeatedly disrespected. First, there was Wang Yunkai, shouting and gesticulating in his presence, followed by an obnoxious old woman who wouldn't stop nagging. Now, a young man had stepped forward, presuming to order him around. Did they take him, Master Hong, for some common dog that anyone could kick? Enraged, he bellowed to his men, "Beat this insolent fool to death." Chen simply smiled and said, "Hold on a moment. Let me make a call, and the person on the other end can speak with you." With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed Chen Zikai, the manager of the Shangri-La Hotel. As soon as the call connected, Chen Zikai said respectfully, "Young master, what can I do for you?" Chen asked casually, "Do you know someone in Jinling called Master Hong?" Chen Zikai chuckled and replied, "Young master, I know the Hong you're referring to. The outside world calls him the underground emperor of Jinling, but he's just a nobody. The grandson knows that I'm from the Yi family and has been trying to curry favor with me. He's begged me several times to do him the honor of dining with him, but I've always ignored him. What's wrong? Do you know him, young master?" Chen said nonchalantly, "Oh, this wretch wants to kill me." Chen Zikai immediately exploded, "Damn it, does Hong will have a death wish? How dare he provoke you? Young master, where are you now? I'll bring men over immediately and cripple that wretch." Chen replied, "Hand him the phone, you can talk to him." He then offered the phone to Master Hong, saying, "Here, have a chat." Master Hong was filled with doubt and suspicion. What was going on? The young man didn't seem to be acting. Could he really have some extraordinary background? But he didn't look like it. His clothing was ordinary, probably costing no more than 500 yuan from head to toe, and even his phone was a cheap model worth only a few hundred yuan. What kind of power could he possibly wield? What influential figure could he possibly have backing him? Despite his skepticism, Master Hong instinctively took the phone, asking tentatively, "Hello? This is Master Hong. Who is this? Trying to stand up for this kid?" Chen Zikai's voice thundered from the phone, "Hong Wu, are you tired of living? How dare you provoke our young master? Do you believe I won't leave your entire family of 25 souls without a burial place tonight?" Master Hong recognized the voice. It was Chen Zikai, the very man he had been desperately trying to please. He said that he had offended his family's young master? Could it be? Could it possibly be this young man before him? Furthermore, he had immediately mentioned his entire family of 25. Did that mean he had already uncovered all his secrets? Chen Zikai was the Yi family's representative in Jinling. The Yi family was immensely powerful, and killing him would be as easy as crushing an ant. Hearing this, Master Hong was utterly terrified, begging for mercy. President Chen, please don't be angry. It's just a misunderstanding. I am the young master." "Shut your mouth." Chen Zikai roared. "Our young master's identity is highly confidential. If you blab and leak it out, I'll make sure your entire family is wiped out." Master Hong trembled violently, shaking worse than someone with Parkinson's disease, and stammered, President Chen, I deserve to die. I deserve to die. I'll handle this matter properly. A single President Chen was enough to make him grovel, and the Yi family of Yanjing above Chunzikai was an ultimate existence that he could only dream of reaching, an existence he would need to look up to for the rest of his life. Yet now, he had unknowingly offended the young master of the Yi family? Upon contemplating this, Master Hong's gaze fixated on Yi Chen. Instinctively, his legs weakened, and he knelt before Yi Chen, trembling with fear as he implored, Mr. Yi, I beg your pardon. I was unaware that she is your mother-in-law. It was my folly, and I sincerely apologize. Please grant me your forgiveness. With that, he sank to his knees before Yi Chen. All present were left utterly astonished, witnessing Master Hong, a figure of renown, kneeling before Yi Chen, whom they deemed a mere waste. Even young Master Wang, who had previously cowered before Hong, seemed insignificant compared to this young man who commanded such respect. Who was this astonishing individual? Hong's subordinates were equally dumbfounded. After all, Master Hong was the underground monarch of Jinling. What kind of young man could compel him to kneel? Yi Chen, however, harbored no desire for Hong's life. After all, it was his mother-in-law who had suffered, not himself. In truth, Yi Chen found a twisted satisfaction in witnessing his mother-in-law being struck. Thus, he addressed Hong. I can forgive you this once, but you must return the money you deceived from my mother-in-law, with both principal and interest. Hong felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. He had not anticipated that young Master Yi would show him mercy. Grateful, he quickly bowed his head and exclaimed, Rest assured, I shall attend to this immediately. He then turned to his companion, Zhou Huaxin, commanding, Why are you still standing there? Go and take care of it. If you dawdle, I shall break your legs. Ma Lan was utterly stunned. Was this truly her inept son-in-law? Even the illustrious Hong had bowed before him. In that instant, Ma Lan's perception of Yi Chen transformed. As he appeared grand and enigmatic, Wang Yu Kai, who had just endured several slaps, was equally bewildered. Wasn't Yi Chen renowned as a useless individual? Why did even Hong seem fearful of him? At that moment, Zhou Huaxin approached, pale and trembling, carrying a black leather case. He stood before Ma Lan, terror-stricken, and said, Auntie, your principal of 3 million, along with the promised 200,000 in dividends, totals 5 million. Here is 2 million. The remaining 500,000 is a token of our apology. Please accept it. Ma Lan was left speechless. When had her once ineffectual son-in-law become so formidable? The principal was returned. The promised dividends were refunded, and they even offered an additional 500,000. Chapter 27. Don't dream on. 3 million had instantly transformed into 2 million. Leaving Ma Lan elated yet incredulous, she eagerly inquired of Zhou Huaxin, Is this 2 million truly for me? Zhou Huaxin nodded vigorously. Of course, it is all yours. Oh, how splendid. Ma Lan exclaimed, brimming with joy. She had just received 2 million, with an additional 700,000. The other elderly individuals were equally ecstatic, believing that if her money had been returned, theirs would surely follow suit. They began to press, Manager Zhou, what about our funds? Manager Zhou hastily looked to Master Hong. Although Hong was reluctant to part with the money he had already consumed, he recognized the danger of angering the Yi family and thus uttered without hesitation, Refund. All funds will be returned in full, with interest, in consideration of Mr. Ye's presence. A wave of excitement and cheers erupted among the crowd. At that moment, Yi Chen's voice cut through the jubilation, Master Hong, these individuals have no connection to me. What do you mean by refunding out of respect for me? Are you attempting to morally manipulate me? Hong was taken aback and stammered, Mr. Yi, what do you mean? I am confused and cannot comprehend. Yi Chen clarified, Their money is not my concern. Refund if you wish, do not if you do not. However, if you dare claim it is because of my influence, do not blame me for turning against you. These elderly individuals had previously mocked him alongside Ma Lan. Why should he assist them in reclaiming their debts? Rather, he intended to enlighten Hong that refunding them would indeed offend him. Hong quickly grasped the implication and exclaimed, Rest assured, Mr. Yi, I understand. He then turned to Zhou Huaxin, instructing, Only refund the money belonging to Mr. Ye's mother-in-law. All else is non-negotiable. The elderly, who had just celebrated their fortune, were now thrown into disarray, some weeping uncontrollably, while others pleaded with Yi Chen for mercy. Yet, Yi Chen remained unmoved. How could they, who had so recently insulted him, now expect his assistance? Hong, witnessing the chaos among the elderly, bellowed, Silence. If anyone speaks again and disturbs Mr. Yi, I shall take your lives." The elderly fell into silence, intimidated. Hong then turned to the stunned Wang Yunkai and inquired, "Mr. Yi, is this Wang a friend of yours?" Yi Chen cast a glance at Wang, who desperately pleaded, "Yi Chen, save me. Tell Hong we are good friends. I implore you." Yi Chen scoffed and replied, "I do not know this person. Continue fulfilling your promise and punish him adequately before releasing him." Hong understood immediately, barking orders to his men, "Continue beating him. This wretched brat infuriates me." Wang Yunkai, filled with terror, cried out, "Yi Chen, I was blind to your greatness. Please, I beg you to save me." Yi Chen regarded him coldly, stating, "I have no ties to you. You have insulted me repeatedly, and now you seek my aid? Wake up, do not harbor illusions. While blame falls squarely on oneself, why engage in idle chatter about Yi Chen?" Now, the opportunity to reclaim hard-earned money has vanished completely. At this realization, some people slapped their own faces in frustration, while others slumped to the ground, lost in despair, crying out for their parents. This was, after all, their life savings. Without it, everything is lost. Yet, they found themselves powerless, realizing that the fault lay in their own indiscretion, and lamenting the absence of a son-in-law as exceptional as Yi Chen. On the way home, Ma Lan wore a sycophantic smile, her face alight with curiosity as she inquired, "Yi Chen, how do you know that Lord Hongwu? Why is he so courteous to you?" Yi Chen chuckled and replied, "How could I possibly know someone like him? I merely made a call for a classmate. He has the ability to secure a refund from Huaxing." Upon hearing this, Ma Lan felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She had hoped Yi Chen possessed some remarkable skill unknown to her, only to discover he too relied on others for assistance. Consequently, her initial enthusiasm was significantly dampened. However, the fact that they had managed to recover the money, along with an additional 70,000, did alter her perception of Yi Chen somewhat. She turned to him and said, "Yi Chen, regarding today's affair, you must keep it a secret for your mother. I may be older, but I still have my dignity, don't I?" Yi Chen smiled helplessly and acquiesced, saying, "Understood, Mom." Chapter 28. The banquet having resolved her troubles, Ma Lan joyfully took the cash to the bank to deposit it. Yi Chen returned home directly. Upon entering, he noticed his wife, Xiao Charen's shoes at the door, indicating her return. He headed straight for the bedroom. As he entered, he saw Xiao Charen just hanging up her phone, her face radiant with excitement. Curiosity piqued. He asked, "Wife, who were you just speaking to?" Xiao Charen exclaimed, "It was my dear friend Dong Ruolin. Do you remember her?" "Of course," Yi Chen nodded. "She used to study at Jinling University and was quite close to you." "Isn't she from a prominent family in Yanjing?" "Yes," Xiao Charen confirmed. "The Dong family is quite influential in Yanjing." Yi Chen inquired with a smile, "So, is she coming to Jinling to visit you?" Xiao Charen responded, "Not just to visit. She is coming to work in Jinling." Yi Chen, puzzled, asked, "Why would the daughter of a prominent family leave her own business to work here?" Xiao Charen replied, "I'm not quite sure. She mentioned she would be joining the Dihao group, but I don't know why she would come all this way for that." Yi Chen nodded thoughtfully, contemplating that although the Dong family was not as wealthy as the Yi family, they still held considerable influence in Yanjing. Dong Ruolin had no need to abandon her family's business to work for Dihao Group. Was there perhaps a hidden motive behind her decision? Yi Chen was perplexed, but could not ascertain the truth for the moment. It appeared he would have to wait until Dong Ruolin started at Dihao Group to have Wang Dongxue investigate her further. Suddenly, Xiao Charen seemed to recall something, tapping her forehead and saying, "All right, Yi Chen, I have a meeting with Dihao Group tomorrow and 1T be able to make it. Could you please pick Ruolin up from the airport and arrange a welcome dinner for her?" Yi Chen agreed. "I'll make the arrangements ahead of time." Xiao Charen added, "Make sure to choose a nice place. Don't worry about the cost. Use my bank card." She reached for her wallet, but Yi Chen quickly interjected, "No need. I have a friend who runs a very decent restaurant. I'll handle it." With that, he pulled out his phone, intending to send a message to Chen Zikai at the Platinum Palace to arrange a banquet. However, after a moment's consideration, he realized that the Platinum Palace was meant to be a surprise for his wife. It would be better to choose another venue for Dong Ruolin. Thus, he sent a text to Lord Hongwu, "I wish to host a banquet for friends. Please arrange a high-end hotel, but not the Platinum Palace." Before long, Lord Hongwu replied, "Rest assured, Mr. Yi, I have a top-tier restaurant called Tiangxiang Fu, which rivals the Platinum Palace in Jinling. Tomorrow, I will ensure the best diamond suite and finest banquet are prepared, eagerly awaiting your arrival." Yi Chen simply responded with a brief, okay. The following day, Xiao Charan spent the entire day at Dihao Group, engrossed in matters related to their collaboration. Yi Chen called Wang Dongxue, the vice chairwoman of Dihao Group, to inquire about Dong Ruolan's impending employment. Wang Dongxue expressed surprise that Yi Chen was aware of this, explaining that Dong Ruolan was applying for the position of administrative director, a mid-level management role. The group found her resume impressive and decided to hire her, with her start date already set for a few days later. Yi Chen instructed her to keep a close watch on Dong Ruolan once she joined, reporting any developments back to him. After instructing Wang Dongxue, Yi Chen set out in the afternoon, taking a taxi to the airport to pick up Xiao Charan's friend, Dong Ruolan. Upon arriving, as he was about to enter the arrivals hall, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class suddenly screeched to a halt in front of him. Xiao Charan's cousin, Xiao Hailong, popped his head out of the window, looking at Yi Chen with a puzzled expression. Yi Chen, what are you doing here? He asked. I'm here to pick up Charan's friend. What brings you here? Yi Chen frowned, noticing that familiar faces filled the vehicle, besides Xiao Hailong. There were Wang Yunfei and Xiao Weiwei. Xiao Hailong sneered. You must be referring to Miss Dong? We'll be taking care of her. You can leave now? Yi Chen coldly retorted, if anyone should leave, it's you. With that, he ignored them and strode into the arrivals hall. Furious, Xiao Hailong was about to curse when Xiao Weiwei quickly reminded him, Brother, Miss Dong is arriving soon. Remember, Grandma advised us to make a good impression on her. If we could win her over as a sister-in-law, your position in the family would be unmatched. Don't stoop to his level. Xiao Hailong suddenly snapped back to reality, almost forgetting their main purpose for being there. While welcoming Dong Ruolan was important, making a good impression on her to win her over was paramount. The Dong family held significant power in Yanjing, and if he could form a connection with her, it would elevate his status and that of the Xiao family as well. Thus, he swallowed his disdain for Yi Chen and hurriedly exited the car, heading towards the arrivals hall. Just then, amidst the crowd, a strikingly beautiful young woman emerged. With her chestnut hair cascading down her shoulders and clad in a white suit that accentuated her exquisite figure, she stood out remarkably. Although she wore sunglasses, her porcelain-like skin and fiery red lips could not conceal her breathtaking beauty. Upon closer inspection, her looks rivaled those of Xiao Charan, each possessing their unique charm. In an instant, all eyes in the arrivals area were drawn to her. Xiao Hailong was momentarily entranced. Even Wang Yunfei, who had come to observe, could not help but exclaim, Indeed, she is a true lady from Yanjing. Her aura is distinctly different. At that moment, Dong Ruolan spotted them and quickly approached. Waving as she called out, Hailong, Weiwei, and Yi Chen, it's been a while. Xiao Hailong felt a surge of excitement and eagerly exclaimed, It's been too long. Ruolan, you've become even more beautiful. Yi Chen smiled and added, It's good to see you again. Xiao Hailong then hurriedly said, Ruolan, knowing you were coming, I booked a private room at the best hotel in Jinling to welcome you. Let us head there right away. Dong Ruolan glanced at Yi Chen and apologetically told Xiao Hailong, Hailong, I'm really sorry, but I've already made plans with Chen and Yi Chen. Let us reschedule. I'll be in Jinling for quite some time, so there will be plenty of opportunities. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Hailong felt a surge of anger within him. On such an important occasion, Yi Chen, this insufferable nobody, dared to disrupt his plans. How utterly detestable. He deliberately remarked, Ruolan, in honor of your arrival, I have reserved the most renowned Tianxiang Fu, specifically the golden private room with a minimum expenditure of 300,000. As he spoke, he cast a disdainful glance at Yi Chen, mockingly adding, Do you even know where your brother-in-law has booked the banquet? If the venue is of insufficient caliber, it would surely be an affront to you. Chapter 29. A low-key approach. Upon hearing that Xiao Hailong had reserved Tianxiang Fu, Yi Chen was taken aback. What a coincidence. Hadn't Master Hong mentioned that Tianxiang Fu was his establishment? He seemed to have prepared a banquet there as well. At that moment, Wang Yunfei exclaimed in astonishment, Hailong, you managed to book a golden private room at Tianxiang Fu? That's not something just anyone can do. Xiao Hailong beamed with pride, stating, To be honest, aside from the top-tier diamond room at Tianxiang Fu, which I couldn't secure, everything else is rather trivial. Although he said this, it was merely boastful bluster. In truth, securing that golden room required significant effort from Elder Xiao, who had to pull strings with several individuals. Dong Ruolan had heard of Tianxiang Fu's reputation while in Yanjing and quickly interjected, We're all friends here. There's no need for such extravagance. Xiao Hailong fawned. You are an esteemed guest. How could I treat you like an ordinary friend? He then turned to Yi Chun and inquired, brother-in-law, may I ask where you have reserved your banquet? Yi Chun replied nonchalantly, coincidentally, I too have booked a room at Taiyangxiangfu. Ha ha. Xiao Hailong burst into boisterous laughter. Yi Chun, are you not afraid of straining your back from such puffery? With your status, you couldn't even secure the most basic bronze room at Taiyangxiangfu. Yet you dare to boast here. Yi Chun smiled calmly, responding, whether I boast or not is of no consequence to you. I am not inviting you to dinner. So why concern yourself with my affairs? Xiao Hailong retorted coldly. Humph. I doubt you could even step foot inside Taiyangxiangfu. Dong Ruolin, seeing Yi Chun being targeted, felt a pang of sympathy. She recognized that Yi Chun, being a son-in-law with no wealth or status in the Xiao family, could not realistically host a banquet in such a prestigious hotel. It seemed he was merely saving face with his claim. To alleviate Yi Chun's discomfort, she suggested, oh, there's no need for contention. Since we're all going to the same place, why not go together? Xiao Hailong derisively remarked, fine, for Ruolin's sake. I'll allow you to join me for a meal today, so you can witness the splendor of a high-end hotel. Yi Chun scoffed and ignored him. Master Hong would bow to him. So what significance did Xiao Hailong's establishment hold in his eyes? It was a pity that such a fool could only see the tip of the iceberg. Taiyangxiangfu was a traditional Chinese restaurant, resplendent with classical charm and opulence. Even the sign at the entrance was crafted from premium Wangwali wood. Yi Chun gazed at the decor within Taiyangxiangfu, astonished by its grandeur. He hadn't anticipated that Master Hong's establishment would be so well appointed. Perhaps he could bring his wife here to enjoy a meal in the future. Dong Ruolin admired the surroundings, exclaiming, I had heard of Taiyangxiangfu's reputation while in Yanjing, and it truly lives up to its name. Xiao Hailong chuckled. Of course, when welcoming Ruolin, one must choose the finest restaurant. He then glanced at Yi Chun, sneering, unlike some individuals, if it weren't for your connection to me, you might never have the opportunity to dine in such a luxurious establishment in your lifetime. At that moment, Xiao Weiwei deliberately inquired, Yi Chun, did you not also reserve a room at Taiyangxiangfu? Which one is it? Show us what it looks like. Yi Chun replied nonchalantly, I'm not quite sure which exact room it is. I simply sent a message to the owner to assist with the arrangements. Let me check my message history. Xiao Hailong scoffed derisively. Do you even know who the owner is? Here you are, boasting while the owner is none other than the illustrious Master Hong. Be cautious. If he hears your empty bravado, you might find yourself in serious trouble. At this moment, Yi Chun opened his phone to check the message from Master Hong from the previous night, calmly stating, he said he reserved the diamond room for me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hailong erupted into laughter. Huh? The diamond room? Yi Chun, you must be jesting. Do you even comprehend who is qualified to enter the diamond room? There are no more than 10 individuals in all of Jinling who possess such privilege. What do you amount to? Dong Ruolin had remained silent thus far, but inwardly she thought Yi Chun was exceedingly vain. Given his status, how could he possibly secure the diamond room? Previously, she had merely considered him a man without wealth or power, but now she realized he was also a person who craved superficial recognition. It was truly disappointing. Yi Chun merely smiled, believing those who mocked him were all short-sighted fools, yet he couldn't be bothered to engage with them. Wang Yunfei also chimed in mockingly, Yi Chun, even my father doesn't qualify to dine in the diamond room. You truly have the audacity to boast. Xiao Weiwei concurred exactly. This person doesn't even qualify to eat the leftovers from the diamond room. Yi Chun regarded Wang Yunfei with a cold smile. You fool. Master Hong just dealt with your brother yesterday, and you still dare to dine at his establishment? He then provocatively asked, Brother Yunfei, I heard your brother had a bit of trouble yesterday. Wang Yunfei frowned. How do you know? Then he continued, my brother was attacked yesterday and is still in a coma. We are investigating who harmed him. We will skin them alive. Do you have any clues? Yi Chun shook his head, feigning ignorance. I don't know. I merely heard he encountered some trouble, but the specifics elude me. Humph. Wang Yunfei sneered. You worthless fool. Do not speak of the Wang family's matters behind their backs. Next time, be cautious of my displeasure. Yi Chun chuckled lightly and chose not to respond. Truly, birds of a feather flocked together. They were utterly unaware that Wang Yunfei's brother had been incapacitated by Master Hong. How amusing. At that moment, a man dressed in black approached them directly. Yi Chun recognized him as one of the bodyguards from beside Master Hong. Upon seeing Yi Chun, the bodyguard's expression brightened with recognition, and he nearly bowed in greeting. Yi Chun quickly shook his head. The bodyguard paused, thinking that Mr. Yi likely preferred to remain low-key, and thus addressed the group. Esteemed guests, please follow me. The private room has been prepared for some time. Xiao Hailong was taken aback. When had the service at Tiang Xiangfu's golden private room become so attentive? He hadn't even provided his name, yet someone had come to greet them personally. How impressive! Wang Yunfei remarked. Hailong, you really have quite the connections. He appears to be one of Master Hong's people. It seems Master Hong holds you in high regard. Why haven't you mentioned knowing him? You truly are low-key. Xiao Hailong laughed heartily, his face brimming with pride. Such matters are not something to flaunt. It's best to remain humble. Ha ha ha. Chapter 30. Come here. Dong Ruolin felt a slight surprise. She hadn't anticipated that Xiao Hailong indeed had some connections in Jinling, far surpassing Yi Chen. It seemed that aligning with him in the future would greatly facilitate her endeavors in Jinling. The bodyguard respectfully led everyone to the entrance of the diamond room. He then produced a document and presented it to Yi Chen, softly saying, Sir, please sign here. The diamond room had been specifically reserved for Yi Chen, requiring his signature for confirmation. Yi Chen accepted the paper and pen with a smile, ready to inscribe his name when Xiao Hailong's voice rang out unexpectedly. Put down the pen. Xia Hailong approached with a stern expression, seizing the paper and pen from Yi Chen's hands. With swift strokes, he inscribed his name and rebuked Yi Chen. Have you no shame? Don't you know who reserved this private room? What gives you the right to sign here? The man in black was momentarily taken aback, casting a questioning glance at Yi Chen, silently inquiring if he should intervene and teach this fool a lesson. Yi Chen replied calmly, It's fine. If he wishes to sign, let him. In the presence of Dong Ruolin, Yi Chen opted not to escalate the situation, as she was, after all, a close friend of his wife. Soon, everyone settled in the room. Xia Hailong arranged for Dong Ruolin to sit at the head of the table, while Yi Chen occupied a corner, with Dong Ruolin occasionally engaging him in conversation. Shortly thereafter, exquisite dishes and fine wines were presented by the waitstaff. Every dish was meticulously crafted, featuring top-tier ingredients like premium abalone and 10-pound Australian lobsters, mere accompaniments to the feast. The wines were aged national treasures, with even a half-pound bottle fetching over 100,000. Dong Ruolin, being well-versed in luxury, was taken aback by the opulence of the meal. Wang Yunfei remarked, Xia Hailong, what is the price of this meal? Xia Hailong proudly declared, This meal is worth 300,000. Wang Yunfei exclaimed, This is far beyond 300,000. Just these bottles of wine alone exceed that amount. Xia Hailong felt a twinge of unease, recalling the earlier demeanor of the man in black. Could it be that Master Hong had granted him some special privilege? Yet, he had no acquaintance with the man. Dong Ruolin's eyes sparkled as she regarded Xia Hailong with admiration, saying, Thank you, Xia Hailong. Hearing her words, Xia Hailong beamed. Oh, it's nothing. It's the least I could do. He then turned to Yi Chen with a smirk. Yi Chen, you've surely never experienced such delights before, have you? Yi Chen scoffed. What gives you such confidence? Xia Hailong derisively retorted, having feasted on my offerings. And yet your tongue remains so obstinate. If you had the chance to enjoy such luxury before, I would have twisted your head off to use it as a ball. Yi Chen smiled indifferently. His childhood had been steeped in a level of luxury that ordinary people could scarcely imagine. A meal like this would be considered the fare of servants in the Yi family. Xiao Wei, unable to tolerate Yi Chen's defiance, angrily remarked, Yi Chen, what gives you the right to speak to my brother like that? Do you want me to throw you out right now? You are just here to mooch off a meal, yet you act so brazenly. What a pathetic loser. At that moment, the door to the private room was forcefully kicked open, and a fierce voice boomed. Where did you idiots come from? Who the hell allowed you to enter this private room? A man clad in an Armani suit, adorned with a large gold chain and bearing a scar that resembled a centipede stretching from his eye to his chin, strode in. Clutching a clipboard in one hand and a baton in the other, he wore a menacing expression. Following him were a dozen burly, tattooed men who formed a menacing barrier around the group. Everyone froze in terror, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The leader, known as Brother Biao, was Master Hong's right-hand man, a notorious figure in the city. He had been instructed by Master Hong to ensure that Mr. Yi, a person of utmost importance, was well accommodated in the diamond room. To his dismay, upon inspecting the room, he discovered that it had been signed for by a certain Xia Hailong, which infuriated and frightened him. Angry that Xia Hailong had occupied the room meant for a VIP, and fearing the precious dining experience would be lost if the actual guest arrived, he felt cornered. Xia Hailong stood up defiantly. What are you doing? This room was reserved by me. Why are you causing a ruckus? Brother Biao pointed at Xia Hailong, demanding, Are you Xia Hailong? Xia Heilong nodded, puffing up with pride. Indeed, I am. Brother Biao coldly commanded, seize him. Two muscular henchmen immediately dragged Xia Heilong forward. What do you want? Let go of me. He protested. Shut your mouth. One of the henchmen delivered a brutal kick to his knee, causing Xia Heilong to collapse before Brother Biao. Brother Biao's icy gaze scrutinized Xia Heilong, as if he were a mere insect. With a swift motion, he flung the signing sheet at Xia Heilong's head, berating him. Who gave you the right to use this room? Xia Heilong feigned calmness. There's been a misunderstanding. I reserved this golden room in advance and paid a deposit of 300,000. Wang Yunfei chimed in. What are you doing? This room was booked by Xia Heilong. Have you no sense of decorum? Brother Biao spat dismissively and slapped Xia Heilong. Golden room? This is a diamond room meant for esteemed guests. You think you're worthy of such luxury? Everyone was stunned into silence. A diamond room? No wonder the grandeur of the room was unparalleled. With top-tier dishes and wines, it was never a golden room. Wang Yunfei's forehead broke into a cold sweat. The exclusivity of the diamond room was beyond their status. Let alone to dine there. Xiao Wei hastily urged, Brother, don't you know Master Hong? Explain the situation to them. Xia Heilong, distressed, quickly retorted, Shut up. What nonsense are you spouting? How could someone of my standing know Master Hong? But you just said. Xiao Wei began, but Dong Ruolin had already observed the siblings' behavior. Realizing that Xia Heilong had been boasting, disappointment crept into her heart. Brother Biao, now smirking, said, You dare invoke Master Hong's name? You must be tired of living. He then stood up, instructing his men, Hold this brat down. I'm going to teach him a lesson. Xia Heilong was immediately restrained, unable to move. In the next instant, Brother Biao raised his baton and swung it down without hesitation. Oh, my hand is ruined. Xia Heilong screamed in agony, drenched in cold sweat, his pants betraying him in a most humiliating manner as he fainted. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yunfei and Xiao Wei turned pale, quaking in fear. Just moments ago, Xia Heilong had been so full of bravado, but now he was reduced to a pitiful state. Who wouldn't he be frightened? Dong Ruolin trembled with fear, retreating behind Yi Chun, her voice quavering. What do we do? They can't possibly kill him, right? Yi Chun gently patted Dong Ruolin's shoulder, reassuring her, Do not fear. As long as I am here, no one will harm you. Dong Ruolin cast a grateful glance at Yi Chun, although she knew he could not resolve such a predicament. His words brought her a modicum of comfort. Meanwhile, Brother Biao kicked Xia Heilong, who lay sprawled like a dead pig, and sneered, What a coward. He then turned his attention to Wang Yunfei. And you, were you not the one who said I have no manners? Come here. Wang Yunfei quaked, stammering, Brother Biao. I am from the Wang family. The Wang family? Brother Biao chuckled maliciously. What is the Wang family worth? He spat derisively and kicked Wang Yunfei to the ground, coldly stating, Master Hong just dealt with a fool from the Wang family yesterday, giving him 1,000 slaps. Do you think you can invoke the Wang family's name here? Wang Yunfei was instantly petrified. He had believed his brother was merely robbed by thugs, unaware that it was Master Hong who had disciplined him. Just as he was gripped by terror, Brother Biao raised his baton and swung it down toward his head. With a resounding thud, the scene descended into chaos. Yunfei felt a dizzying sensation, his head throbbed, and blood flowed from his nose and mouth, causing him to momentarily lose consciousness. Xiao Wei shrieked in terror. Wang Yunfei was her fiancée and her only chance to marry into the Wang family. If anything happened to him, her life would be over. Ambulance! Quickly, call an ambulance! Xiao Wei cried out in a panic, trembling as she fumbled for her phone. But she was too frightened to dial. Brother Biao frowned and cursed, Shut up. Slap this bitch's mouth until it's swollen. If she utters another word, I'll kill her. Yes. Brother Biao. The henchman grinned cruelly, eager to abuse Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei panicked and desperately tried to retreat, but her back was against the wall, leaving her nowhere to escape. Come here, you slut. A one-eyed man grabbed Xiao Wei's hair and dragged her up. Then, he raised his arm and slapped her face with full force. These thugs were ruthless individuals who had followed Brother Biao for many years and were accustomed to inflicting severe harm. In just a few blows, Xiao Wei's face swelled up like a pig's head, with blood and saliva streaming down. A woman beaten this badly would likely be disfigured, even with prompt medical attention. Seeing Brother Biao's brutality, Dong Ruolin trembled and leaned against Yi Chun, their bodies pressed closely together. At that moment, Brother Biao noticed Yi Chun and Dong Ruolin in the corner and barked, Get them too. Beat them to death. They dared to occupy the diamond suite I prepared for our distinguished guests. They deserve to die. One of the thugs reached out to grab Dong Ruolin without any regard for her beauty. I dare anyone to touch her. Yi Chen's eyes turned icy, and he kicked the thug to the ground. Brother Biao's face darkened, and he snapped, "Who the hell are you?" Yi Chen replied calmly, "I am someone you can't afford to offend. You're courting death." Yi Chen shook his head and dialed Master Hong Wu's number. "Hong Wu, I'm in the diamond suite. Get down here to see me now." He hung up and glared at Brother Biao. Dong Ruolin's face turned pale. Xiao Hailong had boasted about knowing Master Hong Wu, but his fate had been miserable. Yi Chun dared to say such disrespectful words to Brother Biao's face, risking his life. Xiao Weiwei, her face swollen like a pig's head, was terrified by Yi Chen's words. "Is this idiot trying to kill us all?" Brother Biao sneered. "You dare to disrespect Master Hong Wu in front of me? You must be tired of living." He waved his hand at his men and snarled, "Kill him." Suddenly, Master Hong Wu's angry voice echoed from outside the suite. "Damn it. Biao, do you have a death wish? Daring to touch Mr. Yi, I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. You believe it?" Brother Biao trembled as if struck by lightning. "Master Hong Wu is here." "Mr. Yi? Who is Mr. Yi?" The next moment, Master Hong Wu cautiously entered the suite and kicked Brother Biao to the ground. "You blind bastard. Can't you recognize Mr. Yi? I'll kill you." He kicked Brother Biao relentlessly. The once arrogant Brother Biao was now like a drowned rat. Dong Ruolin was dumbfounded. "What's going on?" The thugs were terrified. "This young man is Mr. Yi? We almost attacked him. We were courting death." Master Hong Wu yelled at the others. "What are you useless pieces of trash doing? Kneel down and apologize to Mr. Yi." "Mr. Yi, I was blind and nearly offended you. Please spare our lives." The thugs knelt and kowtowed, begging for forgiveness. Brother Biao knelt on the ground, slapping his face and pleading, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. Please forgive me this time." Master Hong Wu slapped himself and said nervously, "Mr. Yi, I apologize for my negligence in allowing my men to offend you and your friend." Yi Chen glanced at Dong Ruolin and said calmly, "I'm just having dinner with my wife's best friend." Then, he looked at the others and said coldly, "They are not my friends." Dong Ruolin was utterly shocked. Yi Chen wasn't bragging. He had indeed booked a suite at Tianxiang Mansion, and it was the top-tier diamond suite. More importantly, Master Hong Wu had reserved it for him. Recalling how she had looked down on Yi Chen, Dong Ruolin blushed with shame. At that moment, Xiao Hailong was trembling with fear. What's happening? This good-for-nothing Yi Chen is friends with Master Hong Wu? Xiao Weiwei was also stunned. Yi Chen really knew Master Hong Wu, and Master Hong Wu was so respectful to him. She looked at her fiancé, Wang Yunfei, who was unconscious and covered in blood. Master Hong Wu wiped the sweat from his brow and assured, "Mr. Yi, rest assured, this will never happen again. You can come to Tianxiang Mansion and dine in the diamond suite anytime. If any of my men fail to recognize you, I'll gouge out their eyes." Yi Chen nodded and turned to Dong Ruolin. "Ruolin, we've finished eating. It's too chaotic here. Let's leave." Dong Ruolin snapped out of her daze and asked instinctively, "What about the others?" She was somewhat concerned about Xiao Hailong, Wang Yunfei, and Xiao Weiwei's miserable state. Yi Chen said calmly, "Let Hong Wu handle it." Master Hong Wu said immediately, "Mr. Yi, don't worry. I'll arrange for ambulances to take them to the hospital." "Okay." Yi Chen nodded and said, "In that case, we'll leave first." Dong Ruolin was dazed as she followed Yi Chen out of Tianxiang Mansion. Outside Tianxiang Mansion, Dong Ruolin's mind was still reeling. Looking at Yi Chen, who seemed unfazed, she felt as if he were shrouded in a layer of mist, mysterious and profound. "Yi Chen, about today." Before Dong Ruolin could finish, Yi Chen interrupted her and said casually, "Ruolin, please keep today's events a secret. If Charan finds out that I'm acquainted with underground figures like Master Hong Wu, she'll be angry." Dong Ruolin nodded. "Okay, I understand." After Yi Chen and Dong Ruolin left, Master Hong Wu arranged for ambulances to take the others to the hospital. Xiao Weiwei's face was so badly beaten that her jawbone was deformed, effectively disfiguring her. Xiao Hailong's hand was almost crippled and would take a long time to recover. As for Wang Yunfei, he suffered a severe concussion. Although he was out of danger after being rescued, the after-effects would plague him for the rest of his life. Chapter 32. The Sky Garden is reserved. Dong Ruolin's start date at M Grand Group, as arranged with Doris Young, was tomorrow. After leaving Tianxiang Mansion, Yi Chen dropped her off at her hotel and then bid her farewell. Dong Ruolin was still reeling from the events of the evening while contemplating her future development. Her primary intention for coming to Jinling was to work at M Grand Group, but she also bore a family mission. Her father had told her that there was confidential information indicating that the prestigious Yi family of Yanjing had found their long-lost young master and had bought M Grand Group to give him as a training ground. In other words, the young master of the Yi family was in Jinling, and he was the chairman of M Grand Group. Although the Dong family was a reputable family in Yanjing, they were only considered second-tier compared to the Yi family. The Dong family hopes that Dong Ruolin can seize the opportunity to connect with the young master of the Yi family before his identity is made public. If she could manage to foster a union between the two families, it would be the best outcome imaginable. Although Dong Ruolin feels some reluctance towards such matters, the heavy responsibility of revitalizing her family weighs on her shoulders, prompting her to take action. She has traveled great distances to Jinling, preparing to join the Emperor Group in hopes of encountering its enigmatic chairman and finding a way to capture his attention. In Yanjing, Dong Ruolin is undeniably one of the most exquisite beauties within the upper echelons of society. She believes that with her beauty, intellect, capabilities, and pure demeanor, she should be able to attract the young master of the Yi family. If she truly marries him, the Dong family will experience an undeniable resurgence, catapulting them to the forefront of Yanjing's elite. With this thought in mind, she eagerly anticipates her first day at work. Simultaneously, she is filled with curiosity about the mysterious young master of the Yi family. She wonders about his age and appearance. Is he charming and tall? Unable to resist, she takes out her phone and opens a video app, selecting a clip that has garnered millions of views. This video features Yi Chen confronting the sales director at Chui Guxian with cash. She has analyzed this video and deduced that it took place in Jinling, coinciding perfectly with reports of the Yi family's young master being located. Thus, she speculates that the wealthy figure in the video is none other than the chairman of the Emperor Group. She scrutinizes the silhouette of the affluent man, pondering deeply. From the hazy footage, it is evident that the renowned wealthy individual appears to be in his 20s, tall and slender, although his face remains obscured. Nevertheless, his physique is impressive, comparable to that of the tall Korean idols. With such a physique, she believes his face must not be unappealing. Yet, a peculiar feeling washes over her. This person seems somewhat reminiscent of Yi Chen. However, upon further reflection, she dismisses the notion as improbable. Yi Chen is the son-in-law of the Shao family, which pales in comparison to the Yi family's stature. If Yi Chen were truly the young master of the Yi family, how could he possibly reside in such a humble household? Perhaps she is overthinking it. The following day, Dong Ruolin arrives bright and early at the Emperor Group. The vice chairman, Wang Dongxue, personally assists her with her onboarding process. After guiding her through the administrative department and outlining her responsibilities, Wang says, "Ruolin, if you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me directly or come to my office." Gratefully, Dong Ruolin nods and tentatively inquires, "Vice Chairman Wang, might I have the chance to meet the chairman? After all, I will be responsible for the company's administrative affairs, and I fear I may inadvertently neglect him if we are not acquainted." Wang Dongshue's demeanor shifts, suddenly alert. Yi Chen had instructed her just days prior to keep a close eye on this Dong Ruolin, and now she is inquiring about the chairman. Clearly, there is more to her than meets the eye. What could this beautiful young woman, who has traveled so far to join the Emperor Group, truly want? She replies, "Our chairman rarely comes to the office, but if he does, I will mention your request. If he wishes to meet you, I will inform you." Although a hint of disappointment fills her, Dong Ruolin smiles and responds, "Thank you, Vice Chairman Wang." Returning to her office, Wang reports the incident to Yi Chen. Upon hearing that Dong Ruolin is eager to meet him, his wariness intensifies. This woman has clearly come for him. What are her intentions? Is she seeking to harm him or seduce him? Regardless of her motives, Yi Chen feels an aversion and decides to minimize contact with her, ensuring she remains unaware of his true identity. That evening, on the day of Dong Ruolin's induction, Yi Chen's wife, Xiao Chen, has made reservations at a high-end hotel to treat her to dinner. Naturally, Yi Chen, as Xiao Chen's husband, must accompany her. This situation frustrates him. Just as he planned to keep his distance from Dong Ruolin, he now finds himself dining with her. Nevertheless, he prepares himself to go to the restaurant with Xiao Chen. Upon arrival, he discovers that Xiao Chen has reserved a spot at the prestigious by Jinhan Palace's Sky Garden. The Sky Garden banquet hall is typically reserved for high-end clientele, and they do not offer private bookings. Yi Chen had previously arranged for a private event there on their wedding anniversary, which was unprecedented for Bai Jinhan. As they approach the hotel, a conspicuous announcement reads, 3 days from now, the Sky Garden will be reserved for a distinguished guest, and all other patrons will be denied access. We apologize for any inconvenience. Everyone who sees this notice is astonished. Who could secure a booking at Bai Jinhan Sky Garden? This venue has never allowed such reservations, with several prominent figures previously denied requests for wedding receptions. Xiao Churin, noticing the announcement, exclaims, "Wow, the Sky Garden has been booked? That's unbelievable." Yichen chuckles. "What's so unbelievable about it? It's a banquet hall. Isn't it meant to be reserved?" "You don't understand," Xiao Churin explains earnestly. Bai Jin Han is not a local establishment. It is a top-tier hotel with a global chain. Their Sky Garden is a signature feature reserved solely for high-end guests. If they opened it for reservations, one distinguished guest would book it today and another tomorrow, making it impossible for other high-end clientele to enjoy it. Thus, they simply do not allow reservations. She then muses, "I wonder what kind of person could manage to book this place. They must be incredibly influential." Yichen teasingly replies, "Perhaps it's a devoted husband wanting to throw a wedding for his wife." Xiao Churin, surprised, responds, "A wedding here? He must love his wife dearly. She is so fortunate." Hearing his wife speak so fondly, Yichun feels a surge of happiness. It seems he has chosen the perfect venue to ensure Xiao Churin's satisfaction on their anniversary. Upon entering the Sky Garden, they take their reserved seats, and soon after, Dong Ruolin arrives. "Churin, Ruolin." The two friends embrace, their joy palpable. They reminisce about past times, gradually settling into conversation. Dong Ruolin remarks, "Churin, you're quite extravagant. Choosing the Sky Garden for dinner." Xiao Churin smiles. "Well, you're here. I had to go all out." Dong Ruolin giggles. "Truly, you are the best friend." Xiao Churin confides, "To be honest, I wouldn't have been able to secure a reservation here. I had to ask Vice Chairman Wang Dongxue for help." Using her membership card, Dong Ruolin expresses her awe. The Sky Garden must have extraordinarily high requirements, like needing a diamond membership. Indeed, Xiao Churin nods. "To be honest, it's my first time here." Dong Ruolin beams. "Thank you so much, my dear Churin. By the way, when I arrived, I noticed a notice stating that the Sky Garden is booked for 3 days from now." "Yes," Xiao Churin replies. "It's quite strange. The Sky Garden has never accepted reservations before. I wonder what has changed." Dong Ruolin nodded and casually remarked, "Not long ago, there was a legendary billionaire from Jinling who bought a necklace, accompanied by over a dozen Rolls Royces, a multitude of bodyguards clad in black, and more than 10 million in cash. Have you seen that video?" Yichen shook his head, while Xiao Churin responded, "I have seen it. The spectacle was indeed grand." Dong Ruolin continued, "Everyone is speculating about who he might be." Xiao Churin replied, "What is there to speculate about?" Dong Ruolin laughed, "It's gossip. Everyone is curious about who possesses such audacity. Some say it could be the new chairman of the Dihao Group." Yichen's expression momentarily faltered, but he quickly regained his composure. Dong Ruolin went on, "Today, the aerial garden of Buckingham Palace has been booked again. I suspect that the person who reserved the aerial garden is the same as the one who bought the jade in the video." Xiao Churin sighed in resignation. "It has been a while since we last met, and you are still as gossipy as ever." Dong Ruolin chuckled. "Gossip is a woman's driving force." She then added, 3 days from now, I want to see who has such clout to book the aerial garden." Upon hearing this, Yichun felt overwhelmed. His intention was merely to surprise his wife with a wedding that had never been fulfilled years ago, but he did not wish to attract everyone's attention at once. However, he seemed to have underestimated the influence of the aerial garden. It was likely that many in Jinling shared Dong Ruolin's curiosity about who had reserved the space. This presented a bit of a dilemma. He needed to inform Chun Zikai in advance and make thorough preparations. He must not reveal his identity. During dinner, Dong Ruolin addressed the two of them, saying, "While in Jinling, I've arranged to meet with our former classmates. They suggested taking this opportunity to organize a reunion. What do you both think?" Yichen immediately replied, "Since you're organizing the reunion, I shall not participate." "Why not?" asked Dong Ruolin. She continued, "Though we were not university classmates for 4 years, we at least shared a year together. When Yichun was taken in by the patriarch of the Shao family, the elder had arranged for him to attend Jinling University, where he studied alongside Xiao Churin for a year in their senior year. After graduation, the two married immediately. However, Yichun had only shared a single year with those classmates, most of whom looked down on him, and he had little connection with them. Thus, he had no interest in the reunion. Xiao Churin also expressed disinterest, saying, "Yichun and I will not attend. I have not kept in touch with most of my classmates since graduation." Dong Ruolin quickly interjected, "The reason for organizing the reunion is that Wang Daokuan from our class has opened a restaurant, which will officially open tomorrow. He is rallying everyone to support his restaurant and have a meal together." She added, "Look, He is having a grand opening. It wouldn't be appropriate not to attend. Just then, all three of their phones chimed with a WeChat notification. Moments later, a flood of messages began to appear. Everyone took out their phones to discover that Wang Daoquan had created a class group, which quickly grew to over 30 members. Wang Daoquan announced in the group, "Dear old classmates, the small restaurant I invested in will officially open tomorrow at noon in Jinling. I invite all Jinling classmates to come and celebrate. Consider it a reunion." He added, "Coincidentally, one of our class's two beauties, Dong Ruolin, is also working in Jinling and will be attending the gathering. It is said that Ruolin is still single, so the bachelors in the group should seize the opportunity." Immediately, a flurry of responses filled the chat. "Wow, congratulations. Oh, Ruolin is in Jinling. I hadn't heard. I will definitely be there. What about our other beauty, Xiao Chuan? Is she coming? I heard that Chuan is with that transfer student, Chen. I heard Chen is living off the Xiao family. I heard that too, but I don't know if it's true. They haven't been seen together since graduation. I heard their marriage is merely for show, without substance. Is that true?" Xiao Chuan, upon reading these messages, turned to Chen and said, "Don't take it to heart." Chen smiled gently. "It's fine. What they say reflects reality, and I have long since grown accustomed to it." Dong Ruolin quickly replied in the group, "Please refrain from spreading baseless gossip. I am currently dining with the couple." "Oh, it's Ruolin." A swarm of admirers quickly surrounded her. At that moment, someone tagged Chen in the group. It was Wang Daoquan, the group admin. "Chen, although your time in our class was brief, we got along quite well during school. You and your wife must attend tomorrow." Chen had a favorable impression of Wang Daoquan. He was genuinely nice and friendly to everyone, rarely making sarcastic remarks about others, making him one of the few classmates Chen had a decent relationship with. Seeing his request, Chen promptly replied, "Sure. We will definitely be there to show our support." Wang Daoquan immediately responded, "That is splendid. We'll have a great time tomorrow." Chapter 34. Are you pretending? Upon Chen's agreement to attend the reunion, Xiao Chuan reminded him, "Since Wang Daoquan's restaurant is opening, we should prepare a gift. We cannot go empty-handed." Chen nodded, saying, "I will buy a gift for him tomorrow morning." "Sounds good," Xiao Chuan replied. "I also need to stop by the Dihao group tomorrow morning." Dong Ruolin exclaimed in delight, "You are coming to Dihao tomorrow morning? After you finish your business, come find me. I'll hitch a ride with you to Wang Daoquan's restaurant." Xiao Chuan teased, "Your plan is a bit misguided. I don't have a car. I usually take taxis or buses, and sometimes Chen picks me up on his electric scooter." "What?" Dong Ruolin exclaimed. "You're already a director, and you haven't bought a car?" Xiao Chuan explained, "I haven't been working long, and I haven't earned much. With both of our expenses and my mother's living costs, I'm left with only a few thousand each month. It's not enough to buy a car." She added, "Honestly, I find the bus quite convenient, and when the weather is nice, Chen's electric scooter is also pleasant." Dong Ruolin insisted, "You need to pay attention to your image. You are a director at the Xiao Group and directly involved with Dihao. If you don't even have a car, people will talk." Chen agreed with Dong Ruolin's perspective. His wife had always been too frugal, handing most of her earnings to her mother, which had led to her neglecting her own needs. He recalled that his mother-in-law was a relentless consumer, taking his savings of over $1 million and investing in dubious ventures without contributing a fraction back to her daughter for a car. Resolving to buy his wife a vehicle, he thought it would make her outings more convenient and enhance her business dealings. Determined, he decided to visit a dealership first thing in the morning. After dinner, the couple bid farewell to Dong Ruolin and took a taxi home. The taxi driver, while listening to a novel on the radio, suddenly interrupted to report on the news of the aerial garden at Buckingham Palace being booked. The host expressed curiosity about who could possess such influence. The taxi driver chimed in, "In my opinion, the one who reserved the aerial garden must be that legendary billionaire from the short video." Chen remained silent. Yet he could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. It appeared that the news of the entire rooftop garden at the Buckingham Palace Hotel being booked had indeed caused quite a stir throughout Jinling. That night, the matter continued to gain traction, soon becoming common knowledge across the city. It was widely understood that the Buckingham Palace Hotel operated on a membership basis, granting access to the rooftop garden only to elite members. As for booking the entire venue, even diamond members were not entitled to that privilege. Thus, the identity of the individual who had secured the rooftop garden became a matter of great curiosity for all. Rumors circulated, suggesting that the person responsible was a legendary tycoon who had taken the nation by storm via a short video platform. Others speculated it was a wealthy magnate from overseas. Yet another theory posited that it was a man of mysterious stature intending to host a grand and romantic wedding there. The latter rumor seemed the most plausible, igniting a wave of excitement in the community. Countless women, upon hearing the news, felt a mix of envy and admiration, all speculating about which fortunate woman could inspire such extravagant affection, prompting someone to spend millions overnight to book the entire garden as a declaration of love. Many eagerly anticipated the day of revelation, longing to uncover the truth. In an effort to conceal his identity, Chen instructed Chen to make special modifications to the rooftop garden, while he secretly looked forward to the day of their wedding anniversary. He envisioned presenting Chen with a magnificent wedding celebration on that very day. The following morning, Chen set out early for a 4S dealership, armed with a bank card containing a staggering 1 billion yuan, which he had scarcely utilized. This time, he resolved to purchase a luxurious sedan for Chen that would befit her stature. Initially, he contemplated acquiring a Rolls-Royce, but reconsidered, fearing that such an extravagant vehicle might be difficult for her to accept, especially given her modest disposition. Thus, he decided on a business sedan priced around 500,000 yuan, sufficiently impressive yet not overly ostentatious and practical enough to withstand the inevitable scrapes and bumps. With this in mind, he prepared to purchase an Audi A6, a model favored by many business people, known for its prestige and suitability as a spacious executive vehicle for his wife. Arriving at the Audi dealership, he parked his modest electric scooter outside and entered the showroom. The sales staff, noticing a potential customer, were quick to approach. However, one woman interjected, saying, "Oh, this person arrived on an electric scooter. He is likely just here to enjoy the air conditioning or use the Wi-Fi. Ignore him." Upon hearing this, the others promptly lost interest, as it had become common for less affluent individuals to loiter in the showroom, sometimes even shamelessly sitting in the display vehicles until security had to intervene. Dressed in casual attire and riding an electric scooter, Chen indeed did not stand out as someone capable of purchasing an Audi. Unfazed by their indifference, he strolled over to the A6 display area, where he noticed the prices ranged from 300,000 to over 600,000 yuan, with the latter being the top tier. Extended executive model. Truth be told, the car appeared quite appealing. A price exceeding 600,000 was not exorbitant, and he believed Chen would find it acceptable. Thus, he inquired, "Do you have a new model of the top-tier A6 available for immediate purchase?" The sales staff regarded him as if he were a fool. One of them disdainfully remarked, "Have you even looked at the price? Did you forget a zero?" Chen frowned, responding, "I see the price, 618,000 yuan. The salesperson sneered, "So you saw it, yet you're still shouting? Do you think you can afford it? When the bill comes out and you can't pay in front of everyone, how embarrassing would that be?" Chen coldly retorted, "Are you unwell? Did you skip your medication this morning? Would you like me to call an ambulance for you?" The salesperson scoffed, "Cut it out. Do you really think you can impress me? I could have security throw you out for being a freeloader." Chen, far from angered, smiled and asked, "What is your commission for selling this car?" The other man disdainfully replied, "I earn 10,000 yuan." Chen nodded, "Very well, you just lost yourself 10,000. With that, he turned to leave. Just then, the dealership manager entered. His name tag read Wang Haiba. Chen approached him, asking, "Are you the person in charge here?" "Yes," Wang Haiba nodded. "What can I assist you with?" Chen pointed at the salesperson and said, "You should let that salesperson go. He will only hinder your dealership's business." The salesperson rushed over, exclaiming, "Manager Wang, don't listen to him. He is delusional. Just here to use your Wi-Fi and air conditioning." Chen replied with a smile, "Whether I am delusional or not, you'll find out soon enough." He then exited and headed to the neighboring BMW showroom. Upon entering, Chen immediately spotted the most luxurious model, the BMW 760. The pinnacle of the 7 Series and the brand's most expensive offering. With a 12-cylinder engine, the car boasted immense power and opulent interiors. Feeling a tinge of defiance towards the dismissive Audi sales team, he resolved to purchase the top-tier BMW to prove them wrong. He called over a BMW salesperson, asking, "Can I take this 760 home today?" The young woman was taken aback. "Sir, this car just arrived today. Are you sure you want to buy it?" "Yes." Chen affirmed, "I'm certain. Let us proceed with the payment." This car costs 2,600,000. She stammered, astonished. Having sold cars for quite some time, she had never encountered someone so straightforwardly eager to purchase. Chen chuckled, "I'm aware of the price. Just tell me if you're selling it or not." "Of course, we're selling it." The young woman replied excitedly, leading him to complete the payment process seamlessly. As Yi Chun drove the 2,600,000 yuan BMW 760 out of the dealership, the onlookers from the Audi showroom stood in stunned silence. He parked the BMW in front of the Audi dealership, opened the trunk, and placed his electric scooter inside before driving away with an air of confidence. The dismissive salesperson was left dumbfounded, while manager Wang Haiba, with a stern expression, instructed, "Go to HR and complete your termination paperwork. Manager, get lost." The other Audi employees were equally astonished, never expecting the man on the electric scooter to make such an audacious purchase. The salesperson who had looked down on Yi Chun regretted his actions deeply. Not only had he missed out on a substantial commission, but he had also lost his job. Had he known this would happen, he would never have underestimated someone based on their appearance. Meanwhile, as Yi Chun drove the BMW 760 away, he began to feel a pang of regret for his impulsive decision. It wasn't the money that bothered him, but rather how he would explain such an extravagant purchase to Xiao Chen. 2,600,000 yuan wasn't exactly a sum that could be brushed off. Suddenly, an ingenious idea struck him. He then drove to a roadside repair shop, spending 20 yuan to have the BMW 760 emblem replaced with that of a BMW 520. The BMW 5 Series and 7 Series bear a striking resemblance, with their differences primarily lying beneath the surface. It is generally quite challenging for an average person to distinguish between the two, relying mainly on the badges for identification. The 520 represents the base model of the 5 Series, featuring mediocre power and handling, while the 760 stands as the pinnacle of the 7 Series, boasting exceptional power and superior handling in all aspects. As Yi Chun drove the 760 adorned with the 520 badge, he mused that Xiao Chen, who had little knowledge of automobiles, would likely fail to recognize it if he claimed it was a BMW 520. The owner of the repair shop couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, thinking to himself that this seemingly straightforward fellow had quite the cunning side, intentionally transforming the top-tier 760 into a 520, perhaps with the intent of playing the role of an underdog. After purchasing the car, Yi Chun recalled that he needed to prepare a gift for Wang Daoquan's restaurant opening that afternoon. Considering Wang Daoquan was one of the few classmates who had been kind to him during university, he decided to drive to a large consignment shop, where he spent 200,000 yuan on an early painting by the Qing dynasty artist Huang Shun. Although Huang Shun was not widely known, the average person would likely not recognize his work. Yi Chun chose this antique painting, feeling it was a substantial gift for Wang Daoquan, while also hoping to keep its true value a secret. He thought that if anyone inquired, he could casually state it was worth a few thousand yuan to deflect their curiosity. As noon approached, Yi Chun called his wife Xiao Chen to inform her that he was on his way to pick her and Dong Roland up from the Dihao group. Upon meeting, Xiao Chen was astonished to see Yi Chun driving a BMW 5 Series. Staring at him in disbelief, she asked, "Where did you get this car?" Yi Chun replied with a smile, "I bought it for you." Her surprise deepened as she questioned, "You bought it? Where did you get the money?" He responded, "It's my private savings. After all, I've been part of the Xiao family for a while now, and I spent nothing on our wedding. Living off the Xiao family for these years, saving a little money isn't strange, is it?" Xiao Chen replied, "But you could have saved that money for yourself. Why buy such an expensive car? This must cost around 400,000 yuan. Yi Chun chuckled, "You're my wife. Who else would I spend my savings on? Am I supposed to take it elsewhere? Besides, now that you're a director, you need a respectable vehicle. Otherwise, people will ridicule you." At this moment, Dong Roland chimed in. "Chen, you really do need a more business-appropriate car. This one suits you perfectly. Yi Chun cares for you, so you should be pleased." Xiao Chen nodded, touched, and said, "Thank you, Yi Chun." He gently squeezed her hand, grinning, "Why so formal with your husband?" He then turned to both women and declared, "Let us head straight to Wang Daoquan's restaurant." Xiao Chen quickly inquired, "Did you buy him a gift?" "I did," Yi Chun replied. "I bought him a painting." "A painting?" Xiao Chen asked curiously. "What kind of painting?" Yi Chun explained, "It's an antique painting from the antique street. It features a pomegranate, symbolizing many children, wealth, and blessings. It seemed quite fitting, so I bought it." Xiao Chen asked, "How much did it cost?" "A few thousand yuan," he responded. She nodded, laughing. "You might have been swindled. You can't get a genuine antique painting for that price." Yi Chun smiled. "It doesn't matter. It's the thought that counts. A humble gift carries heartfelt sentiments." Xiao Chen agreed, saying, "You're right. It's all about the sentiment. Let us head over now." Chapter 36, A Comparison? Wang Daoquan's newly opened restaurant is located in the development zone of Jinling City. The area is quite distant from the city center and sparsely populated, prompting Yi Chen to wonder why Wang Daoquan chose this location. However, Xiao Churan mentioned that the development zone is soon to welcome several large manufacturing enterprises, including major companies like Foxconn, which would soon invigorate the area. Thus, Wang Daoquan's decision to establish his restaurant here was indeed wise. The restaurant, named Yueli Restaurant, is situated along a wide new street and appears quite substantial, boasting 2 levels. As Yi Chen parked in front of the restaurant, he noticed a row of cars already present, with several individuals standing by a golden BMW, smoking and chatting. Yi Chen recognized them as former classmates from university, though he had little connection with them. The leader among them was Wang Tengfei, a well-known rich kid from their class who had harbored feelings for Xiao Churan, who had shown him no interest. At that moment, Wang Tengfei leaned against the golden BMW, basking in the compliments of his peers, who marveled at his new purchase, exclaiming, "Tengfei, you're truly a winner in life. It hasn't been long since graduation, and you're already driving a BMW. Is it a 540? The top of the 5 Series?" Wang Tengfei chuckled. "Oh, the 540 is merely an 800,000 yuan vehicle. It's nothing special." One of the classmates exclaimed, 540? That's the most expensive imported model in the 5 Series. I can barely scrape together a down payment for a 200,000 yuan BMW 1 Series. And I feel so far behind. Another chimed in, "Your car must have incredible power." Wang Tengfei smiled. "It's decent. Generally, I don't encounter rivals on the streets." Just then, someone noticed a new BMW arriving and remarked, "Hey, is this BMW one of our classmates?" Another exclaimed, "Oh my, isn't that Yi Chen, the loser? And look, Xiao Churan is in the passenger seat. That freeloader must be riding on her coattails." Wang Tengfei spotted Yi Chen in the car and his expression darkened. "So it's this waste of space. Lucky him." At that moment, someone asked, "What series is he driving?" Just as Yi Chen pulled into a nearby spot and backed into a space, Wang Tengfei glanced at the 520 badge and sneered, "Ha, a 520. It's the lowest, poverty-stricken version of the 5 Series. Only a loser would drive this model." A nearby classmate nodded, "Tengfei, you're in the top tier of the 5 Series. His is the cheapest version, not even in the same league." Wang Tengfei scoffed, "I could buy 2 of his cars." As Yi Chen parked, Xiao Churan and Dong Roland stepped out, prompting the group of boys to eagerly greet them. "Ah, our class's 2 beauties have arrived." Xiao Churan and Dong Roland politely acknowledged their classmates, while Wang Tengfei glared at the now more radiant Xiao Churan, feeling a deep sense of imbalance. How could this be? He had relentlessly pursued Xiao Churan during university, only to be ignored. Now, she was married to a live-in son-in-law, a good-for-nothing freeloader. The heavens must truly be blind. With that thought, he sneered, "Hey, Yi Chen, your life as Xiao Churan's husband seems quite pleasant. Driving a BMW now, is it a gift from her family? You're quite the example for us men seeking shortcuts." Upon hearing this, Xiao Churan's expression soured, and Dong Roland immediately retorted, "Wang Tengfei, you're mistaken. This car wasn't gifted by her family. It was bought by Yi Chen himself." Wang Tengfei smirked, "Oh really? Impressive, driving a BMW 5 Series." After speaking, he deliberately provoked Yi Chen, saying, "I say, Yi Chen, there aren't many cars in this development zone, and the main road is wide and straight. How about we race to see who is faster?" Yi Chen frowned, feeling a surge of irritation towards Wang Tengfei. Why was he looking for trouble? They had no prior relationship or grievances. Moreover, racing? He was driving a BMW 760, the most expensive and fastest model. Competing with him would be akin to bullying a child. Wang Tengfei assumed Yi Chen was intimidated and immediately mocked. "Oh, Yi Chen, why are you still as timid as you were in college? What is there to fear in a race? Are you reluctant to spend a bit of gas? I can even fill your tank." Dong Roland protested, somewhat displeased. "Hey, Wang Tengfei, what do you mean by that? Your car is a BMW 540, while Yi Chen's is a 520. The power difference is several tiers. Do you think that is fair?" Wang Tengfei shrugged. "The car's performance relies on skill. A good car doesn't necessarily guarantee speed. It depends on technique and courage. I wonder if Yi Chen has the guts to compete with me? If he is scared, then so be it. Everyone knows he has never been particularly impressive." A few bystanders immediately echoed, "Exactly. If you're scared, just say so. There is no shame in it." Yi Chen, instead of getting angry, smiled. "Wang Tengfei, I'm open to a race, but we can't just compare words, can we? It would be far more interesting with a wager involved. All right. Wang Tingfei, initially frustrated that Yi Chun wasn't falling for his provocations, suddenly heard him mention a wager and thought he had a golden opportunity. Let us do this. Whoever loses has to kneel and bow their head in apology. Yi Chun shook his head. We're adults now. Let us not act so childishly. At that moment, Wang Daoquan, dressed in a suit and holding a large plate of firecrackers, approached excitedly. Ah, Yi Chun, you're here. Yi Chun nodded, smiling slightly. Congratulations on the opening of your new store, Daoquan. Wang Daoquan replied with a grin. Thanks, brother. Wang Tengfei coldly interjected. Yi Chun, don't change the subject. Tell me, what kind of wager do you think is appropriate? Wang Daoquan, curious, asked, what is going on? What are you two up to? Yi Chun smiled slightly. Glancing at the large plate of firecrackers in his arms, Daoquan, how loud are these firecrackers? 30,000 pops. Wang Daoquan laughed. This plate isn't cheap. It costs over 600. Yi Chun nodded and proposed to Wang Tengfei. How about this? Let us race, and the loser has to light these firecrackers in their car. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Wang Tengfei's heart raced with excitement. His car was a 540, while Yi Chun's was a 520. Even if he exhausted himself, he could not possibly lose. Yi Chun dared to wager such a substantial amount. Lighting 30,000 firecrackers in a car would surely wreak havoc on the interior, leaving it in ruins. Since Yi Chun was digging his own grave, Wang Tengfei saw a golden opportunity for humiliation. Without hesitation, he nodded vigorously, shouting, everyone bear witness. Let us see who drives faster. The loser will light the firecrackers in their car. He added, if anyone tries to back out, may their entire family suffer. A few male classmates immediately began to cheer. And soon, a crowd of 20 to 30 students gathered to watch the spectacle. Everyone believed Yi Chun was a fool for daring to challenge the 540 with his 520. It was a straight road. Speed was predominantly determined by the car's performance, not skill. A 520, even if driven by Schumacher, could never outrun a 540. Yi Chun's brand new BMW 520 was destined for destruction. Xiaochuan continuously advised Yi Chun, don't let him provoke you. He is doing this on purpose. We shouldn't race. Yi Chun smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, my dear, your husband will never lose. Wang Tengfei laughed heartily. Oh Yi Chun, I must say, I admire your courage. Ha ha, let us cut the chatter and race. All right. Yi Chun nodded, asking, how shall we race? Wang Tengfei pointed to the end of the road and said, we'll start at the same time, race to that intersection, turn around, and whoever returns first wins. What do you say? Yi Chun replied, no problem. Great. Wang Tengfei exclaimed, everyone, bear witness. We're about to begin. As he jumped into his BMW 540 and drove onto the main road, Yi Chun disregarded Xiaochuan's objections and positioned his car beside Wang Tengfei, aligning the fronts of their vehicles. At that moment, an eager male student chimed in, I'll count down for you. All right. Wang Tengfei laughed. Get ready to start. Yi Chun nodded, activating the sport mode on his BMW 760. The BMW 760 boasted a 6.6-liter engine with 585 horsepower, while the BMW 540 had a 3.0-liter engine with 340 horsepower. The displacement of the 760 was nearly double that of the 540, resulting in a power disparity of 245 horsepower, an astronomical difference. Yet, Wang Tengfei was oblivious to the fact that Yi Chun's 520 was actually a top-tier 760. He believed victory was assured. The student responsible for the countdown excitedly shouted, ready, 3, 2, 1. The moment the words left his mouth, Wang Tengfei slammed the accelerator to the floor. He knew Yi Chun was destined to lose, but he wanted to make the loss even more humiliating by speeding ahead. However, he was unprepared for the black shadow that surged past him, leaving him far behind in an instant. It was Yi Chun's BMW 520. Wang Tengfei could hardly believe his eyes. How was this possible? This was inconceivable. His BMW 540 had 340 horsepower, nearly double that of Yi Chun's 520, which had only 184 horsepower. How could Yi Chun so effortlessly overtake him? The onlookers were equally stunned. No one expected Yi Chun, who everyone had deemed a certain loser, would shoot forward like an arrow, leaving Wang Tengfei far behind. By the time Wang Tengfei turned around, Yi Chun had already returned to the starting point. Yi Chun had won, and he had done so with overwhelming superiority. As Wang Tengfei turned back to see Yi Chun celebrating his victory with Xiaochuan, he felt utterly crushed. What just happened? How could a BMW 520 surpass a BMW 540? No, this bastard must have modified his car. Damn it. He gritted his teeth and drove back to the crowd, where Chen was already applauding his victory. The surrounding students were dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how Chen's 520 could be so fast. Wang Tingfei stopped his car, angrily exited, and roared, "Damn it, Chen, you're using a modified car to cheat me, aren't you? This race doesn't count. A modified car has a power advantage over mine. How can this be fair?" Chen coldly laughed. "Hey, Wang Tingfei, you were the one who said that power doesn't matter. Skill and courage are what count. Now that you've lost, you want to backtrack?" "I didn't." Wang Tingfei's expression flickered with panic as he argued back. "You cheated me. I'm not the one being dishonest." Dong Roland disdainfully remarked, "Wang Tingfei, you really are a man of your word. It's quite disgusting. Forget the solemn oath you uttered earlier. May anyone who reneges on the bet face utter annihilation." Indeed, many classmates who initially anticipated witnessing Chen's embarrassment now harbor resentment towards Wang Tingfei, perceiving him as someone who cannot accept defeat. Despite his age, he lacks the integrity to honor a commitment he instigated. Consequently, someone exclaimed, "Wang Tingfei, this is utterly uncalled for. We all witnessed it. You challenged Chen, asserting that power was inconsequential, and vowed that if you lost, your entire family would perish if you reneged. Now you're attempting to weasel out of it, blatantly choosing familial annihilation over fulfilling your vow?" "Indeed," chimed in a female student. "Wang Tingfei, we always perceived you as a man of unwavering resolve, a man of his word. However, we're now disillusioned, realizing you're a petty individual who reneges on promises." Another added, "I've finally deciphered Wang Tingfei's true nature. He's a hypocrite. Had Chen lost, he wouldn't have hesitated to exploit the situation. Now that he's on the losing end, he resorts to deceitful tactics. What a scoundrel." Wang Tingfei's face alternated between crimson and pallor. Truthfully, he had acquired the car less than a month prior, incurring a cost of over 700,000 yuan. Igniting 30,000 firecrackers within it would render the vehicle irreparable. It was his prized possession. He meticulously maintained its pristine condition, forbidding even the slightest scratch or speck of dust. How could he bring himself to ignite firecrackers within it? However, with so many classmates observing him, he had evidently lost their favor. Should he persist in his deceitful behavior, his classmates would undoubtedly sever all ties with him. They might even disseminate tales of his dishonorable conduct, of choosing to bear the curse of familial annihilation rather than honoring his wager. This realization prompted a shift in his resolve. Refusing to ignite the firecrackers would tarnish his reputation irreparably. At that moment, Chen interjected, "Wang Tingfei, we're all classmates. Let's not take this too seriously. Your car is quite valuable. If you're unwilling to damage it, then don't." Wang Tingfei experienced immediate relief. However, his classmates erupted in murmurs. "Huh?" Chen displays remarkable magnanimity. Look at Wang Tingfei, utterly disgraced. Indeed, Chen recognized his inability to accept defeat and offered him a way out. Wang Tingfei's pride shattered, leading him to retort, "Who the hell said I can't accept defeat? Give me the firecrackers. Since I dared to wager, I can certainly accept the consequences." At that moment, Chen's lips curled into a smile of triumphant machination. Chapter 38. Complete ruin. Wang Tingfei had relinquished all semblance of reason. He refused to be overshadowed by Chen, that good-for-nothing, in front of his classmates. Thus, he steeled himself, seized the firecrackers from Wang Daoquan, and tossed them into his car. Subsequently, he ignited a lighter, grasped the firecracker fuse, and declared, "You all observe closely. I'm not someone who can't accept defeat, nor do I require Chen's pity." With that, he ignited the lighter. The firecrackers ignited instantly, detonating within the car in a cacophony of explosions. Initially, the flickering light within the car was visible, but soon the interior was engulfed in billowing white smoke. The incessant explosions caused Wang Tingfei's heart to bleed, yet they exhilarated the onlookers. Many classmates had already retrieved their phones to record the spectacle, intending to disseminate the entire event on short video platforms, allowing netizens to witness this unprecedented display. The 30,000 firecrackers continued to detonate, rapidly destroying the BMW 540 seats. The seats, filled with highly flammable foam, ignited under the accelerant effect of the firecracker gunpowder, bursting into flames. No one anticipated that the firecrackers would ignite the car, and the interior, filled with white smoke, concealed the fire. However, As the firecrackers ceased detonating and the smoke dissipated, the flames suddenly erupted, engulfing the entire car in an inferno. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, and Wang Tengfei exclaimed in terror, "Fire! Extinguish the fire! Extinguish the fire!" He had initially believed that the firecrackers would merely damage the seats and interior, requiring a few tens of thousands of yuan to restore the car to its former glory. However, he never imagined that the firecrackers would ignite a conflagration within the car. He frantically shouted for help, but no one could extinguish the flames with bare hands. He desperately dialed 119 and then stood helplessly as his beloved car succumbed to the flames, ultimately becoming a blazing inferno. By the time the fire truck arrived, the BMW 540 had been reduced to a charred frame. One could scarcely discern that it had once been a BMW. Wang Tengfei collapsed to the ground, despondently watching his cherished BMW turn to ashes, his heart writhing in agony. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have never provoked Yi Chen or challenged him to a race. Now, he had not only lost face, but also his car. Wang Daoquan's face remained impassive, but he secretly found the situation amusing, giving Yi Chen a subtle thumbs up. Subsequently, he remarked to Wang Tengfei, "Tengfei, don't be too disheartened. It's almost time. Shall we proceed inside for dinner?" Wang Tengfei initially intended to concoct an excuse to depart, but upon reflection, he realized that would be too advantageous for Yi Chen, that scoundrel. Regardless, his car had been destroyed because of Yi Chen, so he had to retaliate. Thus, he stood up, feigning composure, and declared, "What reason do I have to be disheartened? It was a wager, and I accept the consequences." Several of his sycophantic classmates hastened to concur. With Fei's wealth, what's a mere BMW? Indeed, for Fei, it's just an ordinary vehicle. Recognizing Wang Tengfei's desire to save face, they refrained from mentioning the incident further, following Wang Daoquan inside to prepare for the grand opening celebration. Inside the establishment, several tables had been meticulously arranged in the grand hall, adorned with banners proclaiming the celebration of the classmates' reunion and the restaurant's grand opening. Many classmates presented congratulatory gifts. Yi Chen, carrying the antique painting he had purchased, approached Wang Daoquan and said, "Congratulations, Daoquan. This is a small token of our appreciation from my wife and me." Xiao Churan smiled and added, "Wang Daoquan, congratulations. May your business flourish." "Thank you. Thank you," Wang Daoquan responded promptly, then leaned in and whispered to Yi Chen with a mischievous smile, "I see your relationship with the class beauty is quite intimate, contrary to what people say. When are you planning to have children?" Xiao Churan overheard their hushed conversation and blushed involuntarily. Yi Chen chuckled and said, "Don't be so nosy. You'll be the first to know when the time comes, and you'll certainly have to contribute to the gift money." Of course, Wang Daoquan nodded repeatedly, saying, "I'll definitely give the child a generous red envelope." At that moment, a woman with heavy makeup and ordinary features approached Wang Daoquan and inquired, "Daoquan, who are these two?" "This is my college buddy, my best friend, Yi Chen, and this is our class beauty, Xiao Churan, now Yi Chen's wife." After introducing the two, Wang Daoquan introduced the woman beside him, saying, "This is my fiancé, Lu Lily." He's the one who lives off his wife," Lu Lily blurted out, but quickly realized her mistake and corrected herself with a forced smile. "I've heard Wang Daoquan mention you too often. You're such a handsome and beautiful couple." Yi Chen pretended not to hear and handed the antique painting to Lu Lily, saying, "This is a small token of our appreciation." Lu Lily said with a smile, "Oh, you didn't have to bring a gift." However, she promptly accepted the gift box. Yi Chen said, "You two should get busy. We'll find a place to sit." "All right," Wang Daoquan said apologetically. "Sorry, Yi Chen, there are too many classmates, and I have to greet them all." As soon as Yi Chen and Xiao Churan walked away, Lu Lily hastily opened the gift box from Yi Chen and found a scroll inside. She frowned and said, "What did your classmate give us?" Wang Daoquan said, "Can't you tell? It's a painting." "Humph," Lu Lily sneered, curling her lip as she unfurled the scroll. "What a worthless trinket, old and shabby. I reckon it's barely worth a couple of hundred." Wang Daoquan replied earnestly, "What does the price matter? It was a gift from a classmate. It's the thought that counts." Lu Lily retorted, "Don't be ridiculous. I'm telling you, let us keep our distance from such classmates in the future. A mere token like this wouldn't even cover their meal expenses." Wang Daoquan's expression darkened. "Lu Lily, are you really that materialistic?" Lu Lily erupted in anger. "Wang Daoquan, how can you speak to me like that? Am I materialistic? If I were, would I ever associate with a penniless wretch like you? Don't forget, My father invested a substantial amount in this restaurant. Wang Daoquan felt a pang of awkwardness, momentarily rendered speechless. At that moment, Wang Tingfei approached. Having recovered somewhat from the earlier incident involving the car fire, he strode up with an air of confidence, presenting a thick red envelope to Wang Daoquan. Daoquan, I wasn't sure what to gift for your restaurant opening, so I thought I'd just give you a generous red envelope. Lu Lily hurriedly expressed her gratitude while accepting it, her fingers quickly discerning that it contained no less than 8 or 9,000. She immediately began to flatter. Oh, thank you so much. Wang Tingfei waved his hand dismissively and inquired, I noticed that Chen also came by to offer a gift. What did he give? Lu Lily scoffed, a painting, probably scavenged from some second-hand market. I doubt it's worth more than a couple of hundred. Wang Tingfei sneered. A loser will always be a loser. Chapter 39. So pretentious Yi Chen, accompanied by Xiao Churan and Dong Ruolin, took their seats, and Wang Tengfei followed suit, positioning himself beside Dong Ruolin. Upon sitting, he grinned and asked, Ruolin, I heard you recently started working at the Dihao Group? Dong Ruolin nodded, I just joined. Wang Tengfei smiled, what a coincidence. My father is the deputy general manager at Dihao Group. I'll have him look out for you. Upon hearing this, several classmates exclaimed, Brother Fei, your father is the deputy general manager at Dihao Group? Yes, Wang Tingfei affirmed. He just got promoted last year. Someone promptly complimented. A deputy general manager must earn several million a year, right? That is impressive. No wonder your family is so wealthy. Wang Tengfei replied with a grin. Several million is just the salary. My father has a significant role in other sources of income. Dihao Group is currently engaged in a hotel project, and he has set to earn at least 10 to 20 million from it. A male classmate across from him eagerly asked, Brother Fei, I want to join Dihao Group too. I've sent several resumes, but Haven T heard back. Could you speak to your father and see if he could recommend me internally? Wang Tengfei nodded. Sure, send me your resume on WeChat, and I'll give him a heads up. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, realizing Wang Tingfei's father was a high-ranking executive at Dihao Group. This piqued his interest, prompting him to consider sending a message to Wang Dongxue to have Wang Tingfei's father dismissed. He feigned curiosity, Wang Tingfei, since your father is so influential at Dihao Group, why not have him get you in there? Wang Tengfei scoffed disdainfully, what do you know? Joining Dihao Group would be pointless. Our father-son relationship would be too obvious, and I'd be under constant scrutiny. He added, puffing out his chest, so, I have no intention of joining Dihao Group. I've started my own building materials company and will collaborate with Dihao Group through my father, securing contracts for their supplies. Wow, you must be making a fortune. Someone exclaimed. Wang Tingfei chuckled, it's decent. I should clear around 1 million or so in a year. He then turned his gaze to Yi Chen, asking, Yi Chen, what are you doing these days? Surely, you're not just washing clothes and cooking since you became a live-in son-in-law? Laughter erupted around the table. Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, in addition to washing and cooking, I also drive my wife to work and give her massages. My life is quite blissful. Wang Tengfei was infuriated. This scoundrel had the audacity to appear so self-satisfied. Suppressing his rage, he gritted his teeth. Yi Chen, I never imagined you'd find such comfort in living off others. Yi Chen shamelessly replied, why not? I haven't stolen or robbed. I'm living off my own merit. What is wrong with that? The surrounding classmates were taken aback. They had seen shamelessness, but never to this extent. Yet, deep down, they felt envy. After all, Xiao Churan was exceptionally beautiful. Many would dream of being supported by such a goddess. Being a live-in son-in-law would be a winning life for many. Wang Tingfei was left speechless. At that moment, Lu Lily, Wang Daoquan's wife, took to the stage. With a smile, she thanked everyone for their presence and continued, we are truly moved by the gifts you have brought. To express our gratitude, we have decided to announce the details of the gifts and thank everyone once again. Since today marks the opening ceremony, it is essential to acknowledge the contributions. Wang Daoquan had initially been reluctant, but he had little say in the matter and could only let Lu Lily have her way. However, many classmates were not surprised, as people often have a penchant for comparison and boasting. Everyone was keenly aware of who had gifted what, allowing them to gauge how their old classmates were faring in the world. Lu Lily began to name names. Thank you to classmate Zhang Jia for the 1,000 yuan red envelope. Thank you to classmate Wang Bei for the pair of gold ingots. Thank you to classmate Su Oho for the jade paiyao. Thank you to classmate Wang Tingfei for the 10,000 yuan red envelope. The earlier gifts, whether envelopes or items, were mostly around the value of 1,000 yuan. Suddenly, when it came to Wang Tingfei, He presented a red envelope worth 10,000, leaving everyone astounded. It was merely an opening ceremony, and yet he had given such a grand gesture. Many stared in admiration at Wang Tengfei, praising his generosity. Wang Tengfei, too, wore a proud expression, pleased to have outshone his classmates. Then, Lu Lili continued, "Thank you to Yi Chun and Xiao Charan for the old painting." Laughter erupted among the crowd. An old painting? Could it even be worth 100? This couple was incredibly stingy. Wang Daoquan's restaurant opening was a lavish affair. Just the meal would cost hundreds per person. Yet, they came to mooch and brought only an old painting? Wang Tengfei sneered, "Yi Chun, how could you afford a BMW 520 and even modify it? Yet you only brought this shabby item for a classmate's restaurant opening?" Yi Chun replied with a faint smile, "You don't know its provenance. How can you dismiss it as worthless?" Wang Tengfei ridiculed, "Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. You probably bought that dilapidated imitation antique to pass off as something valuable, hoping to leave everyone guessing its worth." He then pressed, "Be honest. How much did you pay for that old painting? 100 or 80? Yi Chun smiled slightly. "That painting is worth more than everything else gifted here combined." Haha. Wang Tengfei led the laughter. "You're truly full of hot air. I just gifted 10,000, and with over 20 classmates, that's already 20,000. Are you implying that your painting is worth over 30,000? Yi Chun replied with a grin, "You're underestimating it." At that moment, laughter erupted among the classmates. Everyone believed that Yi Chun was simply trying too hard to show off. What a ridiculous gift. A few thousand yuan for an old painting? Who are you trying to fool? Lu Lili, on stage, felt disdainful and curiously asked, "Yi Chun, may I ask whose ancient painting you gifted that is worth several tens of thousands?" Yi Chun replied nonchalantly, "It's by an obscure painter from the Qing dynasty." Lu Lili laughed heartily. "What a coincidence. My father is a renowned cultural relic appraiser, Lu Yuesheng. Anyone knowledgeable about antiques must have heard of him, right?" Dong Ruolin exclaimed. "Lu Yuesheng? The expert who appeared on CCTV? He's your father?" Lu Lili confirmed with a smile. "Indeed, he is my father. He's currently upstairs. Shall I invite him down to appraise the ancient painting you gifted, Yi Chun?" Wang Tengfei stood up, proclaiming loudly, "Then let's trouble Lily to bring her father down to help us evaluate it. If Yi Chun's painting truly exceeds the value of all the gifts we received today, Wang Tengfei, will eat this table right here." Chapter 40. A humbling moment upon hearing that Lu Lili's father was a relic appraiser. The other students cast scornful and sympathetic glances at Yi Chun. They felt he was incredibly unfortunate, attempting to show off only to encounter an expert in the room. Was he not just setting himself up for embarrassment? If Lu Yuesheng were to come down, how humiliating it would be for him. Xiao Charan, feeling a bit awkward, whispered to Yi Chun, "With so many classmates watching, perhaps it's best not to be stubborn. It would be quite embarrassing otherwise." Before, Yi Chun had mentioned he bought a painting, claiming it wasn't worth much, but now he asserted it was worth several tens of thousands. Xiao Charan felt uncertain, suspecting that Yi Chun might have lied for the sake of pride. However, Yi Chun remained unfazed, stating, "Since you all doubt me, let the professionals authenticate it." He added, "By the way, let us not forget that Wang Tengfei is obstinate and has made a wager. This time, he intends to eat the table." Wang Tengfei, recalling the recent incident with his burned car, cursed, "Yi Chun, stop being so arrogant. What happened with the car was a trick you played on me. I've already admitted defeat. If that painting is truly worth several tens of thousands, I'll eat the table. But if it's not worth that much, what about you?" Yi Chun nodded. "All right, if it isn't worth that much, I'll eat it too." Although the painting was not a masterpiece, it was indeed a work by the Qing dynasty painter Huang Shun, and the antique shop was a nationwide chain with a guarantee of authenticity. Xiao Charan attempted to dissuade Yi Chun, but before she could react, he had already agreed, leaving her to sigh in helplessness. Dong Ruolin was also surprised by Yi Chun's confidence. Upon reflection, he was quite a mysterious individual. That day at Tianxiang House, the renowned Hong Wuya had shown him great respect, a fact that puzzled her. Yet, she was convinced that Yi Chun harbored secrets. Wang Tengfei felt he finally had a chance to turn the tides and exclaimed, "All right, let us have Lu Lili call her father down to assist us with the appraisal." Lu Lili, in front of everyone, dialed her father, saying, "Dad, could you come down? A classmate of Dao Kuan has brought a painting, and we would like your expertise." Moments later, an elderly gentleman slowly descended the staircase. This was Lu Yuesheng, the esteemed relic appraiser from Jinling. Today marked the opening celebration of Lu Lili's father's restaurant, where he was hosting a gathering with friends upstairs. Upon hearing about the ancient painting that required evaluation, His professional instincts kicked in, prompting him to come down to take a look. Lu Yueshing stepped onto the stage, and Lu Lily hurriedly handed him the gift box containing the painting. "Dad, could you help us appraise this painting? Someone claims it's worth several tens of thousands." She glanced at Yi Chun with disdain, thinking, a freeloader gifting a painting worth less than 100 yuan? It's obvious it must be a fake. The others shared her sentiments, doubting Yi Chun could genuinely present a painting worth several tens of thousands. Lu Yueshing took the gift box and, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, carefully unrolled the scroll. The painting appeared somewhat yellowed and unimpressive. Many classmates who judged by appearances began to voice their opinions. "It doesn't look like anything valuable. I'd say it's worth about 50 bucks. The box probably costs more than the painting." After scrutinizing the artwork for several minutes, Lu Yueshing smiled and asked, "This painting was given by Dao Kun, correct?" "Yes," Lu Lily replied. They were close friends during university. As she spoke, Lu Lily thought, "Yi Chun sends a worthless piece of junk, and soon my father will expose him in front of everyone." However, no one anticipated Lu Yueshing's response. "It seems that you truly are good friends. Who would give such a valuable item if not a close friend?" Everyone was taken aback. What was happening? Valuable? This shabby piece was deemed valuable? Wang Tingfei thought, valuable? I could buy a fake flower from the antique street, age it with some urine, and it would look more genuine than this. At that moment, Lu Yueshing stated earnestly, "This is an authentic piece by the Qing dynasty painter Huang Shen. While he may not be a household name, he is certainly one of the more distinguished artists, known as one of the 8 eccentrics of Yangzhou." He continued, "I estimate this piece to be worth over 200,000 yuan in the current market." Over 200,000. Lu Lily was left dumbfounded. She had thought it was worth less than 100 yuan. Who could have imagined it was worth over 200,000? Wang Dao Kun exclaimed, "Wow! Yi Chun, how could you give me something so precious? This is too expensive." Yi Chun replied calmly, "Dao Kun, it's merely a token of my regard. Please don't focus too much on its price." Wang Dao Kun felt deeply touched, realizing his university friend had such generosity. Meanwhile, Wang Tingfei was utterly perplexed. What was going on? This worthless piece was valued at over 200,000? How could something so unremarkable be worth that much? The classmates were equally astonished. No one dared to look down on Yi Chun any longer. After all, he was the kind of person who could casually gift a painting worth over 200,000 yuan. Everyone envied Wang Dao Kun immensely. What a remarkable gift for an opening celebration. What a tremendous gain. At that moment, Lu Lily was also taken aback, quickly changing her perception of Yi Chun. She understood her father's expertise and recognized that if he stated the painting was worth over 200,000, it was undoubtedly true. My goodness. A classmate of Wang Dao Kun gifted such a valuable present. This was no ordinary generosity. Realizing this, she looked at Yi Chun with newfound admiration. Xiao Churan, puzzled, inquired, "Yi Chun, how much did you actually spend on this painting?" Yi Chun smiled slightly and replied quietly, "I truly didn't spend much. The seller is a friend who acquired it at a bargain, so he offered it to me at a low price." Xiao Churan couldn't help but exclaim, "A painting worth over 200,000 sold to you for just a few thousand? How fortunate." Yi Chun replied nonchalantly, "Many people don't place such importance on money. I'm no different. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gifted this painting to Dao Kun." Xiao Churan nodded gently, realizing he was right. If someone valued money highly, they would never give such an expensive item. It seemed her husband, though lacking in achievements, possessed an extraordinary spirit. At that moment, Yi Chun rose from his seat and, with a smile, inquired of the visibly flustered Wang Tingfei, "How do you intend to consume this table? Will you gnaw on it directly? Or shall I procure a knife to chop it into manageable pieces for you?" Wang Tingfei, feeling utterly humiliated, wished for nothing more than to vanish from existence. What on earth is happening today? Did I neglect to consult the almanac before stepping out? He thought, as he grappled with the reality that the painting was indeed authentic and valued at over 200,000. Yet, having boasted so boldly, he was now left with a dilemma. Was he truly expected to eat the table? That was simply inconceivable. A cart could be replaced, however. A table was not something one could digest. If he were to actually consume it, he would surely perish. His classmates began to tease him. "Oh, Wang Tingfei, you claimed you would eat the table. Surely you are not backing down now?" One voice rang out, "Brother Tingfei, please commence your performance." Wang Tingfei's face turned a ghastly shade as he retorted, "Come now, fellow students. Is it truly necessary to add insult to injury at this juncture?" Yi Chun chuckled. "You initiated this predicament yourself. We are merely encouraging you to uphold your promise. How does that translate to adding insult?" Realizing he could not escape this humiliation, Wang Tingfei Suppressing his fury, reluctantly admitted, I acted impulsively, failing to recognize the gravity of the situation. I apologize to Yi Chun and to all present, and I hope for your forgiveness. The sudden humility astonished everyone. When had Wang Tingfei ever backed down? Yet, he saw no other recourse. To refuse would mean eating the table, an utterly impossible task. If he were to resort to evasion, he would undoubtedly incur the wrath of his peers, leading to further ridicule. Thus, the only path forward was to concede, which would allow him to navigate this challenge. As he yielded, a classmate remarked, it is commendable that Wang Tengfei can admit his mistakes. Besides, no one genuinely wishes to force him to eat the table, so let us move on. Indeed, let us move on. Eating the table is out of the question. We have yet to dine ourselves, so let us commence the feast. Yi Chen understood that Wang Tengfei would never truly eat the table. However, with his capitulation, Yi Chen had achieved his aim, to humble the pretentious. Yet, he felt that mere humiliation was insufficient. This was merely the beginning, with greater consequences awaiting Wang Tengfei. He then declared, since Wang Tengfei has acknowledged his error, let us put aside the matter of the table. Today marks the joyous occasion of the grand opening of Dakun Restaurant. Let us not overshadow their celebration. Wang Tengfei breathed a sigh of relief, yet his heart seethed with a desire to eliminate Yi Chen, to rid himself of this consuming hatred. Yi Chen, however, was not prepared to let him off the hook. He sent a text to Wang Dongxue. Is there a vice president surnamed Wang in the company with a son named Wang Tengfei? Please investigate. Wang Dongxue swiftly replied, yes. There is a vice president named Wang Donghai, whose son is Wang Tengfei. What is your command, Chairman? Yi Chen instructed, terminate his employment. Have him leave immediately. Wang Tengfei remained oblivious to the fact that his father was currently undergoing the termination process at the Dihao Group. Having momentarily escaped the perilous situation, he felt a fleeting sense of relief but was secretly plotting revenge against Yi Chen. More importantly, he needed to find a way to reclaim his dignity among his classmates. How could he continue to maintain his facade after being so publicly embarrassed? As he pondered his options, a sudden commotion erupted at the restaurant entrance. Everyone turned to witness a group of menacing youths storming in, each adorned with tattoos and wielding baseball bats and galvanized pipes, exuding an unmistakable air of intimidation. Upon seeing them, the expressions of all present shifted, particularly those of Wang Daoquan and Lu Lili, whose eyes were filled with dread. The leader, a man with a scarred face, surveyed the room before pointing at Wang Daoquan with a sinister grin. Boss, you should have given us a heads up for such a significant opening. Do you look down on us, your brothers? Lu Lili's face turned pale as she forced a weak smile. What do you intend to do? Prior to the opening, Lu Lili had heard rumors of local thugs demanding protection fees. The previous owner of the restaurant had allegedly been driven to ruin by these ruffians, ultimately selling the establishment out of desperation. Yet, Lu Lili had believed that in broad daylight, such unsavory characters would not dare to extort money. Thus, she had acquired the place at a low price, intending to manage it well. Little did she expect that trouble would find them on their very first day of business. The scar-faced leader grinned widely. To conduct business here, you naturally need to settle with our brother Biao. We won't demand much, just 20% of your restaurant's equity. In return, we will ensure your establishment's safety. Hearing such an outrageous demand, both Wang Daoquan and Lu Lili gasped in shock. 20% right off the bat. This is outright robbery. You have 1 minute to decide. Wang Tengfei suddenly felt an opportunity to assert himself. Stepping forward, he boldly declared, Who do you think you are? The scar-faced leader sneered. And you are what? Why should I introduce myself to you? Wang Tengfei retorted, Let me tell you. My father has connections in both the underworld and the legitimate world in Jinling. I will call the leaders of the development zone and inquire. The scar-faced man regarded him with a hint of caution and asked, You know the leaders of the development zone? Of course. Wang Tengfei replied coldly. If you don't want to die, you should leave now. The scar-faced man furrowed his brow. Fine, if you can get someone who can speak on your behalf. I won't bother you again. But if you can't, then don't blame me for being rude. Lu Lili, her face filled with anxiety, implored, Brother Fei. Please help us make contact. We are counting on you. Wang Tengfei smiled nonchalantly. Rest assured, I will call the leaders of the development zone right away. The Dihao Group also had projects in the development zone, and it was Wang Tengfei's father who was responsible for them. Thus the leaders had frequent interactions with him. Wang Tengfei promptly dialed the number of the top official, raising his voice intentionally. Uncle Li, why are there a bunch of thugs demanding protection fees in the development zone? They've even come to my classmate's restaurant. The voice on the other end paused before responding. Tingfei, what is going on? Wang Tingfei explained the situation. A friend of mine just opened a restaurant and is facing trouble with thugs demanding protection fees. I was hoping you could look into it. After a moment of contemplation, the voice replied, slightly awkward, I'm sorry, Tingfei, but this matter does not fall under my jurisdiction. I'm currently in a meeting. I'll have to hang up. Before Wang Tingfei could respond, the call was disconnected. Stunned, Wang Tingfei wondered, what just happened? Wasn't Director Li always trying to curry favor with my father to secure more investments from the Dihao Group? Why is he not giving me the time of day now? Unbeknownst to him, news of his father's dismissal from the Dihao Group had spread throughout the leadership circles of Jinling. The other party said awkwardly, Tingfei, that person is a Biao subordinate, and a Biao is under Master Hongwu. You'd better not interfere in this matter. Wang Tingfei inquired. Aren't you going to do anything about it? The other party responded, you should be aware of Master Hongwu's status. Wang Tingfei, somewhat flustered, said, can't you at least do me the favor of putting in a good word with them? The other party chuckled insincerely. I'm afraid I can't extend that courtesy. My apologies. Enraged, Wang Tingfei retorted, Mr. Chen, if I recall correctly, you were hoping that M Grand Group would donate a batch of supplies to you, weren't you? Do you no longer desire that? The other party, abandoning all pretense of civility, said coldly, Wang Tingfei, aren't you aware that your father has already been dismissed from M Grand Group? Dismissed? When did this happen? Half an hour ago. The other party stated, adding, perhaps you should clarify the situation before speaking. With that, the phone call concluded. Scarface, observing Wang Tingfei's stunned expression, sneered, what's wrong? Can't find anyone to help you? As Wang Tingfei was about to speak, Scarface slapped him across the face, sending him staggering and overturning a table and chairs. A commotion erupted throughout the venue. Everyone's faces paled, but no one dared to intervene. How dare you strike me? Wang Tingfei exclaimed, covering his face, deep anger etched upon his fair complexion. What if I do? Scarface chuckled menacingly, then kicked Wang Tingfei in the stomach, sending him sprawling to the ground, where he proceeded to pummel him mercilessly. Wang Tingfei screamed in agony, but no one was able to assist him. Soon, Wang Tingfei's face was swollen and bloodied, rendering him a grotesque sight. Terrified, Wang Tingfei cried out, Big brother, I was wrong. Please, stop hitting me. Wrong? Scarface scoffed. Is that all it takes? You dared to act tough with me. If I don't beat you to death, how will I maintain my reputation? He then instructed the others, damn it, give him a thorough beating. Immediately, a group of people rushed forward, raining blows upon Wang Tingfei. Some even used baseball bats to strike him, creating a gruesome scene. Seeing Wang Tingfei on the verge of death, Scarface approached Wang Daoquan and threatened coldly, your friend dared to act tough with me. The original 20 stake is now 40. If you don't agree, his fate will be a lesson to you. Wang Daoquan was deeply alarmed. But surrendering 40 of his shares would essentially turn him into a laborer for these thugs. Summoning his courage, he declared, if you want 40, you might as well kill me. Scarface frowned and said coldly, very well, I'll grant your wish. He immediately produced a gleaming dagger from his pocket. Everyone was terrified, and the female students even screamed. Seeing Scarface about to attack Wang Daoquan, Chen blurted out, put down the knife. Scarface turned his head, cursing. Who else wants to die? He turned and saw Chen, his expression shifting from confusion to profound terror, and he knelt on the ground with a thud. Before anyone could react, Scarface dropped the dagger and began slapping himself violently, confessing, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. I was blind and didn't realize you were here. Chen was slightly taken aback and asked, you know me? Scarface nodded vigorously, saying, Mr. Yi, I'm one of Brother Biao's men. I saw you at Tianxiang Mansion. Chen understood. It turned out that Biaozi, a subordinate of Master Hongwu, had caused trouble for Wang Yunfei and Xiao Hailong at Tianxiang Mansion. This man was one of Biaozi's underlings. No wonder he was so afraid of him. Master Hongwu himself trembled before Chen, let alone a subordinate of a subordinate. The classmates were stunned. Lu Lily was also in disbelief. No one understood why a fierce gangster like Scarface, who dared to beat Wang Tingfei, would kneel before Chen, an insignificant live-in son-in-law, and display such fear. Xiao Chen was also dumbfounded and asked Chen, what's going on? Do you know him? Fearing that she might misunderstand his connection to the underworld, Chen quickly said, I don't know him. Hearing this, Scarface hastily added, No, I don't know Mr. Yi. And Mr. Yi doesn't know me. I've only heard of Mr. Ye's great reputation and have always admired him. Such flattery, admiration for Chen. Everyone found this reality unacceptable. It was truly surreal. Scarface quickly told Wang Daoquan, You are Mr. Ye's friend. So I will protect your restaurant from now on and won't charge you any protection fees. I'll help you resolve any issues." This declaration astonished everyone. Lu Lily was so overjoyed that she almost cried. The contrast was too exhilarating. Because of Yi Chen's influence, she had avoided losing 40 of the shares, and more importantly, Scarface was willing to protect her family's hotel without charge in order to curry favor with Yi Chen. This meant they could conduct their business without worry. Yi Chen had truly saved her life. Wang Daoquan was also deeply grateful and said sincerely, "Yi Chen, I'm truly grateful for this." Yi Chen smiled and said, "Why are you thanking me? You're being too polite." Scarface then looked at Wang Tingfei, who had been beaten unconscious, and said with a terrified expression, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. I beat your friend." Yi Chen said indifferently, "It doesn't matter. He's not my friend, just an acquaintance, and we're not close." After a pause, he added, "Send him to the hospital. Don't let him disrupt the opening ceremony here." Scarface nodded immediately, "Then we'll take him to the hospital right away." "Mr. Yi, please continue. We won't disturb you any further." With that, he hurriedly called his brothers, carried the unconscious Wang Tingfei, and fled in a panic. The gazes directed at Yi Chen shifted from disdain to surprise, and from surprise to awe. No one knew why Yi Chen possessed such great power. This live-in son-in-law seemed to have transformed into a completely different person. During the banquet, many people approached Yi Chen to curry favor with him, including Lu Lily, who had initially looked down on him. Lu Lily now regarded Yi Chen as a veritable deity, thanking him profusely and even offering a permanent free meal. Yi Chen paid little attention to this. He was merely doing Wang Daoquan a favor and helping him resolve a minor issue. However, in the eyes of others, his actions that day had taken on a magical quality. Everyone wanted to know what had happened to this freeloading son-in-law. Chapter 43. Ill-intentioned Xiao Chuan was also very curious about what had happened that day. First, why was Yi Chen's BMW 520 twice as fast as Wang Tingfei's BMW 540? Then there was Yi Chen's ancient painting worth hundreds of thousands. And finally, why did Yi Chen know people in the underworld, and why did they show him so much respect? On the way back, Yi Chen explained to her that the BMW 520 was a modified test drive car from the 4S store, and that the modifications were intended to mislead users into thinking the car had a lot of power. Xiao Chuan didn't know much about cars and believed him without question. As for the ancient painting, he had already explained that someone had transferred it to him at a low price out of friendship, and that he had given it to Wang Daoquan out of friendship. However, the Scarface incident was a bit tricky. After all, he had addressed Yi Chen as Mr. Yi so obsequiously that it was difficult for Yi Chen to explain. In the end, he could only say that Scarface's boss was a relative of a friend of his, and that he had met him at a friend's gathering in the past. The man was giving him some respect out of consideration for his friend. Xiao Chuan felt that something was amiss, but seeing that Yi Chen was certain, she knew that it was useless to press him, so she didn't ask any further questions. Dong Ruolin had been observing Yi Chen and increasingly felt that there was more to him than met the eye. Thus, she resolved to pay closer attention to him and uncover his secrets. Wang Tingfei, on the other hand, faced a dire fate. When he was admitted to the hospital, he was already in a coma. His father had been dismissed from Dihao Group, and it was discovered that he had abused his position for personal gain, leading to a lawsuit from the company's legal department and a subsequent arrest by law enforcement. It could be said that the Wang family was utterly ruined. However, they were not well known in Jinling, and thus their plight went unnoticed by the public. Instead, the attention was focused on the legendary tycoon featured on short video platforms and the mysterious figure who was about to reserve the aerial garden at Buckingham Palace. Everyone was eager to learn their identities and whether they were indeed the same person. Time swiftly moved to their anniversary day. Having promised to surprise Xiao Chuan, Yi Chen insisted that she don an elegant white evening gown before they left. With a reluctant agreement, Xiao Chuan muttered, "It's just a dinner. Why must I dress so formally? Even if today is our anniversary, it doesn't need to be this grand." Yi Chen, with a beaming smile, replied, "Today marks our 3rd anniversary, so it deserves a touch of formality. I've already reserved a place that I guarantee will delight you." His efforts to keep the arrangements under wraps had left no room for suspicion in his wife's mind. Xiao Chuan smiled gently, touched by his thoughtfulness. In previous years, they had spent their anniversary casually at home. Even when Yi Chen was financially strapped, he would still prepare small, heartfelt gifts to please her. This year, however, he was unusually secretive, leaving her curious about what surprises her husband had in store. After changing, they hailed a cab and arrived at the Buckingham Palace Hotel. As Yi Chen stepped out, he looked at Xiao Chuan with an indescribable tenderness and said, Chen, tonight we shall celebrate our third wedding anniversary here. What do you think? Xiao Chen's expression turned peculiar. Was the restaurant he had booked located here? She instinctively asked, "You're not joking with me, are you?" Chen smiled reassuringly. "Of course not. I made a reservation here a few days ago. If you don't believe me, let us check inside." Xiao Chen shook her head. Over 3 years of marriage, Chen had never deceived her, especially not on such an important day. "No need. I trust you," she said, then added, "You didn't book a table in the aerial garden, did you? Isn't it reserved for a significant figure today?" Chen quickly clarified. "I reserved a spot next to the aerial garden, so we can see inside and perhaps discover who has taken over that space. What do you say?" Xiao Chen chuckled. "I'm not as inquisitive as you." As they entered the Buckingham Palace Hotel, just as they were about to head upstairs, a woman's startled exclamation rang in their ears. "Oh, Xiao Huasheng, what are you doing here?" Xiao Chen looked up to see a young couple approaching. The man was dressed in an expensive suit, clearly a wealthy heir, while the woman was adorned in designer labels, her makeup striking but her demeanor reeking of arrogance. Dressed in a manner that seemed somewhat ostentatious. This woman was Zhao Liqing, Xiao Chen's university dorm mate. Although they shared a dorm, they were not in the same class, and their relationship was rather lukewarm, primarily because Zhao Liqing held herself in high regard and was envious of Xiao Chen. She always believed that she deserved the title of school beauty over Xiao Chen, despite being inferior in appearance, figure, presence, and substance. Nevertheless, Zhao Liqing had a knack for charming affluent men, reportedly relying on them for her university expenses. Xiao Chen frowned, but, considering their shared history, she forced herself to greet her politely. "Liqing, it's been a while. My husband and I are here for dinner. How about you?" Zhao Liqing replied with feigned surprise. "Oh, what a coincidence. My husband and I are here for dinner too." Then, she pretended to be curious. "By the way, which room did you book? A standard suite, a premium suite, or a luxury suite?" Xiao Chen was in the dark about Yi Chen's arrangements and could only truthfully reply, "I'm not sure. My husband made the reservation." Only then did Zhao Liqing notice Yi Chen, covering her mouth with a smile. "Oh, so this is your husband, Yi Chen?" He was quite notorious in school as the soft rice king. The implied mockery in her words was painfully evident, leaving Xiao Chen feeling embarrassed. Zhao Liqing, realizing her faux pas, quickly apologized. "Oh dear, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend. Please don't take it to heart." Yi Chen frowned slightly. It seemed Zhao Liqing was not here with good intentions. Zhao Liqing, oblivious to Xiao Chen's discomfort, proudly introduced her husband. "Let me introduce you. This is my husband, Zheng Hao." She continued to boast. "He is the heir of the Zheng family in Jinling, inheriting a fortune of over $1 billion. Xiao Chen nodded politely, while Yi Chen's expression darkened. He had brought his wife here to celebrate their anniversary, only to encounter someone so insufferable along the way. Zhao Liqing continued to gloat. "By the way, my husband is a platinum member here, with significant privileges. I bet Yi Chen only booked a standard suite, right? How about I ask him to upgrade you to a luxury suite?" Just as Xiao Chen was about to decline, Yi Chen chuckled. "The place I reserved is quite nice. So let us leave it at that." After all, he had secured the top-tier aerial garden for a lavish celebration of their wedding. So what did it matter if Zhao Liqing was a mere platinum member? Moreover, the entire Buckingham Palace Hotel belonged to his family. Would he demean himself by taking his wife to a luxurious suite meant for a platinum member? At that moment, Zhao Liqing, displaying her displeasure, remarked, "Chen, look at your husband. He is so ungrateful. How do you manage him?" She then leaned against Zheng Hao's arm, laughing. "Yi Chen doesn't belong in such an upscale setting. Perhaps he should learn some etiquette from my husband, who studied in the UK. Zheng Hao glanced at Yi Chen with disdain, chuckling. "Dear, don't assign me such an impossible task. Teaching him etiquette would be like trying to climb a mountain." Zhao Liqing nodded in agreement, sighing as she said to Xiao Chen, "You should just divorce him. Living with someone as poor as Yi Chen is such a disgrace." Her words were unfiltered and showed no consideration for Xiao Chen's feelings. Unable to endure any longer, Xiao Chen coldly retorted, "Zhao Liqing, what do you mean by that? My husband is not someone you can criticize." Zhao Liqing, with a derisive smile, replied, "I never thought much of you in college. If your family hadn't had a bit of money, how could you have been called the school beauty? Now that you've married poorly, am I not allowed to comment?" Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt a surge of displeasure. Zhao Liqing, who had always been frivolous during their school days, relied on her passable looks to entice wealthy men. Now that she had fortuitously married into a prestigious family, she truly believed herself to be a grand lady. Furthermore, she dared to mock his wife? How reckless. As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of fury washed over him. He promptly took out his phone and sent a message to Chen, the CEO of the Platinum Palace. Within 3 minutes, I require all information regarding Zhao Liqing, the daughter-in-law of the Zheng family in Jinling. Seeing Yi Chen silently focus on his phone, Zhao Liqing scoffed. Look at your husband. I'm mocking you. And he doesn't even dare to defend you. It's absolutely hilarious. Haha. Just then, Yi Chen received a text from Chen, young master. I have sent you the information concerning Zhao Liqing. Yi Chen glanced at the lengthy message, then at Zhao Liqing and her husband Zheng Hao, and with a smile asked, I have some rather intriguing details here. Would you like to hear them? Zhao Liqing frowned and inquired, what information? Yi Chen proclaimed, Zhao Liqing, female, 26 years old, a graduate of Jinling University. During her freshman year, it has been verified that she had over 100 hotel stays with 8 different men, including one named Li Hu, another named Ma Fei, and yet another named Du Xiaoping. Zhao Liqing, aghast, turned pale and shouted, what nonsense are you spouting? Be careful, or I will sue you for defamation. Beside her, Zheng Hao furrowed his brow, clearly shocked. Yi Chen continued, oh, it gets even more interesting. You also had several encounters where you shared a room with 2 men simultaneously. One is named Dong Bin, and the other Dong Jia. Apparently, they are brothers. Are you indulging in a 3-way affair? Zhao Liqing screamed in terror, you're lying. You're lying. Yi Chen pressed on, moreover, during your sophomore year, you were kept by the vice president of Shanghua Group at a monthly allowance of 30,000 for a total of 3 years, during which you underwent 4 abortions. All at the Jinling Maternal and Child Health Hospital. The last doctor advised that you would be infertile for life. He then curiously asked Zheng Hao, if I am not mistaken, you still do not have children, do you? Zheng Hao's expression darkened significantly as he glared at Zhao Liqing, demanding, what is going on? Zhao Liqing, in a cold sweat, frantically replied, Hao, don't listen to him. My first time was with you. You know that. Yi Chen chuckled. Don't be hasty, there is more to come. Zhao Liqing, panicking, pulled Zheng Hao away, insisting, stop it. Let us go, darling. We'll be late for dinner. Zheng Hao, frowning, stood firm, addressing Yi Chen. What else is there? Yi Chen grinned. Listen carefully. After graduating from university, Zhao Liqing underwent extensive cosmetic surgery. A month later, she joined Jing's company and intentionally scratched your Bentley to meet you, the eldest son of the Zheng family. He looked up at Zheng Hao. Am I wrong? Zheng Hao was left speechless. He knew these details were true, implying that everything else was also factual. At this moment, Zhao Liqing's complexion turned ashen, trembling in fear. She pleaded with Yi Chen, please stop. I beg you. Yi Chen coldly retorted, now you know to plead with me? Sorry, it's too late. He added, half a month after meeting Zheng Hao, she took advantage of a business trip to Haiqing to have her hymen repaired. Upon returning, she officially began dating Zheng Hao, and they married 6 months later. Zhao Liqing collapsed to the ground, unable to comprehend how Yi Chen could unveil all her secrets, effectively exposing her to her husband. Zheng Hao, seething with rage, turned to Zhao Liqing and bellowed, so that night when you deceived me, claiming it was your first time, was actually just another of your countless encounters, wasn't he it? Zhao Liqing quickly denied it. No, that is not true. Hao, you are my first. Yi Chen laughed. Don't rush. I can obtain her medical records for the hymen repair. You can verify it at the hospital. Zheng Hao seized Zhao Liqing by the collar and delivered a resounding slap, shouting, still not telling the truth, are we? Once I confirm everything, I'll throw you out. Your father, your mother, and your brother will all be evicted from my villa. I'll ensure your family is left destitute. Zhao Liqing broke down in tears, pleading on the floor, darling, please don't be angry. I was young and foolish then, but I have changed and only wish to live a life with you. Yi Chen interjected, don't believe her. She has still been in contact with the man who supported her after your marriage. They even recorded a video of their tryst. If you wish, I can retrieve it for your viewing pleasure. Zheng Hao's face turned a deep shade of anger. At that moment, he understood what it felt like to bear the weight of betrayal. Unable to contain himself, he struck Zhao Liqing repeatedly, cursing, you deceitful witch. You've been lying to me all along. I'll kill you for this. Zhao Liqing screamed in anguish, her hair disheveled as she wept uncontrollably. Zheng Hao continued to strike her, shouting, divorce. You will leave with nothing. If not, I will ensure your family meets a grim fate. Zhao Liqing completely fell apart. She had strived to marry into the Zishao Char and felt as if her mind had short-circuited. If this truly was the grand surprise that Yi Chen had prepared for her, then tonight, she would be the happiest woman in all of Jinling. The thought made her breath quicken, rendering her nearly incapable of rational thought. Just as the tumult of emotions surged within her, the elevator reached the top floor of the Buckingham Palace Hotel. A staff member at the entrance slightly bowed and cheerfully said, "Miss Xiao, on behalf of the Buckingham Palace Hotel, I extend our heartfelt congratulations to you and Mr. Yi on your wedding anniversary tonight." Yi Chen waved his hand and replied, "You may all leave now." Instantly, all the staff exited, leaving only Xiao Churan and Yi Chen in their intimate world. Xiao Churan felt as though she were in a dream. Before her lay a vast space adorned with luxurious decor. The splendid crystal chandelier cast gentle light, imparting an air of elegance and tranquility to the entire sky garden. Soft piano melodies filled the air, gradually enveloping the heart and making it difficult to feel anxious or angry. Fresh, high-end flowers, airlifted from abroad, emitted a subtle fragrance that delicately transformed the atmosphere, creating an indescribable sense of serenity and beauty. As the piano piece shifted, the most classic wedding march, A Midsummer Night's Dream, suddenly resonated, its melodious notes echoing endlessly. While Xiao Churan was captivated by the enchanting scenery, Yi Chen had already changed into a well-fitted suit and was approaching her, holding a bouquet of flowers. With each step he took, a series of beautiful red hearts rippled across the crystal glass floor, as if they were dancing in tune with the music, creating a powerful visual impact. At that moment, outside the sky garden, countless onlookers peered through the frosted crystal glass walls and floor, yearning to witness the unfolding scene. The only regret was that the glass had been treated to obscure their view, allowing them only to glimpse a young couple and the clusters of exquisite flowers within. Accompanied by the incessant emergence of red hearts on the floor, many women sighed in envy, exclaiming, "How romantic! I've never seen such a romantic scene in my life. If I were that woman, I would gladly welcome death right now. Oh my, that man's silhouette resembles a mysterious tycoon." Alas, they could not see his face, and the frustration was palpable. The scenes within the sky garden completely captivated the spectators outside, drawing them into a state of rapture. Thousands of souls were filled with longing and envy, their eyes brimming with blessings as they beheld the magnificent garden seemingly suspended in midair. Countless women were moved to tears, overwhelmed by an uncontrollable jealousy, wishing they could be the stars of such a grand wedding. Although the true identities of the couple remained obscured, the happiness radiating from the female lead was unmistakable. Yi Chen stepped closer to her, pointing toward the breathtaking night view of Yanjing outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. And with deep affection, he declared, "Churan, I love you. I regret not being able to give you a wedding back then, but I hope you will cherish this intimate ceremony meant only for us." Xiao Churan snapped back to reality, covering her mouth as tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls falling to the ground. Overwhelmed by emotion, she took a step forward and threw herself into Yi Chen's embrace, sobbing, "I love it. I truly love it. Thank you, Yi Chen. Thank you." At this moment, Xiao Churan felt that all the grievances she had endured over the past 3 years were worth it. No matter how Yi Chen had accomplished all of this, she felt immensely happy, and tonight, she was indeed the happiest woman in Jinling. Chapter 46. A sensation across the city through the misty, frosted crystal glass. All of Jinling witnessed this extraordinarily grand wedding. Countless people, filled with envy, speculated about the identities of the couple marrying in the sky garden. How could they be so mysterious? Their wedding was attended by only the two of them, with not a single friend or relative present, not even a witness. On the crystal stage, Yi Chen held Xiao Churan's hand and produced a jade necklace he had prepared in advance. "Churan, this is my gift for our wedding anniversary. I hope you will like it." Xiao Churan gazed at the translucent jade necklace and exclaimed, "This. Could it be the treasured jewel of Cui Xiange? Yi Chen, where did you get this?" As she spoke, her heart raced with astonishment. Could it be that Yi Chen was the legendary tycoon from the video? Otherwise, how could such a jade necklace be in his possession? But this seemed implausible. Yi Chen's identity was all too clear to her. He was not a wealthy tycoon by any stretch of the imagination. At that moment, Yi Chen noticed Xiao Churan's astonishment and felt an urge to reveal his true identity. To tell her that he was a descendant of the Yi family of Yanjing, the heir to a fortune worth billions. However, the next moment, he recalled a serious matter. He was uncertain about the current state of the Yi family. He remembered meeting his uncles and aunts during his childhood, which implied that there were more than just his father in the previous generation. If there were uncles and aunts, they likely had offspring as well, and these individuals would undoubtedly view him as a thorn in their side. If he revealed his identity without understanding the situation or having the means to protect himself and Xiao Churan, it could bring peril upon her. The methods employed in the ruthless battle for inheritance among wealthy families could be brutal, and he would not allow his beloved wife to suffer because of his recklessness. With that in mind, he deliberately fabricated a lie, saying, "This necklace looks just like the treasured jewel of Cui Xiangu, but I had someone replicate it for me. Although it's made from decent jade, it pales in comparison to the original. It cost me only a few tens of thousands." Yi Chun then anxiously asked Xiao Churan, "Churan, you don't dislike it, do you?" Xiao Churan breathed a sigh of relief. With that explanation, it made much more sense. She quickly smiled and replied, "Silly. How could I dislike it? I'm so moved by everything you've done for me." Yi Chun also relaxed and hurriedly put the jade necklace around Xiao Churan's neck. He gazed earnestly into her eyes and emotionally said, "Churan, in these 3 years of marriage, you've suffered so much. But starting today, I promise that no one will ever bully you again." Xiao Churan nodded fervently, realizing that her husband was finally ready to stand tall for her. As the wedding concluded, Yi Chun took Xiao Churan down from the sky garden via a private elevator, leaving the countless spectators outside feeling a sense of loss. They had come to witness this mysterious couple and were left wanting more after receiving a fleeting glimpse of their love. Suddenly, the entire city was abuzz with discussions about this unprecedentedly grand wedding, yet no one could ascertain the identities of the couple. Yi Chun drove home in his modified BMW 520, carrying his wife, Xiao Churan, who remained engulfed in bliss. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "How did you manage to book the Sky Garden? It seems like it has never been available for private events before." Yi Chun smiled slightly and replied, "To be honest, a senior executive at the Buckingham Palace is an old friend from my days in the orphanage. We have shared many hardships together, and I would always share my bread with him. So, when I asked for his help this time, he was more than willing." Xiao Churan gently nodded. "So that's how it is. Why didn't you ever mention it?" Yi Chun replied, "There are too many friends at the orphanage. I could talk for 3 days and nights without finishing. I thought you might not be interested in hearing about it, so I kept it to myself." Xiao Churan said earnestly, "You are my husband, and naturally, I am very interested in your past. I want to know." Yi Chun smiled and said, "Then I will share more with you in the future." Upon returning to the community, Yi Chun parked the car downstairs. Just as they got out, they encountered his father-in-law and mother-in-law, who were walking back. His mother-in-law immediately exclaimed upon seeing them, "Ran, where did this BMW come from?" His father-in-law's eyes lit up at the sight of the car. "Well, a BMW. Did you buy it, Ran? Such a lavish purchase." Xiao Churan quickly clarified, "Dad, Mom. It's not mine. Yi Chun bought it." "Yi Chun?" His father-in-law frowned and asked, "Where did you get the money for this car? Did you use Ran's money?" Yi Chun hurriedly responded, "No, Dad. I bought it with my own savings." Meanwhile, his mother-in-law tugged at his father-in-law and circled the car, scoffing, "Humph. Eating our food and living under our roof, yet he buys a BMW without even thinking of showing us gratitude. Such an ungrateful wretch." Xiao Churan quickly interjected, "Mom, please don't speak that way about Yi Chun." His father-in-law, with envy and jealousy, remarked, "Humph, buying a BMW 520. With Yi Chun's abilities, does he really deserve such a fine car? A BMW 3 Series would be more fitting for him." His mother-in-law coldly retorted, "Let me tell you, your father still doesn't own a car. He is nearing the end of his life. If we don't let him enjoy some comforts now, he may never get the chance." With that, his mother-in-law pointedly declared, "How about this? Let your father drive this car. Consider it your filial piety towards him." Xiao Churan looked at Yi Chun and tentatively asked, "Yi Chun, what do you think?" Yi Chun thought to himself, "It is indeed a BMW 760, not a 520. To be frank, my father-in-law is a henpecked individual who isn't favored by the matriarch, so a 760 would be quite extravagant for him." With that in mind, he quickly flattered, "Oh, Dad, this is just a BMW 520, the least of the 5 Series, also known as the beggar version. If you drive this, people will laugh at you." His mother-in-law narrowed her eyes. "What? You don't want to give it to me?" Yi Chun hastily waved his hands. No. Of course I want to. I just think you shouldn't be driving a beggar version. How about this? I'll get you a BMW 530 instead. It's a step up from the 520, and you'll have more prestige when you drive it." His mother-in-law frowned. "Do you have the money to buy a 530? Yi Chun replied, "I only made a small down payment on this car. I still have some savings. Don't worry, I'll buy it for you first thing tomorrow morning." Upon hearing that Yi Chun would be buying them a better car, his father-in-law and mother-in-law instantly beamed with joy, completely unaware that they had missed out on the top-tier BMW 760. Xiao Churan felt a bit anxious and, after washing up in their room, quietly asked Yi Chun, Do you still have money to buy a car? I have some savings too. Maybe you could take it to buy a car tomorrow? Chen quickly waved his hand. No need. I have enough. Chen apologetically said, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect my parents to react this way. Chen laughed. What are you saying? Your parents are my parents too. We are all family, and showing them respect is the least we can do. As he lay on his little mattress, he smiled. Don't worry. Tomorrow morning I'll return with another car. Chen, touched, said, Chen, thank you. Chen laughed heartily. What are you being polite for, my wife? With a slight blush, Chen asked him, won't you be cold sleeping on the floor at night? Chen casually replied, not at all. It's perfectly fine. Don't worry. Suddenly, Chen playfully chided, if it's not cold, then go to sleep. Pighead. Just when he thought she might want him to join her in bed. This pighead didn't take the hint. Realizing he might have accidentally overlooked something, he quickly said, oh dear wife, the floor is so cold. I'm shivering from the chill. Chen, irritated, replied, if it's cold, just add more blankets. Sigh. Chen felt disheartened. After a moment, he stubbornly asked, wife. It seems to have gotten colder. I'm really cold. Chen ignored him and kicked a blanket down to him. Annoyed, how cold can it be in summer? If you're still cold, I'll find you a down jacket. Chen felt despairing. It seemed his wife truly wouldn't let him sleep in bed tonight. The following day, Chen prepared to go to work early. Chen made breakfast for her and handed her the keys to the BMW, saying, drive to work today. Chen hesitated. Is it appropriate for me to drive the car you bought? Chen replied, what's inappropriate about it? You are my wife, and the car was bought for you, not for myself. Chen nodded gently, gratefully saying, thank you. She then took the keys from him, observing from the side. Her father couldn't help but say, Chen, you haven't forgotten about buying me a car, have you? Of course not. Chen quickly replied, just wait. I'll go buy it for you. Just stay home and wait for the new car to come. Her father instantly beamed with delight, saying, then I'll be waiting. The BMW 530, remember what you said, don't buy the wrong one. Chen chuckled and nodded, don't worry, Dad, I'll buy the BMW 530 today. After that, he followed his wife downstairs, pulling out his little electric scooter from the trunk of the BMW 760. Chen drove off in the BMW 760 to attend to her work, while Chen rode his scooter to the BMW dealership. As he neared the dealership, he happened to pass by the Audi showroom. The salespeople inside spotted him first, and one exclaimed, wow. The guy who bought the BMW 760 is back on his little scooter. They were determined to stop him, even if they had to kneel, to sell him a fully loaded Audi A8. In no time, a throng of Audi salespeople rushed out to surround him. Sir, come check out the latest top-of-the-line Audi A8. Sir, our A8 boasts incredible power, equipped with a W12 engine, even better than the BMW 760's V12. Curious, Chen asked, is it really that impressive? Absolutely. One salesperson hurriedly replied, let me tell you, our W12 engine can shut down half the cylinders, so when you only need 6, it saves fuel. Chen scoffed. Are you out of your mind? Why would I buy a 12-cylinder car just to turn off 6? Wouldn't it be better to buy a 6-cylinder car directly? The salesperson suddenly realized he had misspoken and turned crimson. Chen coldly smiled. I know what you're thinking. After seeing me buy the BMW 760 yesterday, you want to do everything to keep me as a customer today, right? The group nodded eagerly. Chen smirked. Let me tell you, it's too late. Yesterday you ignored me, and today I'm beyond your reach. With that, he pressed the horn on his scooter. Beep beep. Clear the way. I am about to purchase a vehicle from the BMW dealership. At that moment, a BMW salesperson rushed out, exclaiming angrily, what are you Audi folks doing? Are you trying to poach our customers? Have you not noticed that our clientele completely ignores you? If you continue to encroach upon our esteemed guests, I will not hesitate to expose you on television. The Audi representatives, unable to maintain their composure, retreated in disgrace. The manager of the BMW 4S store personally approached Chen, respectfully inquiring, Mr. Yi, are you still intending to purchase a car today? Chen nodded and asked, do you have a BMW 530 in stock? I wish to drive it away today. Yes, yes, yes. The manager was ecstatic. Having sold a BMW 760 yesterday and now a BMW 530, this was indeed a valuable customer. He hurriedly said, please, allow me to show you the display models. Chen followed him into the showroom, where a BMW 530 awaited. Upon sitting inside, Chen noted that while the car bore a resemblance to the 7 Series, the interior quality was considerably inferior. However, For his father-in-law, a middle-aged man with ostentatious tastes, it would suffice as a high-end option. He prepared to make the purchase when suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice, sweetly calling, "Oh, darling, I absolutely adore the BMW X6. Would you buy me one?" caught his attention. Turning to the source of the voice, Yi-chun was taken aback to discover Lu Lily, the fiancée of his college friend Wang Daoquan, entwined with an unfamiliar man, exuding intimacy and flirtation. Yi-chun's brow furrowed in disapproval, contemplating whether Lu Lily was betraying Wang Daoquan. Anger welled within him, as he despised such morally bankrupt individuals who lacked fidelity in relationships. Moreover, Wang Daoquan was diligently focused on his career, while she was out engaging in such disloyalty. It was utterly revolting. At that moment, the man, with a lewd grin, asked, "If I buy you an X6 right now, how will you explain it to Wang Daoquan?" "Wang Daoquan," Lu Lily replied with disdain, "don't even mention that spineless fool. He has neither money nor talent. If it weren't for his seemingly honest demeanor, I wouldn't even be with him." Chapter 48. The scandalous couple. The man chuckled, pinching Lu Lily's cheek, and inquired, "Now that you are mine, do you intend to continue with him?" "Zhao Dong, I assure you, since we got together, I have not let him touch me. I find him repulsive. My body is solely yours, meant only to serve you," she replied eagerly. She then elaborated, "I intended to break up with him immediately after the restaurant opened. But his acquaintance helped me handle some troublesome individuals in the development zone. I plan to wait until business stabilizes before ending things and kicking him out of the restaurant." Zhao Dong laughed heartily, saying, "A mere scar-faced thug? What does that matter? Had you told me earlier, I could have arranged for his superior to apologize to you with a single phone call." Lu Lily beamed. "Oh, you are truly formidable. I was caught up in the urgency of the situation and didn't think to call you. Plus Wang Daoquan was present, and I feared it might upset you." Zhao Dong playfully pinched her waist, remarking, "You are quite considerate." Lu Lily, nuzzling against his arm, urged, "So, will you buy me the BMW X6? Zhao Dong grinned and replied, "Here's the deal. First, come to my place and let me pamper you a few times, then break up with that loser. And tomorrow I shall buy you the X6. Lu Lily, filled with excitement, asked, "Zhao Dong, is that true? You will really buy me the X6 tomorrow? When have I ever deceived you?" Zhao Dong chuckled, adding, "But first, you must ensure I am thoroughly satisfied." Lu Lily, with a sultry gaze, assured him, "Rest assured. I will attend to you well once we reach your home." As they spoke, they turned and exited the 4S dealership. Yi-chun, incensed by the scandalous couple, immediately pulled out his phone and called Wang Daoquan. As soon as the call was answered, Wang Daoquan exclaimed excitedly, "Yi-chun, what are you up to? What prompted you to call?" Yi-chun replied coolly, "I called to check in on you. What are you busy with at the moment?" Wang Daoquan responded, "I'm helping out in the kitchen at the restaurant. It's nearly noon, and we're about to serve customers." Yi-chun inquired further, "Are you there every day?" Wang Daoquan affirmed, "Yes, the restaurant just opened, and there is much to do. Besides, since Lu Lily's father invested a significant amount, I need to work hard to avoid bringing shame to their family." Yi-chun pressed on, asking, "How much did you invest?" Wang Daoquan replied, "I put in 100,000, which is all my savings since graduating from university." Yi-chun continued, "Who is the actual owner of the restaurant?" Wang Daoquan proudly stated, "That would be me." Yi-chun followed up, "Is your name on the business registration?" Wang Daoquan replied, "Not exactly. It's registered under Lu Lily's father's name. Since we're not married yet, it wouldn't be appropriate for my name to be listed." He added, "However, her father promised that after we marry, the ownership would be transferred to me." Yi-chun shook his head, realizing the foolishness of Wang Daoquan, who remained oblivious to the manipulation he was enduring. Lu Lily was treating him like a servant, laboring in the restaurant while she cavorted with wealthier men, planning to discard him thereafter. The restaurant's registration had no ties to Wang Daoquan. Should Lu Lily turn against him, he would be left with nothing. All his hard work would amount to naught, and his investment of 100,000 would be lost. With these thoughts weighing heavily on his mind, Yi-chun felt an even deeper disdain for Lu Lily and directly asked Wang Daoquan, "What is Lu Lily up to right now?" Wang Daoquan chuckled, "Oh, she went to get her hair done." "Why do you ask?" Yi-chun sneered, "Getting her hair done? Is that what she told you?" "Yes," Wang Daoquan replied. "Do you really believe what she says?" Wang Daoquan, perplexed, asked, "Yi-chun, what exactly do you mean? Just say it plainly." Yi-chun took a breath and stated, "I saw Lu Lily at the BMW dealership, cozied up with a man named Zhao Dong, and she referred to him as darling. You might be wearing a green hat." "Impossible." Wang Daoquan retorted, Lu Lily is not that kind of person. Are you sure you didn't mistake her for someone else? Chen affirmed, I did not mistake her. It was definitely her. I don't believe it. Wang Daoquan's tone turned icy. Chen, we have a good rapport, but you cannot slander my fiancée. Chen coldly replied, Wang Daoquan, wake up. Your fiancée is with another man. Zhao Dong has promised to buy her a BMW X6. And she has just left with him, planning to break up with you tonight. As an old classmate, I advise you to prepare yourself. Before Wang Daoquan could respond, Chen continued, you should move that painting of yours out as soon as possible. As long as you have that painting, you retain some leverage for a comeback. But if you choose not to believe me, then I can do nothing more. I wish you luck. After speaking, Chen promptly hung up the phone. What a fool. Blinded by love. Had he known earlier, he would have secretly recorded a video to show him. At that moment, the manager of the BMW dealership knocked on the window and inquired, Sir, are you satisfied with this 530? Chen nodded, it's quite good. I'll take this model. Please fetch a new one from the storage. The manager's face lit up with joy. Please wait. I will arrange for someone to bring the car right away. Soon, a sleek black BMW 530 was driven over by a salesperson. Chen effortlessly swiped his card to complete the payment and then folded his small electric scooter to stow it in the trunk before driving off confidently. On the way back, his father-in-law and mother-in-law called in succession, asking if he had returned. As Chen arrived downstairs, he discovered that they had already been waiting for him. Upon seeing that he had indeed purchased a BMW 530, the elderly couple's faces beamed with excitement. His father-in-law circled the car several times, exclaiming, what a fine vehicle. I never imagined I would get to drive a BMW. Chen smiled and replied, Dad, who knows? You might even drive a Rolls-Royce in the future. His father-in-law laughed heartily, that will depend on your abilities. His mother-in-law was equally delighted, and her attitude toward Chen had noticeably softened. After taking a test drive, his father-in-law remarked, the car is excellent and quite comfortable to drive. However, it is a bit lengthy, making it somewhat challenging to maneuver. Chen, this afternoon, you shall be my chauffeur while I attend to some matters. I have an appointment to view some items. Chen nodded, sure, Dad. His mother-in-law chimed in excitedly, and later, you must drive me too. So I can show off to my friends that I have a BMW chauffeur. Of course, Mom. Chapter 49. The infuriating father-in-law. After lunch, his father-in-law, Xiao Changquan, was already dressed and urged Chen, hurry up and prepare. Let us take our new car to the antique street. A store just received a Tang Dynasty official kiln vase, and I wish to appraise it. Chen couldn't help but advise, Dad. Are you starting to dabble in antiques again? We don't have much money. Isn't purchasing antiques a bit extravagant? Though Xiao Changquan lacked the means to earn money, he had many dreams of striking it rich and often visited the antique street, hoping to stumble upon a hidden treasure. However, in recent years, he had mostly been taken advantage of. He had refrained from this hobby for a while, but unexpectedly, he had not completely quit and was now back at it. Noticing Chen daring to critique him, Xiao Changquan snorted and said, enough with the nonsense. Just drive me there. Chen, feeling helpless yet unwilling to oppose him, drove his father-in-law to the antique street. Along the way, seated in the newly acquired BMW, Xiao Changquan was in high spirits. Rather than sitting in the passenger seat, he reclined comfortably in the spacious back seat, propping his legs up while directing Chen's driving and requesting him to play his favorite audio novels about treasure hunting. In his words, he was too old to strain his eyes reading, so he preferred listening. Chen accompanied him for a while, only to discover that the stories he listened to often featured protagonists who could gamble 10 yuan and win a jadeite raw stone worth billions. At this, Chen realized why his father-in-law perpetually dreamed of wealth. Xiao Changquan listened intently, occasionally lamenting, oh, when will I strike such luck? Spending 10 yuan to buy a stone and earning a billion? I would be content with just 1 billion. Chen coughed awkwardly, Dad. Don't dwell on gambling stones. They are all scams. Xiao Changquan scoffed. What do you know? As they neared the antique street, he hastily instructed, find a parking spot and park the car. Don't delay my scheduled viewing. Jinling, a historic city, is home to a well-known antique street that attracts antique dealers and treasure hunters from across the nation. The local tourism department invested significantly to renovate the antique street, transforming it into a tourist attraction. Upon arrival, Xiao Changquan confidently approached an antique shop, informing the staff of his appointment. They graciously invited the two to the VIP room to view the items. As Chen prepared to follow, Xiao Changquan turned and said, you needn't come inside. You wouldn't understand anything. Wait for me at the entrance of the VIP room. Chen could only nod. Understood, Dad. With hands clasped behind his back, Xiao Changquan followed the staff into the VIP room, while Chen settled into the waiting area. A few minutes later, a sudden crash echoed from within the VIP room. Chen saw his father-in-law, looking flustered, rush out, muttering, "It's over, it's over." Chen quickly approached, peering behind him to see a tall, slender ceramic vase shattered into two pieces on the floor, surrounded by tiny shards. From the fragments, it was evident that the broken item was a Tang Dynasty jade spring vase. Having grown up in the Yi family and being well-versed in antiques, Chen recognized it as a genuine artifact, likely worth several million in the market. It seemed his father-in-law had landed himself in serious trouble. Inside the VIP room, a middle-aged man with a dark expression stated, "Mr. Xiao, we acquired this jade spring vase for over 5 million. Since you broke it, you must compensate us." The man was Zhou Lianyun, the manager of Jikingtang. Xiao Changquan, pulling Chen close, anxiously said, "This is my precious son-in-law. Do you realize how much money he has? Not to mention 5 million, he could easily afford 50 million. You two discuss the compensation matter. I have other business to attend to." With that, Xiao Changquan shoved Chen forward and bolted out. Chen stood there, bewildered. His father-in-law had no shame, clearly intending for him to take the blame. Zhou Lianyun glared at Chen, coldly asking, "Sir, the total is 538,000. Will you be paying by card or bank transfer?" Chen shrugged. "I have no money." It was not that he couldn't afford it. He merely wished to teach his father-in-law a lesson to prevent future occurrences of this nature. "No money?" Zhou Lianyun ground his teeth. "You think you can escape responsibility for breaking our Jikingtang's property just by saying you have no money?" Chen replied helplessly, "I never intended to evade responsibility, but I truly have no money. Besides, it wasn't me who broke the vase. Why should I compensate?" Zhou Lianyun, fuming, retorted, "But isn't that your father-in-law?" Chen nodded. "As you said, he is my father-in-law, not me. Whoever broke it should pay. This is a matter of principle. You can't punish me for someone else's mistake." Zhou Lianyun was furious, but contemplated Chen's reasoning. If he forced the compensation, it would tarnish Jikingtang's reputation. He quickly barked at his staff, "You lot, go catch that old man." Watching them scramble to chase after his father-in-law, Chen could only smile quietly. He could have simply swiped his card to cover the cost, but that would only benefit his shameless father-in-law. Rather, he preferred to let that old man experience some hardship. Otherwise, should such a situation arise again, he would undoubtedly be taken advantage of. As everyone from Jikingtang rushed to apprehend his father-in-law, Chen found himself with idle time. Glancing at the broken vase on the ground, the vase, about half a meter tall, now lay in two pieces alongside a heap of shards, and it truly felt unfortunate. However, he suddenly noticed something hidden at the base of the lower half of the vase. In a hurried motion, he reached inside and unexpectedly retrieved a small wooden box. To his astonishment, this bottle concealed such a mystery. The exquisite shape of the jade spring vase featured a small opening that was significantly larger than the wooden box, indicating that it had not been inserted later, but rather crafted into the vase during its creation. It seemed that this wooden box must also date back to the Tang Dynasty. He held the box in his hands, examining it closely and with a firm motion. He opened it with a sharp crack. As the box opened, an exquisite fragrance wafted forth, and upon inhaling it, Chen felt an invigorating clarity. Upon further inspection, he discovered a diminutive ancient book nestled within the box, no larger than the palm of his hand. Picking up the petite tome, he noted the 4 ancient seal characters inscribed on the title page, 9 profound heavenly scriptures. The title piqued his interest. He wondered what knowledge it might contain. Chen leafed through the book, moving to the back. The first section was titled Medical Arts, which documented a plethora of cases and treatment methods. Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Although he had some familiarity with traditional Chinese medicine and its fundamental theories, the contents of this book were evidently far superior to modern practices. Some diagnostic techniques were unheard of, and astonishingly, at the end of the medical section, he even encountered alchemical methods detailing the effects of various elixirs that transcended the boundaries of contemporary society. Intrigued, Chen seated himself on the ground, engrossed in the pages. Remarkably, the 9 profound heavenly scriptures also encompassed elements of feng shui, divination, and treasure appraisal, among other extraordinary techniques. Moreover, it contained a multitude of other peculiar subjects. After a lengthy perusal, Chen felt as if each word was embedding itself into his mind, his thoughts bubbling like boiling water. He had stumbled upon a treasure of unparalleled value. Chapter 50, Chen takes action in a moment of euphoria. Chen prepared to conceal the 9 profound heavenly scriptures within his garments. However, the book promptly disintegrated into fine powder, vanishing from sight. Yet, every word remained vividly etched in his memory. At this moment, his fleeing father-in-law was forcibly brought back by several burly men. His face swollen and bruised from a recent altercation. Chen could barely suppress a chuckle at the sight of his father-in-law's disheveled state. This old fellow had caused trouble and now sought to shift the blame onto him. How utterly absurd. A little lesson was well-deserved as a form of punishment. At this juncture, his father-in-law, Chen, appeared particularly disheveled. He had run desperately, clearly exhausted, lacking car keys and hindered by his age and girth. He was no match for the sprightly youths. Thus, it was not long before he was apprehended and brought back, suffering several slaps to his face, a truly unfortunate fate. Upon his return, manager Zhou Liangyan gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Old man, you think you can smash our vase and just run away? You ought to inquire about our Ji Qing Tang's background." Chen, trembling with fear, protested, "I didn't do it on purpose. The vase was just too slippery." Zhou Liangyan retorted coldly, "Spare me your excuses. You have until this afternoon to gather the funds. If you cannot afford the compensation, I will report you for willfully damaging another's property. The damages exceed 5 million, enough to keep you locked away for a lifetime." Chen was paralyzed with dread, trembling as he looked to Chen, as if he had spotted a lifeline. "Chen, my good son-in-law, you cannot abandon me in my time of need." Chen replied helplessly, "Dad, I don't have that much money either." Chen quickly blurted out, "Then you can take my place in prison. After all these years of supporting you, it's time for you to repay my kindness." Chen thought to himself, how could he dare utter such words? Just as he was about to refuse, a middle-aged man interjected, "A debt has its rightful owner. We at Ji Qing Tang pride ourselves on our integrity in business. You broke the vase, so you must bear the consequences." He then turned to Chen, saying, "You may leave. But it would be wise to help him gather the funds. Otherwise, after this afternoon, I will hand him over to the police." Chen nodded lightly. Chen, now terrified, cried out, "My good son-in-law, you cannot leave me here. What will become of me?" Seeing his father-in-law in such a state of fear was amusing to Chen, though he maintained a serious demeanor. Just as he was contemplating an excuse to depart and allow his father-in-law to endure some hardship, a thought struck him. The 9 profound heavenly scriptures contained ancient methods for the restoration of porcelain artifacts. Thus, he proposed, "Manager Zhou, if I can restore that jade spring vase, will you let my father-in-law go?" Zhou Liangyan scoffed, "Who do you think you are? You think you can restore antiques? To be frank, I've already sent photos to an expert in Jinling, and they confirmed that with such damage, restoration is impossible." Chen shook his head, regardless. "The vase is already broken. It serves no purpose as it is. I won't lose anything by trying." Zhou Liangyan derisively laughed. "So you won't give up until you're beaten down, huh? Fine. I shall await your display of skill." Chen requested, "Prepare me a sheet of rice paper, a brush, and 5 raw eggs." Zhou Liangyan, eager to witness Chen's folly, quickly procured a basket of raw eggs. Yet, he couldn't resist mocking, "Using eggs to repair artifacts? I've never seen such a method before. I caution you, do not attempt any tricks. Either pay the compensation, or we will take your father-in-law to court, 5 million. Enough to imprison him for a lifetime." Chen nodded, "And if I succeed in the restoration?" Zhou Liangyan retorted, "If a professional verifies that it has indeed been restored and most of the damage is rectified, then you may leave." "Agreed," Chen affirmed. With that, he ceased further conversation, grasped the brush, and began sketching the outline of the jade spring vase on the rice paper. Subsequently, he cracked open an egg, dipped his finger in the egg white, and applied it to a shard of the vase, affixing it to the paper model. He continued to pick up pieces, gradually covering the paper model with the fragments of the antique. All present fell silent, fearful of disrupting his restoration process. Soon, half an hour passed. When Chen stood upright once more, he presented a vase that appeared reborn, a seemingly flawless Tang Dynasty jade spring vase. He smiled at Zhou Liangyan. "You may inspect it for any flaws." Zhou Liangyan took the vase and examined it disdainfully, scoffing, "Are you kidding me? You think smearing it with egg wash counts as restoration? If I break your legs and coat them in egg wash, would that suffice? Do not touch that vase." Suddenly, a crisp, urgent voice rang out from the entrance. Following closely was a stunning woman clad in a white casual suit, who stepped inside. Her beauty was striking, her tall and graceful figure radiating an air of nobility. Her piercing gaze swept across the room, exuding an icy arrogance akin to a frost queen. Upon seeing her, Zhou Liangyun's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily lowered his head in respect. "Miss, what brings you here?" The newcomer was none other than Song Wanting, the actual owner of Jiqing Tang and the esteemed heiress of the Song family, a prominent family in Jinling. With a cold huff, she expressed her displeasure. "If I hadn't come, would you have ruined this establishment entirely? What is happening here?" Zhou Liangyun awkwardly smiled. A customer accidentally broke the vase, and his son-in-law attempted to repair it with eggs. I was just about to discuss compensation with him. Song Wanting approached the jade spring vase, scrutinizing it for a moment before her expression shifted dramatically. She immediately turned and scolded Zhou Liangyun. "Put it down. Who permitted you to handle it carelessly?" Zhou Liangyun was left bewildered. "Miss, what do you mean?" Song Wanting exclaimed angrily. "This is a recently restored artifact. Aside from the restoration experts, no one else is permitted to touch it for the time being. Do you not understand this simple rule?" Zhou Liangyun hesitantly replied, "But this is merely a coat of egg white. It hardly qualifies as restoration, does it?" With fury in her beautiful eyes, Song Wanting retorted, "You fool. After its restoration, this vase's value will at least double. However, due to your careless touch, we now face a loss of at least 2 million. Pack your belongings and do not return tomorrow." Previously, at an auction in the harbor city, she had seen a porcelain plate from the same era as the jade vase. This plate had an intriguing history. It was a Tang dynasty porcelain that had been shattered during the Song dynasty, and the skilled artisans of that time used a similar technique to restore it. Because this method of restoration had become exceedingly rare and was long lost to history, the plate ultimately sold for 13 million, far surpassing its actual worth. Now, with Chen using this lost technique to restore the jade vase, its value would undoubtedly soar. Zhou Liangyun's face turned pale, completely unprepared for the fact that his mere touch could result in such a significant loss, not to mention the loss of his job. Song Wanting then inquired, "Where is the master who restored this jade vase? Please take me to meet him at once." Zhou Liangyun was taken aback, never having imagined that this egg-white restoration could transform the vase into a more precious treasure. He hurriedly pointed at Chen, saying, "Miss, this gentleman is the one who performed the restoration." Song Wanting scrutinized Chen for a moment, her heart filled with doubt. He appeared far too young to possess a technique that had been lost to time. With a slight smile, she politely inquired, "I am Song Wanting of the Song family. May I ask your name? Which esteemed master did you study under?" Beside her, her anxious father-in-law, Xiao Chongquan, was rendered speechless upon hearing Song Wanting's name. The Song family was the most prestigious family in Jinling. Although they could not compare to the super families of Yanjing, they were indeed a formidable giant in Jinling. He never expected to encounter the young lady of the Song family here. Meanwhile, Chen felt indifferent to her identity. Although the Song family was powerful, they merely boasted assets in the hundreds of billions, which paled in comparison to the tens of trillions held by the Yi family. Thus, he replied nonchalantly, "I am Chen, but I do not have any formal apprenticeship." He continued, "My father-in-law accidentally broke your jade vase, and I restored it. As for its specific value, I would appreciate your appraisal to determine if we need to compensate you." Song Wanting shook her head and smiled. "After your restoration, this vase has exceeded its original value. Logically, it is we who owe you." Chen smiled gently. "There is no need for such courtesy. Now that everything is settled here, my father-in-law and I should be on our way." Song Wanting's large eyes twinkled as she asked, "May I inquire your surname, sir? Could you provide your contact information for future correspondence?" As she spoke, Song Wanting produced her business card and handed it to him, saying, "Sir, please accept my card." Chen nodded and accepted the card, replying, "My surname is Yi, but I do not possess a business card." "That is of no consequence," Song Wanting remarked. "Would it be possible for Mr. Yi to share his phone number?" Considering that knowing more people could be beneficial, and seeing that Song Wanting appeared polite and humble, unlike an arrogant person, he decided to exchange phone numbers with her. Only then did Song Wanting say, "Mr. Yi, would you like me to arrange a vehicle to take you both back?" Chen waved his hand, saying, "No need. I drove here." Song Wanting nodded. "Then allow me to escort you both out." Subsequently, she accompanied them to the BMW 530, watching as Chen drove away before she slowly returned to Jiqing Tang. As Chen drove back, his father-in-law could not help but ask, "Chen, who did you learn this artifact restoration skill from?" Chen could not disclose that he had discovered a miraculous text, the 9 mysterious scriptures, within the shattered vase. As this book possessed extraordinary content that he needed time to comprehend, and such matters should remain confidential. Thus, he casually replied, "I learned from an elderly janitor at the orphanage." His father-in-law nodded, exclaiming, "What a stroke of luck! If you had not possessed this skill, I would have likely ended up in prison. He then urgently cautioned, by the way, you must not mention this to your mother or Chen, understand? Chen nodded, I understand, Dad. His father-in-law then sighed, rubbing his face in frustration, had I known you had such a skill, I would not have bothered to run around, exhausting myself and getting slapped several times. Damn it, what bad luck. Afterward, he inquired of Chen. Can you still see marks on my face? Chen replied, there is still a bit of redness. His father-in-law grunted, when we get home, if your mother asks, just say I accidentally ran into a telephone pole. Upon arriving home, Chen busied himself with grocery shopping and preparing dinner. He called his wife, Xiaochuran, to ask what she wanted to eat, but she replied that she would be meeting Wang Dongxue to discuss the construction plan. And Wang Dongxue had prepared dinner for her at the Emperor Group. Shortly after, Wang Dongxue sent him a text, stating, young master, young madam is about to start work. So she may be quite busy in the near future. Please do not take offense. Chen, being a reasonable person, understood the importance of the matter and replied, ensure the company provides a good meal. Do not let her eat takeout. Wang Dongxue immediately responded, rest assured. I will arrange for the executive dining room to serve the best dinner for young madam. Well done, since his wife would not be home for dinner. Chen did not fuss too much and bought some ingredients to prepare a simple home-cooked meal for his father-in-law and mother-in-law. After dinner, the elderly couple went out to dance at the square, leaving Chen alone at home, reflecting on some of the profound concepts from the 9 mysterious scriptures. At that moment, he suddenly received a call from Wang Daoquan. Chen initially hesitated to answer. This fellow had shown himself to be somewhat irrational, flipping out at him despite his good intentions to warn him. However, considering Wang Daoquan's plight, Chen decided to answer the call, asking, what is it? On the other end of the line, Wang Daoquan sobbed incoherently. Chen, my good brother, I'm sorry. I wronged you. Hearing him cry so earnestly, Chen felt a twinge of compassion and asked, have you discovered the truth? Wang Daoquan lamented, after you spoke to me, the more I thought about it, the more I felt something was amiss. I then tracked her location using her Apple phone and found her in a villa area. When I knocked on the door to catch them in the act, I was beaten up by that man and his driver and butler. And then I was taken to the hospital by an ambulance. At this, Wang Daoquan broke down, wailing, Chen, I was blind and wronged you. Please do not be angry with me. You are my only good friend. If you also turn against me, I will truly have nothing left in Jinling. Chen sighed, I do not hold it against you. Which hospital are you at? I am at the People's Hospital, Wang Daoquan replied. My leg was broken by him with a baseball bat, and the doctor said I cannot get out of bed for some time. The painting you gave me was with me when I went to catch them in the act. Could you please help me pawn it? I have put all my money into the restaurant and am now broke, unable to pay for my medical expenses. Upon hearing this, Chen immediately questioned, did those who injured you not cover your medical bills? They didn't. Have you reported it to the police? The report was futile. The officer stated that I had trespassed into a private residence, and they were justified in their defense. How outrageous. Chen, seething with anger, declared, just wait. I will be there shortly. Chapter 52. You will meet a grievous end. At the People's Hospital, Wang Daoquan lay on a gurney in the emergency room. His body riddled with injuries, and his right leg encased in plaster, presenting a pitiful sight. Chen could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for him. A man of stature, misled by a woman, now left not only heartbroken but physically battered. Upon seeing Chen enter, Wang Daoquan's swollen eyes welled with tears. Chen, he blurted out before succumbing to uncontrollable sobs. Chen approached him and said softly, enough, she is merely a wretched woman, not worth your sorrow. Wang Daoquan lamented, I pursued her for 3 years, sacrificing my dignity, turning into nothing more than a sycophant. I believed that my devotion would yield rewards. Yet I find myself with nothing in the end. He gasped between sobs, that vile woman not only wants to end our relationship but demands I leave empty-handed. Most of my earnings over these years have gone to her, and my meager savings of 100,000 have been invested in her father's restaurant. She is unwilling to return even that. How could I have been so blind to fall for such a venomous heart? Chen offered words of comfort, Daoquan. A man must learn to rise and fall with grace. If you stumble, simply stand up again. What about the painting I gave you? It should fetch at least 200,000, enough for you to start a small business. Wang Daoquan nodded. The painting is with me, fortunately. You reminded me to bring it, or she would have taken it as well. Chen replied, as long as the painting is safe, rest here and calm down. I shall fetch some fruit for you and settle your hospital expenses. Wang Daoquan, moved to tears, said, Chen, My dear brother, I cannot thank you enough. Rest assured, I will repay you in the future. Chen waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. We are brothers. With that, he exited the ward. In his haste earlier, he had neglected to buy anything. Seeing Wang Daoquan in such a pitiable state stirred his compassion, prompting him to buy some fruit and prepay 100,000 for Wang Daoquan's hospital stay. Returning to the ward, Chen noticed the door ajar. Approaching, he discovered Lu Lili with Zhao Dong, standing at Wang Daoquan's bedside. Upon their arrival, Wang Daoquan demanded, "What are you two doing here? Are you here to mock me?" Lu Lili scoffed. "Who would bother to look at your pathetic self?" She spat on the floor and continued, "I am here to demand that painting back." "Where have you hidden it? Hand it over." Wang Daoquan retorted angrily, "That painting was a gift from my brother. What right do you have to take it?" "A gift?" Lu Lili sneered. "Get your facts straight. Why did Chen give you that painting?" "It was a congratulatory gift for the restaurant's opening." "And whose restaurant is it?" "My father's." Wang Daoquan was taken aback by Lu Lili's audacity, his voice trembling with rage. "Lu Lili, do not go too far. Your family's restaurant has my investment of 100,000. You must return that money to me. As for the painting, it was a gift to me from my good brother. Do you hear me? A gift." Lu Lili dismissed him contemptuously. "Stop wasting my time. The restaurant has nothing to do with you. I will not give you a single cent. That painting belongs to the restaurant. If you don't hand it over, I will call the police and accuse you of stealing it." Zhao Dong chimed in with a cold laugh. "Kid, I advise you to be smart about this. My connections in Jinling are not to be trifled with. If you don't return the painting, I can easily have you arrested. A case worth 200,000 could land you 10 years in prison." Wang Daoquan, tears streaming down his face, questioned Lu Lili, "After all I have done for you, giving you everything I could, must you be so cruel?" Lu Lili scoffed. "Cruel? You're nothing to me. I never liked you. A loser like you is beneath my notice. Only men like Dong Gu are worthy of my affection." Zhao Dong laughed. "I forgot to mention. Lu Lili and I share a very harmonious relationship in bed. You can't imagine how loud she gets. My ceiling nearly shakes from her cries." Lu Lili blushed. "Oh, Dong Gu, why would you say such things? It makes me shy." "Shy?" Zhao Dong laughed. "Why don't we close the door and demonstrate right here in front of this loser?" "Please, no. That's too embarrassing." At that moment, Wang Daoquan could no longer contain himself. He hurled a pillow at them, shouting, "Get out, you shameless couple." Zhao Dong caught the pillow, smirking. "I warn you. If you don't hand over the painting, I will break your other leg and toss you into prison." Having overheard this exchange, Chen stormed into the ward, bellowing, "Dare to touch my brother? You're seeking death." Zhao Dong turned, confronting Chen. "Who are you?" Lu Lili interjected. "This is Chen, the one who gave him the painting." Zhao Dong burst into laughter. "Ah, I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's just that mooching good for nothing. Your name is infamous in Jinling." He then glared at Chen. "I'll give you 3 seconds to leave, and I'll pretend you were never here." Chen disdainfully replied, "You think you can order me around? Who do you think you are?" Zhao Dong gritted his teeth. "You dare to act tough in front of me?" Chen retorted on the hospital bed. Wang Daoquan struggled to sit up, anxiously saying, "Chen, you must leave quickly. Do not provoke this guy. You cannot afford to offend him." Chen approached him, gently pressing him back onto the bed, and replied indifferently, "Just lie down and rest." Wang Daoquan, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "You have no idea about Zhao Dong's background. His family holds considerable influence in Jinling." Chen peeled an orange and placed it in his mouth, stating, "There isn't anyone I cannot handle yet to be born." Lu Lili burst into laughter. "Oh my. You really know how to boast. Do you even know what Zhao Dong's family does?" Chen replied, "I do not know what they do. But I do know that he will spend the latter part of his life as a disabled person." He then added, "Oh, and you will be in the same predicament." Lu Lili's face darkened immediately. "Fine. If you are seeking death, just wait." At this moment, Chen asked Wang Daoquan, "Does Lu Lili's father, Lu Yuexing, know about the incident when you were assaulted?" "Yes," Wang Daoquan responded. "I called him." Chen nodded and inquired, "What did he say?" Wang Daoquan's expression turned furious. "He said he cannot interfere in the affairs of the young, implying that I should not seek his help." Chen further asked, "What about the 100,000 you invested in the restaurant? Did you ask him for it back?" "I did." Wang Daoquan's anger intensified, gritting his teeth. "That old man even said my 100,000 was not an investment, but a gift for his future son-in-law, claiming I had no right to ask for it back, and that he would not refund me. Unbelievable." Chen scoffed. "No wonder he has such a despicable daughter. It turns out he is just as worthless." "What did you say?" Lu Lily exploded with rage, shouting, "How dare you insult my father? You must be tired of living." Afterward, she hurriedly shook Zhao Dong's arm, pleading, "Donggo, he dared to insult my father. You must teach him a lesson." Zhao Dong, a frivolous playboy, was not particularly tall, and his physical condition was mediocre. Standing before Yi Chen, he appeared a head shorter. Furthermore, Yi Chen engaged in various household chores daily, maintaining excellent physical fitness through an early-to-bed, early-to-rise routine. If he were to fight Yi Chen, victory would be impossible. Moreover, Yi Chen, having trained in Wing Chun with his father as a child, continued practicing at the orphanage after his parents passed away. It was precisely due to his martial arts skills that he was not bullied in the orphanage. Therefore, if a fight were to ensue, not only Zhao Dong, but even 5 of him would not stand a chance against Yi Chen. Zhao Dong understood this well. Any attempt to fight would likely result in him getting beaten. Thus, he comforted Lu Lily, "Don't worry, baby. Brother Qi is on his way with people, and he will arrive soon. Once he is here, I will have his life." At this moment, Yi Chen sent a text message to Chen Zikai of the Beijing Han Palace. "What is Zhao Dong's background in Jinling?" Chen Zikai quickly replied, "His family is in business, mainly dealing in jade stocks and pawn auctions. Their influence is quite limited." "Did he offend you?" "Yes," Yi Chen replied. "I have sent Hongwu over. Additionally, I need you to do me a favor." Chen Zikai promptly responded, "Please, young master." Yi Chen instructed, "I want you to bring Zhao Dong's father to the People's Hospital, and also an old fellow named Lu Yuexing, who specializes in cultural relic appraisal in Jinling." Chen Zikai immediately replied, "Understood, young master. I will personally escort them to meet you." Yi Chen added, "You need not show your face, just send someone. I prefer our connection to remain discreet." "Understood, young master." "Should I teach those 2 old men a lesson?" Yi Chen stated, "Capture them, give them a beating first, then tie them up and bring them here." "Understood, young master. I will follow your orders." Putting away his phone, Yi Chen cast a cold glance at Zhao Dong and Lu Lily, stating, "It is said that a child's misdeeds reflect on the parent. Shortly, I will have your fathers come here to discuss how they raised such scoundrels like you." Zhao Dong, with a darkened expression, warned, "Kid, I advise you to be cautious. Otherwise, when my people arrive, you may very well lose your life." Yi Chen chuckled, "Let your people come quickly. I can hardly wait." Just as Zhao Dong was about to hurl an insult at Yi Chen, the war door was suddenly kicked open, and a burly man, flanked by 7 or 8 others, stormed in with great vigor. Upon seeing him, Zhao Dong immediately pointed at Yi Chen and shouted, "Brother Qi, it's this kid. Help me kill him." Brother Qi frowned, coldly asking, "So, you are the one who has offended my brother?" Yi Chen smiled lightly and nodded. "What? Are you going to defend him?" Brother Qi regarded him with suspicion. This kid was unfamiliar to him, and he had no idea of his background. However, why was he so unafraid? He tentatively asked, "Kid, where do you come from?" Yi Chen replied, "I'm from home." Zhao Dong quickly added, "Brother Qi, this guy is a live-in son-in-law, a parasite." He then whispered in his ear, "Brother Qi, this kid has no background. Feel free to beat him to a pulp. If anything goes wrong, I will take the blame." "A parasite?" Brother Qi sneered. "Good, I'll break his limbs and see what he has left to rely on." Without waiting for Yi Chen to respond, he acknowledged. Yi Chen nodded, stating, "That individual was exceedingly insolent, barging in and attempting to cripple me. Such a person poses a menace to society. Disable him, consign him to a life of immobility." Scarface was immediately petrified. His entire existence revolved around intimidation and aggression. To be reduced to a cripple, permanently reliant on a wheelchair, would spell the utter demise of his standing in the underworld. His life would be irrevocably ruined. He groveled on the floor, crawling on his knees toward Yi Chen, weeping, "Mr. Yi, I was ignorant and failed to recognize your eminence. I implore you to forgive me this once. I shall never dare to offend you again." Yi Chen responded icily, "I extended an opportunity, but you failed to seize it." Scarface recalled Yi Chen's earlier words, "Kneel, and I shall spare your wretched life." He had initially perceived Yi Chen as courting death, but he now realized that he himself was the one facing annihilation. In a frenzy of terror, he slammed his forehead against the floor, wailing, "Mr. Yi, I beseech you to grant me another chance, spare my miserable life." Yi Chen ignored his pleas and turned to Hong Wu, demanding, "Why the hesitation? What are you waiting for?" Hong Wu's expression hardened, and he barked, "Men, shatter his kneecaps." Several henchmen immediately surged forward, pinning Scarface to the ground in a cruciform position. Ah Biao brandished an iron rod and strode forward. Scarface attempted to beg for mercy, But Biao raised the iron rod high above his head and brought it down with tremendous force. A sickening crack echoed through the room. Scarface's right kneecap was pulverized into fragments. Such a comminuted fracture would be irreparable for life. Scarface writhed in agony, his screams piercing the air. Chen remarked, insufficient. Maiming only one leg would allow him to use crutches. I want him confined to a wheelchair for eternity. Biao nodded promptly, raised the steel rod, and smashed it down on Scarface's left knee. Scarface convulsed in agony, teetering on the brink of shock. Master Hong Wu instructed Biao. Stuff something in his mouth to prevent him from disturbing Mr. Yi. Understood, Master Wu. Biao crammed several pieces of gauze into Scarface's mouth, leaving him writhing on the floor like a discarded dog. Zhao Dong was ashen with terror, finally comprehending the magnitude of the entity he had provoked. Before Yi Chen could unleash his wrath, he prostrated himself on the ground, kowtowing incessantly. Yi Chen, Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I should not have spoken to you with such disrespect. I implore you to show mercy. Lu Lily was equally petrified, seeing Zhao Dong kneeling and begging for forgiveness. She also knelt and began to kowtow, apologizing profusely. Yi Chen stated coldly, do you imbeciles genuinely believe that pleading for mercy will sway me to spare you? You are indeed naive. The couple trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, several men in black suits entered, escorting two middle-aged individuals, bound and gagged. The two captives were battered and bruised, barely clinging to life. They were thrown onto the floor before the men bowed to Yi Chen, announcing, Mr. Yi. The individuals you requested have been brought. Zhao Dong and Lu Lily recognized the captives and nearly fainted on the spot. The two figures lying on the ground were none other than Zhao Dong's father, Zhao Haifeng, and Lu Lily's father, Lu Yuesheng. Yi Chen ordered that cold water be splashed on Zhao Haifeng and Lu Yuesheng's faces to revive them. He then interrogated Lu Yuesheng. You, surnamed Lu, are you aware that your daughter is promiscuous and casually cuckolds her fiancé? Lu Yuesheng was stupefied with fear. He had been subjected to a brutal beating before being brought there, realizing that his daughter had offended someone of immense power. In an attempt to protect himself, he shook his head vehemently. I am unaware. I am unaware. Yi Chen nodded, stating, unaware? You say? Your ignorance constitutes a dereliction of your paternal duty. Biao, shatter his left kneecap. Treat him like that dying dog over there. As you command. Biao instructed his men, hold him down. Lu Yuesheng screamed in terror. No. Help. Lu Lily also cried out, Father. Biao did not hesitate. Once his men had secured Lu Yuesheng's leg, he swung the steel rod with full force. Lu Yuesheng felt an unbearable surge of agony, his kneecap completely shattered, likely beyond repair for life. Yi Chen then repeated his question, I shall ask again. Are you aware that your daughter is promiscuous and casually cuckolds her fiancé? Lu Yuesheng sobbed, I am aware. I am aware. It is due to my inadequate discipline. I shall ensure she is properly disciplined in the future. Yi Chen scoffed. Since you were aware of your daughter's transgressions, why did you not intervene? To knowingly allow your daughter to err is a testament to your twisted values, aiding and abetting her wickedness. He then roared at Biao, Biao, cripple his other leg as well. Lu Yuesheng never anticipated that admitting his fault would not spare him from Yi Chen's wrath. He was paralyzed with terror and fainted instantly. However, Biao's steel rod jolted him awake with excruciating pain. Lu Yuesheng had lived for the better part of his life, never enduring such torment. Tears streamed down his face as he sobbed in despair, Mr. Yi, I truly repent. I shall discipline this unfilial daughter rigorously, ensuring she never commits such heinous acts again. Yi Chen retorted dismissively, you are adept at shirking responsibility. Those words sent shivers down Lu Yuesheng's spine. Yi Chen pressed relentlessly, you surnamed Lu? I ask you. My brother invested 100,000 yuan in your restaurant. Why have you not returned it? Why did you claim that the money was a gift to you? Lu Yuesheng's face was ashen, and he stammered, I was wrong. I was wrong. I was greedy. I am shameless. I truly repent. He then looked at Wang Daoquan, who was seething with anger on the bed, and pleaded, Daoquan, I was blinded by greed. Rest assured, I shall return the 100,000 yuan with interest. I beg you to intercede with Mr. Yi. My old bones cannot withstand such torment. Yi Chen turned to Wang Daoquan, asking, do you wish to plead on their behalf? Wang Daoquan shook his head resolutely, declaring, no, I shall not plead for any of them. Good. Yi Chen nodded approvingly. You are indeed a man. He then turned to the despairing Lu Yuesheng, stating, not only have you failed to educate your offspring, but you also lack respect for your elders, attempting to seize my brother's life savings. How is that different from outright robbery? Lu Yuesheng trembled in fear, wailing, Mr. Yi, I am a scoundrel. I am not human. I deserve to die. Spare me. I beg you, I implore you. I shall serve you as a beast of burden. I shall address you as grandfather. Grandfather Yi, spare me. Yi Chen sneered, spare you? It seems that while you may be physically unattractive, you possess an overabundance of optimism. He instructed Biao, cripple his right hand. I want to see if he dares to steal from others again. Lu Yuexing cried out in despair, no, Mr. Yi, no. Biao struck with brutal force. Ah, my hand, my hand. Yi Chen instructed Biao, gag him and drag him aside. Understood. Biao promptly gagged him and tossed him beside Scarface. Lu Lili was on the verge of collapse from terror, as was Zhao Dong and Zhao Dong's father. Zhao Haifeng. He glared at Zhao Dong and slapped him across the face, cursing, you mongrel. Who authorized you to engage in such debauchery? You were trying to kill me. Yi Chen surveyed Zhao Haifeng with a smile, asking what? Are you unaware that your son is involved with my brother's fiancée, cuckolding my brother? Zhao Haifeng burst into tears, unsure of how to respond, as Lu Yuexing's fate served as a grim precedent. If one professed cognizance, their right leg would be shattered. Conversely, if ignorance was feigned, their left leg would suffer the same fate. Observing his reticence, Yi Chen addressed Biao directly. This old codger appears astute. Believing silence will shield him from retribution, Biao crippled both his legs forthwith. Yes, Master Yi. Yi Chen cast a chilling gaze upon the utterly bewildered Zhao Haifeng, stating icily, blame your son for your predicament. Immediately thereafter, two anguished cries pierced the air as Zhao Haifeng's legs were rendered useless. Witnessing his father's mutilation, Zhao Dong experienced a sudden incontinence, his trousers stained with a yellowish, foul-smelling liquid. He had succumbed to terror. Yi Chen sneered, indeed. You are a scoundrel incapable of controlling your baser instincts. Today's events are a direct consequence of your lack of restraint. I see no further purpose in preserving that appendage. Turning to Biao, he commanded, render him incapable of manhood. A flicker of horror crossed Biao's countenance. As a man himself, the order elicited an involuntary clenching in his groin. Master Hong Five immediately roared, what are you waiting for? Execute Master Ye's command without delay. Biao snapped back to attention, instructing his subordinates, spread the bastard's legs. Zhao Dong, in utter despair, wailed, Master Yi, Grandfather Yi, I implore you, spare me. Maim my limbs if you must, but please, do not deprive me of my manhood. Yi Chen chuckled. Do you presume this is a binary choice between crippled limbs and castration? You are mistaken. It is a dual sentence from which there is no escape. Instantly, Biao's foot descended with brutal force. Zhao Dong was irrevocably rendered a eunuch. Yet, this was not the extent of his punishment. Biao, adhering to Yi Chen's directives, proceeded to disable his hands and feet. Zhao Dong, notorious for cuckolding others and inflicting grievous bodily harm, was now a cripple in every sense of the word. However, no sympathy was extended to him, for his current state was entirely self-inflicted. Only Lu Lili remained unscathed. At this juncture, she was teetering on the brink of insanity. Crawling on her knees to the bedside, she grasped Wang Daoquan's hand, weeping, Husband, I am so sorry. I should not have betrayed you. I truly love you. But that Zhao coerced me after raping me once. He took compromising photos. And I was left with no choice but to submit to his demands. Zhao Dong retorted furiously, Lu Lili, you harlot, how dare you slander me? It was you who propositioned me after you and your father visited my family's pawnshop. You saw our wealth and actively seduced me, begging to sleep with me. Otherwise, I would never have become involved with you. Turning to Yi Chen, he pleaded, Master Yi, do not believe this whore. I have chat logs proving she added me on WeChat and confessed her love, claiming it was love at first sight. She even sent me several nude photos and explicit images to entice me. These images are stored in my photo album. You can examine my phone to verify. Lu Lili's face paled as she shrieked, Zhao, you promised to delete the photos after viewing them. Zhao Dong snarled, you viper. I am fortunate to have disregarded your plea and preserved the photos, lest I be destroyed by you. Lu Lili then implored Wang Daoquan, Husband, I was momentarily deluded. Please, forgive me for the sake of our years together. Yi Chen inquired of Wang Daoquan, what is your perspective? Wang Daoquan glanced at Lu Lili, shoved her aside, and declared, I do not recognize this woman. Lu Lili dissolved into inconsolable tears. Yi Chen stated, in that case, break both her legs, then disfigure her face, preventing her from seducing men in the future. Yi Chen harbored no compassion for a woman with such a venomous heart. Biao promptly executed his commands, crippling Lu Lili's legs and mutilating her face, even severing her hair with medical scissors. Thus, All 5 individuals had paid a grievous price. Yi Chun had these 5 people dragged up and said coldly, "Today, I will spare you 5 lives, but if anyone dares to leak out everything that happened today, I will take his life. Do you understand?" The 5 people nodded frantically. At this time, being able to live and regain a life was already a blessing in disguise. So how dare they disobey Yi Chun's meaning? Seeing that these 5 people were completely convinced by his treatment, Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction and said to Lu Lily's father, "Lu Yuesheng, you cheated my brother, then you have to pay the price. Tomorrow, change the restaurant to my brother. You and your daughter get out of the restaurant. Do you understand?" Lu Yuesheng nodded like pounding garlic. "Understood. I will get out immediately tomorrow." Yi Chun said to Zhao Dong's father Zhao Haifeng again, "Your son cuckolded my brother and seriously injured my brother. Tomorrow you will compensate my brother for 2 million in damages, not a penny less. Do you understand?" Zhao Haifeng also quickly said, "Mr. Yi, I will transfer the money to your brother tomorrow." Yi Chun was satisfied and said to Hong Wu's subordinates, "Okay, you throw all this garbage out." A group of people immediately dragged the 5 people out. After they were carried away, Yi Chun said to Biao, "Biao, you did a good job this time." Biao was overjoyed and said quickly, "Mr. Yi, this is what I should do." Yi Chun said lightly, "I will have someone transfer 2 million to your account as a reward for you." Biao was overjoyed immediately, bowed and said, "Thank you, Mr. Yi." Although he followed Hong Wu and earned a lot, Hong Wu was indeed not so generous, and he could give 2 million at a time. Yi Chun directly sent a text message to Chen Zikai, asking him to help transfer money to Biao. Although there was a lot of money in his card, it was not convenient to operate now. A minute later, the money arrived in Biao's account. Biao was so excited that he kept bowing to Yi Chun. Yi Chun said to Hong Wu again, "Hong Wu, you must look down on these 2 million. Hong Wu hurriedly said, "Mr. Yi, it is my honor to share your worries." Yi Chun hummed and said, "I will remember this favor, and I will give you a chance to rise to the top in the future." As soon as Hong Wu heard this, he immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yi Chun with a plop. For Hong Wu, what he wanted was not money, but to go to a higher level. However, it is as difficult as climbing to the sky for people like him to go to a higher level. Chen Zikai has always been the object he wanted to curry favor with, but Chen Zikai has always looked down on him because of his low and dirty background. Now, a word from Yi Chun may allow Chen Zikai to promote him, so that his future can really go to a higher level. After rewarding his merits, Yi Chun turned around and said to Wang Daoquan, "Are you satisfied with what happened today?" Wang Daoquan was extremely shocked. He really couldn't figure out why Yi Chun had become so powerful. Even the underground emperor of the entire Jinling must kneel before him. It took him a long time to come back to his senses, and he hurriedly said, "Satisfied. Satisfied." Yi Chun said, "I have helped you get rid of the anger. The restaurant, I have also asked you to get it back, and the compensation for the loss, I have also asked you for 2 million. In the future, you have to rely on yourself." Wang Daoquan said immediately, "Yi Chun, I will definitely work for you as a cow and a horse in the future to repay your kindness. No matter what you ask me to do, I will never say anything." Yi Chun nodded and said, "You should recuperate first. After your injury heals, you should manage the restaurant well first. If there is anything you need to do, I will tell you then." Wang Daoquan said repeatedly, "I will listen to you at any time." Yi Chun said again, "Oh, by the way, today's matter must not be mentioned to anyone. I don't want others to know my identity, understand?" Wang Daoquan nodded quickly and said, "I understand, don't worry. I won't say it even if I die." Yi Chun hummed and said, "I will arrange 2 nurses to take care of you. You should take good care of your injuries. I'll go first." Subsequently, Yi Chun addressed Wang Daoquan, stating, "I have avenged you, reclaimed the restaurant, and secured 2 million in damages. Your future trajectory rests solely in your hands." Wang Daoquan responded immediately, "Yi Chun, I am eternally indebted to you and will serve you faithfully. I shall execute any task you assign without reservation." Yi Chun nodded, saying, "Focus on your recovery and the revitalization of your restaurant. Should the need arise, I will inform you of any tasks I require." Wang Daoquan affirmed repeatedly, "I am at your disposal." Yi Chun added, "Furthermore, the events of today must remain confidential. I wish to maintain the secrecy of my identity. Is that understood?" Wang Daoquan nodded emphatically, "Understood. Rest assured, I shall carry this secret to my grave." Yi Chun acknowledged with a hum, stating, "I shall arrange for 2 caregivers to attend to you. Focus on your recovery. I must depart now." Upon arriving home, Yi Chun refrained from divulging the day's occurrences to his wife, Xiao Churan. He preferred to shield her from excessive knowledge. believing that her safety was inversely proportional to her awareness. The following day, while he was out procuring groceries, he received a call from Song Wanting, the scion of the Song family and proprietor of Jiqing Tang. Puzzled, Chen wondered about the purpose of her call. Mr. Yi, Song Wanting began, I apologize for this intrusion, but I seek your expertise. I have been contemplating a certain acquisition, but I am hesitant. Given your profound knowledge of antiquities, I would be grateful if you could provide your discerning eye, with due compensation, of course. Would you be amenable to this proposition? Chen, not particularly enamored of appraising antiques, but currently in need of spiritual artifacts, inquired, could you elaborate on the nature of this item? It is an ancient jade. Song Wanting replied, purportedly possessing the power to soothe the mind, promote tranquility, and ward off misfortune. A thought flickered through Chen's mind. The 9 profound heaven classics, which he had fortuitously obtained, contained passages pertaining to spiritual objects. These artifacts, imbued with spiritual energy, were said to bestow remarkable benefits upon their possessors. Intrigued by the possibility of discovering such a treasure, he acquiesced. Very well, I shall accompany you. Thank you, Mr. Yi, Song Wanting responded. I shall collect you at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Excellent. As he concluded the call, Chen pondered the situation. Magnates held a deep reverence for antiquities capable of harmonizing feng shui, calming the spirit, and averting misfortune. He resolved to cultivate relationships with these individuals, hoping to encounter serendipitous opportunities. The following morning, Song Wanting arrived promptly to escort Chen. As he entered the vehicle, she remarked, Mr. Yi, several other individuals from Jinling are also vying for this ancient jade. The competition promises to be fierce. Chen nodded nonchalantly. The number of contenders is immaterial. What truly matters is the quality of the item itself. If it is indeed exceptional, the multitude of aspirants is of no consequence. I am confident in your capabilities. Miss Song, if you are determined to acquire a treasure, I doubt anyone can obstruct you. Song Wanting offered a subtle smile. Mr. Yi, you flatter me. It is said that there are mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. Even within the confines of Jinling, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Individuals far superior to myself. Chen feigned surprise. Is that so? Is the Song family not the preeminent clan in Jinling? Song Wanting chuckled. That is merely a facade. Take the new chairman of M Grand Group, for instance. M Grand Group alone is the equivalent of our entire Song family. His power is truly unfathomable. She continued with a sigh. I have a strong desire to cultivate a relationship with this enigmatic figure, but he is so elusive that I cannot find any point of entry. Song Wanting's words were sincere. She genuinely believed that the new chairman of M Grand Group was inscrutable. To casually acquire a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions, while remaining anonymous, suggested that his holdings extended far beyond M Grand Group. In comparison, the Song family paled in significance. Little did she know, the very chairman of M Grand Group, whom she so ardently wished to befriend, was seated beside her. Chen, maintaining his discreet demeanor, offered a few perfunctory comments, careful not to reveal any information. Song Wanting drove with both speed and precision. Soon, the vehicle arrived at a secluded courtyard nestled along the riverbank. The courtyard exuded a serene elegance, its exterior unassuming. Yet its interior showcased the charm of a Jiangnan water town. Miniature bridges spanned flowing streams, and the Suzhou-style garden featured pavilions and terraces in harmonious arrangement. Upon parking, a designated attendant ushered the duo inside. They traversed the courtyard and entered a grand hall. The hall, adorned with Chinese-style decor, featured a circular redwood table surrounded by stately armchairs. As the two entered, an elderly man with white hair rose to greet Song Wanting. Miss, you have arrived. Song Wanting responded with a hint of embarrassment. Uncle Chi, you are here as well. The old man smiled subtly. The master heard of your impending visit and instructed me to oversee the proceedings. Song Wanting nodded and introduced Chen. Uncle Chi is our family's appraiser. He was dispatched by the family, presumably to ensure that no errors are made. Chen acknowledged the explanation. Given his youth, the Song family's caution was understandable. Uncle Chi cast a disdainful glance at Chen and remarked, is this the appraiser that Miss has enlisted? So young. Has he even studied appraisal? A middle-aged man with a pallid complexion, standing nearby, sneered. To entrust the appraisal to such a callow youth? Is the Song family bereft of talent? Would you like me to lend you a few appraisers? Ha. Song Wanting's expression hardened. Li Tailai, this is Jinling, not your Haiqing. You have no authority to interject here. Li Tailai shrugged dismissively. The Song family's little girl has quite a temper. Enough. A middle-aged man seated at the easternmost position of the circular table furrowed his brow. We are all here for business, not for bickering. Let us all calm down. And this young man, please take a seat as well. Song Wanting harumphed and reluctantly sat down. Chen followed suit. Then, Song Wanting leaned in and whispered into his ear, the one called Li Tailai is the wealthiest man in Haiqing. The one next to him is Guoming, a formidable feng shui master. The one who spoke earlier is Qin Gang, the patriarch of the Qin family in Jinling. Their family has recently. Chen then noticed an elderly man seated beside Li Tailai, clad in a teal tang suit. The old man, with a full head of silver hair, exuded an air of Taoist asceticism. He emanated an aura of aloofness, his eyes remaining closed even after Chen and Song Wanting's arrival. At this point, Song Wanting ceased speaking. Although Chen felt a tinge of curiosity, he refrained from further inquiry. Once everyone was seated, a portly man adorned in opulent attire grinned and said, "Now that the squabbling is over, let's proceed to examine the merchandise. You are all affluent individuals. There is no need to dwell excessively on such trivial items worth a mere 100 million. Qin Gang scoffed. As long as this item truly possesses the power to harmonize feng shui and calm the spirit, as you claim, I will not hesitate to spend 100 million. The portly man glanced at him before placing an antique wooden box on the table. Inside the box lay a piece of red jade, suffused with a blood-like glow. As soon as it was unveiled, everyone in the hall felt a surge of warmth. Qin Gang and the others were instantly captivated. Song Wanting turned to Uncle Qi and asked, "Uncle Qi, what do you think of this jade?" Uncle Qi scrutinized it for a moment before nodding. "It appears to be authentic. It is a blood thread jade from before the Tang dynasty, and it has clearly been nurtured by a venerable monk for an extended period of time." Song Wanting nodded and then turned to Chen. "Mr. Yi, what are your thoughts?" Chen curled his lips in disdain and declared, "It's fake." Uncle Qi snorted derisively. "Young man, who gave you the audacity to spout such nonsense in front of so many people?" Guoming, the elderly man beside Li Tailai, opened his eyes and gazed at the ancient jade. "May I examine it?" The portly man chuckled dismissively. "Master Gue, are you jesting with me? Do you not know that jade cannot be handled casually? Ordinary jade should not be handled, let alone this piece of Zhou dynasty blood thread jade. Who would bear the responsibility if it were dropped or damaged?" Guoming was taken aback. "My apologies for the presumption." With that, he leaned closer to the ancient jade, scrutinizing it intently. After a prolonged observation, he closed his eyes once more. After a long pause, he nodded. "Whether this jade is from the Zhou dynasty, I cannot say. However, the claim that it can harmonize feng shui and calm the spirit seems to be genuine." As soon as the words escaped his lips, a fervent heat enveloped the hearts of those present. To them, the history of the jade was utterly inconsequential. What truly mattered was its utility. Old Qi smiled and remarked, "Mr. Guo also possesses discernment, unlike those inept individuals who feign authority." Upon hearing this, Song Wanting felt a twinge of disappointment towards Chen. It seemed he was still too young. Perhaps he had some skills in artifact restoration. But when it came to appraising antiques, he was still significantly outmatched by these elders. Observing the scene, Chen merely shook his head slightly. If these individuals were willing to be duped, there was no need for him to intervene. The rotund man, seeing that the appraisals were complete, closed the box and cheerfully announced, "Now that the item has been evaluated, shall we discuss the price?" Before he could finish, Qin Gang eagerly interjected. "I offer 100 million, 130 million, Li Tailai chimed in. Noticing that Song Wanting remained silent, the rotund man inquired, "And what about you, Miss Song?" Old Qi, sensing Song Wanting's hesitation, quickly leaned in and whispered, "Miss, this is undoubtedly a treasure. Its estimated value should be around 300 million. If we can acquire it for 200 million, it would be a surefire profit." Song Wanting felt a stir of indecision within her. She glanced at Chen, only to find him remarkably composed, neither elated nor disheartened, which left her in a state of uncertainty. Old Qi cast a cold, piercing glance at Chen, realizing that Song Wanting's reluctance was influenced by him. He then declared, "Earlier, Mr. Yi asserted that this ancient jade is a forgery. I am quite curious to know how Mr. Yi arrived at such a conclusion. Let us witness the methods of Mr. Yi. If Chen were to spout nonsense, Song Wanting would surely realize the falsehood of his claims, and only then would she feel assured enough to bid." Others scoffed derisively, saying, "What does this young lad know? Why should he even speak here? And if you have no interest in purchasing, kindly do not waste our time." Listening to their derision, Chen merely regarded Old Qi with interest and calmly inquired, "Are you certain you wish for me to speak?" "Absolutely. Please proceed." Old Qi retorted with a mocking smile. "I too wish to see how you, a charlatan, typically deceive others." Chen shrugged and replied, I had no intention of exposing your ruse, but since you insist, I cannot refuse. A ruse? Are you implying we have all been misled? Guoming, who had maintained his calm demeanor, suddenly scoffed. Yichen shot him a glance and replied coolly, in this setting, you are undoubtedly the most foolish. You seek death. Guoming roared in indignation. Yichen ignored him and continued, the jade is indeed authentic, so credit is due to your band of swindlers for that. He added, however, this jade is not the blood jade of the Zhou dynasty, nor has it been nurtured by a revered monk. It is merely a piece of high-quality yellow jade from Hetian with decent quality, but its market value is at most 500,000. Nonsense. Can't you see that the jade is red? Old Qi interjected angrily. Yichen persisted. The redness is due to the erosion from manganese-rich ore. Do you truly believe it is stained with the blood of a monk? What about the warm atmosphere we felt? Qin Gang interjected, furrowing his brow. Yichen shook his head, explaining, that phenomenon lacks any technical sophistication. It originates from African grass that has been ground into powder, dissolved in water. And this jade soaked for about 6 months, resulting in such an effect. It is not warmth, but rather a hallucinatory effect, and it can be easily dispelled by heating the jade. You dare speak so audaciously? The rotund man exclaimed, slamming his fist on the table and rising. Li Tai. His expression darkening, suggested, let us heat the jade and see what transpires. The rotund man, now sweating profusely, protested, what do you mean by heating it? This young man is clearly just showing off and deceiving you. Do not listen to his nonsense. Qin Gang tapped his fingers on the table and stated, if the effect persists after heating, I shall purchase it. However, if it does not, you know the consequences. Our Qin family may be facing some troubles lately, but we are not to be trifled with. Song Wanting nodded in agreement, adding, if Mr. Yi is mistaken, then heating it is of no consequence. The jade cannot be damaged. But should Mr. Yi be correct, you must provide us with an explanation today. The rotund man was now in a panic, drenched in sweat. Each of the 3 families present was not one he could afford to offend. This entire scheme had been orchestrated with Old Qi's collusion, intending to swindle Song Wanting and then split the proceeds with him. To his shock, an astute Yichen had appeared, unveiling all their secrets. Yichen, noticing the rotund man's silence, suddenly smirked and taunted, what is this? Feeling guilty? Afraid to speak? The rotund man's face flickered between shades of green and white. Yet he remained silent about whether to proceed with the heating. Yichen, now furious, admonished, do you think silence will suffice? You must understand, this is Jinling. The individuals you have deceived are all of high status. With a mere gesture, they could ensure your demise in this city. I advise you to be wise and reveal the truth, or no one will be able to save you. Song Wanting recognized Yichen's psychological tactic and quickly supported him, stating with a stern expression, our Song family holds considerable prestige in Jinling. Should anyone dare deceive a member of our family, they shall receive a profound lesson. If we show leniency, our family's reputation will suffer. The rotund man was instantly terrified. He was acutely aware of the Song family's high standing. If he truly angered Song Wanting, his life in Jinling would be forfeit. In a panic, he desperately called out to Old Qi, save me. This is not solely my affair. Old Qi's expression shifted dramatically as he roared, you, what nonsense are you spouting? You dare deceive the Song family and frame me? I will end your life. With that, Old Qi drew a dagger from his pocket, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he lunged at the rotund man. The rotund man, eyes wide with terror, cursed, damn it. You turn on me faster than a page in a book. You assured me that the Song family would sell based on your word alone. Song Wanting cast a cold glance at the two, then turned to Yichen, saying, Mr. Yi, forgive me for the commotion. Thanks to you. We should take our leave now. My family will handle these matters. Yichen nodded slightly and replied, very well, let us depart. With that, the two rose to leave. Old Qi, realizing Song Wanting intended to exit, was struck with panic. Disregarding his intent to silence the rotund man, he quickly fell to his knees, pleading, Miss, please spare me. Consider my years of dedicated service to the Song family. Before Song Wanting could respond, Li Tai stood up, sneering, you old fool are truly courting death. You plotted to swindle me, betraying your own master, and you think the Song family would let you off the hook? Old Qi's face drained of color as he collapsed to the ground. Li Tai continued, even if the Song family were to pardon you, I, Li Tai, will not. At that, Old Qi broke down into tears, utterly defeated. Seeing this, Song Wanting slightly shook her head and said to Yichen, I sincerely apologize, Mr. Yi. My family has made a mistake in employing someone, and you have witnessed this farce. Yichen replied nonchalantly, there are deceitful individuals everywhere. There is no need for you to say that, Miss Song. At that moment, Li Tailai from Haiqing, accompanied by Guoming and Qin Gang from the Qin family of Jinling, emerged. Upon seeing Yi Chun, Li Tailai quickly approached and clasped his fists, saying, Master Yi, I am truly grateful for your assistance today. Otherwise, I would have fallen prey to that scoundrel. Guoming, feeling somewhat ashamed, added, Master Yi, you truly are a hero among the young. I failed to discern their trickery with the jade stone earlier. I am filled with shame. Qin Gang also cupped his hands and remarked, Mr. Yi, thanks to you, we three families were not misled into fighting over a counterfeit treasure, which would have resulted in significant losses and left us the subject of ridicule. Yi Chen smiled slightly and replied, there is no need for such formalities. I was merely here at Miss Song's invitation to appraise the authenticity of the items, so it was my duty. After exchanging pleasantries, Yi Chen got into the car with Song Wanting. At that moment, the courtyard behind them fell into silence. However, Yi Chen noticed several individuals clad in black suits swiftly entering as soon as they departed. It seemed that old Qi and that rotund man were doomed. On the way back, Song Wanting's expression was particularly cold. The emergence of a traitor within her family infuriated her. And what was even more exasperating was that Uncle Qi dared to set a trap for her in front of so many outsiders. Had she fallen for it, giving away money while Uncle Qi escaped, she would have lost face, not only for herself, but for the entire Song family. Fortunately, Yi Chun was present to unveil the scheme in time, averting both her and her family's losses. Consequently, she retrieved a bank card from the glove compartment and handed it to Yi Chun, saying, Mr. Yi, this card contains 1 million. The password is 6/8. It is a small token of my appreciation, and I hope you will accept it. As she spoke, she couldn't help but marvel at Yi Chen's genuine talent. She wondered why he chose to marry into a modest family. If he were to venture into the realm of antique appraisal, he could easily amass a considerable fortune in a few years. Yi Chen glanced at the card, feeling a moment of hesitation. 1 million was not an insignificant sum. Yet for the Song family, it was merely a trivial amount. He initially looked down upon this sum, considering that he had nearly 10 billion yuan in his account. 1 million was merely a drop in the ocean. What was the point of accepting it? However, upon further reflection, he realized that his identity was that of a son-in-law, not a billionaire. If a son-in-law showed indifference to 1 million, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions in Song Wanting's mind. Thus, he accepted the card and said, Thank you, Miss Song. Song Wanting smiled slightly and replied, You are too polite, Mr. Yi. She then asked, Where are you headed next, Mr. Yi? Yi Chen replied with a smile, Please take me to the market. I need to buy some groceries for dinner. Song Wanting paused and couldn't help but say, I've heard a bit about your situation. And to be honest, with your abilities, you need not be bound by the identity of a son-in-law. Why not come work as the chief appraiser at my Jiqing Hall? I could offer you a base salary of 1 million per year. What do you think? Yi Chen waved his hand and chuckled. I am accustomed to this lifestyle. I have grown fond of it. Song Wanting was momentarily taken aback, then sighed. It seemed the rumors were indeed true. Yi Chun was simply a son-in-law living off others. Initially, she thought he was merely a good-for-nothing, and it was understandable for someone in that position to rely on others. However, it now appeared that he was not a mere waste, but rather someone who had willingly chosen a path of mediocrity. This realization was difficult for her to accept. Consequently, her attitude toward Yi Chen began to shift slightly. Yi Chen understood that she might look down upon him, but this was actually advantageous for him. The more people misjudged him, the more he could emerge victorious in the end. After passing through the market, Yi Chen bid farewell to Song Wanting and returned home with some groceries. As soon as he entered, he heard his father-in-law laughing heartily while calling out, Come see the treasure I've unearthed. Xiao Churen had just finished work and was sitting on the sofa, reviewing documents. She couldn't help but stand up and exclaim to the beaming Xiao Changkuan, Dad, you nearly scared me to death. Look at this. Xiao Changkuan, oblivious to Xiao Churen's expression, excitedly brought over a pair of palm-sized bronze cups, boasting, These are a pair of bronze wine vessels I found at the antique market today. They were supposedly dug out from the coffin of the Emperor Qian's old man and are worth over 500,000. Over 500,000? Xiao Churen stood up abruptly, exclaiming, Dad, where did you get so much money? Yi Chun, feeling utterly helpless, thought to himself that his father-in-law had just broken a precious vase that morning, yet had the audacity to rush to the antique street while he was out. This was a classic case of forgetting the pain of the wound. At that moment, Xiao Changkuan, with an air of pride, revealed, I didn't say I spent 50,000 on these cups. I said they are worth 50,000. But guess how much I paid for them? Xiao Chuan hesitated and cautiously guessed. 30,000? Incorrect. Try again. Xiao Chongquan waved his hand. 20,000. Not right. Keep guessing. Meanwhile, Chen glanced at the bronze cups and immediately discerned that they were counterfeit, thinking to himself, with such a poor imitation, coated in tin and painted with green patina, even $20 would be a ripoff. The shopkeeper at the antique street wouldn't even agree to a trade for a pack of cigarettes. At this moment, Xiao Chongquan, no longer teasing, gleefully declared, I'll tell you. I bought these for 5,000. Impressive, right? Xiao Chongquan laughed heartily, unable to contain his delight. Xiao Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment, hardly believing, Dad. You say these cups are worth tens of thousands, yet you really only spent 5,000? Hearing the commotion, her mother, Ma Lan, also emerged from the kitchen, joyfully asking, Oh my, is this thing really worth that much? It can't be fake, right? Xiao Chongquan chuckled confidently. The seller was a fool, completely unaware of the item's true value. I've had it appraised by an expert. These are genuine bronze artifacts, and they can't be more authentic. Really? Upon hearing this, Ma Lan's face lit up with joy, and she rushed over to carefully pick up the cups, scrutinizing them with wide eyes. Chen stood to the side, listening to their conversation, shaking his head and smiling. He had already discerned that those cups were entirely modern replicas. However, seeing his father-in-law so elated, he refrained from dampening the mood. Holding the cups, Xiao Chongquan beamed with excitement, saying, These cups were originally part of a set, and I haven't completed it yet. However, the seller told me that the rest are still with him, and he'll bring them to me tomorrow. If I manage to acquire all of them, our family will be prosperous. Chen frowned and immediately interjected, Dad, in the world of antiques, one must beware of greed. It is easy to be deceived. Moreover, Xiao Chongquan shot him a glare and scolded, What more is there to say? You, a good-for-nothing, are lecturing me? Chen sighed helplessly and replied, Moreover, you do know that dealing in bronze antiques is illegal, right? Xiao Chongquan's expression froze instantly. He was momentarily stunned, asking, Illegal? What law is being broken? Criminal law. Chen said solemnly. After all these years in the antique business, you should know this basic knowledge. The nation has prohibited the trade of bronze artifacts, with violators facing imprisonment of up to 5 years or detention, in addition to fines. Furthermore, both buying and selling are deemed equally culpable. Chapter 60, Spiritual Energy. Shocked, Xiao Chongquan's legs weakened, and with a pale complexion, he exclaimed, Does this mean I've already broken the law? The police won't come to arrest me, will they? If I'm sentenced, at my age, what will happen to me in prison? As he spoke, Xiao Chongquan hurriedly turned to Chen, pleadingly saying, Good son-in-law, could you help me out? If the police come knocking, just tell them these 2 bronze wine vessels belong to you. And you can serve 2 years in my stead. After all, you're still young. Emerging after 2 years, you'll only be 30. Xiao Chuan immediately retorted, Dad, you brought this trouble upon yourself. Why should Chen take the blame for you? If the police really find you, you should face the consequences yourself. Chen, utterly speechless, thought to himself how absurd his father-in-law was. Having already put him in a difficult situation that morning, he was now trying to drag him into another mess. Thankfully, those 2 bronze wine vessels were not genuine. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be blamed for it. Resigned, Chen said, Dad, you're overthinking this. Even if you wanted to go to prison, the police wouldn't arrest you for that. Xiao Chongquan paused, instinctively asking, Why? Do you have connections with the police? Chen sighed. It has nothing to do with connections. Primarily, your bronze wine vessels are not real. The police cannot arrest you for purchasing counterfeit goods. What? Xiao Chongquan gasped. You're saying these 2 wine vessels I bought are fake? Chen nodded. Indeed, they are unequivocally counterfeit. Xiao Chongquan instantly grew displeased. No, Chen, you can question my character, but you absolutely cannot doubt my discernment. These 2 bronze wine vessels are undoubtedly genuine. Ma Lan chimed in, equally irked, Chen, are you so incapable that you can't stand to see our family prosper? Do you wish for us to remain poor for eternity? Chen, exasperated, seized one of the bronze wine vessels. Before Xiao Chongquan could react, he forcefully slammed it onto the ground. Xiao Chongquan gasped, Chen, what are you doing? This is an antique. Just as he finished his sentence, there was a loud crack as the bronze wine vessel broke, revealing a silvery interior. Chen held the broken piece up to him, stating calmly, Take a look for yourself. This isn't bronze at all. It's tin poured into a mold. The same material used to create toy swords that children play with. Xiao Chongquan's jaw dropped in disbelief. Even he, in his naivety, realized something was amiss. How could an object purportedly made of bronze be green on the outside and silver on the inside? Ma Lan, witnessing this, grasped that Xiao Changquan had been deceived. And with her dreams of wealth shattered, she vented her frustration. Xiao Changquan, you wasted $5,000 on these counterfeit products. Cold sweat trickled down Xiao Changquan's face as he stammered, This can't be right. Damn it, that kid dared to deceive me. Xiao Changquan. He must be out of his mind. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to the antique market to confront him. Ma Lan, infuriated, scolded, What are you waiting for? That con artist has already fled with your money. I think you're more useless than Yichen. Though Yichen may not earn money, at least he doesn't waste it. You let yourself be swindled out of $5,000, enough for me to visit the beauty salon several times. Xiao Changquan, utterly dejected and unwilling to argue back, turned to Yichen and said, Yichen, tomorrow you must accompany me to the antique market to find that scoundrel. If he doesn't, refund my money. Break his legs. Don't worry. Even if you end up in jail, it's no big deal. You could just serve 2 years and come out. Yichen was disinterested in his matters but felt reluctant to refuse him outright, so he casually agreed. All right, I'll accompany you tomorrow. The next day happened to be a weekend. Yichen was roused early by Xiao Changquan's urgent calls, and they drove straight to the antique market. Xiao Changquan gritted his teeth, furious enough to want to tear the con man to shreds. Upon arriving, he burst through the door, searching for the swindler's presence. Worried for his father-in-law, Yichen followed closely behind. After searching for a while, Xiao Changquan finally spotted a vendor and immediately glared at him, shouting, Yichen, come here. That's the one. Yichen looked over to see a shrewd-looking middle-aged man confidently engaging a customer at his stall. Not hurried by Xiao Changquan's arrival, he grinned. Hey there, brother. Found another good deal today? Xiao Changquan, fuming, shouted back, I'll find your grandmother's leg. You scoundrel, using modern crafts to deceive me. Return my $5,000. Who deceived you? The vendor scoffed. If you claim I deceived you, you need to provide proof. Proof is it? Xiao Changquan, infuriated, pulled out the 2 cups and hurled them onto the table, cursing, Look for yourself. Are these bronze artifacts? This is merely tin coated with copper. The vendor, dismissively, replied, Are you trying to scam me? Who doesn't he know that bronze artifacts cannot be bought or sold these days? Why would I sell you something like that? Am I looking for trouble? Xiao Changquan retorted, But you told me these were bronze. Did I say that? The vendor sneered, You're the one making unfounded claims. Furthermore, antiques are always a matter of buyer beware. You misjudge the items and now want to blame others. This is your fault. I suggest the vendors at the antique market remember your face and steer clear of you in the future. People like you have no right to even touch antiques. Go buy some walnuts at the market instead. Seeing the vendor's slick tongue and thick skin, Yichen found it amusing, considering he was merely witnessing his father-in-law's folly. Xiao Changquan, frustrated that the vendor not only refused to acknowledge selling fake goods, but also insulted him, trembled with rage. He seized the vendor, shouting, You scoundrel. Return my money now. Don't try to wriggle out of this. Let go of me, or I'll call the police. As the vendor struggled, Xiao Changquan refused to release his grip. In the scuffle, the vendor's collar tore open, revealing an array of accessories around his neck, jade plaques, amber, prayer beads, and celestial beads. Yichen's attention was drawn to a grayish-white Hetian jade plaque. Though unremarkable in appearance, this piece, even if genuine, would typically be regarded as a low-quality item. However, upon seeing it, Yichen's brow instinctively furrowed. He sensed an energy emanating from the Hetian jade that only he could perceive. This energy drew him closer, compelling him to grasp it within his hands. Yichen understood that this must be the spiritual energy recorded in the 9 mystical scriptures. Spiritual energy is an ancient and mysterious force that has long been lost, capable of fundamentally transforming one's physical constitution and even enabling continuous cultivation, ultimately leading to an extraordinary transcendent state. Chapter 61. Within reach. Yichen's heart raced with excitement, yet he feigned nonchalance, suggesting, all right, let us not quarrel. Can't we resolve this amicably? Xiao Changquan, enraged, scolded, Yichen, you useless fool, why are you siding with him? Leaning closer to his ear, Yichen whispered, Dad, let me handle this. You can trust me. Hearing this, Xiao Changquan momentarily calmed down, hopeful that Yichen had a brilliant plan up his sleeve. And he waited for him to take action. Yichen approached the vendor, draping his arm around his neck and guiding him aside. In a hushed tone, he said, Boss, my father-in-law indeed inflicted this injury upon himself. You are not to blame. Please do not take it to heart. The vendor, taken aback by this, instinctively inquired, Dude, is he really your father-in-law? Chen affirmed, Absolutely. The vendor, looking perplexed, asked, Then why do you side with me instead of him? Chen replied with a smile. When we are out in the world, we must support reason over kinship, don't you agree? The vendor, at a loss for words, was bewildered. He had encountered many who brought relatives to settle scores, but never had he met one who defended him. Chen then spoke, All right, I understand your confusion. Let me be frank. I am not short on cash, but I cannot afford to lose face. Here's what we'll do. After a while, give me a favor, and I'll transfer you 5,000 yuan. You will then return the money to my father-in-law, and this matter will be settled. What do you say? The vendor's eyes lit up at this proposal, and without hesitation, he agreed, Deal. This sounds fantastic. Chen continued, However, I value my dignity. That jade pendant around your neck seems hardly worth much. Sell it to me, and when you speak to my father-in-law, tell him the money is refunded, and that the jade pendant is a gift from you to me, as an apology. The vendor eagerly asked, What price will you give for the pendant? Suddenly animated, he boasted, You truly have a keen eye. Amidst all the fakes, you've identified this genuine article. To be honest, although it appears fake, this pendant was worn by Zhu Yuanzhang and was a token of love from Empress Ma. Chen, uninterested in his fabricated tale, waved his hand dismissively, interrupting, Stop with the nonsense. It's just a piece of jade. The material costs a mere yuan a pound, and I'll give you 200 for it. If you refuse and my father-in-law decides to report this, I want to intervene. With that, Chen turned as if to leave. The vendor hastily grabbed his arm, gritting his teeth. Fine. We are fated to meet. Take the 200. Chen nodded and whispered, Send me the QR code. I will transfer the money. All right. The vendor quickly pulled out his phone, and after receiving 5,200 yuan, he said to Chen, All done. Just watch. He then turned to Xiaochangquan, saying, Old man, let me be honest. Your son-in-law is wasting his potential with a father-in-law like you. Xiaochangquan retorted angrily, What the hell do you mean? You want to return my money, and you insult me? Do you believe I want to call the police right now? The vendor dismissed him, rolling his eyes, Enough whining. I've agreed to refund your son-in-law. Bring me your QR code, and I'll transfer the 5,000 back to you. But if you want to report me, then the money is off the table. If the court finds against me for 50 million, I will accept. Upon hearing this, Xiaochangquan's bravado faltered. He realized that such matters would likely end up in civil court, dragging on for a year or more with costly legal fees. Seeing that the vendor was willing to refund him, he decided to take the money and let it go. He begrudgingly said, Fine, just return my money, and we'll consider this settled. The vendor smirked, I want to just return your money. I also intend to gift your son-in-law a jade ornament, nothing else. Just to acknowledge him. Xiaochangquan, taken aback, asked instinctively, What do you mean by that? Nothing much, the vendor replied with a chuckle. Just hand over your QR code quickly. Without hesitation, Xiaochangquan opened the QR code and accepted the 5,000 yuan transferred to him. The vendor then removed the jade pendant from amongst a pile of trinkets and handed it to Chen, stating earnestly, Bro, we should find you a different father-in-law. This one does not suit you honestly. Chen accepted the pendant with a slight smile, feeling a surge of pure energy emanating from it, which filled him with joy. Xiaochangquan was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how Chen, whom he deemed a failure, managed not only to secure a refund but also to receive a gift. Just as he was about to inquire, a loud and arrogant voice interrupted. Wow, that jade pendant looks intriguing. Hand it over. Chapter 62. Beat him to a pulp. Hearing this voice, Chen furrowed his brow and looked towards the source. A young man approached, dressed in an eccentric manner, traditional attire paired with bell-bottoms, and a chain dangling from his waistband. He appeared both trendy and retro, yet his demeanor was brash, reminiscent of a rapper. Walking alongside him was a massive black Tibetan mastiff, drooling profusely, clearly not a creature to be trifled with. Following him were 6 burly bodyguards, creating a path as they strode through the crowd, causing onlookers to hastily step aside. Upon seeing this young man, the vendor rushed forward, Qin Xiao. What brings you here today? The young man waved dismissively, glancing at the jade pendant in Chen's hand. He pointed at his mastiff, instructing the vendor, Mao. That jade pendant looks good. It would make a perfect nameplate for my dog. Wrap it up for me. I want it. The vendor, known as Zhang Mao, chuckled. Qin Xiao, I'm afraid I can't do that. I've already given this pendant to this young brother. You must be joking. The young man scoffed. You think you can just give away valuable items? I find that hard to believe. Zhang Ermao quickly responded, "Oh, Qin Xiao, please don't mock me. I truly did give it to this brother. If you like this low-end jade, I can get you a few more tomorrow." Qin Xiao, visibly displeased, coldly retorted, "Who are you talking to? I specifically want this jade pendant for my dog. Stop wasting my time. I'll give you 50,000 for it. Do you understand?" Hearing this offer, Zhang Ermao's heart raced. Selling it to Yi Chun for merely 200, he could earn 50,000 from Qin Xiao. It was a no-brainer. He leaned toward Yi Chun and whispered, "Brother, let us make a deal. You let Qin Xiao have the jade pendant, and we'll split the 50,000. Yi Chun scoffed, frowning. "Do I look like someone in need of 50,000? Xiao Chongquan, overhearing, blurted out in a panic, "Yi Chun, what are you doing? That's 50,000. Hurry and take it." Qin Xiao, equally irritated, spat, "I've had enough of this nonsense. You're the first person to act tough when it comes to money. Let me ask you again, will you sell it for 50,000? Yi Chun casually replied, "No, I wouldn't sell it for 50 million. How dare you?" Qin Xiao growled, his eyes gleaming with fury. Yi Chun chuckled. "The likes of you offer a face that even a dog would refuse." Furious, Qin Xiao's expression darkened, and the crowd gasped in disbelief. They were astonished that Yi Chun, who had received the jade pendant for free, would refuse such a lucrative offer. Enraged by the attention, Qin Xiao yelled, "If you don't want to cooperate, don't blame me for being rude." With that, he loosened the dog leash and shouted at the mastiff, "Xiongda, attack him." Upon hearing his master's command, the Tibetan mastiff immediately bared its teeth at Yi Chun. Yi Chun bellowed, "Are you blind, or is your dog blind too? Get out of my way." The Tibetan mastiff, once brimming with ferocity, was inexplicably cowed by Yi Chun's roar, losing all its bravado. It turned and bolted away from the crowd as if fleeing for its life. Witnessing his own dog run away in fright, Qin Xiao was about to give chase. But the dog was too swift, disappearing from sight in an instant, while the onlookers parted hastily, making it impossible for him to pursue. With his dog gone, he stomped in frustration and vented his anger at Yi Chun, cursing, "You are truly courting death. Not only will you hand over that jade pendant today, but you will also compensate me for my dog." Yi Chun chuckled, "Compensate for your dog? It ran away on its own. Why should I pay? Since your father isn't here today, why not let me compensate you for him too?" Qin Xiao trembled with rage, gritting his teeth. "You are really asking for it. Attack him." With a wave of his hand, Qin Xiao summoned his bodyguards, who swiftly encircled Yi Chun. The crowd, sensing impending violence, quickly dispersed. Even Xiao Chongquan was intimidated by Qin Xiao's imposing presence. The Qin family, the renowned Qin clan of Jinling, they were even more formidable and arrogant than the Wang family. 6 bodyguards formed a tight circle around Yi Chun and Xiao Chongquan, their faces displaying fierce expressions. Xiao Chongquan, now frightened, hurriedly shrank behind Yi Chun and whispered, "Yi Chun, a wise man doesn't suffer losses. Just let him have his way. We can still profit from this." Yi Chun, with a calm demeanor, surveyed the bodyguards and remarked, "Suffer losses? With such lowly figures, unworthy of a dog, do you think I should suffer?" Qin Ao Dong, furious, clutched his chest and shouted, "Beat him! Beat him to a pulp." Upon hearing the command, the bodyguards surged forward. Yi Chun stood unperturbed, but a vendor, fearing trouble, rushed to intervene, pleading, "Oh, Qin Xiao, my dear Qin Xiao, is it really worth it over such a trivial matter? You are a person of stature. What if this escalates to the police? You wouldn't be in the right." Qin Ao Dong furrowed his brow, realizing he was indeed in the wrong. His intention was merely to procure a jade pendant for his dog to flaunt, thus attempting to seize Yi Chun's pendant. However, he had not anticipated that his usually obedient dog would bolt. If he were to harm Yi Chun and it resulted in serious consequences, he would be in a precarious position. He clenched his teeth and said to Yi Chun, "Since this fellow is pleading for you, I shall grant you a chance. Kneel and bow 3 times, and this matter will be settled." Yi Chun laughed, "You wish to buy my possession, yet I refuse to sell. And now you expect me to bow? If I want to purchase something from you, would you sell it?" Qin Xiao scoffed, "It's not that I disdain you. But look at your pitiful state. Do you truly believe you can afford anything of mine?" He then revealed a bracelet on his wrist, sneering, "See this? A bloodstone bracelet. Purchased for over 5 million. Can you afford it?" Yi Chun glanced at the bloodstone and sneered, "Even if I could afford it, I wouldn't spend 5 million on a counterfeit. For that piece of junk, $50 would be too much." "You're talking nonsense," Qin Xiao retorted angrily. "How dare you call it a fake? Who gave you the audacity?" Suddenly, someone in the crowd spoke up, "That bloodstone is indeed a fake." "What?" Qin Xiao turned, only to see an elderly man speaking. He scornfully snapped, "Old man, are you blind? Such a fine piece, and you call it fake? What do you know?" The crowd quickly chimed in. "Hey, show some respect. This is President Su of the Jinling Jade Association. He is the foremost expert on bloodstones in Jinling." Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao was taken aback, realizing he recognized the old man. Indeed, he was the president of the Jade Association. President Su, unperturbed, calmly stated, "Let us not blame this young man. It's understandable for him to be upset after spending 5 million on such a fake. We should feel sympathy for him, rather than reproach." Qin Xiao was on the brink of despair, holding the bracelet and asking, "Is this really fake?" President Su nodded. "To be honest, it couldn't be more fake. The color was artificially dyed after acid treatment. When you first wore it, didn't your wrist react?" "Damn." Qin Xiao was at a loss, exclaiming, "The bastard who sold it to me said that genuine bloodstones would react with the skin, turning it red, and that it was a necessary process for the stone to recognize its owner. Anything that doesn't change color is a fake." The onlookers covered their faces in disbelief, astonished by such a fool. President Su sighed, "Young man, I've seen many people with poor judgment, but you are the first to be so thoroughly deceived. The acid is highly corrosive. Wearing it persistently could not only cause skin allergies, but also lead to excessive toxin absorption, endangering your health." Qin Xiao was utterly devastated, unable to fathom that he had spent 5 million on trash that could be harmful to his health. Yi Chun, seeing his expression more grotesque than a person tasting excrement, teased, "Oh, you say this piece of junk is worth $5? I wouldn't accept it even for that." Though Qin Xiao seethed with resentment, he maintained his composure for the sake of his pride, scoffing, "Those who dabble in antiques inevitably make mistakes. 5 million is nothing to me. I, Qin Ao Dong, don't care. I'll just consider this bracelet a toy." As he spoke, he produced a wolf tooth strung on a red cord, declaring arrogantly, "That doesn't count. Look at this wolf tooth. It's the last existing genuine treasure of the Magan from ancient times, capable of warding off evil and attracting good fortune. It must be authentic." Qin Ao Dong was confident in this wolf tooth, having consulted numerous experts who confirmed its authenticity dating back to the Three Kingdoms period. Yi Chun, however, burst into laughter before coldly retorting, "You remain blissfully unaware, adorning yourself with such a sinister artifact and calling it a treasure to ward off evils. Are you not a fool? How dare you spout such nonsense?" Qin Ao Dong roared, clenching his fists until his nails dug into his flesh. Yi Chun, relaxed, smiled lightly. "You dare to wear such a malevolent object close to your body and still live? You must possess remarkable luck." Qin Ao Dong's face flushed with anger. But after the recent events, he hesitated, unsure whether Yi Chun was genuinely knowledgeable or merely bluffing. He stubbornly demanded, "What basis do you have for that claim? Take a good look at your so-called wolf tooth." Yi Chun replied coldly, "Did you not notice that this wolf tooth is significantly smaller than the average one?" Feigning calm, Qin Ao Dong retorted, "So what if it's smaller? The concentrated essence is the best. Perhaps this wolf king was simply smaller in stature." Seeing Qin Ao Dong stubbornly refuse to concede, Yi Chun chuckled mockingly, "Not only is your wolf tooth smaller, but its base is also full and rounded. Examine yours closely." Qin Ao Dong scrutinized his wolf tooth, doubt creeping in, before weakly saying, "So what if it is full? Mine may lack fullness, but it's a rare original artifact. Wolves in the Three Kingdoms were smaller than today's. That's what the experts told me." Although he had mingled in the antique trade for several years, he had never truly applied himself to learning the knowledge related to antiques. He merely purchased items based on their aesthetic appeal or bought what others recommended as worthy of collection, using them merely to flaunt. "What a hopeless fool," Yi Chun scoffed, remarking, "Wolves have rounded roots due to gnawing on bones, while humans, being omnivorous, do not possess such rounded roots and exhibit less wear. That so-called wolf tooth of yours was actually pried from a corpse." "What?" Qin Ao Dong appeared struck by a bolt of lightning, disbelief etched on his face. "Are you kidding me? How could a human tooth be so long?" Chapter 64. Kneel before Master Yi. Observing his lack of sorrow at the sight of a coffin, Yi Chun shook his head in derision. "It seems you've been thoroughly duped. Upon death, a body dehydrates, revealing the previously hidden roots of the teeth, making them appear significantly longer. Coupled with the silver adornment, it gives an illusion of greater length. You have been wearing this tooth from a corpse all this time and never noticed that its roots even bear cavities?" Qin Ao Dong gazed at the silver encirclement at the base of the tooth, noticing the dark discoloration seeping through the gaps, and could no longer contain himself. retching onto the ground. The prized possession he cherished turned out to be a damned tooth from a corpse. What disgusted him further was that he not only handled it with his hands, but at times, to show off, even held it in his mouth. Was this not akin to kissing a corpse? A French kiss, no less. The onlookers wore expressions of revulsion, some even chuckling quietly at Chen Aodong's folly in treating a corpse's tooth as a treasure, a stroke of bad luck indeed. Chen chuckled coldly. I suspect this tooth once belonged to an ancient tomb's occupant or perhaps a grave robber. Regardless, this human tooth has lain in the tomb for countless years, surrounded by an abundance of malevolent energy. Your claims of warding off evil spirits are utterly unfounded. Wearing it will only attract all manner of sinister forces into your being. If you disregard this warning and keep the tooth, within half a year, you will surely face calamity and meet a tragic end. Before he could finish, the crowd erupted in a clamor, retreating hastily to avoid any taint from the tooth's malevolent aura. Zhang Ermao, who had been shamelessly close to Chen Aodong, hurriedly ran to the back, even losing a shoe in his haste. Although he dealt in fakes, anyone in the antique business knew the dangers associated with grave robbers. He understood that Yi Chen's words were unassailable. Chen Aodong's face drained of color, paralyzed with fear. Yi Chen coldly inquired, have you been experiencing frequent accidents this year? Do you feel as though you are constantly on the brink of injury? Chen Aodong pressed his lips together, afraid to speak. Just as Yi Chen stated, this year had been a string of misfortunes for him. A few months prior, while out drinking with friends, he was coaxed into opening a champagne bottle, only for the cork to ricochet off the ceiling and break his nose. Last month, he had been set up on a date with a respectable woman, intending to take advantage of her husband's absence, only for the man's flight to be cancelled, leading to a violent confrontation upon his return. Most tragically, 2 weeks ago, while driving to a gathering with friends, he narrowly escaped death when his low car slid under a truck during an emergency stop, the truck's rear just grazing his head. Recalling these harrowing events sent shivers down Chen Aodong's spine, and in a panic, he tore the talisman from his neck, casting it away. The crowd, fearful of being touched by the cursed tooth, dispersed rapidly in the direction of the thrown talisman. Seeing Chen Aodong's terrified expression, Yi Chen sighed inwardly. Had he not discerned the issue with the talisman, Chen Aodong might not live to see the next year. You are late to discard that tooth. If I am not mistaken, its malevolent energy has already infiltrated your home. Your entire family will be affected, at best, suffering financial losses, at worst, losing both wealth and life. Chen Aodong erupted in anger. Damn it, you curse me, and now my whole family? In that moment, he felt no gratitude for Yi Chen's warning, only a surge of indignation. Yi Chen, seeing his lack of gratitude, replied coolly, I have no time to waste with you. You should seek your own fortune. As Yi Chen prepared to leave, Chen Aodong shouted, seize him. You think you can just flaunt and leave so easily? His 4 bodyguards immediately rushed towards Yi Chen, while the other 2 lunged at Xiao Chongquan. Fearful, Xiao Chongquan retreated repeatedly, but the 2 bodyguards pursued relentlessly. With nowhere to hide, he shut his eyes, bracing for the impending blows. Just as their fists were about to land, Yi Chen advanced swiftly, knocking one bodyguard to the ground with a single punch, then raced to Xiao Chongquan's side, delivering a powerful kick to the other guard. Since acquiring the 9 Xian heavenly scripture, he felt a wealth of combat memories flooding his mind, as if he had become adept in martial arts. The energy from the jade talisman had instantly enhanced his strength. The guard, about to seize Xiao Chongquan, was met with a kick to the abdomen, sent sprawling over a meter away, clutching his stomach, unable to rise. The second bodyguard, witnessing Yi Chen's audacity, drew a dagger, lunging at him. Watch out! Xiao Chongquan shouted in alarm. Before he could finish, Yi Chen, like a swift dragon, darted past him, the dagger narrowly missing. He seized the bodyguard's wrist, twisting it violently. With a clang, the dagger fell, and with a crack, the wrist bone shattered. Xiao Chongquan was left astonished. When had Yu Chen become so formidable? Was this still the timid son-in-law he knew? Yu Chen stepped on the dagger's hilt, sending it arcing into his hand. He brandished the dagger with a grin. Anyone else wish to step up? Come forth together. The crowd fell silent, holding their breath in anticipation. Zhang Ermao swallowed hard, murmuring, Brother, you're incredible. Grateful he hadn't provoked Yi Chen, he realized that had he done so, he might have lost an arm. Xiao Chongquan finally let out a long breath, astonished. Yi Chen, how did you become so skilled? Have you secretly trained in martial arts? Yi Chen touched his nose, smiling. Dad, I don't have much to do at home. When Ru Ran goes to work, I just watch TV. There are fighting shows on some channels, so I practiced along with them, and gradually, I learned. The onlookers were in awe. A single person capable of taking on 5 or 6 of Chen Aodong's bodyguards, all self-taught. Such martial prowess was nothing short of remarkable. Meanwhile, Chen Aodong was filled with terror. In terms of both antique knowledge and combat skills, he had been utterly crushed by Yi Chen. His 6 bodyguards, all highly paid experts, were rendered useless against Yi Chen's prowess. At this moment, Yi Chen brandished his dagger, beckoning Chen Aodong with a flick of his finger. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Make it quick. If you don't, it's my turn. With that, he advanced towards Chen Aodong, who, terrified, stumbled backward and cried out, "Don't come any closer." Just then, a white Bentley turned the corner and halted outside the crowd. The driver alighted, opened the rear door, and courteously invited the passenger seated in the back to exit. Upon seeing the car, Chen Aodong's face lit up with excitement as he waved frantically, pleading, "Sister, please save me." Yi Chen looked up to see the crowd parting, revealing a woman clad in a snug black sports outfit striding towards them. The attire accentuated her exquisite figure, and her fierce expression added an air of valiance. It was Chen Aodong's sister, Chen Aoshui. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed in shock, triggering a wave of murmurs. "Sister, this guy hit me. Please give him a good beating." Chen Aoshui approached, casting a glance at the bodyguards sprawled on the ground before fixing her cold gaze on Yi Chen. "Did you do this to them?" Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, "I did." "What of it?" Chen Aoshui smirked and retorted, "Not much, but you will apologize to my brother immediately. And if I refuse, then I will beat you until you do." Before her words finished echoing, Chen Aoshui unleashed a swift kick aimed at Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen, somewhat astonished by her skill, recognized that she was far superior to the earlier bodyguards. Her kick was powerful and swift, indicating she was indeed a trained fighter. Watching this unfold, Chen Aodong thought to himself, "Damn, my sister is a martial arts expert. She'll surely knock you out." Having trained for years in ancient martial arts and free fighting techniques, even seasoned martial artists were no match for her. But in the next instant, Chen Aodong's eyes widened in disbelief as he heard Yi Chen casually utter, "Too weak." In a flash, Yi Chen evaded Chen Aoshui's attack and retaliated with a swift kick that landed squarely on her rear, sending her flying. Chen Aodong stood agape, nearly dropping his jaw, muttering, "How is this possible?" Chen Aoshui, humiliated and furious, had never experienced such disgrace since beginning her martial training. The place where she had been struck was particularly shameful. Burning with anger, she scrambled to her feet, intent on exacting revenge on Yi Chen, vowing that this scoundrel would pay dearly. Chen Aoshui, "Stop! Do not disrespect Master Yi." At that moment, a middle-aged man rushed forward, grabbing Chen Aoshui. She, blushing with indignation, shouted, "Father, let go. I want to beat him up." Internally, she cursed, "How dare he kick my backside? Doesn't he know to cherish a lady?" "Silence," the middle-aged man admonished her. He then approached Yi Chen with utmost humility, taking a deep breath and respectfully saying, "Master Yi, it is good to see you again. I apologize on behalf of my unworthy daughter and nephew. I will ensure they reflect on their actions when we return." Both Chen Aoshui and Chen Aodong stood frozen in disbelief. Their father was a prominent figure in Jinling City. How could he be so deferential to this young man? Yi Chen recognized the middle-aged man as Qin Gang, recalling their previous encounter during an appraisal with Song Wanting. Nodding, he remarked, "Mr. Qin, your nephew certainly requires stricter discipline." Qin Gang nodded repeatedly, glaring at Chen Aoshui and Chen Aodong as he commanded, "Come over and apologize to Master Yi." "I won't apologize to the scoundrel who kicked me." Chen Aoshui scoffed, her face a mask of fury. With an expression of anger, Qin Gang bellowed, "Apologize. Right now?" Instantly deflated, Chen Aoshui bit her lip in frustration and muttered, "I'm sorry." Chen Aodong, however, was indignant. "Uncle, this guy not only humiliated me, but also assaulted my sister. If you don't deal with him, I'll find someone to take him out." Slap. Qin Gang delivered a resounding slap to his face, fuming, "You fool. Kneel before Master Yi." The force of the slap sent Chen Aodong reeling, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he clutched his face, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Yet, to kneel in public, this would bring shame upon the Qin family, tarnishing their reputation in Jinling City. Qin Gang gritted his teeth, admonishing, "Do you understand? If Master Yi hadn't uncovered the issue with your talisman, not only would you have perished, but the entire Qin family would have suffered." He continued, furious. No wonder the Chen family has been plagued by misfortune lately, business setbacks at every turn. It was you, you reckless fool, who brought this calamity upon us. If your grandfather finds out, he will surely break your legs. Horrified by his uncle's grave words, Chen Ao Dong's legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. Apologize to Master Yi. Chen Gang barked. Why yes, I'm sorry. Chen Ao Dong stammered, his eyes wide with fear. Finally, Chen Gang turned to Yi Chun, bowing respectfully. Master Yi, I hope this resolution meets your approval? Yi Chun replied coolly, it's fine. Since he has knelt, I shall not hold it against him. Chen Gang breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked, Master Yi, may I inquire if discarding the talisman will restore the Chen family's fortunes? Yi Chun chuckled. You are quite optimistic. The malevolent energy is deeply entrenched, affecting more than just Chen Ao Dong. I predict that within a year, your family may face utter ruin. Chapter 65. Master Yi takes action. Chen Gang was struck dumb by Yi Chen's words. Ruin? The cost of that would be devastating. His face drained of color as he lamented, I have lived an honest life, doing good deeds every day. How could I meet such a fate? Yi Chen smiled. So it seems your interest in purchasing that piece of yellow jade was for this very reason? Chen Gang nodded. Over the past year, he had exhausted all avenues. Yet nothing had worked until he encountered Yi Chun. Initially, he believed Yi Chun merely possessed an eye for appraisal. But today, Yi Chun had pinpointed the sinister energy, revealing that he was no ordinary individual. The hope of saving the Chen family might rest upon Yi Chun. With urgency, he clasped his fist and implored, Master Yi, please lend us your aid. He then whispered a few words to his assistant, who promptly departed. Yi Chun smiled faintly, saying, Mr. Chen, your family's matters should be resolved by you. He had no particular ties to the Chen family, having only met Chen Gang once. Moreover, Chen Ao Dong had offended him. While Chen Ao Shui was undeniably beautiful, with her striking figure and fiery personality, that held no significance for him. She was neither his wife nor his bedmate. Thus he had no reason to assist the Chen family. However, Chen Gang refused to relinquish this opportunity to save his family. He bowed deeply, nearly prostrating himself before Yi Chun, adopting a posture of utmost humility. Yet Yi Chun remained unmoved. Seeing Yi Chun's indifference, Chen Gang steeled himself and suddenly knelt before him. At that moment, beside them, Chen Ao Shui, without hesitation, knelt down with a thud before Yi Chun, pleading earnestly, Master Yi, I was thoughtless earlier and have angered you. I implore you not to take it to heart. The fate of my entire Chen family rests in your hands. I beseech you to extend your hand to save us. After speaking, she turned to the dazed Chen Ao Dong and struck him across the face, scolding, Chen Ao Dong, this mess is all you're doing. That strange and foul object was brought back by you. It has brought calamity upon our family, and has even offended Master Yi. Hurry and bow to Master Yi. Plead for his assistance. Chen Ao Dong was truly petrified. He had never anticipated that the recent misfortunes plaguing the Chen family, and his own impending doom, were all due to that cursed talisman. Now, he found himself unable to escape responsibility and had provoked the only one capable of resolving everything, Master Yi. He feared returning home and being beaten to a pulp by his family. Thus, he immediately trembled and knelt on the ground, begging, Master, I was wrong. I was blind and ignorant, lacking appreciation for your greatness. Please forgive me and lend your aid to our Chen family. I bow before you. With that, Chen Ao Dong struck his head against the concrete floor, the sound echoing sharply. At that moment, Chen Gang's assistant hurried back, presenting him with a gift box. Chen Gang promptly accepted it and respectfully extended it towards Yi Chun, humbly stating, Master Yi, this is the most expensive jade bracelet from Chui Guxian, priced over 6 million. I implore you to accept it. Yi Chun cast a cold glance at the gift in Chen Gang's hands. It was a superb jade bracelet of the highest quality, crystal clear and as transparent as glass. While it could not compare to the jade necklace he had previously gifted to his wife, Xiao Churan, as a bracelet, it was indeed among the finest. The surrounding crowd stared in astonishment, fully aware that this bracelet was Chui Guxian's most expensive piece, with a marked price of 6 million. That Chen Gang had directly instructed his assistant to purchase it as a gift for Yi Chun, and was pleading for his acceptance, clearly illustrated his earnest desire to curry favor with Yi Chun. What manner of person was Yi Chun? Even his father-in-law was left dumbfounded, having never encountered such an extraordinary situation in his lifetime. Yi Chun gazed at the jade bracelet, refusing to take it, and with a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown, addressed Chen Gang. How do you know that I possess the means to dissipate this malevolent energy? Qin Gang replied earnestly, if Master Yi cannot assist, then surely no one in this world can. Yi Chen smiled lightly. Qin Gang's assertion was indeed accurate, for he possessed the knowledge to dispel such malevolence. The Nine Xian heavenly scriptures contained records regarding this kind of malevolent energy and detailed methods for its dissolution. Yi Chen glanced at the jade bracelet and casually accepted it. Imagining it adorning the wrist of his wife, Xiao Churan, he thought it would look splendid. As for Qin Gang, to be frank, he was not a bad person. He merely lacked discipline over his descendants, a sin not worthy of death. Since he so earnestly implored for assistance, Yi Chen deemed it appropriate to help him. Very well, Yi Chen said, since you have beseeched me, I shall grant you this favor. With that, he accepted the bracelet. Upon seeing Yi Chen take the bracelet, Qin Gang was overjoyed and immediately bowed deeply, exclaiming, Master Yi. The Qin family holds a modest position in Jinling City. Once the malevolent energy is dispelled, should you require any assistance from the Qin family, I shall do my utmost to support you. The crowd erupted in astonishment, all taken aback by Qin Gang's willingness to go to such lengths. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chen replied, in that case, I shall assist you this once. It seems the Qin family is not fated for extinction. Qin Gang immediately bowed deeply and eagerly said, please, Master Yi, lend us your aid. Yi Chen nodded and instructed, gather yellow paper, vermilion, and ink. Shortly after, Qin Gang's secretary returned, presenting the items to Yi Chen. Holding the brush, Yi Chen lightly dipped it in the vermilion, inhaling slightly as his spiritual energy flowed through his meridians and accumulated at the brush's tip. The brush danced across the yellow paper, swiftly drawing symbols from one end to the other. Upon completion, Yi Chen lightly blew on the paper and handed it to Qin Gang. This talisman is specifically designed to dispel malevolence. It embodies the utmost yang and strength in existence. You must wrap this talisman around that cursed object, offering 3 sticks of sandalwood incense daily. After 36 days, the malevolent energy will be completely eradicated. During this period, there must be no sight of bloodshed, no killing, and no consumption of meat. Family members must bathe at noon every day. This is imperative. Qin Gang expressed his utmost respect, extending his hands to receive the talisman, feeling a weight lift from his heart. He was immensely grateful to Yi Chen. Without his assistance, the Qin family would surely face annihilation. Carefully, he wrapped the talisman around the cursed object, fearing that any imperfection would compromise its effectiveness. As soon as the talisman enveloped the object entirely, Qin Aodong let out a long breath, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his chest. He felt a sudden clarity, his mind cooling and easing. Qin Gang also sensed a change within himself, feeling clearer and more liberated than before. He realized that Yi Chen's method had worked. This realization filled him with joy. Grateful that he had sought out Yi Chen, he understood that without him, the Qin family would have faced dire straits. Zhang Ermao, witnessing this transformation, was equally astonished. As soon as Qin Gang finished, he shamelessly approached Yi Chen, grinning as he bowed. Brother, could you help me with my fortune? When will I find a beautiful wife? Yi Chen frowned and shook his head. If you wish to marry a beautiful wife, perhaps you should first consider undergoing some cosmetic procedures. Qin Aoshue, standing nearby, couldn't help but giggle. Indeed, Zhang Ermao was quite unfortunate in appearance. It was hard to imagine any girl taking an interest in him. In contrast, Yi Chen was rather handsome. Chapter 66. The Mysterious Chairman. Qin Gang humbly smiled and said, Master Yi, your immense kindness to the Qin family will be etched in our memories forever. Today was rather abrupt, and I was unable to prepare adequately. May I invite you to the Qin residence tomorrow for a gathering? I would like to personally host a banquet in gratitude for your kindness. No need. I have other matters to attend to, Yi Chen replied coolly, shaking his head. Today's events were merely a result of your good deeds. I prefer not to make a spectacle of it, understood? Qin Gang was taken aback, but nodded earnestly. I understand. Should you require the Qin family's assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to reach out. With that, he hurriedly handed over a gilded business card with his personal phone number. Yi Chen accepted it without a glance and turned to leave with his father-in-law. Qin Gang continued to watch their departing figures until he shot a fierce glare at Qin Aodong, admonishing, from now on, whenever you see Master Yi in Jinling, you must bow respectfully and greet him. Do not cause trouble. Qin Aodong protested. I had no idea that simply going out to buy something could offend a master. Beside them, Qin Aoshue glared at Yi Chen's retreating back, her teeth clenched. Although she admired him, she clearly still resented him for the earlier incident. For a proud girl, such a slight was unforgivable. Qin Gang sighed and comforted her. Child, do not seek revenge against Master Yi. Our entire family is relying on him now. Can he really be of help? Qin Aodong muttered. Qin Gang scolded, speak another word, and I will break your legs. Qin Aodong shrank back, afraid to say more. Qin Aoshua stomped her foot in frustration, saying, I understand, Dad. I will not provoke him. Yet, the thought of her lingering pain made her feel utterly miserable. What a pity. Qin Gang sighed. Qin Aoshua asked in confusion, what a pity about what? Qin Gang cast her a glance before saying, it's a pity that Master Yi is already married. Otherwise, I believe you two would make a splendid match. Dad, what are you saying? Qin Aoshua exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger. On the way home, Xiao Chongquan was still wearied by astonishment. The esteemed head of the Qin family was treating his son-in-law with such reverence. Yi Chun, are the words you shared with Qin Gang true? Xiao Chongquan inquired, his suspicions growing. His son-in-law increasingly appeared to be a charlatan. Yi Chun chuckled softly, replying, half-truths, half-fabrications. Don't wandering street performers love to cloak their tricks in mystery? Xiao Chongquan gasped in shock and admonished in a flurry, goodness, you dared to deceive the Qin family and accepted such an expensive bracelet from them. What if the truth comes to light? What will we do then? Don't drag our family into this. Yi Chun shook his head, saying, if it comes to that, I can always return the bracelet. In a lawful society, can they truly harm me? Xiao Chongquan sighed, clearly troubled, yet upon further contemplation, he realized there was no other choice but to take a gamble. Perhaps Yi Chun's streetwise antics would indeed prove effective. Upon returning home, Yi Chun entered his bedroom and retrieved the peace and prosperity stone he had acquired from Zhang Ermao. At that very moment, he felt a surge of energy coursing from the stone into his body. A warm sensation enveloped him, filling his chest and abdomen with indescribable comfort. Soon, layers of perspiration, mingled with dark impurities, expelled from his body, leaving him immensely relieved. After a while, Yi Chun sensed an energy circulating within him. This was spiritual energy. However, when he glanced at the stone again, he found it had ceased to emanate its energy, appearing no different from an ordinary rock. Even as he attempted to draw energy from it using the cultivation method recorded in the Nine Xin Sky scripture, he could not extract any. Intuitively, he felt that the stone was extraordinary, but for now, he could only wait until his cultivation improved to investigate further. Feeling sticky all over, Yi Chun hurried to take a shower. By the time he finished, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. His wife, Xiao Chen, called him, informing him that she was discussing project details at the Dihao Group. The BMW 760 he had bought for her had a driving restriction today, so she hadn't driven it, and wanted Yi Chun to take his father-in-law's 530 to pick her up. With his wife's request, Yi Chun naturally felt obliged. He promptly asked his father-in-law for the car keys and drove to the Dihao Group's premises. Upon arriving, he took out his phone and called Xiao Chen. She didn't answer, but soon sent him a WeChat message. Yi Chun, I'm still in a meeting with the project team. Please wait for me downstairs. Thank you for your patience. All right, I'll wait for you downstairs, Yi Chun replied, then stepped outside to smoke while waiting. At that moment, Wang Dongxue, the vice-chairwoman of the Dihao Group, called him, asking, Young master, have you arrived at the Dihao Group? Curiously, Yi Chun asked, how did you know? Wang Dongxue replied, I can see your car from my office. Yi Chun glanced up and smiled. Do you need something from me? Wang Dongxue explained. The young mistress is still in a meeting and may take some time, so I wanted to check if you have a moment. If you do, I'd like to report on recent work. Yi Chun thought for a moment, realizing he hadn't been managing the Dihao Group much lately and didn't want to be uninformed about its affairs. He said, very well, I'll come up. Wang Dongxue added, please go to your office. I'll meet you there to report. Okay. After hanging up, Yi Chun walked into the building, took the elevator to the top floor, and headed for the chairman's office. Just as he stepped out of the elevator, a door behind him swung open. Dong Ruolin was about to head to the restroom when she unexpectedly spotted a familiar silhouette. She didn't recognize it as Yi Chun's, but felt that it resembled the profile of the legendary wealthy chairman she had seen on a short video platform. Could it be that the chairman she had longed to meet had finally arrived? Dong Ruolin's excitement surged. After all, her primary purpose for coming to Jinling and the Dihao Group was to get closer to this enigmatic chairman and strive to become his woman, thereby elevating the entire Dong family. This was the mission bestowed upon her by her family and their hopes for her. However, Dong Ruolin felt frustrated that despite her days spent here, she hadn't even glimpsed the chairman's face, making it challenging to develop a longer-term relationship. Thus, seeing the chairman's silhouette now filled her with exhilaration. She hurriedly quickened her pace, intending to catch up with Chen to greet him and introduce herself. Chapter 67. A change of position for her. Chen heard footsteps behind him, and a glance at the adjacent glass revealed that Dong Ruolin was following him. This was troublesome. If she recognized him here, she would undoubtedly connect him to the identity of the chairman of the Dihao group. She might even deduce that he was the young master of the Yi family. This was indeed perilous. As he noticed Dong Ruolin closing in, he hastily quickened his stride and slipped into the chairman's office, locking the door behind him. Dong Ruolin hadn't anticipated that he would suddenly accelerate. By the time she realized and sought to pursue him, he had already entered the office. Disappointed, she murmured, "How strange. Why does this chairman seem to be deliberately avoiding me?" Resolute not to give up, she approached the door and knocked, saying, "Hello, Chairman. I am the new administrative director, Dong Ruolin. I have matters to report to you." Chen deliberately lowered his voice, responding, "Have you reported to Wang Dongxue yet? The company does not permit bypassing the hierarchy. Are you not aware of that?" "I'm sorry, Chairman, I forgot." Dong Ruolin felt a surge of anxiety, thinking, "This chairman is rather intimidating. Is he angry about my bypassing protocol, or does he simply not wish to meet me?" Nonetheless, Dong Ruolin dared not linger at the door of Chen's office any longer and reluctantly departed. Once Chen heard her footsteps receding, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had almost been recognized. It was indeed a close call, considering that he would inevitably return to the Dihao group and that Dong Ruolin, now the administrative director, worked on the same floor as him. The chances of encountering her again were alarmingly high. Just then, Wang Dongxue arrived to report on work matters. Chen turned to her and said, "Dongxue, I need you to assist me with something." Wang Dongxue nodded. "What do you need, young master?" Chen instructed, "Please arrange for Dong Ruolin to be reassigned to a different position." He then inquired, "Which positions in our company do not require constant presence in the office?" "Sales and business," Wang Dongxue replied. "These two roles often require fieldwork and are rarely in the office." "Very well," Chen nodded. "Then assign her as the sales director." "Understood. I will begin the arrangements shortly," Wang Dongxue affirmed. Following this, Wang Dongxue updated Chen on the company's recent developments. The new 6-star hotel project under the Dihao Group had commenced, strategically located at the foot of Qingqing Mountain, boasting picturesque scenery and an elegant environment. Once completed, this hotel would become the first 6-star establishment in Jinling, epitomizing luxury. The associated business progress was proceeding smoothly, with an anticipated completion within 2 years and a projected operational start 2.5 years later, propelling the Dihao Group's revenue capabilities to unprecedented heights. Chen instructed her, "If my wife performs well and has the capacity, please allocate more business from the Dihao Group to her." Wang Dongxue immediately responded, "Rest assured. Young master, I will certainly do that." As his wife was about to finish her meeting, Chen said to Wang Dongxue, "Please call Dong Ruolin to your office. I'll take this opportunity to slip away." Wang Dongxue nodded busily and returned to her office to call Dong Ruolin. Upon hearing that Wang Dongxue needed her, Dong Ruolin promptly made her way to the office. At that moment, Chen hurried downstairs. As he descended, he encountered Xiao Charan, who emerged looking fatigued. Clearly exhausted from the collaboration, Xiao Charan sighed, "There are so many tasks at hand, I can hardly keep up." Chen, feeling sympathetic, inquired, "Would you like to delegate some of your work? Or perhaps consider not taking it on altogether?" "That won't do," Xiao Charan replied. "I have only recently been promoted to director, and my foundation is still shaky. I must put in more effort. Otherwise, my cousin will surely take advantage of the situation." The thought of Xiao Hailong made Xiao Charan bristle with annoyance. He was particularly bothersome, always opposing her and indulging in actions that were counterproductive. On the way home, Xiao Charan rested her eyes while Chen focused intently on driving, choosing not to disturb her. Meanwhile, in Wang Dongxue's office, she relayed the new appointment to Dong Ruolin, who was taken aback. Having only recently accepted the role of administrative director, she was now being shifted to sales. "Why is this happening?" she pondered. Wang Dongxue explained, "I believe you possess exceptional capabilities, and your talents are wasted in administrative duties. Moreover, I noticed that your major in university was business management and marketing, making sales the most suitable role for you. Sales is crucial for the company. Excel in this position, and your future prospects will undoubtedly flourish." Wang Dongxue spoke the truth. Sales roles hold significantly more importance than administrative ones, as sales generate the company's revenue, while administration merely manages minor tasks. Dong Ruolin, contemplating this, felt that if she could excel in sales and contribute tangible profits to the company, the chairman would surely take greater notice of her. Thus, this was indeed a fortuitous opportunity for her. Exiting Wang Dongshua's office with joy, Dong Ruolin's first action was to call her dear friend Xiao Chuan. As soon as the call connected, she excitedly exclaimed, "Chuan, I've been promoted to sales director." Really? Xiao Chuan's excitement was palpable. This is fantastic. You are inherently a sales talent. Administrative work was a waste of your abilities. Now, you have an even larger platform to showcase your skills. Impressive achievements should come swiftly. Kiki. Dong Ruolin replied with glee, "Shall we celebrate with dinner tonight? Bring Chen along as well." Xiao Chuan hesitated, saying, "We're almost home, and to be honest, I'm utterly exhausted today. How about we celebrate another day?" Aware of Xiao Chuan's recent hardships, Dong Ruolin quickly reassured her, "Yes. You've been working far too hard with back-to-back meetings. You should go home and rest well. We can gather once you're free." "Sounds good," Xiao Chuan agreed. "Once I finish this busy period, we shall enjoy a delightful meal together." "It's a promise," Dong Ruolin confirmed. After hanging up, Dong Ruolin felt a tinge of disappointment. She had few genuine friends in Jinling, with Xiao Chuan being her sole confidant. Now that she had ascended to the sales director position, it was a splendid opportunity to prove herself, yet she found no one to celebrate with. Just as she lamented her solitude, her phone suddenly rang. The caller was none other than Xiao Hailong. Seeing his name, Dong Ruolin was reluctant to answer. She bore no favorable impression of him and could discern his intentions, merely seeking to draw closer to her for ulterior motives. However, she had little interest in such individuals, so she promptly ended the call. Yet, Xiao Hailong was persistent. After several attempts, Dong Ruolin reluctantly answered, coldly asking, "Hailong, what do you need?" Xiao Hailong eagerly responded, "Ruolin, I heard you've been promoted to sales director." Dong Ruolin, astonished, queried, "How did you find out so quickly?" "I happen to have a few friends at the Dihao Group, and they informed me about the recent appointments issued by the company." He chuckled. "Indeed. I have transitioned to sales director," Dong Ruolin confirmed. "Congratulations. This position is one of real power. It holds great potential. This is your fortunate moment." Xiao Hailong exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Thank you," Dong Ruolin replied, maintaining her composure. "Ruolin," he continued, "you've been in Jinling for some time now, and our last encounter at Tianxiangfu was rather unpleasant. To express my apologies, I would like to treat you to a meal. Given your new position as sales director, it's a day worth celebrating. What do you think?" Dong Ruolin politely declined, saying, "But I might have to work late tonight." "Ruolin, joyous occasions deserve timely celebration. Otherwise, the moment's delight fades away. You don't have many friends in Jinling. Why don't we find a quiet place to celebrate? Just the two of us?" Dong Ruolin felt slightly tempted. Truth be told, she longed for a celebration. Yet, with Xiao Chuan unable to join, she found herself at a loss for company. Now that Xiao Hailong had reached out, it presented her with an option. Despite his somewhat insincere demeanor, celebrating with someone was better than being alone. After some contemplation, Dong Ruolin replied, "All right, send me the address." "Great. I've reserved a table at the Jinling Hotel. Just mention my name when you arrive." Dong Ruolin nodded, saying, "Okay, I'll be there shortly." Upon leaving the company, Dong Ruolin took a taxi to the Jinling Hotel. Although it did not rival Tianxiangfu, it was among the finest establishments in Jinling. At that moment, Xiao Hailong, dressed in a suit and sporting slicked-back hair, stood elegantly at the entrance, awaiting Dong Ruolin. However, the bandage on his hand marred the atmosphere he sought to create. Dong Ruolin, clad in casual attire with jeans, radiated youthful exuberance as she stepped out of the car, instantly capturing the attention of those nearby. Xiao Hailong beamed with pride and hurried to greet her, saying, "Ruolin, you look stunning today. Please, come in. Everything is ready." "Thank you," Dong Ruolin replied politely, smiling. Once seated, the food was swiftly served. Xiao Hailong ordered a bottle of exquisite red wine, complimenting, "Ruolin, today is a momentous occasion, and we must indulge in some wine to celebrate." Dong Ruolin quickly interjected, "Let's skip the wine and have some juice instead." "That won't do." Xiao Hailong had hoped to take advantage of the situation to intoxicate her, searching for an opportunity to make his move, but Dong Ruolin's immediate refusal dashed his hopes. She waved her hand, saying, "I'm sorry, Hailong, but I'm not feeling well. I truly can't drink. Perhaps next time." In truth, Dong Ruolin could surmise Xiao Hailong's intentions, and her strong instinct for self-preservation led her to resolve not to drink with him that evening. Frustrated by her refusal but unwilling to show it, Xiao Hailong conceded. If you prefer not to drink, that's fine. We can enjoy beverages instead. Dong Ruolin nodded. Thank you for understanding. At that moment, a refined young man at the adjacent table was intently watching Dong Ruolin. Upon Dong Ruolin's entrance, he was immediately captivated by her beauty and remarkable poise. In his estimation, she was an exquisite woman, possessing an ethereal quality that resembled a celestial being descended to earth. After a period of discreet observation, he discerned that the gentleman accompanying her was likely not her paramour. Consequently, the young man resolved not to let this propitious moment slip away. Shortly thereafter, he rose and approached their table, addressing Dong Ruolin with the words, "Madam, from the moment you graced this establishment, I was utterly smitten. I would be eternally grateful if you would consider granting me your contact information." Dong Ruolin was taken aback, never anticipating such an overture in a public dining space. Xiao Hailong, equally incensed, thought to himself, where did this imbecile materialize from? Does he not perceive that I am in the midst of courting this woman? His audacity is simply unfathomable. Before Dong Ruolin could respond, Xiao Hailong interjected coldly, "Who are you, and what is the purpose of your intrusion?" The young man retorted nonchalantly, "My discourse is with the lady. Your involvement is inconsequential." Turning his attention back to Dong Ruolin, he continued, "Madam, I have been admiring you from afar, hesitant to impose upon your privacy. However, my infatuation is such that I could not bear to let this opportunity pass. I implore you to forgive my impudence." At this juncture, Xiao Hailong exploded with indignation. "What manner of cur dares to vie for my affections?" he bellowed. "I forewarn you. It would be in your best interest to vacate this vicinity forthwith. Should you persist in your impertinence or continue to leer in her direction, I shall personally extract your ocular organs." The young man turned to Dong Ruolin, inquiring, "Is this gentleman your significant other?" Dong Ruolin shook her head in negation. Thereupon, the young man redirected his gaze to Xiao Hailong, stating, "As you are not her boyfriend, my expression of admiration is of no concern to you, is it?" Xiao Hailong scoffed, "I find your gaze upon her objectionable, and thus, it is forbidden." The young man furrowed his brow, retorting, "You seem to possess an inflated sense of self-importance." Xiao Hailong sneered, "Young man, I am a scion of the Xiao family. It would behoove you to withdraw before incurring consequences." Dong Ruolin inwardly recoiled, disliking both the young man's forwardness and Xiao Hailong's overbearing demeanor. At that moment, the young man's countenance shifted as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Hailong, proclaiming, "The Xiao family is of no consequence, nor are you. I caution you against such ostentation, lest you find yourself being carried out horizontally." Xiao Hailong's teeth clenched, his anger reaching a boiling point. "Who dares to challenge me?" he thought. Having already suffered a loss of face during his initial attempt to woo Dong Ruolin, he felt compelled to act decisively. Failure to do so would further diminish his prospects. Without uttering another word, he seized a bottle from the table and smashed it over the young man's head, exclaiming, "Why do you persist in your idle prattle? Are you seeking death?" The impact of the bottle left the young man dazed and bleeding profusely. Onlookers were startled by the sudden violence. Xiao Hailong, towering over the injured man, sneered, "Depart this instant, or I shall break your legs as well." The young man, gritting his teeth, retorted, "Very well. You shall rue this day." He then fled, clutching his bleeding head. Xiao Hailong scoffed, "Fool, daring to threaten me? Have you not heard of Xiao Hailong?" Turning to Dong Ruolin with a self-satisfied grin, he said, "Ruolin, such pests are ubiquitous. Do not allow him to perturb you. Let us resume our meal." Dong Ruolin's mood had soured, and she offered only a nod in response. She found Xiao Hailong lacking in substance and overly rash, failing to meet her standards. Xiao Hailong, who had hoped to impress her with his display of machismo, was disheartened to find that she seemed more repelled than impressed. The meal concluded on a somber note for him, as he realized his actions had backfired. Upon finishing their meal, Xiao Hailong attempted to prolong their interaction, but Dong Ruolin, with a frown, stated, "It is growing late. I must return home. Thank you for the invitation." Frustrated, Xiao Hailong offered, "Allow me to escort you." Dong Ruolin declined. "That will not be necessary. I shall hail a taxi." Eager to distance herself from him, she rebuffed his advances. Xiao Hailong, though inwardly seething, insisted, "Permit me to see you to your vehicle. I would not want you to travel alone." Dong Ruolin relented with a nod and proceeded to exit the establishment, followed closely by Xiao Hailong. He was brimming with frustration, his romantic rendezvous having been disrupted by the interloper. The opportunity to express his affections had been squandered, and he had seemingly left a negative impression. If I ever encounter that miscreant again, he vowed, I shall ensure his demise. Meanwhile, Yi-chun had just completed his dinner and was clearing the table when Xiao-chun exclaimed, Yi-chun, have you seen a supplier quotation document in my bag? Yi-chun shook his head. I have not touched your bag since returning home. Xiao-chun, after a moment's reflection, exclaimed, I must have left it in the Emperor Group's conference room. I require it for tomorrow. Would you mind driving me there to retrieve it? Yi-chun smiled. You appear fatigued. Rest, and I shall retrieve it for you. The document's reference number is GY20191101. Yi-chun waved dismissively. It is no hardship to assist my wife. With that, he departed for the Emperor Group. Simultaneously, Xiao Hailong and Dong Ruolin emerged from the restaurant and approached the roadside. As Dong Ruolin attempted to hail a taxi, 3 white vans screeched to a halt, disgorging a dozen burly men. Their faces were concealed behind black masks, and they brandished steel pipes, clearly intent on retribution. Xiao Hailong, witnessing this spectacle, was paralyzed with terror. Dong Ruolin, equally alarmed, surmised that the men had been dispatched by the young man they had encountered earlier. The situation threatened to escalate into a life-threatening confrontation. A young man, his head swathed in bandages, emerged from the group and bellowed, attack. In response, the men surged toward Xiao Hailong. I am a scion of the Xiao family. Xiao Hailong exclaimed, his voice trembling. Dare you lay a hand on me? One of the assailants sneered and swung a steel pipe in his direction. Xiao Hailong, consumed by dread, nearly soiled himself. In a moment of craven self-preservation, he shoved Dong Ruolin into the path of the attackers, creating an opportunity for his escape. Dong Ruolin cried out in protest as she was thrust forward. Xiao Hailong seized the moment, dashed to his vehicle, and sped away from the scene. Dong Ruolin was incensed. What an utter scoundrel, she thought, having instigated the conflict. He had callously used her as a shield. Could there be a more repulsive individual in existence? Seeing Xiao Hailong's flight, the young man cursed in exasperation. That coward abandoned the woman. What a spineless cur. Having uttered these words, he fixed his gaze upon Dong Ruolin and stated icily, Beautiful woman, summon that scoundrel back here to face me, or you will incur my displeasure. Dong Ruolin retorted, I am not acquainted with him. Please do not involve me in your affairs. The youth, pointing to his head swathed in bandages, declared in a frigid tone, Damn it. I received 16 stitches on my head. I cannot rest until this matter is settled. If he does not come to your rescue, you shall accompany me home and provide me with a night of pleasure as compensation. Dong Ruolin exclaimed, How can you say such a thing? It is against the law. Law? The youth sneered. My word is law. Once I have taken my pleasure with you, you will comprehend the true meaning of law. A chill permeated Dong Ruolin's heart, as terror and despair threatened to engulf her. She hastily pleaded, I will call him immediately. With that, she retrieved her mobile phone and dialed Xiao Hailong's number. Xiao Hailong, in a frantic attempt to escape, was driving as fast as he could, hoping to put as much distance as possible between himself and his pursuers. Suddenly, he noticed Dong Ruolin's call and felt a pang of dread. Damn it, he muttered. I was so preoccupied with saving my own skin that I pushed Dong Ruolin into harm's way. She must despise me now. He had once envisioned charming her, establishing a connection with the Dong family, and elevating his own family's status. However, his actions had now deeply offended Dong Ruolin. Yet, at this moment, how could he dare to answer the phone? He knew that answering would only mean being forced to return, a prospect any fool could foresee. But if he returned, would he even survive? The gang seemed intent on violence, wielding steel pipes. Even if they did not kill him, they might inflict permanent injuries. As much as I admire her, my life is more important, he resolved, deciding to continue his escape, disregarding her plight. Dong Ruolin's call went unanswered, plunging her into utter despair. She implored the youth, I can compensate you with money. Please, I beg you to let me go. This genuinely has nothing to do with me. The youth sneered, I do not desire your money. I desire your body. I want to hold you beneath me and savor your essence. Dong Ruolin was paralyzed with fear, realizing that if she did not devise a plan, this man would not relent. Seizing an opportune moment when he was off guard, she gritted her teeth and delivered a forceful kick towards the youth's groin. Caught off guard by her sudden resistance, the youth was struck squarely in his sensitive area, causing him to cry out in agony and release his grip. Involuntarily, he swung his hand, and a knife plunged into her leg. Dong Ruolin, attempting to flee, felt a sharp pain in her thigh and screamed, collapsing to the ground. A gleaming dagger was embedded in her leg, causing blood to flow freely. "Vile wench, you thought you could escape." The youth roared, enraged. He seized her hair and sneered. "Congratulations, you have successfully provoked me. Tonight, my brothers and I will take good care of you. We will give you the time of your life." Tears of despair streamed down Dong Ruolan's face. She had resigned herself to her fate, knowing that this young man would not spare her and that she would likely meet her end at his hands. In this situation, there was no one who could rescue her. Unbeknownst to her, a black BMW was gradually approaching. Chen, who was driving, caught sight of her and furrowed his brow in concern. Chapter 70. Merely saving your life. Dong Ruolan slumped to the ground, clutching the wound on her leg, and closed her eyes in despair. The youth squatted down, pinched her chin, and observed her disheveled appearance. Yet her defiant gaze only intensified his desire to torment her. His fingers caressed Dong Ruolan's face in a suggestive manner, and he commanded, "Take her to my car. I want to enjoy her first." The onlookers, captivated by the woman's pitiable appearance, chimed in, "Young Master Wei, such an exquisite beauty is rare. Do not forget about your brothers." The youth guffawed. "Once I am finished with her, it will be your turn. What is the rush?" Dong Ruolan, hearing their undisguised vulgarities, turned ashen. As the youth reached out to seize her, tears streamed down her face, and she contemplated ending her own life. Just as she resolved to bite her tongue and commit suicide, several pained cries rang out. Someone was there. A gust of wind swept past her, and the youth whirled around, only to be met by a swift and powerful punch. Ugh! The youth felt an irresistible force strike him, sending him flying backward. Staggering, he fell to his knees and vomited blood. His companions, meanwhile, lay sprawled on the ground, seemingly lifeless. Dong Ruolan was startled by this sudden turn of events, and her tear-filled eyes turned hopefully towards the newcomer. "Are you here to save me?" A sense of relief washed over Dong Ruolan, and she saw the man clad in black, wearing a mask, as a divine being descending from the heavens. The masked man did not reply. His cold gaze lingered briefly on her disheveled state. "Damn it! Kill him!" Several masked men yelled, recovering from their shock and brandishing their weapons as they charged forward. Before Dong Ruolan could react, the masked man effortlessly scooped her up and dashed away. Dong Ruolan leaned against the man's chest, her trembling fingers clutching his neck. The angry shouts and pursuit no longer frightened her. Who is this person? She wondered. Why does he make me feel so safe? After experiencing such extreme emotions in a single day, Dong Ruolan closed her eyes wearily, a peculiar thought crossing her mind. How strange, this person feels somewhat familiar, as if I have met him somewhere before. However, she was unaware that the mysterious man carrying her was none other than her best friend's husband, Chen. Chen had been driving by when he happened to witness Dong Ruolan being surrounded. Fearing for her safety, he had donned a mask and intervened. Having had his body enhanced by the wisp of spiritual energy from the Hetian Jade pendant, Chen possessed extraordinary agility and speed. Moreover, the abundance of alleys in the area allowed Chen to quickly lose his pursuers. Chen carried Dong Ruolan a considerable distance before stopping in a secluded spot. As dusk approached, the dense vegetation provided ample cover, ensuring they could conceal themselves even if their pursuers caught up. He gently placed Dong Ruolan on the ground and frowned upon seeing her trousers stained with blood. Although she had lost a significant amount of blood, Dong Ruolan remained conscious, her face pale as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for saving me. May I ask, who are you?" Chen's gaze remained cold, and he did not respond. He knew that she had always looked down on him and maintained an arrogant demeanor. It was unlikely that they would ever form a friendship. He had only saved her out of consideration for Xiao Chen. Therefore, he had no intention of revealing his identity. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to answer, Dong Ruolan understood that he wished to remain anonymous. However, she was a person who always repaid kindness and avenged wrongs. Dong Ruolan was troubled, unsure how to repay such a great debt without knowing the benefactor's identity. As Dong Ruolan pondered how to repay the favor, the man suddenly bent down and tore open her trousers. Feeling a cool sensation on her thigh, Dong Ruolan was both shocked and enraged, her face flushed crimson. She questioned him, "What are you doing?" She had initially believed this man to be a hero who had rescued her from dire straits, only to discover that he was just another rogue. He had unexpectedly torn open her trousers, an act even more egregious than the previous thugs. However, considering her injury and his exceptional strength, she feared that she would be unable to escape his clutches. It seems that I have escaped the wolf's den only to enter the tiger's lair. Tears streamed down Dong Ruolan's face. Her eyes filled with defiance and despair as she choked out, "If you dare to force yourself upon me, if you dare to do such a thing, I will kill myself." Yi Chen was momentarily speechless, responding helplessly, "Your injury is quite severe, the wound is deep. Given your current blood loss, you may faint before reaching the hospital. I am merely saving your life." With that, Yi Chen began to tend to her wound. Dong Ruolan, upon observing the deftness of her companion's movements, realized that she had completely misjudged him. However, having been raised under strict teachings that forbade intimate contact between men and women, she found herself in a most compromising position, her thigh nearly exposed, and being held by a man for treatment, which filled her with mortification so intense that she wished to sink into the earth. With her cheeks aflame and her gaze cast downward, she stammered, "Thank you. And I apologize for misunderstanding you earlier." Chapter 71. A miracle. In response to Dong Ruolan's expression of gratitude, Yi Chen remained unperturbed. His gaze was calm as he focused on the acupoint of her left leg and gently pressed down. A thread of spiritual energy flowed from his fingertips into the wound, instantly alleviating the bleeding. As he touched the root of her leg, Dong Ruolan felt an overwhelming heat rise in her face, her heart racing, and she dared not look at him. Although the scenery around her was enchanting, Yi Chen's eyes remained fixed on her injury, not straying to any other sight. If he had employed the methods outlined in the 9 mysterious scriptures, not only would the bleeding have ceased, but her wound might have begun to heal rapidly. Yet, Yi Chen had no intention of going that far. Merely stopping the blood loss was sufficient to save her leg, leaving the rest of the treatment to the hospital. Dong Ruolan felt his warm fingers lightly tapping along her foot and leg before he announced that it was done. She turned in astonishment to see that the bleeding had stopped, and the pain was no longer as intense as before. How could he possess such skill? Her heart raced as she gazed at the man before her, unknowingly filled with admiration. "You can try to stand now," he encouraged. Upon hearing this, Dong Ruolan leveraged Yi Chen's strength and found that she could indeed walk freely. She never expected that the traditional Chinese medicine she had once dismissed could be so effective. After a moment of contemplation, she removed the bracelet from her left wrist and offered it to Yi Chen, saying, "Since you refuse to reveal your name, I shall not press you, but please accept my token of gratitude." Seeing Yi Chen about to decline, she insisted, pushing the bracelet into his hand with determination. "This was a gift from my family and holds great significance for me. If you do not accept it, I will not find peace." Yi Chen had intended to return it, but felt a subtle aura emanating from the jade bracelet upon touching it, leading him to reconsider. Checking his phone, he noted that the ambulance would arrive in approximately 5 minutes. "Do not worry about those who pursued you. I have dealt with them. I must take my leave now." "Wait." Dong Ruolan felt a sense of inexplicable loss as he turned to leave without hesitation. Yet, he suddenly pivoted back, removing his coat and draping it over her shoulders. The coat was oversized, nearly reaching her knees. "I had to tear your clothes in the heat of the moment," he explained before nodding and departing once more. How considerate of him. As the sound of the ambulance approached, Dong Ruolan gazed at his retreating figure, suddenly struck by the realization that his silhouette resembled that of the chairman of the Dihao group. Could it truly be him? A surmise formed in her mind. But as she watched him walk away, she sighed, knowing that without a name or face, she could not confirm her suspicions. As she stepped towards the arriving ambulance, she felt something beneath her foot. Bending down, she picked up a grayish-white Hittian jade pendant. It must have fallen when he bent down to treat her. Overjoyed, Dong Ruolan clutched the pendant as if it held the promise of their paths crossing again. Soon, she was taken into the emergency room. After a series of examinations, the doctors were astonished to reach a conclusion. The tendon that had been sliced through had miraculously healed. With wide eyes, the doctor exclaimed, "Miss Dong, you are incredibly fortunate. Given the size and location of your wound, it would have been nearly impossible to stop the bleeding. A slight delay could have been life-threatening. What measures did you take for first aid?" Dong Ruolan understood the truth but shook her head, saying, "I did nothing. A good Samaritan came to my aid." The doctor nodded, smiling. "It seems you were rescued by an exceptionally skilled individual. You are indeed lucky." He then added, "By the way, I have informed the police, and they will be here shortly. You can recount the details of the attack to them." Dong Ruolan nodded gently. The police arrived swiftly, taking the incident very seriously, especially since a high-ranking executive of the Dihao group had been attacked. Among the officers was someone familiar with the Shao family, who promptly notified them of the situation. At the Shao family villa, The entire family was in a heated discussion about what to do. Xiao Hailong informed them of Dong Ruolan's predicament, but omitted the fact that he was involved. Meanwhile, Grandma Xiao saw this as a golden opportunity for the Xiao family to shine, insisting they must find Dong Ruolan and rescue her to further assist her grandson in winning her heart. However, upon learning she was in the hospital, Grandma Xiao sighed in disappointment, lamenting, if only Hailong could seize this chance to be the hero and save the damsel. Without delay, she instructed everyone, let us hurry to the hospital. Xiao Hailong felt uncertain, but steeled himself to follow his family. On the way, he prepared his explanations, uncertain if Dong Ruolan would accept them. Upon arriving at the hospital, he immediately displayed a facade of intense surprise and rushed forward. Ruolan, are you all right? I was just about to bring my father and some people to rescue you. Rescue me? A hint of sarcasm flashed across Dong Ruolan's otherwise cold face as she retorted. You nearly got me killed. Xiao Hailong hurriedly clarified. Please don't misunderstand, Ruolan. I intended to divert their attention. They were after me, not you. I thought they would leave you unharmed. Dong Ruolan snorted dismissively, uninterested in further debate. She had seen through his true character and wished only to distance herself from him. Misreading her silence as understanding, Xiao Hailong scrutinized her appearance and noticed she was draped in a man's coat, prompting him to frown. Ruolan, where are your pants? Did they harm you? Filled with disdain, Dong Ruolan had no desire to engage with him, coldly stating, that is none of your business. Grandma Zhao's astute gaze swept over Dong Ruolan, fixating on the man's coat she wore. She approached, asking, Ruolan, if you have anything to share, you can tell Grandma. They didn't do anything to you, did they? With an impassive expression, Dong Ruolan replied, they stabbed me, but fortunately, a young man passing by saved me. He treated my leg, and when my pants were torn, he offered me his coat. Is there a problem with that? A young man? Grandma Xiao was taken aback. If a young man had saved Dong Ruolan, it could pose a serious threat. What if she developed feelings for him, leaving her grandson Xiao Hailong with no chance? Xiao Hailong, consumed by jealousy, interjected, Ruolan, how did he treat you? Did he remove your pants to do so? Dong Ruolan scoffed, a mocking tone lacing her words. Whether or not he removed my pants is of no concern to you. Chapter 72. An impossible future. Xiao Hailong felt his mind whirl as a surge of jealousy coursed through him. He had not even touched Dong Ruolan. Yet she had allowed a stranger to undress her, and perhaps even touched her inappropriately. How could he possibly accept this? In his fury, he disregarded Dong Ruolan's evident disappointment in him and, with gritted teeth, declared, I believe this man was not trying to save you at all. He was attempting to take advantage of the situation. As soon as Xiao Hailong's words fell, all the members of the Xiao family turned their gaze towards Dong Ruolan. Their thoughts mirrored his. A stunningly beautiful woman lay disheveled before a stranger, allowing him to caress her, which inevitably sparked a torrent of speculation regarding the underlying circumstances. Dong Ruolan, shaking with anger, felt utterly disillusioned with Xiao Hailong. Not only did he flee first, but he now maliciously speculated about her. All in front of so many witnesses. Such behavior was not only unkind, but utterly shameless. With a cold demeanor, Dong Ruolan retorted, Xiao Hailong. The person who saved me did not violate me in any way. I removed my own pants. This is none of your concern. As she spoke, her teeth clenched in frustration, she continued, as for you, Xiao Hailong, all of this trouble was instigated by you. When the other party came seeking revenge, you ran away, leaving me behind to suffer a stab wound, and now you dare to speak like this? Do you have no shame? Xiao Hailong was momentarily taken aback, a deep flush of embarrassment rendering him speechless. Dong Ruolan refused to meet his gaze, promptly rising from the hospital bed and hailing a cab to return to her hotel. The Xiao family stood in stunned silence, shocked to discover that the truth of the matter was so different from their assumptions. It was indeed Xiao Hailong's folly that led to Dong Ruolan's predicament. No sooner had Dong Ruolan departed than the matriarch of the Xiao family struck Xiao Hailong across the face in fury. Stunned by the blow, he was chastised by his grandmother. How have I taught you? You were supposed to win over Dong Ruolan, yet you abandoned her to save yourself. With such despicable behavior, how could she ever come to care for you? Grandmother, I was wrong, Xiao Hailong replied, clutching his stinging cheek, suddenly enlightened and filled with regret. It was only now that he realized that a future with Dong Ruolan was forever out of reach. Later, Chen returned home without disclosing the events of the evening to his wife, who remained oblivious to Dong Ruolan's plight. After all, Xiao Charan and her family had long been ostracized by the matriarch and had no opportunity to reside in the Xiao family villa, leaving them disconnected from such affairs. The following morning, Chen received a call from her grandmother, who instructed her, Chen, today you must visit Tianhao Building Materials Group and negotiate with their owner to see if we can procure $1 million worth of materials on credit, to be repaid once we receive payment from the Dihao Group. Chen quickly responded, Grandmother, Tianhao Building Materials Group is a large enterprise with significant leverage. They have a strict no-credit policy. The matriarch replied, there's no other option. The Xiao family's financial situation is precarious, and we can no longer afford such high costs. Loans are also difficult to secure. We must find a way through Tianhao Building Materials. Continuing, she insisted, Chen, we are beset by troubles within and without, and your cousin is of no help. The responsibility now rests solely on your shoulders. Think of a way to engage with Zhou Tianhao, the owner of Tianhao Building Materials. If he agrees, we will have a chance. After a moment's hesitation, Chen reluctantly acquiesced, saying, very well, I will give it a try. Good. I believe in your abilities, the matriarch sighed in relief. Once the call ended, Chen felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Chen, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, what is troubling you? Chen recounted the situation to him. Chen nodded thoughtfully, suggesting, why not inform the Dihao Group and request an advance of 20 million for the project? Chen quickly objected, that is out of the question. We are already fortunate to partner with the Dihao Group. Asking for an advance would only invite disdain. Chen wanted to argue that the Dihao Group belonged to her husband, and 20 million was trivial, but Chen was unaware of this. She concluded, I will speak with President Zhou myself. Chen offered, allow me to accompany you. That would not be appropriate, Chen replied. It would seem unprofessional to bring my husband along. With that, she instructed, stay home. If you feel bored, go for a stroll. There is nothing pressing here. Seeing her resolute demeanor, Chen refrained from further protest. He recognized her independence and desire to tackle challenges on her own. He decided to let her try, and if necessary, he would discreetly lend his assistance later. After breakfast, Chen drove to Tianhao Building Materials Group after arranging a meeting with Zhou Tianhao. This company was one of the largest in Jinling and Jiangnan, specializing in various aluminum alloy materials essential for large real estate projects. Zhou Tianhao, who had risen from humble beginnings, benefited from a strong family background through his wife, which enabled him to grow his business. Known locally for being a good husband who never strayed, despite his wife's lack of beauty, he maintained a respectable reputation. Upon arriving at the expansive factory located on the outskirts of the city, Chen parked her car in front of the office building. Zhou Tianhao had already been waiting in the lobby for some time. The moment he spotted her, a warm smile spread across his face as he approached her, extending his hand. President Xiao, your presence today is a great honor. I sincerely apologize for not welcoming you properly. Chen politely shook his hand, smiling. You are too kind, President Zhou. Just as she attempted to withdraw her hand, she realized Zhou Tianhao was gripping it tightly, his hold intensifying. With a slight air of concern, she managed to free her hand, saying cautiously, President Zhou, is everything all right? Zhou Tianhao scratched his head sheepishly. I apologize. I've heard so much about your beauty, and seeing you in person took me by surprise. I hope you can forgive my rudeness. Seeing his candid demeanor somewhat alleviated her apprehension. He then gestured invitingly, saying, please, let us discuss this further in my office. As they entered his office, Zhou Tianhao's eyes gleamed with a fervor that belied his cordiality. He discreetly locked the door behind them before motioning for Chen to take a seat on the sofa, where she sat, her demeanor slightly tense, fidgeting with her hands. President Xiao, what brings you to discuss potential collaboration? He inquired with a smile. Chen, feeling a bit awkward, admitted, to be frank, President Zhou, our Xiao group is currently experiencing cash flow issues, and I was hoping you might allow us to procure a batch of materials on credit. On credit? Zhou Tianhao appeared troubled. You know our policy at Tianhao Building Materials. We never extend credit or ship materials without upfront payment. I understand, Chen replied apologetically, but we are in a difficult position. However, you can rest assured that we are partnered with the Dihao Group, the largest company in Jinling, and they will not default on payments. Once we receive their funds, we will promptly settle our debt with you. Zhou Tianhao chuckled awkwardly. While that sounds reasonable, President Xiao, you must understand why I have implemented a strict no-credit policy. Chen shook her head, curious. Why is that? He explained, in the past, I was accommodating, allowing clients to receive goods on credit. I did this to foster business relations, but the outcome was disappointing. Clients promised prompt payments, but they often failed to deliver. I have incurred losses exceeding 300 million in unpaid goods, and to this day, I have yet to recover a single cent. Such a staggering amount. Xiao Chen was taken aback by the figure. The total assets of the Xiao Group barely exceeded a little over 100 million. She could hardly fathom that the outstanding debts owed to Zhou Tianhao alone surpassed 300 million. Zhou Tianhao sighed, "There's nothing I can do. These unscrupulous partners all offer the same excuse, claiming they will pay me soon, immediately, yet the promises remain unfulfilled." He shook his head in dismay, lamenting, "In the end, I had no choice but to cease all credit-based collaborations. I can provide the goods, as I have plenty, but payment must be made up front." Xiao Chen's expression was one of profound disappointment. It seemed that this matter could not proceed. However, she understood that since he had established this principle, it would be inappropriate for her to attempt to persuade him to abandon it. Therefore, she stood up and said, "I'm truly sorry, Mr. Zhou. I will return to inform my grandmother and strive to gather the necessary funds for our collaboration as soon as possible." Upon seeing her rise to leave, Zhou Tianhao quickly interjected, "Oh dear, Miss Xiao, please don't be in such a hurry." He hurriedly stood up and continued, "What I mentioned earlier pertains to ordinary partners. But with you, Miss Xiao, I would certainly consider a different arrangement." Xiao Chen, puzzled, inquired, "Mr. Zhou, what do you mean by that?" Zhou Tianhao squinted his eyes, greedily gazing at her. To be frank, Xiao Chen was extraordinarily beautiful. Her allure left Zhou Tianhao breathless. Throughout the years, he had only encountered his homely wife, a woman whose appearance paled in comparison to Xiao Chen's exquisite beauty. Xiao Chen was simply flawless, her figure tantalizingly alluring. She was the epitome of perfection. Why was it that he lacked the fortune to revel in the company of such a remarkable woman? Why would such a paragon of beauty choose to marry a man notorious throughout the city for his ineptitude? Could her husband possibly be superior to him? As he pondered these thoughts, Zhou Tianhao felt as though countless ants were crawling within him. He realized that he had never had the opportunity to stray, let alone to touch a woman of such extraordinary beauty. With half of his life already behind him, he remained shackled to a repugnant spouse. Today presented the perfect opportunity to break free from his fate. Yes, he would take a chance with Xiao Chen, the stunning woman who drove all the men in the city into a frenzy. With this thought, he smiled and said, "Ah, Ms. Xiao, since you have such a need, we could indeed have a more in-depth conversation. I, Zhou Tianhao, am not as difficult to negotiate with as you might think." Believing there was hope, Xiao Chen eagerly sat back down and asked, "Mr. Zhou, are you willing to extend credit for our building materials?" Zhou Tianhao deliberately left his words vague, responding ambiguously. "If it were anyone else, I would certainly refuse outright. But for you, Ms. Xiao, I could potentially consider." Xiao Chen quickly added, "In truth, our collaboration with the Dihao Group is quite close-knit. If you extend credit for the building materials, we can settle our first payment with Dihao immediately and ensure you receive your funds right after." Zhou Tianhao nodded, saying, "Please wait a moment. I will brew some tea so we can discuss this further." As he stood to retrieve a teapot from the cabinet, he turned his back to Xiao Chen, surreptitiously retrieving a box of sleeping pills from his pocket. These pills were prescribed to him for recent bouts of insomnia, and he decided to dissolve 6 of them into the teapot. This way, once Xiao Chen sipped her tea, it would be akin to consuming a potent sedative. When the effects took hold, she would be utterly at his mercy. He could first take advantage of her vulnerability and then capture compromising videos and photos, leveraging them to threaten her if she ever considered reporting him or informing anyone else. He was confident that Xiao Chen would not dare to call for help or expose him. At that point, he would hold all the power, able to approach her whenever he wished, and if she resisted, he could coerce her with the incriminating evidence. The more he contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became. After preparing the tea, he returned to the sofa, his demeanor returning to normal. As he poured a cup for Xiao Chen, he said, "Miss Xiao, please don't rush. Let us enjoy a cup of tea and discuss this matter at our leisure." Xiao Chen, feeling somewhat parched after her lengthy discourse, picked up the cup and took a generous sip. Zhou Tianhao was beside himself with excitement, his fervent gaze fixated on her long, elegant legs, her delicate waist, her flawless figure, and her enchanting face. This woman radiated an irresistible charm that ignited a fire within him. Today was indeed a fortuitous occasion. The mere thought of indulging in the company of such a perfect woman made him feel as if he were ablaze. As Xiao Chen drank the tea, Zhou Tianhao's anticipation soared. Now, he simply had to wait for the sedative to take effect. After a brief moment, Xiao Charan began to feel something was amiss. It seemed her head was growing heavy and dizzy. What could be happening? She was taken aback, realizing that Zhou Tianhao might have drugged her tea. Panic surged through her as she trembled. Attempting to rise, she found her legs weak and uncooperative. It seemed escaping on her own would be a formidable challenge. While her consciousness still lingered, she discreetly opened her phone and found the chat with Yi Chun, pressing the voice message button. Simultaneously, she addressed Zhou Tianhao, Mr. Zhou. I feel a bit dizzy. Is there something wrong with this tea? Zhou Tianhao chuckled. Not at all. This tea is premium by Luo Chun. Worth over 10,000 per pound. It's delightful. Would you like another cup, Miss Xiao? Xiao Churan replied, No, thank you, Mr. Zhou. I'm feeling unwell. Could you please have someone escort me out? Zhou Tianhao smirked, rising from his seat to sit beside her. Assessing her unease, he said, Miss Xiao, everyone says you are the most beautiful woman in Jinling. Meeting you today, I must say, they were not mistaken. I am quite the admirer. As he drew closer, Xiao Charan shifted away, shaking her head. Mr. Zhou, could you please give me some space? Zhou Tianhao laughed. What's the matter, Miss Xiao? We're partners. Isn't it all right to be a bit closer? With that, he pressed closer to her. Xiao Charan attempted to retreat further, but she was at the edge of the sofa, forced to curl her body in defense. Zhou Tianhao continued to invade her personal space, his gaze shamelessly roaming over her, revealing his intentions. As her head grew heavier, her grip loosened, and the voice message was sent to Yi Chun. At that moment, Yi Chun was at home doing chores when he received the voice message from his wife. Instinctively, he opened it, and fury ignited within him. How dare that wretched Zhou Tianhao set his sights on his wife? Infuriated, he immediately called Chen Zikai, his expression dark as he commanded. Gather every available man to the Tianhao Building Materials Group. I intend to obliterate it today. Chen Zikai, surprised, asked, Young master, what has happened? Zhou Tianhao's wife has some influence. As suddenly, Chen Zikai's heart sank. He initially believed Zhou Tianhao had inadvertently offended the young master, but to his surprise, it seemed he had developed an inappropriate interest in the young mistress. Such audacious thoughts warranted severe punishment. He immediately declared, Young master, I will gather personnel and head over at once. Excellent. I shall proceed there as well. Chen Zikai promptly replied, Where are you, young master? I will send a helicopter to pick you up. It will be faster. Understood. Moments later, a top-tier heavy-duty, civilian helicopter roared to life. Inside the helicopter sat Chen Zikai and 10 skilled fighters clad in black. His expression was exceedingly grim. How dare anyone in Jinling lay a hand on the young mistress? They were truly courting death. The helicopter sped swiftly, reaching the rooftop of Xiao Churan's residence in the blink of an eye. Yi Chen dashed to the rooftop, climbed aboard the helicopter, and immediately instructed Chen Zikai, Get us to Tianhao Building Materials Group at the fastest speed. At that moment, within the Tianhao Building Materials Group, Zhou Tianhao was reveling in his excitement as he noticed Xiao Charan had ceased to struggle. He laughed with anticipation, reaching out to remove her clothing. Suddenly, the door was forcefully kicked open by several individuals. An exceedingly unattractive yet fierce woman stormed in, flanked by several bodyguards. Seeing Zhou Tianhao preparing to undress Xiao Charan, the woman erupted in fury, exclaiming, Zhou Tianhao, how dare you cheat on me? Zhou Tianhao was struck dumb with fear. How had this hideous woman found him? Little did he know, nearly everyone around him had been bribed by his wife. She was fully aware of his whereabouts and visitors. Upon learning that Xiao Charan sought Zhou Tianhao, his wife became alert. Xiao Charan was renowned as a stunning beauty in Jinling, and his wife, feeling insecure due to her own appearance, despised beautiful women. Hearing of Xiao Charan's arrival, she rushed over. Upon arrival, she discovered her husband was about to be unfaithful. Terrified, Zhou Tianhao quickly pleaded, Wife, please, let me explain. It was all her doing. The ugly woman, noticing Xiao Charan's flushed face and disheveled clothing, seethed with rage and shouted, You shameless couple. No one is leaving here today. She commanded her bodyguards, Seize this pair of adulterers. The bodyguards immediately sprang into action, restraining Zhou Tianhao and binding Xiao Charan's hands behind her back. The ugly woman approached Zhou Tianhao, delivering several slaps across his face, fuming, You scoundrel. The Feng family has treated you well. Without us, you'd be wallowing in a public restroom. How dare you betray me? As she spoke, she struck him violently. Trembling with anger, Zhou Tianhao cried out in pain, sobbing, Wife, please. It's not my fault. It's all that vixen Xiao's doing. The ugly woman coldly demanded, Explain yourself. What transpired? Zhou Tianhao hastily replied. Xiao Charan's family has run into cash flow issues and came to me seeking a credit arrangement for 10 million in building materials. Our company never grants credit, as you know, and I've never given anyone that opportunity. He then pointed an accusing finger at Xiao Charan, denouncing. That shameless vixen suggested sleeping with me in exchange for credit. The ugly woman coldly inquired. So you were preparing to sleep with her? No. Zhou Tianhao wept bitterly. I was momentarily confused, but nothing happened. The ugly woman, infuriated, strode to Xiao Charan, who appeared dazed, and slapped her hard across the face, exclaiming, You wretched harlot! How dare you seduce my husband? I will end you today. Chapter 75. I am the young master of the Yi family. The ugly woman's slap jolted Xiao Charan back to reality. She clutched her face, gazing at the intimidating woman before her, instinctively asking, Who are you? And what do you want? The ugly woman gritted her teeth. What do I want? I want to kill you, you filthy harlot. She then shouted to her bodyguards. Where's the knife? Bring it to me. I want to mar this harlot's face. Yes, miss. One bodyguard promptly produced a sharp knife, respectfully stating, Miss, let me handle this vile woman. Don't dirty your hands. The ugly woman, infuriated, slapped him and snatched the knife, scolding. How dare you speak back to me at this time? The bodyguard immediately knelt in fear, pleading, I'm sorry, miss. Please forgive me. She kicked him aside, fuming. Get away from me. With the knife in hand, she advanced toward Xiao Charan, who trembled in terror, attempting to break free, but the bodyguards held her firmly. Just when she felt utterly helpless, a booming voice rang out. Drop the knife. The ugly woman turned to see a young man accompanied by 10 black-clad figures storming in. Who are you? How dare you interfere? Do you know who I am? Yi Chun gritted his teeth. I don't give a damn who you are. With that, he charged forward and sent the woman flying with a kick. Upon seeing Yi Chun, Xiao Charan broke down in tears, crying, Husband, save me. Yi Chun harnessed the energy from the 9 mysteries celestial scripture, channeling it into his fist, and struck the 2 bodyguards restraining his wife. Boom. The pair were immediately hurled against the wall, rendered unconscious. Freed from their grasp, Xiao Charan's legs buckled, and she nearly collapsed. Yi Chen rushed to catch her. Are you curious about how an unwed husband like me could have such a powerful background? Zhou Tianhao continuously nodded. The woman beside him calmed down and blurted out. Listen to me. I am Feng Shui, the daughter of the Feng family from Haiqing. Do you know about the Feng family? Our master is the Yi family from Yanjing. If you offend me, no matter how strong your background is, our Feng family will not let it go, and neither will the Yi family. Is that so? Yi Chun coldly smiled and said to the woman, Listen carefully. I am the young master of the Yi family from Yanjing. I am your master. My name is Yi Chen. Boom. As soon as these words came out, Feng Shui was struck by lightning. She looked at Yi Chun with wide eyes as if she had seen a ghost. You are the young master of the Yi family? How is this possible? How could the young master of the Yi family be in Jinling? A small place like this. Chen Zikai suddenly walked over and shouted, Feng Shui, you're dead but still stubborn. This is our young master of the Yi family, Yi Chun. Feng Shui finally saw Chen Zikai. Chen Zikai, this is the representative of the Yi family in Jinling. He is also the existence my father has been trying desperately to curry favor with. Why is he here? Could it be? Could this young man really be the real young master of the Yi family? The woman collapsed on her knees, pounding her head on the ground and screamed incessantly. Young master, I was wrong. Young master, please forgive me. I truly realize my mistake. If I had known she was your wife, I would have rather been beaten to death than touch her finger. Zhou Tianhao was so scared that he wet his pants. He fell to his knees and tearfully begged, Young master, please spare me. Yi Chen's expression turned cold. You dared to covet my wife. Do you expect me to spare you? He then shouted to the black-clad men. Take action. 2 black-clad men who were martial experts immediately stepped forward and hit Zhou Tianhao's waist vertebrae with a punch. Crack. Zhou Tianhao felt excruciating pain. But this pain only lasted for a second. The next moment, Zhou Tianhao felt that everything below his neck had completely lost sensation. High-level paralysis? Wasn't that to say he could only live like a vegetable for the rest of his life? He couldn't even turn over or control his bladder and bowels. Living without dignity, wasn't this a living corpse? Zhou Tianhao was utterly despaired, wishing he could bang his head against the wall to end it all. But at this moment, he couldn't even do that. The black-clad men asked Yi Chun, Young master, how should we deal with this woman? Yi Chun replied coldly, Same treatment. Let them become a pair of living corpses. Feng Shui went berserk, grabbing her hair and screaming non-stop, begging for mercy. But Yichen wouldn't give her a chance. Touching his reverse scales meant only one thing: death. No, shooting them dead would be too merciful. A lifetime of living in misery was the best punishment. Chapter 76. Leveling the Tianhao Building Materials Group. With a crack, Feng Shui's spine broke. Another one. Both husband and wife are now completely paralyzed. They will never have a chance to recover. At this time, Chen Zikai stepped forward and respectfully said, "Young master, the 300 heavy excavators I mobilized have arrived. Just give the word, and I will level the entire Tianhao Building Materials Group." Good. Yi Chen nodded and coldly said, "Inform all the workers, evacuate within 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, I want this place flattened." Zhou Tianhao and Feng Shui were terrified out of their minds. All their hard work in a lifetime, gone just like that? People gone, money gone, who will take care of them in the future? Yi Chen ignored all this. He had people trigger the fire alarm, and the entire factory began evacuating immediately. Then, Yi Chen picked up Xiao Ran, who was already asleep, and had several black-clad men carry the paralyzed Zhou Tianhao and Feng Shui. As they stepped out of the office building, most of the workers had already evacuated. The workers thought there was a fire and all ran out as fast as they could. At this point, the 300 excavators had surrounded the factory. Over 1,000 people called by Chen Zikai were outside, evacuating all the workers. Yi Chen stood in the square and said to Zhou Tianhao and Feng Shui, "Let you watch how your hard work turns to ashes." He then immediately said to Chen Zikai, "Let the excavators enter. Tear it down." 300 excavators roared into the scene. The excavators' buckets and hammers made tremendous noise, just like 300 heavy tanks, directly tearing apart several factory buildings and pushing them flat, leaving only ruins. Zhou Tianhao and Feng Shui were utterly despairing. These were their hard-earned achievements. Each brick, each beam, every building represented half of their lives' efforts. In short, the factory was like their child. Now, someone was tearing down their factory piece by piece, which was like a lingering torture. At this moment, they had no intention of survival left. There was only one thought in their minds: to die? But that was impossible. Yi Chen wouldn't give them the chance to die. He wanted them to experience endless suffering for the rest of their lives. Subsequently, Yi Chen said to the two of them, "I spare you a miserable life. But you must remember, anyone who dares to reveal my identity, I will make sure their entire family is wiped out, not a single person left alive. Not even a dog." The two were so terrified that they cried uncontrollably, "Young master, we dare not. Young master. Even if you kill us, we won't reveal your identity." "Young master." Yi Chen nodded. Looking at the broken couple, looking at the ruins of the Tianhao Building Materials Group, he finally released his pent-up anger. He then said to Chen Zikai, "Send the helicopter over, take me and my wife home." Chen Zikai immediately nodded and respectfully asked, "Young master, I think madam might have been drugged. Should we send her to the hospital? Or should I call a doctor to our house?" Yi Chen waved his hand. "No need. Just take us home." When they returned home, Xiao Ran was still unconscious. This was mainly because Yi Chen hadn't withdrawn the spiritual energy inside her yet. After arriving home and placing her on the bed, he withdrew that true qi from her body. Immediately, Xiao Ran woke up softly. "Husband." Xiao Ran opened her eyes and saw Yi Chen's face and immediately hugged him joyfully, followed by uncontrollable sobbing. Yi Chen quickly comforted her. "It's okay, darling, don't be afraid. I brought you home." Home. Xiao Ran then looked around and realized it was indeed their bedroom. She couldn't help but ask, "Did Zhou Tianhao cause any trouble for you?" "No," Yi Chen said. "Zhou Tianhao and his wife have both become paraplegics, and the entire Tianhao Building Materials Group has been leveled. This is what happens when you commit countless wrongdoings." Xiao Ran was shocked. "How did this happen? What exactly happened?" Yi Chen smiled faintly. "I called some friends to help, and I got you out." It turned out that the Tianhao Building Materials Group's office building and factories were shoddy works. After I got you out, there was an explosion in one of their workshops, and the entire factory collapsed. Unfortunately, you were asleep at that time, or you would have witnessed the spectacular domino effect. Xiao Ran couldn't believe it. A good factory, just one workshop explosion, and it was completely leveled? Yes, Yi Chen nodded. That's how powerful it was. I think they got what they deserved. Then, he quietly sent a message to Chen Zikai. "Handle the media. Have them report that the Tianhao Building Materials Group exploded due to a chain reaction in its workshops, causing the shoddy factory buildings to collapse." Chen Zikai immediately replied, "Young master, rest assured. It will be on the news soon. Minutes later, while Xiao Ran was strenuously recalling the details before her blackout, her phone suddenly received a flood of news app notifications. She glanced at the title and was stunned. The news headlines were filled with reports of the Jinling Tianhao Building Materials Group's catastrophic incident, resulting in the collapse of the factory and multiple fatalities. Both the owner, Zhou Tianhao, and his wife sustained severe injuries, with doctors fearing the possibility of paraplegia. At this moment, Chen remarked, "See, I wasn't deceiving you, was I?" This prompted Xiao Churan to believe him, exclaiming, "Truly, evil begets evil." She then quickly inquired about her own safety during the ordeal. Chen nodded, reassuring her. "When I arrived, your clothing was intact. It was Zhou Tianhao's wife who intervened first, preventing his assault on you." Tears streamed down Xiao Churan's face as she apologized. "Chen, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for it to happen this way." Chen hastily replied, "Silly girl, don't say such things. I bear you no blame. The fault lies with that husband of yours, who failed to protect you, allowing such a villain to exploit a moment of weakness and nearly harm you." Deeply touched, Xiao Churan embraced Chen silently, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness as she realized the depth of his affection for her. By the end of the afternoon, the Tianhao Building Materials Group was reduced to ruins, causing an uproar among the upper echelons of Jinling society. Although the news reported it as an accident, the keen minds within the community were not easily swayed by such explanations. Speculation arose regarding the identity of the powerful figure behind this destruction. Considering the circumstances, it seemed nearly impossible for anyone in Jinling to orchestrate such an event. Who could it be? Numerous recent clues began to emerge, such as the mysterious billionaire who had recently gained fame on social media by purchasing jade for over 10 million, or the chairman of the Dihao Group, who had invested 20 billion in constructing a 6-star hotel. There was also the enigmatic individual who had reserved the air garden of Buckingham Palace for a wedding. All these threads pointed to one person, the elusive chairman of the Dihao Group. No one else possessed such capabilities, which only deepened the mystery surrounding his identity within Jinling. Chapter 77. The invitation. The obliteration of the Tianhao Building Materials Group left the most heartbroken individual as the matriarch of the Xiao family. With the family's finances in disarray, she had hoped Xiao Churan could persuade the Tianhao Group to extend credit for materials, thus alleviating their financial strain. However, she never anticipated the complete annihilation of the company in a single afternoon. Now, her greatest concern was securing funds, a desperate desire that consumed her thoughts. Xiao Churan refrained from sharing the events of the previous day with her grandmother. After this experience, she resolved to focus solely on her collaboration with the Dihao Group, vowing to distance herself from other family matters, no matter how much her grandmother might plead. The following day, Xiao Churan felt revitalized and eagerly dove into her work. Chen had gone out to buy groceries and returned home to find his father-in-law, Xiao Changquan, sitting on the sofa, visibly distressed and sighing heavily. Frowning, Chen asked, "Dad, what's troubling you? Did someone upset you? Please tell me it wasn't another antique scam." Xiao Changquan took a sip of jasmine tea, his anger evident as he replied, "Don't even mention antiques. Just thinking about it makes me furious." Chen couldn't help but probe further. "Did someone really con you?" "It wasn't a con," Xiao Changquan clarified, "but rather about the invitation to the Jinbao Pavilion auction." Chen, intrigued, inquired, "What is the Jinbao Pavilion?" "It's a prestigious venue in Jinling, often hosting high-end auctions for rare antiques, items that are rarely seen in the market. Each family has a quota for participation," he said, his face momentarily lighting up with nostalgia. Then, his expression shifted to one of frustration. "The Xiao family received only one invitation, and your grandmother gave it to Xiao Hailong. That boy knows nothing about antiques. What's he going for? To embarrass us?" Understanding his father-in-law's passion for antiques, Chen empathized with his disappointment over losing such an opportunity. He smiled and suggested, "Dad, if you really want to go, you could always find a scalper to buy an invitation." Xiao Changquan waved his hand dismissively. The Jinbao Pavilion's auctions are organized by the Song family, the most influential clan in Jinling. Their invitations are highly coveted. How could anyone possibly buy one? Chen chuckled, realizing the auction was organized by the Song family. After all, their daughter, Song Wanting, had sought his assistance in authenticating antiques. It seemed that acquiring a couple of invitations would be a trivial matter with a simple request to her. "I happen to know someone from a prominent family in Jinling. Securing 2 invitations shouldn't pose a challenge," he casually remarked. Xiao Changquan was skeptical, shaking his head. Oh please, what kind of respectable friends could you possibly know? They're probably just a bunch of good-for-nothings. They wouldn't have the clout to approach the Song family. Without further ado, Chen went downstairs and called Song Wanting, saying, Miss Song, I wonder if you could assist me in obtaining 2 invitations for the Jinbao Pavilion auction? Mr. Yi, would 2 be sufficient? If you need more, I can easily arrange that, she replied without hesitation. Chen glanced at the invitations, confirming, 2 is plenty, as I will be attending with my father-in-law. Given that Xiao Changquan was an antique enthusiast, and knowing that neither Xiao Churan nor his mother-in-law had any interest, he thought it would be wise to accompany his father-in-law to prevent any potential mishaps. Moreover, he was curious to see if any rare herbs or treasures would be auctioned. The thought of treasures reminded him of the He Tian jade pendant, which had gone missing after he saved Dong Wulan. He presumed it was lost during the rescue, having retraced his steps without success. Fortunately, he had absorbed the pendant's spiritual energy, or he would have deeply regretted its loss. With the Jinbao Pavilion's auction promising rare wonders, it might offer him a chance to recover something extraordinary. When Xiao Churan returned home from work, she found her father still sulking over the invitation debacle, even lacking the appetite for dinner. Recognizing his frustration, she attempted to console him. Oh, Dad, don't be upset. Grandmother gave the invitation to Xiao Hailong, hoping he would use this opportunity to network with influential people. Sighing, Xiao Changquan lamented, Your grandmother has always favored others over me, showering affection on your uncle and Hailong. Even now, it infuriates me. Xiao Churan nodded, understanding her grandmother's bias. Initially, her grandmother doubted her father's capabilities, favoring her uncle. Then, believing that as a girl, she couldn't inherit the family business, she doted more on Xiao Hailong. After Xiao Churan married Yi Chen, her grandmother had seemingly given up on her family entirely. At that moment, Yi Chen approached and presented the 2 golden invitations to his father-in-law, saying, Dad, here are the invitations you wanted. What? Upon hearing this, Xiao Changquan instinctively exclaimed, An invitation? Where did you get that? He hurriedly snatched the invitation from Yi Chen's hands and eagerly opened it. Once he confirmed its authenticity, Xiao Changquan was overwhelmed with excitement, exclaiming, I have an invitation too. I have an invitation too. Ha! This is wonderful. Truly wonderful. Xiao Churan was equally astonished, never expecting Yi Chen to procure such a rare invitation. She whispered to Yi Chen, Darling, where did you acquire this invitation? She knew her father was eager for this invitation, but such a coveted item was not easily obtained. Only a handful of individuals from the most prestigious families and major enterprises in Jinling had been invited. Thus, she was perplexed as to how her husband, lacking any connections, managed to obtain such a coveted item. Yi Chen understood that such matters could not be glossed over, so he smiled gently and explained. The invitation was given to me by the head of the Chen family. I had previously assisted him with a small favor, and Dad is aware of this. Xiao Changquan, initially puzzled about Yi Chen's capability, suddenly grasped the situation and quickly concurred. Daughter, Yi Chen is right. The head of the Chen family is indeed very grateful to him. He even gifted Yi Chen a bracelet, rumored to be worth over $1 million. Chapter 78. The auction at the Treasure Pavilion. Upon hearing about the bracelet valued at $5 to $6 million, Ma Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement. A bracelet? Where is it? Show it to me. Yi Chen felt a surge of caution and replied, Mom, the bracelet is in the bedroom, but I intend to return it. Return it? Ma Lan frowned. Are you out of your mind? Something worth $5 to $6 million, and you want to return it? Yi Chen stated, I merely assisted someone with a small favor. Receiving such an extravagant gift in return feels inappropriate. What is inappropriate about it? Ma Lan exclaimed. If he dares to gift it to us, we should accept it. Where's the bracelet? If you are too timid to take it, I will. Yi Chen realized that his mother-in-law harbored ulterior motives. The bracelet was meant for Xiao Churan, but he had yet to find the right moment to inform her. So he had put the idea on hold. Unexpectedly, his father-in-law had let the cat out of the bag. It wasn't that Yi Chen couldn't afford a bracelet worth several million. After all, he had nearly 10 billion in his account. However, he believed his mother-in-law did not deserve such a valuable item, given her petty nature and love for small gains. A bracelet worth 30 to 50,000 would suffice for her. Yet, Ma Lan was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Just imagine the prestige of wearing a 5 to 6 million bracelet. She continued to urge, Where's the bracelet? Show me. Xiao Churan, understanding that if the bracelet were revealed, it would inevitably end up in her mother's hands, interjected, Mom, since it is intended to be returned, we shouldn't take it out to look at. What if it gets scratched or damaged? It wouldn't be right to explain that to them. Are you really going to return it? Ma Lan, now agitated, stood up to chastise them. Have you both lost your minds? Xiao Churan, aware of her mother's temperament, firmly asserted, Mom, enough. I have already discussed this with you, Chen, and this is how it will be. Ma Lan recognized Xiao Churan's determination. If she insisted on returning it, there was no way to dissuade her. The thought of losing such a valuable item brought tears to her eyes as she lamented, it's bad enough to have a son-in-law with no ambition. But now my daughter isn't on my side either. I might as well just perish. Xiao Churan offered her mother a piece of meat, saying, All right, Mom. I will buy you a bracelet in the future. That's a promise. On the day of the auction, Yi Chen awoke early. Just as he stepped out of his bedroom to freshen up, Xiao Changkai eagerly grabbed him. Yi Chen, let's hurry. We mustn't waste any time. Knowing they were going to the auction, Xiao Changkai had hardly slept the previous night and had been waiting for Yi Chen. The moment he saw Yi Chen emerge, he whisked him out without allowing time for washing up. Their destination was the renowned Treasure Pavilion in Jinling City. Though not a state-run organization, it was the leading private association in Jinling, situated in a picturesque estate spanning several acres in the Yunmin Mountain Scenic Area. The proprietor of the Treasure Pavilion was a well-known figure in the province, having made a fortune in real estate before investing hundreds of millions to establish the pavilion, gathering esteemed collectors from various fields. As Yi Chen and Xiao Changkai arrived at the estate's entrance, Xiao Changkai was already singing its praises. The pavilions, bridges, and flowing waters were all present, embodying both opulence and tranquility. The luxury automobiles parked at the entrance, including Rolls-Royces and Bentleys, were a common sight, making Yi Chen's BMW 5 Series appear rather ordinary in comparison. Eagerly, Xiao Changkai exited the car, having never visited such an upscale place before. As he observed his surroundings, he adjusted his clothing, anxious that others might discern his awkwardness. At the entrance of the venue, he nervously presented the invitation. Deep down, he harbored doubts about the validity of the invitations Yi Chen had obtained. However, the security personnel promptly verified their legitimacy and respectfully informed them, You may enter. Xiao Changkai breathed a sigh of relief and stepped inside with Yi Chen. Just as they entered the venue, the ostentatiously dressed Xiao Hailong swaggered in right behind them. Upon noticing Yi Chen and Xiao Changkai, his expression soured. What were these two doing here? There was only one invitation for the Xiao family, currently in his possession. Did they intend to sneak in? Having been humiliated by Yi Chen previously, he felt a surge of anger and rushed over, scolding, Yi Chen, how dare you come to a place like this? You have some nerve. Yi Chen turned to see Xiao Hailong, and his expression darkened as he retorted coldly. Who told you I snuck in? Seeing Xiao Hailong, Xiao Changkai chuckled with satisfaction. Ah, Hailong, you're here too. Xiao Hailong, not only disdainful of Yi Chen but also of his uncle Xiao Changkai, furrowed his brow and asked, What are you two doing here? Do you have an invitation? Of course we do. Xiao Changkai replied without hesitation. Xiao Hailong, with a confrontational tone, demanded, How could you two possibly obtain an invitation? Where did it come from? Yi Chen glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, Xiao Hailong, why should you care where our invitation came from? Xiao Hailong scoffed. You two pathetic losers couldn't possibly have received an invitation from the Song family. I suspect you must have stolen someone else's invitation to get in here. Yi Chen, uninterested in engaging with him, turned away in silence. His dismissive attitude only fueled Xiao Hailong's fury. In his eyes, Yi Chen was nothing more than a subservient fool with no standing in the Xiao family, a lowly individual. The fact that Yi Chen was now at the Treasure Pavilion was a source of humiliation for him. How could a mere dependent dare to stand alongside him? Xiao Hailong glared at Yi Chen, pointing a finger at him. Tell me, how did you two manage to sneak in? Yi Chen frowned and said to Xiao Changkai, Dad, ignore this fool. Let's go. Stand right there. Xiao Hailong seized Yi Chen, blocking his way, and disdainfully sneered. Thinking you can escape now? It's too late. You better confess how you managed to sneak in here. Do you even know what kind of place the Treasure Pavilion is? A trash like you has no right to step through its doors. Produce your invitation. Under the incessant provocation of Xiao Hailong, a surge of indignation welled up within Yi Chen. He forcefully shook off Xiao Hailong's grip and, with a frigid expression, retorted, Do you need to take a look in the mirror to see what you truly are to command me? Xiao Hailong was instantly infuriated. In his eyes, Yi Chen was merely a cowardly son-in-law who dared to insult him. He shoved Yi Chen's shoulder and barked, If you don't clarify this matter today, I assure you, no one will allow you entry. Chapter 79. I see you are tired of living. Xiao Hailong acted swiftly, but Yi Chen effortlessly evaded him. He then seized Xiao Hailong's wrist, gave it a gentle twist, and coldly sneered, "What's this? Has your injury healed? Forgotten the pain now that the wound is closed?" Xiao Hailong let out a pained cry, feeling as though his wrist was caught in an iron vice, writhing in agony. Aware that he was no match for Yi Chen, he spat angrily, "Damn it, you worthless piece of trash. Just wait. I'll call the manager to have you thrown out." With that, Xiao Hailong turned to shout for the manager. Soon, a middle-aged man with slicked back hair, gold-rimmed glasses, and a luxurious suit approached, flanked by several security personnel, all poised for action. The man, exuding an air of authority, addressed Xiao Hailong with a measured smile. "Mr. Xiao, how may I assist you?" Xiao Hailong disdainfully gestured towards Yi Chen and sneered, "Manager, I suspect these two filthy losers have snuck in. Please verify their identities." As the organizer of the event, the Treasure Pavilion had kept a record of all invited guests. The manager, noting Xiao Hailong's designer attire, surmised he hailed from a prominent family. In stark contrast, Yi Chen appeared to be dressed in low-quality goods, his entire outfit worth less than Xiao Hailong's shoes. Thus, the manager knew how to proceed and, with a poker face, addressed Yi Chen, "Sir, please present your ID for verification." Yi Chen sensed the manager's contempt and felt a surge of anger. He coldly replied, "And what if I refuse?" The manager's expression darkened, and he retorted, "Then kindly enlighten me on your father's name, so I may ascertain which esteemed family's descendant dares to defy the rules of our Treasure Pavilion." Before Yi Chen could respond, Xiao Hailong interjected, "This kid's father has long passed away. Now, he is merely a son-in-law of the Xiao family, but I refuse to acknowledge him as one of us. At best, he is just a dog raised by the Xiao family, ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, the manager grasped Xiao Hailong's intent, realizing that the Xiao family was not a support for Yi Chen, and it seemed this loser had offended the true heir of the Xiao family. The manager scoffed, straightened his collar, and arrogantly stated, "Confess how you managed to sneak in." Yi Chen found the Treasure Pavilion's disdainful attitude utterly revolting. As everyone awaited his explanation, his irritation grew. He replied indifferently, "Am I obligated to explain myself to you?" The manager had already discerned Yi Chen's identity and did not intend to treat him kindly. He reprimanded, "As a guest of the Treasure Pavilion, you are obliged to present your ID for verification. If you refuse to comply with our rules, I'm afraid I must have you forcibly removed." With that, the surrounding security personnel began to encircle him menacingly. Upon witnessing the situation, Xiao Chongquan felt a surge of panic. Fearing the invitation was indeed questionable, he hastily urged Yi Chen, "Yi Chen, I think we should avoid trouble and leave at once." Yi Chen furrowed his brow, surprised. "Dad, aren't you going to watch the auction?" Xiao Chongquan shook his head. "No, we shouldn't be here in the first place. If we get thrown out, it would be quite embarrassing." Seeing that his father-in-law had made up his mind, Yi Chen ceased his protests, nodded, and began to exit with Xiao Chongquan. It was merely an auction, one he had little interest in. Since his father-in-law also wished to leave, he saw no reason to linger and entangle with these people. As for Song Wanting, should she inquire about him, he would simply state, "Your family's event is one I am not worthy of attending." Just then, Xiao Hailong's mocking laughter echoed behind them. "Ha ha ha. Two losers, are you scared? You dare to crash into the Song family's auction, truly seeking your own demise." Yi Chen ignored him and continued to stride forward. At that moment, the crowd suddenly parted, creating a pathway as a man and woman entered the venue. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful in a water-blue evening gown that accentuated her alluring figure. Under the lighting, her skin seemed to glow, and her every gesture radiated the elegance of a highborn lady, making others feel inferior. Xiao Hailong stared, entranced, momentarily forgetting his pursuit of trouble with Yi Chen. Song Wanting gracefully entered the hall, her enchanting eyes scanning the room until they landed on the VIP seats. Noticing that everyone else was seated, but Yi Chen was missing, she furrowed her brow and inquired, "Have my invited guests not yet arrived?" Bao Fuguwei glanced at the guest list, frowning. "Miss Song, the entrance records show that these two esteemed guest invitations have been verified, indicating they have entered our auction, but their current whereabouts are unknown." He then promptly instructed his staff, "Go fetch the manager." Soon, the manager approached and asked, "Master Bao, how may I assist you?" Bao Fuguwei pointed towards the two vacant VIP seats and asked, "Why are the two verified guests not seated?" The mention of two guests made the manager recall the old man and young man he had just expelled. Could it be? This was unexpected. Since they had invitations and were VIPs, why had he not allowed himself to verify them? Were they upset? This is disastrous. Noticing the manager's flustered demeanor, Bao Fugui glanced at the nearby security and said, "You explain." The security guard, casting a wary glance at the manager, hesitated to defy Bao Fugui and stammered as he recounted the earlier events. Upon hearing this, Song Wanting frowned and turned to Bao Fugui, saying, "Master Bao, I will go find Mr. Yi. Please handle this matter, and I trust you will provide a satisfactory resolution." Bao Fugui nodded repeatedly. Once Song Wanting departed, he turned his attention to the manager with a dark expression. "Are you tired of living? You dare offend a guest personally invited by Miss Song." The manager was immediately struck with fear, collapsing to his knees, clutching Bao Fugui's legs, and pointed at Xiao Hailong in the distance, pleading, "Master, I didn't mean to. It was this bastard who caused me trouble." In anger, Bao Fugui kicked the manager, sending him sprawling on the ground, and scolded, "If you dare to look down on others again, I will have you removed immediately. Furthermore, for offending our esteemed guests and causing losses to the treasure pavilion, I will ensure our legal team calculates your compensation, and if it's even a penny less, I will make you pay dearly." "Master Bao, I'm sorry. I understand my mistake. Please spare me." The manager wailed, knowing that Bao Fugui's demand for compensation would cost him everything. Bao Fugui kicked the manager aside and scolded, "Stop your nonsense. That I might let you live is already a great act of mercy on my part." The manager lay on the ground, murmuring continuous apologies and pleas for M. He had roamed Jinling for so many years, witnessing all shades of black and white. In front of others, he had to maintain an amiable image, but in private, his methods were ruthless. "Boss Bao, please spare me this once. I promise I won't dare again." The manager trembled in fear, groveling and apologizing incessantly. But the security guards rushed forward, dragging him out by his collar. Only then did Boss Bao turn his gaze toward Xiao Hailong, commanding someone nearby, "Go, bring that Xiao Hailong to me." Xiao Hailong was still basking in pride when he heard that the treasure pavilion's master wished to see him, his face lighting up with joy. Everyone knew that the treasure pavilion's lord had deep connections. If he could curry favor with him, there would be boundless benefits in the future. As Xiao Hailong approached Bao Fugui, he fawned over him with flattery. "Ah, Master Bao, it's an honor to finally meet you. I've long admired your reputation, and today's encounter truly proves you are a dragon among men." Bao Fugui clenched his teeth in anger and kicked Xiao Hailong far away, cursing, "Damn it, Xiao Hailong. How dare you offend our Miss Song's guests? You must be courting death." Chapter 80. A huge misunderstanding. Xiao Hailong had intended to use this opportunity to ingratiate himself with Bao Fugui, but he never imagined that Bao Fugui would suddenly kick him away. Rolling on the ground several times, he managed to stabilize himself and sat there helplessly, asking, "Master, what is going on here? Is there some misunderstanding?" The others present also looked on in astonishment. Was this guy from the Xiao family? How did he anger Master Bao? With no real skills, offending Master Bao now meant the Xiao family would have no future in Jinling. A murmur spread among the crowd. Many watched with glee as Bao Fugui dealt with Xiao Hailong. At that moment, Bao Fugui glared at Xiao Hailong and sneered coldly, "Misunderstanding? My foot." He then kicked Xiao Hailong again, causing him to wail loudly. Still unsatisfied, Bao Fugui stepped on his chest, shouting sternly, "You scoundrel, do you know who you've offended?" Xiao Hailong looked completely bewildered. "I haven't offended anyone, Master Bao. This is a huge injustice." Bao Fugui slapped him twice across the face, losing his temper. "Filthy wretch. Those two individuals you offended are our Miss Song's esteemed guests. I wouldn't even feel better if I killed you." Afterward, he immediately instructed his people, "Drag this scoundrel outside and beat him within an inch of his life." From now on, besides the two esteemed guests just mentioned, Xiao Hailong and his entire family are forbidden from entering the treasure pavilion. Anyone daring to let them in will have their legs broken. Next, Xiao Hailong was grabbed by several security guards who proceeded to beat him mercilessly. After the beating, they dragged him out of the treasure pavilion, bruised and battered, unable to utter a single word. Now it was truly over. The entire Xiao family would suffer due to him. But he couldn't fathom that Yi Chen had befriended Song Wenting, and she held such respect for him. What merit did Yi Chen possess to know the Song family's young lady? What right did this useless man have to earn the regard of Song Wenting? After Yi Chen and his father-in-law left, they got into the car to head home. Xiao Chongquan clutched his head, sighing deeply. "Yi Chen, I'm not blaming you. But if you couldn't find the invitation, it's better to leave it alone instead of stealing from others. Father-in-law, there's nothing wrong with the invitation. It's just that I can't stand the way they treat us." Yi Chen sighed in frustration. Xiao Changquan angrily retorted, "If you could show more ambition and talent, would they dare treat us like this? Ultimately, it's because you're too weak and spineless." Yi Chen shook his head, not bothering to explain further. Just then, a Rolls-Royce accelerated from behind, slowing down after passing their car before stopping by the roadside. Seeing that the person was coming for him, Yi Chen also stopped. Song Wenting stepped gracefully out of the car, expressing her apologies to Yi Chen. "Mr. Yi, earlier at the auction, I'm very sorry, I didn't arrange things properly. Please don't take it to heart." Yi Chen shook his head and said, "It's not your fault. It's the treasure pavilion that needs to discipline its employees." Song Wenting quickly interjected, "Mr. Yi, the treasure pavilion has already dismissed the involved manager. Let us return and continue the auction. How about it?" Yi Chen declined, saying, "Sorry, Miss Song, my good mood has been ruined by a few flies. I won't attend the auction. We'll talk next time." Song Wenting apologized profusely. "I'm truly sorry, Mr. Yi." After saying this, she took a wooden box from the car and handed it to Yi Chen, saying, "Mr. Yi, this is my small token of apology." As soon as Yi Chen received the wooden box, he felt an aura of spiritual energy emanating from it, so he didn't refuse. Seeing Yi Chen accept the gift, Song Wenting continued, "In that case, let us suspend today's auction. I'll have Boss Bao thoroughly rectify the Treasure Pavilion's team. Once he has done, we'll hold another one. Please consider attending." Xiao Changquan was already astonished. This woman was none other than the Song family's young mistress from the incident at Jiqing Hall, where she fixed the broken antique vase. She was being so courteous to her son-in-law, even willing to halt the auction to hold another one. What a great honor. Could it be because of the vase incident last time? Truly, he needed to reassess his son-in-law from now on. Yi Chen also noticed Song Wenting's sincerity and nodded slightly, saying, "Then we shall attend when it reopens." The father-in-law quickly echoed, "Yes, yes, definitely. All right. The two of you should go back first. Sorry for today's trouble." After Song Wenting apologized again, she bid farewell and turned to leave. Once Song Wenting was gone, the father-in-law pointed at the wooden box in Yi Chen's hand and asked, "What did Song Miss give you, son-in-law? Open it and see." Yi Chen nodded and opened the box. Immediately, a strong aura of spiritual energy surged forth, invigorating the spirit. "What is this?" Xiao Changquan leaned over to take a look and his face showed surprise. Inside the box lay something dark and rough, about the size of a fist. Looking like a piece of coal at first glance, but rough throughout, with soil adhering to it. When Yi Chen saw this thing, he couldn't help but feel a shock. Marveling at Song Wenting's generosity, Xiao Changquan examined the dark lump repeatedly, unable to discern what it was, muttering, "I thought it was a valuable item. But it's just a piece of wood." Yi Chen chuckled, "Dad, it really is wood, but it's extremely rare." Xiao Changquan was even more astonished. "Son-in-law, what exactly is this?" "It's lightning wood," Yi Chen replied, "formed when a tree is struck by lightning." Xiao Changquan had heard of it before and quickly said, "But such wood is commonly seen in the mountains during thunderstorms. Whereas the value?" Yi Chen smiled and said, "Ordinary trees struck by lightning are naturally common. However, this piece of lightning wood has already turned jet black and appears jade-like, indicating it underwent extreme temperatures, instantly carbonizing it. This shows the tremendous energy of the celestial thunder, perhaps a once-in-a-century occurrence. Moreover, this piece of lightning wood is pitch black with a glossy finish and faint blood-red veins, indicating it's the heartwood of blood dragon wood, making it even rarer." Upon hearing this, Xiao Changquan scoffed, "I don't believe it. A piece of wood struck by lightning could be worth so much? All nonsense. Only antiques are truly valuable. Perhaps if this were something Qianlong used to polish, it might fetch a couple of coins." Yi Chen smiled. For him, such items held great value, not only brimming with spiritual energy, but also according to the 9 mystical heavenly scriptures, capable of refinement. However, it is evident that Xiao Changquan could not possibly comprehend this. Thus, Yi Chen refrained from offering further explanations and neatly stored the box away. Chapter 81. A doorstep apology. Upon their return home, they found that neither of the two women in the household was present. Mother-in-law Ma Lan had yet to return from the Mahjong Hall, and Xiao Churan was still at work. Consequently, Yi Chen first retreated to the bedroom, where he retrieved the thunderstrike wood from its box. A faint aura emanated from the wood, suggesting its extraordinary nature. Yi Chen did not absorb the spiritual energy from the thunderstrike wood. Instead, he intended to use it to forge a protective talisman. According to the records of the 9 mysterious scriptures, the thunderstrike wood could be crafted into an offensive talisman known as the Thunder Command, which had the remarkable ability to summon heavenly lightning. Although Yi Chun had significantly enhanced his strength, he still lacked weaponry, prompting his desire to forge the Thunder Command for future contingencies. Resolute in his decision, Yi Chun seated himself cross-legged on the floor, placing the Thunder Strike in his palm. With his eyes gently closed, he activated the mental techniques for talisman crafting from the 9 mysterious scriptures, gradually transferring spiritual energy from within himself into the wood while meticulously refining the formation within it. As time and energy flowed on, a talisman began to take shape in Yi Chun's hands. The Thunder Strike would have transformed under his spiritual influence into the form of a token. This was the Thunder Command. Seeing that the talisman had been successfully crafted, Yi Chun was eager to test it. However, considering the potential chaos that summoning heavenly lightning could cause, he wisely decided against experimenting at home. Fearing that he might inadvertently set the house ablaze, he resolved to wait for a more opportune moment to test it. When Yi Chun emerged from the room, night had already fallen. Upon entering the living room, he heard his mother-in-law let out a cold snort, remarking, "Now you're too grand to cook for yourself. Waiting for me to serve you, are you?" Yi Chun chuckled awkwardly and explained, "I apologize, Mom. I was so exhausted this afternoon that I fell asleep." "Oh, did the auction wear you out? Or was it that you got Xiao Hailong into trouble?" Ma Lan retorted with irritation. Yi Chun paused momentarily before shaking his head. "I did not cause trouble for Xiao Hailong. Where did you hear that?" Ma Lan huffed. "Of course, it was the old lady who called me to complain. You embarrassed yourself, and now Xiao Hailong has been expelled because of you. The old lady scolded me fiercely. Can't you, as a useless person, refrain from causing more trouble for the family?" Xiao Chern interjected, "Mom, I believe that Xiao Hailong's expulsion must be due to his own misdeeds. And it has nothing to do with Yi Chun. He is not that kind of person. How can it not be related?" Ma Lan exclaimed, throwing her chopsticks down in frustration. Xiao Hailong returned to complain, stating that he was expelled because Yi Chun obtained the invitation through improper means, angering the Treasure Pavilion, which consequently affected him as a member of the Xiao family. The head of the Treasure Pavilion even declared that henceforth, no member of the Xiao family would be allowed entry, and anyone who dared to attempt it would have their legs broken. The Xiao family has lost face. At this moment, Xiao Changquan finally spoke up, "Humph. That invitation was entirely legitimate. I suspect that Xiao Hailong got himself into trouble and, fearing punishment from Mom, is deliberately shifting the blame onto Yi Chun. You still dare to defend this good-for-nothing? If it weren't for your desire to attend that auction, would these events have transpired?" Ma Lan shot an accusatory glare at Xiao Changquan, who promptly fell silent, resuming his meal. Ma Lan, visibly annoyed, continued, "What capability does a good-for-nothing like him have to acquire an invitation? Now he has offended Xiao Hailong as well. I can only imagine how this will end for him." Before she could finish her thought, there was a sudden knock at the door, followed by a deep voice asking, "Is Mr. Yi at home?" Ma Lan's expression shifted to one of anxiety as she shot Yi Chun an irritated glance. "Oh no, it's certainly the old lady here to demand an explanation for your misdeeds. Let us see who it is first," Xiao Charan said, her expression grave as she stood to approach the door. The living room fell silent, with Ma Lan and Xiao Changquan standing tense, contemplating how to respond. Yi Chen's expression darkened. If the old lady were to distort the truth and confront him, he would no longer feel obliged to show her any respect. Xiao Charan cautiously opened the door a crack and asked warily, "What do you want?" Yi Chun furrowed his brow and swiftly stepped forward, discreetly pulling Xiao Charan behind him as he coldly addressed the visitors outside. "What do you seek?" A sharply dressed middle-aged man, upon seeing him, immediately offered a respectful smile. "You are Mr. Yi Chun, correct? I am the newly appointed manager of the Treasure Pavilion, having just started this afternoon. The Pavilion Master regrets the incident that occurred when you left the Treasure Pavilion this morning and has sent me to deliver an apology along with a token of our regret." Yi Chun regarded the group with surprise. "You are from the Treasure Pavilion?" "The Treasure Pavilion?" Xiao Charan echoed, equally astonished. The man hastily continued, "Our Pavilion Master feels deeply remorseful for your departure and immediately expelled Xiao Hailong, who instigated the matter, halting the auction as well. The lack of hospitality at the Treasure Pavilion was our oversight, and we sincerely hope that Mr. Yi will overlook past grievances and grant us your forgiveness." After saying this, the middle-aged man gestured to his companions, who promptly brought forth an array of gifts, placing them at the door. Yi Chun glanced over and noted the impressive assortment: a box of limited edition Huangalu cigarettes, a case of 30-year-old Maotai liquor, a pair of Ming Dynasty antique vases, and a set of tortoiseshell go pieces. The value of these gifts exceeded $1,000,000. Mr. Yi, this is a mistake on our part, the middle-aged man continued, bowing deeply. The pavilion master is currently occupied with Ms. Song in preparations for a new auction and cannot come personally to apologize. But he promises to do so at a later date. Please accept our sincere apologies. Chen nodded. Very well, you may set the items down. The middle-aged man then produced 2 golden invitation cards from his pocket, respectfully presenting them to Chen. These are invitations to the new auction. We kindly ask you and Elder Xiao to attend. I assure you that you will not be disappointed this time. Please allow us the opportunity to make amends. He further explained. Additionally, we have a special Treasure Pavilion Royal VIP card. Only 10 of these cards have been issued, and they are valid for life. With this card, you will receive the highest level of service at the Treasure Pavilion. Chen examined the VIP card, noting its luxurious gold and diamond embellishments. He replied coolly, I am not particularly interested in the auction. Perhaps you should consult my father. Understood. The middle-aged man promptly turned to Xiao Changquan, presenting the card with a smile. Elder Xiao, we sincerely apologize for today and hope you will attend the event in 2 days. Xiao Changquan, having regained his composure from the initial shock, glanced at the VIP card and could not suppress a gulp. He recognized it as the limited edition VIP card of the Treasure Pavilion, typically reserved for esteemed members of the inner circle, not available to the public. Owning this card would grant unparalleled access within the pavilion, along with the highest privileges and substantial discounts on all antiques and collectibles. The allure of such an offer left Xiao Changquan without the option to refuse. Just as he was about to accept the card, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and snatched both VIP cards away. It was Ma Lan, his mother-in-law, who beamed with delight as she exclaimed, Well, since you have come to apologize, I shall graciously accept these gifts and VIP cards. Rest assured, my husband will certainly attend the auction in 2 days. Chapter 82. The crisis of the Chen family. Ma Lan was utterly thrilled. The gifts they brought were worth a fortune, while she had no idea of the actual value of the antiques. She knew that a box of the treasured Mount of liquor was worth around 40 to 50,000 per bottle, and with 12 bottles in a box, that amounted to several $100,000. In addition, there are collectible Huangalas cigarettes, priced at 5,000 per carton, with a box containing 50 packs, amounting to over 200,000. Together, these items are worth $1,000,000. It would be a shame to refuse. Furthermore, possessing these 2 VIP cards grants her the leverage to show off in front of her old friends. Seeing Ma Lan's avaricious demeanor, Xiao Charan helplessly called out, Mom. Ma Lan shot her a glare and retorted, What's wrong? Can I accept a gift from someone? Xiao Charan responded, What I mean is that we shouldn't accept it. We haven't clarified the situation. How can we accept such a heavy gift? At this moment, Chen calmly interjected, This is an apology gift. We should accept it. The middle-aged man finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before leaving, the master had personally instructed that if Mr. Yi did not accept these items, he would not need to return. When Chen turned around, he saw Ma Lan gleefully moving the wine and cigarettes into the house, admiring a pair of antique vases under the light. He could only shake his head internally and said to the middle-aged man, You may leave now. Very well. I shall not disturb your rest any further, Mr. Yi. Chen closed the door and turned around, only to be taken aback, asking, Why are you all staring at me? The 3 individuals in the living room had their eyes fixed upon him. His mother-in-law, Ma Lan, cleared her throat and forced a smile, inquiring, Chen, when did you develop a relationship with the Treasure Pavilion? Why would they come to our home to deliver gifts and apologize? Chen shook his head, saying, Mom, you misunderstand. I have no relationship with them. They came to apologize mainly due to the good service attitude of the Treasure Pavilion. Their employee made a mistake, and the owner, valuing their reputation, offered substantial compensation. Ma Lan's spirit deflated instantly, her expression darkening as she remarked, I thought you had achieved something and could court powerful figures. But it turns out it was just their good service attitude. Xiao Charan, on the other hand, felt somewhat perplexed. Was such an extravagant gift merely a result of good service? Regardless, with a heap of gifts received, Ma Lan's mood improved significantly, and she ceased to target Chen, delighting in the thought of quickly selling the wine and cigarettes. After dinner, while Chen was tidying up the dishes in the kitchen, he suddenly received a phone call. The caller was Chen Gang, someone he had met a couple of times and had previously assisted. The jade bracelet in question was a gift from Chen Gang. On the call, Chen Gang respectfully addressed him as Master Yi. Chen replied indifferently, What is it? Chen Gang hurriedly responded, Thanks to your guidance last time. The Qin family has been doing much better these days. I must express my gratitude for your insights. Otherwise, we would have faced a grave disaster. Yichen replied coolly. I doubt things are as smooth as you say. If they were truly going well, why would you be calling me now? Qin Gang hesitated, awkwardly chuckling. Master Yi, your foresight is truly remarkable. Nothing can escape your keen perception. Yichen smiled faintly but remained silent. Indeed, Qin Gang trembled as he spoke. Master Yi, I implore you to save my Qin family once more. We will be eternally grateful. His face turned pale, and his body slightly shook, as if engulfed in immense fear. Yichen furrowed his brow and asked, So, the talisman has cracked? Master Yi, you truly are a master. You guessed correctly. Qin Gang replied earnestly, sighing. I followed your instructions and kept the talisman safe, ordering my family to eat vegetarian for 7 days and avoid bloodshed. However, my incompetent nephew, Qin Dong, heard that drinking chicken blood could enhance vigor and secretly arranged for it, inadvertently spilling chicken blood on the talisman. The teeth of the deceased on it became stained with blood and shattered immediately. I beat him severely and confined him at home. Yet strange occurrences continue to unfold. Yichen frowned and inquired, what strange events have transpired? Qin Gang hurriedly explained, last night, a violent storm caused a tree branch to smash my great-grandfather's tombstone, shattering it into two. I burned incense at the ancestral hall to seek protection, but every time I lit the incense, it extinguished halfway, without reason. Upon hearing this, Yichen's brow furrowed deeper. The destruction of the ancestral tomb was indeed a dire omen. Affluent families rely on their ancestors' blessings. And a family tomb should be a place of prosperity and fortune. The fact that a storm could topple the tombstone indicated that the family's blessings had been exhausted. Furthermore, the inability to burn the incense completely suggested that the ancestors could no longer bear the offerings, let alone bless their descendants. This indicated that the malevolent energy had driven the Qin family's fortunes to the brink of ruin. Yichen had not anticipated that the talisman made from the teeth of the deceased harbored such malevolence. He had clearly placed restrictions on it with talismans. Yet it had managed to break free from its constraints with just a drop of chicken blood, not receiving a response from Yichen. Qin Gang's heart raced as he implored, Master Yi, although my Qin family is engaged in commerce, we have always been benevolent and never committed heinous deeds. I beg you to show mercy and save my Qin family. Yichen replied, Qin Gang, it is not that I do not wish to help you, but rather that the malevolence of the talisman is too intense. Being carried by Qin Dong for too long, this malevolence has already enveloped the Qin courtyard. Ordinary talismans cannot address it. What can be done then? Such a calamity has befallen the Qin family. It is truly unfortunate. Qin Gang sighed heavily, his voice trembling. Yichen pondered, the malevolence exacerbates with blood, especially with the hot chicken blood. To suppress such intense malevolence now, we may need to draw upon the power of rare treasures from heaven and earth. All right, Master Yi, whatever you need, I will spare no expense to acquire it. Yichen replied calmly, tomorrow, I will attend the auction at the treasure pavilion. I can look for any rare treasures there. Whether I can acquire them depends on your luck. Thank you, Master Yi. Qin Gang seemed to have grasped the lifeline, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. He then added, I will send you a black card tomorrow. If you need any funds, just use it. Yichen acknowledged, knowing he was assisting the Qin family and could not let himself incur expenses. He then cautioned, you should prepare yourself. Rare treasures are not easily obtainable and can only be encountered by chance. Whether they are available at the auction depends solely on your family's fortune. Qin Gang repeatedly affirmed. Yes, I will discreetly inquire more, but I must trouble Master Yi. After the incident, he had sought various renowned geomancers. Yet they had merely glanced at the Qin family's entrance before hastily refusing to enter, fleeing in terror. Now, Qin Gang's only glimmer of hope lay with Yichen. Yichen felt a pang of sympathy. According to the principles of fate, Qin Gang should have lived a life free from malevolence, destined for peace. Who could have predicted that fate would conspire against him, leading to the emergence of Qin Dong, the harbinger of misfortune, disrupting the household as tranquility? If Yichen did not intervene, the Qin family would surely face ruin within the year. Not just he and Qin Dong, but also his beautiful daughter, Qin Aoshue, would likely meet a tragic end. Chapter 83. Song Wanting personally welcomes the next day. Qin Gang arrived early at Yichen's residence. He waited until Yichen emerged to buy groceries, then approached him and handed over a black card. He claimed that the card contained billions. And for the sake of saving the Qin family, he would not mind if Yichen spent it all. The fiery Qin Aoshue was also present. though this time she did not exhibit her previous arrogance. Upon seeing Yi Chen, her face was filled with respect. Since Chen Ao Dong's mishap, the Chen family had encountered numerous troubles, and the old man's health had inexplicably deteriorated to the brink of death. She realized that the only one capable of saving their family was Master Yi. After handing the card to Yi Chen, Qin Gang suddenly knelt before him, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Master Yi, at your behest, I shall endeavor to refine and translate the provided text, excising any extraneous elements and elevating the language to a more sophisticated register. Pray, I implore you, spare my family, the Qins, from this dire fate. My own demise matters not, but my daughter is still but a child." Qin Aoshue, her eyes brimming with tears, knelt beside him, beseeching, "Esteemed Master Yi, I beseech you to deliver the Qin family. If it pleases you, I would gladly offer my life in exchange for my father's longevity." Qin Gang rebuked. "Cease this senseless prattle." Yi Chen, with a sigh of resignation, extended his hands to assist them to their feet. As he aided Qin Aoshue, the exquisite softness of her hand sent a curious tremor through him. A blush crept upon her cheeks as she regained her composure. Yi Chen then declared, "Rest assured, I shall exert every effort to ensure the Qin family navigates this tribulation unscathed." Overwhelmed with gratitude, the father and daughter once more attempted to kneel, but Yi Chen interjected, "Enough of these formalities. It ill befits the occasion. Depart now, and I shall apprise you of any developments. We are eternally grateful, Master Yi." With these words, the pair departed. Upon Yi Chen's return home, laden with groceries, his father-in-law, Xiao Changkuan, hastened to meet him, his countenance etched with concern. "Yi Chen, I espied you conversing with Qin Gang outside the complex earlier. Indeed, he sought me out on a matter of some import." Xiao Changkuan could not suppress his anxiety. His visage was grave, boding ill. Could it be that your recent divination for his family has borne ill tidings? This matter had been a source of constant unease for Xiao Changkuan, who harbored suspicions that Yi Chen's pronouncements were mere fabrications. Yi Chen responded with a smile, "Father, Qin Gang sought my aid in dispelling a malevolent influence from his abode. He even entrusted me with a bank card, requesting that I seek out any suitable artifacts at tomorrow's auction." Xiao Changkuan was taken aback. "How much did he entrust to you?" Yi Chen replied casually, "The precise sum eludes me, but it is likely to be in the tens, perhaps even hundreds, of millions." "What?" Xiao Changkuan's eyes widened in disbelief, his hand instinctively clutching his chest. "Yi Chen, you must not engage in any deceitful practices. If something were to transpire, the Qins would surely seek retribution upon our entire family. Return the funds forthwith. Fear not, father, I shall tread with caution. The matter is of utmost gravity, and it would be best to keep it from Chen and mother, lest it spiral out of control." "I understand." Xiao Changkuan was all too familiar with his spendthrift wife. That woman is a veritable spendthrift, devoid of all sense. She must not learn of this windfall. Hundreds of millions. The mere thought sends shivers down my spine. He implored Yi Chen further, but to no avail. Resigned, he sank onto the sofa, his countenance a mask of apprehension. He harbored no faith in Yi Chen's ability to resolve the Qin family's predicament, and his sole concern now was to prevent Yi Chen from squandering their funds, lest the Qins exact a terrible vengeance. All that remained was to monitor Yi Chen's actions at the auction, lest he commit some egregious folly. The following dawn, Yi Chen prepared to depart for the auction. Xiao Changkuan, having endured a sleepless night, showered him with admonitions. Yi Chen offered perfunctory acknowledgments before inquiring, "Father, I understand that Zenbei's auction will feature a piece de resistance?" "Indeed," Xiao Changkuan replied, perplexed. "A priceless artifact of unparalleled rarity, or so I hear." He paused, then seized Yi Chen's arm. "Son-in-law, do not entertain any designs on this item. Its starting price is in the tens of millions. We shall merely observe." Yi Chen, aware of his father-in-law's anxieties, chuckled. "You speak wisely, father. I shall merely observe, I assure you. That is the proper course of action." Xiao Changkuan heaved a sigh of relief and stretched languidly. "Remember, upon the auction's conclusion, return every penny to Qin Gang." Yi Chen chuckled. "We shall see. If the piece de resistance proves uninspiring, I shall refrain from spending." Xiao Changkuan interjected, "Even if it piques your interest, it is of no consequence. The item has already been earmarked for another." Yi Chen inquired, "By whom?" Xiao Changkuan replied, "Have you heard of the Xuanji Hall of Hong Kong?" Yi Chen shook his head. "I have not." Xiao Changkuan scoffed. "And you profess to possess some knowledge of feng shui?" Yu Jinghai, the proprietor of the Xuanji Hall, is Hong Kong's preeminent feng shui master. Celebrities and luminaries clamor for his counsel, and his consultations command exorbitant fees. He continued, Master Yu is renowned not only for his feng shui acumen, but also for his exquisite consecrated artifacts. Those who seek his guidance invariably achieve financial prosperity and boundless success. Yi Chun inquired with curiosity, why would such a renowned feng shui master venture to Jinling? Xiao Changquan replied, for the auction's piece de resistance, of course. Yi Chun pressed, what manner of artifact is it? Xiao Changquan replied gravely, its nature remains unknown to me. Suffice it to say, we shall merely observe and refrain from purchasing. Consider it an opportunity to broaden our horizons. As Xiao Changquan continued his harangue, Yi Chen's phone emitted a melodious chime. He answered, and Song Wanting's dulcet tones resonated through the receiver. Master Yi, my vehicle awaits before your residence. Allow me to escort you to the venue. Fearing a recurrence of the previous invitation debacle, Song Wanting resolved to personally accompany Yi Chun. As Yi Chun emerged from his abode, he beheld a resplendent crimson Bentley parked at the curb, its pristine chassis gleaming under the sun's radiant gaze. Song Wanting, clad in a scarlet sheath dress that accentuated her exquisite form, leaned against the vehicle, her raven tresses cascading over her shoulders. Her eyes concealed behind a pair of designer sunglasses. Upon sighting the pair, she removed her sunglasses and greeted, Uncle Xiao, Master Yi, I am en route to Zinbei's auction. Allow me to offer you a ride. Ah, Miss Song, Xiao Changquan exclaimed, his tone a mixture of surprise and deference. You are too kind. It is my pleasure. Please, enter the vehicle. Song Wanting inclined her head with graciousness and opened the door. Who could fathom that the scion of the Song family would deign to open the door for a mere live-in son-in-law? In short order, Song Wanting's Bentley glided to a halt before the convention center, an imposing edifice crowned by a majestic dome, reminiscent of the Sydney Opera House, yet imbued with a distinctly Chinese aesthetic. As Yi Chun and Song Wanting entered the auction hall, Xiao Changquan exclaimed, Good heavens! The opulence of this establishment is simply breathtaking. As Xiao Changquan observed, the auction hall was indeed vast and lavishly appointed. The seating arrangement resembled that of a theater with a sunken floor plan. Aside from the auctioneer's platform and the semi-private boxes that lined the front row, there were at least 200 or 300 sofa seats. And at that moment, those seats were almost completely occupied. As Yi Chun and Song Wanting proceeded toward the inner sanctum, a chorus of gasps erupted nearby, followed by a surge of humanity in their direction. Instinctively, Yi Chun shielded Song Wanting from the throng, then turned to behold a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe and sporting a Taoist topknot, being escorted by a retinue of attendants. Song Wanting offered a sigh. Oh, Master Yu has arrived. No wonder the commotion. Those who had crowded around Master Yu earlier greeted him with utmost reverence, their faces adorned with ingratiating expressions. Observing their sycophancy, Yi Chun couldn't help but chuckle. So this esteemed figure is the renowned Master Yu of Hong Kong Island. He certainly knows how to create an impressive atmosphere. At that moment, someone presented a bracelet to Master Yu, bowing respectfully as they requested, Master Yu, I humbly beseech you to consecrate this bracelet for me. Instantly, the assistant beside Master Yu reprimanded loudly, How can you be so ignorant of the rules? Our Master Yu's consecration comes with a clear price tag, determined by the size of the item. For that bracelet, the fee begins at a minimum of 200,000. Do you expect a free service? The individual, now flushed, could only smile sheepishly and replied, My apologies, Master Yu. I have long admired you, but have struggled to secure an appointment. Rest assured, should you assist me with the consecration, I will pay every penny. Master Yu, with an enigmatic smile, responded, No need to rush. Since I am in Jinling today, I shall offer some benefits to the local practitioners. Here's what we shall do. Those wishing for consecration, please wait. After I have acquired what I desire at the auction, I will offer you a group consecration at half price. The crowd erupted in excitement. Someone exclaimed, Items consecrated by Master Yu are worth at least 6 figures. They not only ensure safety but also enhance fortune and prosperity. To receive a 50% discount today is indeed a stroke of good luck. The enthusiasm was palpable as many echoed their agreement. Master Yu then turned to his assistant, instructing, Please take note of the number of participants and items. After the auction, we will arrange everything together. The assistant nodded and called out, Everyone, please register with me. State your names and the items you wish to have consecrated, along with their quantities. A rush of eager individuals surged forward to register, and soon nearly 100 people had listed at least 200 items. Yi Chun, intrigued, inquired of Song Wanting, Is it true that a consecration from Master Yu costs 6 figures? Indeed, Song Wanting confirmed. Even the smallest talismans require 100,000 for consecration, while bracelets like this one start at 200,000. For items such as peachwood swords or Qiankuan mirrors, the fees range from 500,000 to 5 million. Chen marveled. So, merely from consecrating these items, he could earn tens of millions with no upfront costs? Upon hearing Chen's remark, Master Yu frowned and asked, "Friend, do you believe that I perform consecrations without any cost to myself?" Chen chuckled, "Consecration? It merely involves reciting a few nonsensical incantations. What costs are involved?" Master Yu scoffed, "Ignorant youth. The loss I incur during consecration is the essence of decades of my cultivation. Without my spiritual power, how could the consecrated items provide safety and prosperity? Do you think spiritual power can be bought with money?" Chen retorted, "From what I understand, the entire notion of consecration is a mere deception." At that moment, voices from the crowd erupted in outrage. Who is this fool, daring to criticize Master Yu? Indeed, even the great Zhang Tianwang from Hong Kong once invited Master Yu to consecrate his exclusive microphone. Without Master Yu's blessing, how could he have attained his status? Such trash, pretending to understand, merely seeking to showcase themselves. In front of Master Yu, they are nothing. Master Yu, with a disdainful look at Chen, warned, "Friend, while seeking attention is permissible, one must recognize the stature of those before you. If you are facing someone you cannot afford to offend, your desire for recognition might lead to dire consequences." With that, he disdainfully turned and strode into the exhibition hall. Chen remained unfazed, paying little heed to Master Yu. Beside him, Song Wanting awkwardly remarked, "Mr. Yi, please don't take it to heart. Master Yu can be quite temperamental." Chen nonchalantly shook his head and replied, "He is merely a charlatan. Let us proceed inside." The guests entered sequentially, with the host, Bao Fugue, the owner of the treasure pavilion, delivering a few routine opening remarks before diving into the auction. The first item presented was a Qing dynasty imitation of Yuan blue and white porcelain. Despite being a reproduction, its craftsmanship was exquisite, and it had no apparent flaws. Several collectors interested in porcelain competed fiercely from an opening bid of 200,000, ultimately driving the price up to 2,300,000. Such a high price for the first lot is uncommon at typical auctions, indicating that this event featured exceptional items. Following this, several more lots were presented, each valued at over 1 million. The atmosphere was electric as guests eagerly bid. Xiao Chongquan was thoroughly captivated, though his limited finances restrained him from participating. Meanwhile, Chen held little interest in these treasures, although they were valuable. They offered him scant personal worth. At that moment, a hostess presented a white porcelain plate, upon which lay a string of shimmering purple pearls, glistening under the lights. The auctioneer announced, "These are natural purple pearls from the East China Sea, with one pearl found in every 1,000 shells. The strand is smooth and uniformly sized, making it a rare gem." The bidding for the purple pearl necklace started at a modest 400,000. Chen immediately raised his bid. 500,000. Xiao Chongquan, startled, interjected, "What are you doing? A pearl necklace is only worth a few thousand at most. This 400,000 is a trap for fools. Don't bid." Chen gazed at the pearls, thinking of Xiao Churin, and smiled. "I believe this would suit Churin beautifully. Pearls are calming. She has been under a lot of stress lately and has been sleeping well." Upon hearing that he intended to purchase it for his daughter, Xiao Chongquan fell silent, choosing not to argue. The necklace's collectible value was low, resulting in no further bids. Just as the auctioneer was about to finalize the sale, a voice suddenly interrupted. 600,000. Chen turned to see Qin Aodong, the troublesome member of the Qin family, peering from the side with a smug grin. "Apologies, but I too have my eye on that necklace." Chen frowned, surprised to see him. Wasn't he supposed to be grounded by Qin gang? Chapter 85. Bid or lose. Qin Aodong had been suffering immensely these past few days. After causing trouble, he was soundly thrashed by his uncle and placed under house arrest. Not only did his uncle punish him, but his father and grandfather had also expressed their displeasure. The thought of being the cause of the desecration of the Qin family's ancestral tomb left the entire family eager to beat him for 3 days and nights. However, as someone who loved to be in the limelight and fancied himself an antique expert, he couldn't resist attending an auction of this caliber. Thus, he had gone to great lengths to sneak out and participate, only to find Chen there. He had always looked down on Chen, convinced that his uncle had been duped by this young man. Yet, he dared not confront Chen directly. As he noticed Chen preparing to bid on the necklace, he quickly raised his own bid, not expecting it to have any real effect, but relishing the chance to annoy Chen. Chen glanced at him, then coolly turned away to continue bidding. 700,000. Chen Aodong followed suit. 800,000. Xiao Chongquan, unable to sit idly by, urged, Yi Chen, let it go. Don't engage with that brat. Yi Chen smiled lightly and replied, engage? Just watch how I play with him. With that, he raised his hand and casually declared, I bid 8 million. The room fell into stunned silence. While others were bidding in the hundreds of thousands, he had jumped at 8 million. Chen Aodong was equally taken aback, thinking to himself, what the hell? You're not following the script. I bid 800,000, and you should have countered with 900,000 at most, or perhaps a million. What else with this 8 million? Are you burning cash? Or have you lost your mind? As Yi Chen observed Chen Aodong's sullen expression and silence, he raised an eyebrow and chuckled, young Master Chen, please, continue. Chen Aodong spat in disdain, am I out of my mind? 8 million for this piece of junk? Forget it, it's yours. Although Chen Aodong felt humiliated, he was indeed reluctant to raise the bid beyond 8 million. The value of this bead was at most 700,000. If he truly spent over 8 million to acquire it, he would certainly face dire consequences at home. Wealth should not be squandered in such a manner. At that moment, Yi Chen fixed his gaze on Chen Aodong and scoffed, young Master Chen, your bravado lasted only a few seconds. Has it withered already? It seems you are not as tough as you claim. Laughter erupted around them. Embarrassed, Chen Aodong retorted, don't provoke me. I can see you can't afford it. You're just trying to bait me into a trap. I dare you to show me how you'll produce this 8 million. Yi Chen merely shrugged. If you can't afford it, just admit it. What's the point of all this explanation? Just then, the auctioneer brought down the gavel. 8 million sold. Congratulations, Mr. Yi. Immediately, a staff member approached Yi Chen with a wireless card machine, stating, Mr. Yi, please proceed with the payment. All eyes were on Yi Chen. Chen Aodong sneered. Yi Chen, let's see how you swipe that card. Can you really come up with 8 million? Others were equally curious. Yi Chen's audacious bidding made them wonder if he could truly produce such a sum. With a calm smile, Yi Chen produced Chen Gang's black card and effortlessly completed the transaction. The card required no password, and the POS machine printed the receipt, confirming the successful payment. The staff member handed the receipt to Yi Chen with respect, saying, Mr. Yi, the payment has been received. The treasure you won will be delivered to you before the end of the auction. Excellent. Yi Chen nodded. The crowd was left in shock. It appeared he truly had the means. Spending 8 million on a necklace worth 700,000 was indeed bold. Yi Chen then turned to Chen Aodong, asking with a smile, young Master Chen, are you convinced now? Laughter erupted again, with someone teasing, young Master Chen, have you fallen on hard times and can't afford it anymore? Haha, perhaps you're too weak to even lift a sword. Chen Aodong felt his face flush with embarrassment. How could this brat actually possess such wealth? He felt utterly humiliated. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Yi Chen, I won't let you win the next item. Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, all right, let's see how it goes with the next one. Unbeknownst to Chen Aodong, Yi Chen still held a card given to him by his uncle. Soon, several more collectibles were auctioned off, leading to a semi-finished piece of Tianshan yellow jade. Half of the jade was encased in rock, showcasing its natural formation, and was valued at 800,000. Recognizing its spiritual essence, Yi Chen thought it would be perfect for refining into a talisman for Chen Gang, and immediately raised his paddle. I bid 900,000. However, before his words could settle, a familiar voice interrupted. Damn it, I'm tired of this 10,000 increase. I bid 2 million. Yi Chen turned to meet Chen Aodong's provocative gaze, who was now wearing a smug expression. Rest assured, I won't lose to you this time. The audience waited in anticipation for another spectacle, closely monitoring Yi Chen's hand to see if he would raise his bid again. Yi Chen smiled and asked, so, young Master Chen has bid 2 million, correct? Indeed. Chen Aodong sneered. Let us see how much more you can muster. Yi Chen nodded and slowly raised his paddle, stating, since young Master Chen has bid 2 million, I shall bid 20 million. Gasps echoed through the crowd. 20 million. Was this person truly so affluent that he had no other use for his money? The scene erupted in chaos. To raise the bid from 2 million to 20 million was audacious. Chen Aodong's face fell. Was Yi Chen insane? Even if he had the wealth, could he truly waste it on such extravagance? He was known in Jinling as a notorious spendthrift, yet even he wouldn't dare to pay tenfold for an item. A moment of hesitation engulfed him. Should he continue? If he did, he would be throwing away over 18 million. But if he didn't, Yi Chen would surely humiliate him further, and the onlookers would mock him mercilessly. Having already lost face once, he couldn't bear the thought of being outbid again. Gritting his teeth, he blurted out, "I bid 21 million. A wave of astonished murmurs rippled through the crowd. Chen Aodong had raised his bid by a mere 100,000. Chen, however, merely smiled and raised his hand again. "I bid 30 million. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Was this person truly mad? From 2 million to 20 million, then to 30 million? Chun's audacity left everyone in shock. Chen Aodong felt utterly defeated. Was Chen genuinely this wealthy? 30 million could purchase 15 such jade pieces. Anyone who bid that amount would be a fool. Chen then taunted, "Young Master Chen, come on, let us keep going." Panic gripped Chen Aodong. Spending over 30 million on a piece of jade would spell disaster if his family found out. His sister, Chen Aoxue, would likely cripple him for life. Yet, with so many witnesses, what to do? His face alternated between red and pale. The auctioneer called out, 30 million once, 30 million twice. The audience, caught up in the excitement, began to chant, "Young Master Chen, bid. Don't let us down. Are you really backing down after all that bravado?" Chen smiled. "Young Master Chen, if you don't bid soon, you'll lose." In a moment of overwhelming pressure, Chen Aodong struggled with his decision. Ultimately, reason triumphed over impulse. He begrudgingly murmured, I give up." The crowd erupted in disdainful laughter, branding him a coward. The humiliation was unbearable. He regretted sneaking out today. Feeling utterly degraded, Chen Aodong glared at Chen, who wore a mocking expression, and stormed out of his private room to confront him. "You are deliberately trying to humiliate me, aren't you?" Chen leisurely sipped his Bai Luo Chun tea and replied, "No one forced you to bid against me. You chose to confront me. Are you angry because you couldn't keep up?" Beside them, Song Wanting coldly remarked, "Young Master Chen, that's the nature of auctions. You gamble and accept the outcome. If you can't handle it, perhaps you shouldn't participate." Fuming, Chen Aodong clenched his teeth, but dared not offend Song Wanting. "You." He pointed furiously at Chen before storming back to his booth. Chen shook his head. With a spendthrift like Chen Aodong in the family, the Chen clan's future seemed grim. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen continued to swipe the black card for payment. After all, it was Chen Gang's money. He felt no remorse in spending it. One thought lingered. If Chen Gang were to discover how much he had overspent due to his reckless nephew, would he feel the urge to take revenge? It was indeed amusing. An hour passed, and the auction approached its conclusion. During this time, Chen Aodong had not placed a single bid, likely intimidated by Chen. Suddenly, several attendants struggled to push a card onto the stage, atop which rested a massive object. Chen held his breath, gazing upward. He could sense an aura of spiritual energy emanating from it. At that juncture, Master Yu in the adjacent suite perked up, his gaze fixed intently on the auction piece. This was indeed the piece d'or assistance. However, as Bao Fuguei unveiled the drape, a wave of disappointment rippled through the crowd. The cart bore a dilapidated reef rock, adorned with seaweed and desiccated shells. Murmurs of confusion arose as the audience struggled to comprehend why Treasure Pavilion would present such a crude object as the finale. Bao Fuguei then elucidated, "Ladies and gentlemen, please be patient. This is the piece d'or assistance, a natural giant clam. This clam was naturally formed on the seabed. Upon authentication, it is several centuries old. After its demise, it was submerged for over a millennium. The shell exhibits a natural swastika pattern, making it a unique treasure." He instructed the attendants to wipe away a section for closer inspection. A palm-sized area revealed a translucent, amber gold hue, subtly displaying the swastika pattern, a sight of exquisite beauty. The venue erupted in excitement. Giant clams are valued internationally by the gram, ranging from 30,000 to 50,000. Considering that a clam's lifespan is typically only 20 to 100 years, discovering one that is hundreds of years old is truly remarkable, making it a treasure among treasures. Furthermore, having slumbered on the seabed for a millennium, its color has transformed into a transparent golden red, adorned with a natural swastika pattern, imbuing it with profound auspiciousness, making it a top-tier gem among giant clams. The starting bid for this giant clam is 9,999,000, aligning with the Buddhist reverence for the number 9. Bidding ensued rapidly, quickly escalating the price to 13 million. Many withdrew, yet discerning bidders persisted. At that moment, Master Yu rose and declared, "I bid 15 million. He turned to the audience, bowing slightly, and said, "To be frank, I came to Jinling solely for this treasure. If you would grant me this favor, I would be pleased to bless an item for each of you without charge." The crowd engaged in hushed discussions. Master Yu's intentions were clear. He sought to discourage competition, securing the giant clam at the lowest possible price. This tactic was perceived as somewhat unethical, as it could significantly reduce the potential auction price. However, for most, the giant clam would merely serve as an ornament, lacking practical value. Thus, they considered granting Master Yu his wish, as he would, in turn, bless an item for them. Baofugue maintained a composed demeanor, but inwardly, he was displeased. Auctions were intended for the highest bidder, yet Master Yu was disrupting the process. While losing potential profit was not his primary concern, the damage to Treasure Pavilion's reputation within the industry was. However, recognizing Master Yu's formidable influence and expertise, he hesitated to offend him and reluctantly acquiesced. Master Yu was elated, barely containing his excitement. He had flown to Jinling solely for this giant clam, and after numerous tribulations, his wish was about to be fulfilled. 15 million was a trivial sum compared to the potential gains he foresaw. Moreover, the silence in the room suggested that his reputation had deterred any further bids. This was the power of prestige. Who wouldn't afford Master Yu some deference? It seemed he was about to acquire this giant clam at a bargain price. Suddenly, a soft voice echoed, "I bid 30 million. The venue fell silent. All eyes turned towards the bidder, their hearts filled with astonishment. It was him again. The casually dressed young man, seemingly unremarkable, had twice made a lasting impression with his bids against Chen Aodong. Crucially, he had promptly paid both exorbitant sums with a card, demonstrating remarkable financial prowess. Yet, no one anticipated that he would dare to challenge Master Yu. Master Yu's face darkened as he recognized the young man. Chen Aodong, thrilled, leaped to his feet, casting a sinister smile at Yi Chen, thinking to himself, "You're finished now, challenging Master Yu. You must have a death wish." Song Wanning was also taken aback by Yi Chen's sudden bid against Master Yu. She knew of Yi Chen's expertise in appraising treasures, but was unaware of his financial resources. She wondered if Yi Chen was unconcerned about Master Yu's potential retaliation, as even she was reluctant to offend him. Xiao Changkuan, filled with trepidation, whispered to Yi Chen, "Yi Chen, have you lost your mind? We can't afford to offend Master Yu. Withdraw your bid immediately." Yi Chen chuckled, "Dad, do you think this is like sending a WeChat message? Once it's sent, you can't retract it? I intend to bid 30 million. Chen Aodong immediately addressed Master Yu. "Master Yu, this young man is deliberately antagonizing you. You can't let him get away with it." Yi Chen retorted, "You should just sit quietly and avoid further embarrassment. Didn't you just lose face? Doesn't it sting?" Chen Aodong, ashamed, quickly retreated to his seat, remaining silent. Master Yu, his expression grim, stated, "Young man, I overlooked your earlier disrespect, but now you're competing with me for this item? You're quite audacious." Yi Chen scoffed, "Indeed, I'm competing with you today. What can you do about it? Let's talk money." Master Yu was on the verge of losing his composure. He was renowned at home and abroad, and everyone present held him in high esteem. Yet, this young man was insolent, repeatedly undermining him, which was infuriating. Now, he was attempting to seize his prize, which was simply courting disaster. The audience was stunned. They wondered about the young man's background and how he dared to be so bold. To challenge Master Yu was akin to signing his own death warrant. Master Yu, a titan of feng shui, possessed countless ways to eliminate him discreetly. However, despite his inner rage, Master Yu, having witnessed Yi Chen's financial strength, maintained a facade of composure to secure the giant clam at a lower price. He began, "My friend, we had a slight misunderstanding at the entrance, but such minor matters can be resolved. To engage in a bidding war as a form of retaliation would be rather petty. Wouldn't you agree?" Master Yu had intended to acquire the giant clam for 15 million. However, if he engaged in a direct confrontation with Yi Chen, the next bid would have to exceed 30 million. He was unwilling to spend such an exorbitant sum. Thus, he swallowed his pride, hoping that Yi Chen would withdraw his bid. Once he had secured the giant clam for 15 million, he would settle the score with Yi Chen later. Yi Chen, having anticipated his intentions, retorted disdainfully, "Spare me the platitudes. I also desire this giant clam. If you can afford it, bid. If not, go play elsewhere." The venue erupted once more. The young man had just told Master Yu to go play elsewhere. How audacious. Master Yu, his face contorted in anger, continued, "I have a deep affection for this giant clam. Would you grant me this favor?" Yi Chen glanced at him and said dismissively, "Grant you a favor? Do I know you?" He then inquired, "Tell me, can you not afford it?" Master Yu's expression was one of utter disdain. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Moreover, the young man appeared to be in his early 20s, younger than his disciples and their offspring. Enraged, Master Yu abandoned all pretense of composure and said coldly, I never imagined that my prestige would be so disregarded. Very well. If it's a fair competition, then may the highest bidder prevail. I intend to see just how deep your pockets are. He raised his voice and declared, I bid 50 million. Master Yu hoped to intimidate Yi Chen with a single, decisive blow. Thus, he refrained from incremental increases and directly bid 50 million, hoping to force Yi Chen to concede. However, Yi Chen was not one to be deterred by financial constraints. Without discussing the fact that he possesses a bank card from Chen Gang, his personal bank account is already brimming with nearly $1 trillion. A mere 50 million is trivial to him. Even if it were 500 million, he would not even bat an eye. Thus, he calmly remarked, Master Yu, it seems that 50 million is the highest bid for tonight's auction. Master Yu, gritting his teeth in pain, replied, What? Are you scared? If you can't keep up, just say so. It's not shameful. Yi Chen chuckled, It's not that I can't keep up. I simply believe that this final piece must be elevated to a higher tier. 8 digits are insufficient. Let us proceed with a 9-digit bid. With that, he indifferently stated, I bid 100 million. The atmosphere in the room erupted with excitement as the price doubled once more. In just a few minutes, the price of this auction item had skyrocketed tenfold, making it a focal point in auction history. Qin Ao Dong could not contain himself and shouted, Yi Chen, stop pretending. Do you even have that kind of money? Yi Chen laughed aloud. Indeed, I do. What is it to you? If you're not convinced, let me tell you honestly. This card I'm using belongs to your Qin family, given to me personally by your second uncle. I can spend it freely. How does it feel to have your face slapped with your own family's money? Surprised? Delighted? You. Qin Ao Dong's face flushed red with anger. You bastard. How dare you swindle my Qin family's money? I swear I'll have you torn to pieces. Master Yu turned to Qin Ao Dong and inquired, Young Master Qin, do you know this person? Qin Ao Dong snorted coldly. He is merely a live-in son-in-law of the Shao family, unemployed and living off his wife. Recently, he has deceived my second uncle to acquire a bit of money. Is that so? Master Yu raised an eyebrow, seemingly reassured, and let out a cold scoff. Puffing yourself up, I advise you not to be too arrogant, or it will be you who suffers. Can you even muster 100 million? Yi Chen's expression turned icy as he replied indifferently, Whether I can or cannot is none of your concern. If you have the guts, continue bidding. If not, keep your mouth shut. Master Yu lost his composure, furiously shouting, You little brat. You're courting death. Yi Chen laughed heartily. Court death? By you? You can't even afford to buy anything, yet you think you can kill me? Ha ha, how foolish. Master Yu, unable to maintain his composure after being repeatedly mocked, scowled and growled, Young man, you'd better know when to stop. Hand over the item obediently, or you may find yourself alive enough to bid, but not to enjoy. Upon hearing this, Bao Fugue's expression changed dramatically. This was clearly threatening to breach the rules of the treasure pavilion. His face turned ashen. Yet he dared not contradict Master Yu, feeling a deep sense of unease. Yi Chen, however, merely smiled slightly and said, If you want my life, you'll have to wait until the auction concludes. The auction isn't over yet. I just bid 100 million, so please continue bidding. Song Wanting watched in astonishment. Master Yu was no ordinary individual. Even the Song family could not guarantee they could handle him. Why was Yi Chen provoking Master Yu so relentlessly? What gave him such confidence? Xiao Changquan collapsed onto the sofa, clutching his chest, gasping as he thought, It's over. It's all over. My son-in-law is finished, and our family will follow suit. Chapter 88. Master Yu pays a visit. Master Yu's expression was rigid. Yi Chen clearly disregarded him, and his words were undoubtedly a slap in the face. However, Yi Chen was correct. In an auction, to obtain the precious tridacna, one must continue bidding. But 100 million. Who could possibly afford that? All eyes turned to Master Yu, waiting to see how he would respond. His face shifted from blue to white with rage, yet for the sake of the tridacna, he suppressed his fury and spoke to Yi Chen in a low, humble tone. My friend, if I have offended you earlier, it was unintentional. Please forgive me. The tridacna is indeed of great use to me, so I kindly ask you to relent. I can owe you a favor, which is worth far more than this piece. His eyes glinted ominously. This young upstart had dared to humiliate him so thoroughly. Once this matter concluded, he would ensure Yi Chen paid with his life. Yi Chen coolly replied, I'm sorry, but I also have use for it, so I cannot let it go. Furthermore, I previously mentioned that in my eyes, you are nothing more than a bully. Your favor holds no value to me. Master Yu was on the brink of collapse. He now harbored a singular thought. Once the auction concluded, he would find a way to take Yi Chun's life. He must kill him. Seeing Master Yu's retreat, the onlookers gasped in disbelief. No one expected this young man to press forward relentlessly, even reducing Master Yu to a defeated foe. As the auctioneer's hammer fell, Yi Chen successfully secured the final tridacna at the price of 100 million. Master Yu was furious, casting a resentful glance at Yi Chen before storming out. He wished to kill Yi Chen immediately, but the situation did not allow it. This matter required careful plotting. Song Wanting observed Master Yu's departing figure and cautioned Yi Chen, Master Yu is not an ordinary person. I doubt he will let this go easily. You must be cautious in the coming days. Yi Chen smiled and replied, I'd be more worried if you didn't come. 100 million spent for a tridacna. Everyone believed Yi Chen had lost his mind, yet he remained unfazed. Xiao Chongquan was also somewhat distraught, feeling uneasy that Yi Chen might squander the Qin family's money, leading to retaliation. On the way home, Yi Chen explained the auction to Xiao Chongquan, clarifying that the 100 million was authorized by the Qin family to prevent his father-in-law from being overly anxious. Upon arriving home, Yi Chen, seizing the opportunity before Xiao Chen returned from work, began to study the tridacna. This tridacna was the size of a wheel, already cleaned and polished to reveal its golden red, smooth shell. With a little effort, he broke it into several pieces. From the core of the tridacna, he extracted a palm-sized material, the essence of the tridacna. With this, he could forge some simple magical tools. The Qin family had been troubled by malevolent energy for days. Using this material, he could forge a talisman to dispel it, thus resolving all their issues. Yi Chen divided the palm-sized material into several portions and utilized his memory of forging magical tools to infuse spiritual energy into one piece. Soon, a formation was established within the material, and a dispelling talisman was successfully forged. With the essence of the tridacna enhancing its power, it was sure to resolve the Qin family's troubles. Yi Chen took the dispelling talisman downstairs and sent it, along with the black card, to Qin Gang via a local courier. This would serve as a fitting resolution. At the Qin residence, Master Yu sat in the grand hall on a high-backed chair, his expression dark and silent. He had come to Jinling specifically for the tridacna, which contained sea spirit pearls, invaluable for crafting magical tools. Yet unexpectedly, a certain Yi Chen had disrupted his plans, filling him with seething rage. Qin Ao Dong stood to the side, hands clasped, maintaining a respectful demeanor. The reputation of the Xuanji Hall was well known, and the Qin family recognized Master Yu, standing deferentially. Qin Gang smiled in flattery. I didn't expect Master Yu to visit my humble abode. It's truly an honor. May I ask what brings you here? Master Yu leisurely sipped his tea, setting the cup down on the table, and replied nonchalantly, I encountered young Master Qin at the auction. He invited me to assess your family's fortunes. Qin Gang had initially intended to reprimand Qin Ao Dong for sneaking out, but seeing that he had invited the renowned Master Yu, he suppressed his anger. Master Yu, please. Take your time. Master Yu nodded slightly and remarked, if I am not mistaken, the Qin family has suffered a series of misfortunes over the past 2 years. It is likely that someone in your household possesses an ominous object. Last year, there was a calamity involving bloodshed, and as for this year, he glanced around mysteriously and sighed. I fear the fortunes of the Qin family have reached their end. If this continues, with malevolent energies haunting your residence, the Qin family shall face utter ruin, leading to the extinction of your lineage. As soon as Master Yu finished speaking, Qin Gang's complexion turned pale, and he hurriedly said, Master Yu, you truly deserve your reputation as a sage of the Xuanji Hall. The Qin family is indeed plagued by bad luck. I implore you to lend us your assistance. The members of the Qin family were astonished. Master Yu had accurately diagnosed their plight. Qin Gang had been anxiously awaiting a response from Yi Chen, and now, with the esteemed Master Yu visiting them, he felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. He quickly inquired, Master Yu, do you possess a solution? Indeed, there is a way, Master Yu replied leisurely, but suddenly his brow furrowed. However, I sense that recently, there may be a charlatan performing malevolent rituals in your home, disrupting the feng shui and hastening the Qin family's demise. Should this continue, I fear that within half a year, your entire family will be wiped out. What? A charlatan? Qin Gang stood in shock, bewildered. The only person who had examined the feng shui for the Qin family recently was Yi Chen. Qin Gang held Yi Chen in high regard and quickly replied, Master, could you be mistaken? There was indeed a Master Yi who assisted us, and his methods proved effective. He cannot possibly be a charlatan. Master Yu scoffed coldly, exclaiming, "Those who pretend to possess supernatural abilities are most adept at deceiving the ignorant. If you choose to believe in him, I shall take my leave." Qin Gang dared not let him depart without clarification, so he urgently asked, "Master Yu, I humbly request your guidance." Master Yu replied indifferently, "Since you are sincere, I shall lend a hand to save the Qin family." He then led Qin Gang to the family ancestral tablet. Subsequently, Master Yu took a handful of incense ash from the burner, muttered incantations, and declared loudly, "Look for yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, he scattered the ash above the ancestral tablet. Qin Gang was horrified and rushed to intervene, but it was already too late. Just as Master Yu appeared to defile the ancestors, Qin Gang felt a surge of anger, yet before he could express it, he was stunned by the sight before him. The ash fell like a torrential downpour, but an unseen force seemed to envelop the area around the ancestral tablet, preventing the ash from touching it. Qin Gang was left dumbfounded, exclaiming, "What is happening?" Master Yu replied coldly, "Your household is steeped in malevolent energy. This energy not only afflicts you, but also entraps your ancestors, depriving them of peace. If this continues, not only will the current Qin family perish, but your ancestors will also be condemned to eternal suffering. In time, the Qin family will cease to exist." Terrified, Qin Gang asked, "May I inquire, Master Yu, if there is a way to dispel this calamity?" Master Yu calmly stated, "I am here today to resolve the grave misfortune of your family." Without hesitation, Qin Gang declared, "Master Yu, name your price. I will not hesitate to comply." Master Yu coldly replied, "I seek no payment. I only ask that you confront that young man Yi and reclaim the item he purchased with your funds, the conch." Beside them, Qin Ao Dong quickly interjected, "Uncle, that Chen has gone too far. He used your money to oppose Master Yu at the auction. Yet Master Yu, being magnanimous and compassionate, has come to save our family from peril despite being insulted by Chen. You must assist Master Yu in reclaiming that conch and notify the authorities to arrest Chen for his blatant fraud." Qin Ao Shui furrowed her brow, thinking, "For some reason, I find that Master Yu appears more deceitful than Chen. Chen, though somewhat mischievous and lacking social grace, does not seem as malevolent. In many instances, he exudes an air of profundity, akin to a bottomless lake." Silence. Qin Gang shot a glare at Qin Ao Dong and turned respectfully to Master Yu, saying, "Thank you for your guidance. I shall heed your counsel in the future." Master Yu nodded meaningfully and prepared to depart. As soon as he left, Qin Ao Dong immediately exclaimed, "Uncle, Master Yu is a renowned figure from the Xuanji Hall. How could he possibly be compared to a charlatan like Chen? With Master Yu's intervention, all our family's issues will be resolved without spending a penny. Master Yu requires no payment. While Chen has swindled us out of a considerable sum, he spent over 100 million on a mere shell. This is clearly fraud. How could you give him so much money? If word gets out, the people of Jinling will surely mock our family as fools." Qin Gang fell silent. Yet doubt began to creep into his expression. Master Yu's reputation was indeed formidable, and the things he had shown him were vividly etched in his mind, leaving him with no choice but to believe. More importantly, Master Yu charged nothing, whereas Chen had spent more than 100 million. The more he compared, the more he felt that Chen might indeed be suspect. At that moment, a steward from the Qin family knocked on the door and, upon receiving permission from Qin Gang, stepped inside. "Mr. Qin, you have a package." After saying this, he handed over a cardboard box. Qin Gang frowned and, upon opening the box, discovered a token lying quietly within. Upon closer inspection, the token appeared to be thin and small, akin to the size of a matchbox, strung with a cheap red cord, resembling a trinket from a tourist market. Qin Gang glanced at the sender's name, which read Chen. The note simply stated, "Calamity Dispelling Order. Hang it in the main hall to dispel malevolence." Qin Ao Dong immediately erupted in anger. "Damn it, uncle. This Chen is treating you like a fool. This token could very well be a piece of junk from some street vendor. How dare he claim it can dispel calamity? Moreover, he spent over 100 million of our family's money to send this. He couldn't even be bothered to face you directly. If this Chen is not a fraud, then what is he?" Fuming, Qin Ao Dong insisted, "Uncle, we must confront Chen now and reclaim our money. If we allow him to escape, our losses will be catastrophic." "Be quiet. Let me think," Qin Gang said, rubbing his temples. Staring at the calamity-dispelling order, he found it difficult to discern any miraculous qualities. After a moment of hesitation, he gathered the members of the Qin family and, with a stern expression, declared, This matter concerns the survival of the Qin family. It is of utmost importance. I will confront Chen tomorrow to demand answers. You all must wear Master Yu's protective talismans and not remove them carelessly. Yes, uncle, I want to go too. Qin Ao Dong clenched his teeth. That Chen has caused me great harm. I must break his legs the moment I catch him. With you? Do you think you can overpower him? Qin Gang frowned and warned, if you truly wish to go, bring several bodyguards and first ascertain Chen's whereabouts for tomorrow. Just in case. After a pause, he added, remember, I did not instruct you to provoke Chen. I am merely concerned that you may act recklessly and get hurt. Qin Ao Dong's spirits lifted as he replied, understood. Qin Gang coldly stated, although the Qin family is not a top-tier clan, we shall not tolerate others trampling upon us. If one dares to offend us, we will repay them in kind. I will get to the bottom of this, and if Yi Chun is truly a fraud, I shall not spare him. After leaving the Qin family, Yu Jinghai immediately began to plot his own schemes. Naturally, he intended to seek revenge on Yi Chun and reclaim the conch that had been taken from him. However, this alone was not sufficient. Upon his arrival in Jinling, he aspired to establish his authority and attract a following, thereby bolstering his endeavors in the mainland. Thus, he devised what he believed to be a clever scheme. He intended to use Yi Chun as an example to intimidate others, compelling the entire Jinling, and indeed, the broader metaphysical community in the mainland, to submit to him. Unbeknownst to Yi Chun, the so-called Master Yu was plotting to use him as a sacrificial pawn. As evening approached, while Yi Chun was preparing to purchase ingredients for his meal, he received a call from Song Wanting. Upon answering, she spoke in a serious tone, directly addressing him. Mr. Yi, Master Yu Jinghai has invited several esteemed figures from the realms of antiques, feng shui, and metaphysics to a banquet hosted by the Wang family. He asked me to inquire if you would be available to attend. The Wang family? Which Wang family? Yi Chen inquired. Song Wanting explained. They are a family of moderate standing, with 2 male heirs, Wang Yunfei and Wang Yunkai. Those two. Why would they choose to host it at their residence? Yi Chen questioned, puzzled. Song Wanting continued. The Wang family has recently encountered a series of misfortunes. Their son Wang Yunkai and nephew Wang Yunfei have both faced calamities, and the family's business has suffered a significant downturn. Thus, the head of the Wang family sought Master Yu's assistance in rectifying their feng shui. She added, however, it seems Master Yu has invited a host of metaphysical masters, which suggests his intentions may extend beyond merely extracting some funds from the Wang family. Yi Chen chuckled nonchalantly. I did seize that conch shell at the auction and gave him a verbal dressing down. It is only natural he would seek revenge. I suspect this is a trap laid out for me. With a slight smile, Yi Chen remarked, nevertheless, I shall attend and confront whatever trickery he has in store. Upon hearing his agreement, Song Wanting said, very well, the location is at the Wang residence, tomorrow morning. I will drive you there. Sounds good. The following morning, Song Wanting arrived punctually beneath Yi Chen's building to escort him to the Wang residence. The Wang family is among the most prestigious in Jinling. Their villa nestled on the mountainside of Qingyuan, a serene oasis amidst the hustle and bustle. The villa boasts a contemporary Chinese aesthetic, with renovations costing nearly 100 million, exuding luxury at every turn. In the villa's courtyard, a slightly portly middle-aged man occupied the seat of honor, Wang Yunkai's father, Wang Zhenggang. Beside him sat Master Yu Jinghai. In addition to these two, Yi Chen recognized 2 familiar faces, Li Tailai, the wealthiest individual in Haiqing, and his companion Guoming. Upon Yi Chen's entrance, Li Tailai and his companion nodded in acknowledgement, while Wang Zhenggang cast a sidelong glance at him, snorting derisively. Clearly, he was aware of the misfortunes that had befallen Wang Yunkai and Wang Yunfei at Yi Chen's hands, hence his lack of cordiality. Bao Fugui promptly rose to greet them, saying, Mr. Yi, Miss Song, you have arrived. Yi Chen nodded slightly, smiling, with so many masters gathered here. It would be a missed opportunity for me not to witness your skills. An elderly gentleman, clutching a string of prayer beads, inquired curiously, is this young man the one who spent over 100 million at the auction to secure that treasure? Bao Fugui respectfully affirmed, indeed. It was Master Yi himself who made that purchase. Wang Zhenggang scoffed derisively, what on earth is a master? Are they a dime a dozen? Just anyone can claim the title. Yet look at his demeanor. Does he truly deserve such a designation? Only someone of Master Yu's caliber can rightfully be called a master. Others should refrain from embarrassing themselves. As his words fell, the crowd erupted in disdainful laughter. It was not merely malice on Wang Zhenggang's part. Yi Chen's age, attire, and bearing hardly qualified him for such an esteemed title. In contrast, the others present were all distinguished figures of notable repute across the nation. At that moment, a brash young man boldly stepped forward, challenging their status, inciting discontent among the assembly. Yanjing, after sipping his tea, casually remarked, "The youth lacks exposure to the realities of society, often aspiring beyond his reach. Such naivety is commonplace. We need not take offense. My intention in utilizing the Wang family's esteemed venue is to gather everyone for an exchange of insights and to witness the true prowess of genuine masters, while simultaneously weeding out those who possess mere titles without substance." Upon hearing Yanjing's words, the crowd could not help but cast scornful glances at Chen. Given his youth, it was presumed that his skills must be lacking, thus he was likely to be among those deemed unworthy. Song Wanting frowned. Aware that Yanjing would target Chen, yet she hadn't anticipated the atmosphere would be so heavy upon their arrival. Chen, however, remained unperturbed by the murmurs surrounding him, calmly taking his seat. Once all were gathered, Wang Zhengang spoke up, "Since we are all here, I shall explain the purpose of today's gathering. Master Yu has chosen our Wang family's venue for this banquet to not only meet everyone, but also to engage in friendly competition. How will this competition unfold?" Someone queried. "It will naturally be based on the proficiency of our respective arts." At this, Yanjing stood to clarify. "The rules are straightforward. As we all know, the metaphysical realm comprises 5 disciplines: mountains, medicine, fate, physiognomy, and divination. You may choose your area of expertise to select an opponent for the contest." To lend formality to the proceedings, he added, "The Wang family will sponsor the funds, with 5 million awarded for each match. The victor will claim the prize while the loser will receive 5,000 for travel expenses." This arrangement appeared reasonable and enticing, prompting many to nod in agreement. Typically, practitioners in the metaphysical community operate independently, reluctant to reveal their trump cards. However, today's assembly comprised capable individuals, and the prospect of competing for a monetary reward while assessing one another's strengths was appealing. Yet, Chen found Yanjing's motives dubious. He did not believe this banquet was merely intended to showcase his own depth of knowledge. Following discussions among Wang Zhengang and the others, he continued, "However, merely establishing a prize may not sufficiently ignite everyone's enthusiasm, as we are all well-to-do and not in need of a few million. Thus, to enhance motivation, there is an additional stipulation. The victor may opt to take either the 5 million prize or a possession from the loser." The room fell silent in astonishment. Moments later, a buzz of discontent ensued, as many displayed expressions of indignation. "An outsider from Hong Kong aims to claim supremacy in our Jinling? Is this not an encroachment upon our territory? Indeed, even if Master Yu possesses unparalleled strength, it is preposterous for someone from Hong Kong to exert authority here." As the crowd murmured, they realized that this so-called banquet was, in fact, a ploy by Master Yu to unify the metaphysical community of the southern provinces under his rule. At that moment, Wang Zhengang, witnessing the rising agitation, quickly stood to address the assembly. "Please, everyone, remain calm. Master Yu is considering the advancement of our metaphysical community. Previously, we were disunited. Now, we can form an alliance and elect a leader to streamline our efforts against common adversaries. This is indeed a positive development." He continued, "Moreover, with Master Yu at the helm of Jinling's metaphysical community, it will undoubtedly elevate our collective strength." As he spoke, some voiced their opposition, while others began to contemplate their options. Everyone understood that defeating Master Yu would not be an easy feat, given his superior capabilities compared to those present. Ultimately, the victor can seize something from the vanquished. Should one claim the top position, they could command the entire metaphysical realm of Nangguang. It is essential to recognize that metaphysics is not merely an academic pursuit. Behind metaphysics lies a vast industrial chain, and it can even attract the attention of powerful figures. The allure of wealth and authority is difficult for most to resist, and some have already felt a stir of desire. Of course, Yanjing rose to speak. "I do not wish to pressure anyone. If anyone feels apprehensive, now is the time to withdraw. However, should you choose to leave, you will forfeit any opportunity to join the metaphysical alliance of Nangguang in the future, and you will be excluded entirely." A wave of hesitation swept through the crowd. Although the risks were considerable, the opportunities they harbored were equally significant. Each individual weighed the prospects in their minds, for the temptation of becoming the alliance leader was immense, and none considered themselves inferior. Chen remained silent in his seat, observing. Yanjing's ambitions were grandiose. It appeared he sought to pave the way for an incursion into the mainland. Nevertheless, Chen held little interest in this metaphysical alliance and intended to spectate. Soon, a middle-aged man with graying hair stood up. He casually produced several jade pillars, each the length of his fingers. In the sunlight, the pillars emanated a silvery gleam. Holding the jade pillars, he clasped his hands and addressed you, Master. I am Li Yun from Qingshi, here to seek your wisdom on the art of feng shui. The Li family is known for their lineage of the Jin Sui Yuguan, a prestigious lineage of feng shui practitioners. This technique, known as Gua Lu Yin Yang, has been a royal secret since before the Western Zhou period and later disseminated among the populace, garnering many learners, though few have mastered it. Li Yun was the 83rd direct descendant of the Jin Sui Yuguan, having cultivated a reputation throughout the vast expanse of the land. Unwilling to be overshadowed by Yu Jinghai, thus challenging him outright. The crowd buzzed with excitement at Li Yun's challenge. With an air of pride, he raised the jade pillars, proclaiming, "These pillars are treasured relics of my family's lineage, passed down through the ages. Who else but the Li family can claim such enduring heritage and power? If my family does not sit as the foremost in Nongguang, who else would dare to act presumptuously?" Yu Jinghai smiled slightly, appearing unperturbed as he approached Li Yun. "These pillars, while indeed treasures, are mere pearls cloaked in dust in your hands." Li Yun scoffed, declaring, "Then let us see your prowess, Master Yu." With that, he flung the 5 jade pillars outward, forming a star pattern that encircled Yu Jinghai. In the next instant, a layer of white mist began to rise between the pillars, gradually enveloping Yu Jinghai's figure. A gust of wind surged. Li Yun waved his hand, and the pillars seemed to create a vortex, drawing in the surrounding air. The onlookers felt a palpable force emanating from the pillars, their garments rustling violently in the wind. Yu Jinghai, trapped among the pillars, felt the wind whip against his skin painfully. He took a few steps forward, seemingly trying to discern the direction, yet to the spectators, it appeared as though he were merely spinning in place. Seeing this, Li Yun sneered, "This feng shui formation is known as the bewildering wind. Anyone ensnared within will lose their sense of direction. The relentless winds will tear at their flesh within a day, leaving them unable to survive." The Li family's legacy was indeed formidable. Just then, Yu Jinghai halted, a cold smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "A mere parlor trick, dancing before the master." He withdrew a brush from his robe, measuring 3 inches in length, entirely black, its surface adorned with intricate designs etched in vermilion. The Qian Kuan brush. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Noticing Yi Chen's gaze fixed on the brush, Song Wanting explained, "This brush is crafted from meteorite iron, enhanced by the Taoist sect, specifically designed for breaking formations." Yi Chen nodded, stating, "The principles of feng shui inherently rely on magnetic forces. Using a meteorite to disrupt the formation merely exploits the treasures. It does not reflect true skill." At his words, the onlookers regarded him with disdain. Yu Jinghai scoffed, "What does a mere child know of my methods?" Even Li Yun let out a cold huff, asserting, "Even if it is magnetic force, to break the formation, one must locate its core. My family's bewildering wind formation cannot be undone by a mere meteorite brush." As his words faded, Yu Jinghai pointed the brush's tip forward. Instantly, a golden light burst forth from the spot he indicated, and the inwardly swirling winds abruptly reversed direction, gusting outward and dispersing the surrounding mist. The 5 jade pillars toppled outward. With a cough, Li Yun spat blood, his vitality seemingly siphoned away, a few more gray strands appearing in his hair. Clutching his chest, the arrogance he once held vanished, replaced by a feeble smile as he said, "Master Yu is indeed as renowned as his reputation suggests. I am ashamed to face you all. I shall take my leave." He stepped forward, intending to reclaim the 5 jade pillars. "Did I not mention that you may take the pillars?" Yu Jinghai stepped forward, crushing one underfoot, his gaze cold as he regarded Li Yun. Li Yun's face flushed crimson with rage. "What do you mean, Master Yu?" Yu Jinghai surveyed the crowd, who fell silent, before slowly stating, "According to the rules, since you have lost, these pillars now belong to me, Yu Jinghai. Furthermore, you must acknowledge me as your superior." Li Yun, suppressing his anger, retorted, "I have never recognized such rules." Yu Jinghai smiled faintly, nonchalantly replying, "The rules I set must be acknowledged, whether you wish to or not." Li Yun scoffed, "This is merely a private gathering. Do you truly believe you can seize my artifacts and demand my fealty? You are overstepping your bounds." Yu Jinghai nodded, "Indeed. I am taking advantage of my position. What will you do about it?" Li Yun ceased his retorts, attempting to push past Yu Jinghai. Yu Jinghai reversed the brush, using its end to touch Li Yun's chest, sending him crashing backward to the ground. Li Yun was despondent. The feng shui formation failed to ensnare Yu Jinghai, and he could not withstand a single strike. He realized he had been thoroughly defeated, and reclaiming the jade pillars was now a hopeless endeavor. I have lost. It is deserved. I shall return once I have cultivated my skills further and request the pillars back from Master Yu. He coughed blood, suppressing his rage. Yu Jinghai laughed heartily, coldly declaring, "In your eyes, these pillars are rare treasures, yet to me, they are worthless trash." With that, he swept the brush down upon the jade pillar's center. A resounding crack echoed as the pillar shattered. Li Yun's eyes widened in fury, yet he could do nothing, eventually sighing in resignation as he departed. The entire assembly held their breath. Yu Jinghai's might was formidable, and his ruthlessness was evident as he casually destroyed Li Yun's heirloom artifact, cultivated over a millennium. Just moments ago, many had been eager to participate, but now they retreated into the background. Li Tailai wore a troubled expression, whispering a few words to Guoming. Subsequently, he clasped his hands and declared, "What is the purpose of this gathering? Is it merely to witness your performance, Yu Jinghai? I shall take my leave." With that, he prepared to exit alongside Guoming. Suddenly, 4 burly men in black emerged from the sides, blocking their path. Li Tailai bellowed, "What is the meaning of this? Mr. Li, since you have come, why rush to leave?" Yu Jinghai stepped forward, a slight smile gracing his lips. "My banquet is not a place where one can come and go as they please. If you intend to leave now, would it not disrupt the rules?" Li Tailai coldly retorted, "I did not participate in the contest. Do you dare to rob me outright? Mr. Li, I will compete with him." Guoming clasped his hands and spoke, his eyes ablaze with fury. Yu Jinghai, brimming with arrogance, paid no heed to the gathered crowd. Stepping forward, he fixed his gaze on Yu Jinghai and declared angrily, "If you wish to retain President Li, you must first seek my permission." Witnessing Guoming's intention to take action, a flicker of hope ignited within the onlookers. "Master Gua, a mere pretentious master from Gangxing, cannot possibly be your match. Even if he is a prodigy, Ningguang shall not allow him to act with impunity. It is time to humble him and remind him that there are always greater powers beyond." Yu Jinghai, however, merely smiled coldly and replied, "If you are unconvinced, feel free to test your strength." Consumed by rage, Guoming hurled a punch at Yu Jinghai, his power unmistakable, revealing that Guoming was no ordinary individual. "You dare?" Yu Jinghai, wielding the Qian Kuan brush, executed a series of swift strokes in the air, seemingly conjuring an invisible and enigmatic symbol. He then thrust the brush forward, its tip landing on Guoming's forehead. In an instant, Guoming's expression dulled, his eyes vacant as he stared blankly ahead. Song Wanting gasped, "Yu Jinghai's speed is astonishing." Meanwhile, a peculiar smile crept upon Guoming's face, as if he had glimpsed something fascinating before him. Yu Jinghai, maintaining a relaxed demeanor, observed Guoming with a hint of amusement. As Guoming's face began to flush, his body twisted about comically. Yu Jinghai pointed his finger and commanded, "Strip." At this command, Guoming chuckled eerily and began shedding his clothing. This was only the beginning. He proceeded to remove his trousers. Alarmed, Song Wanting quickly turned away, whispering to Yi Chun, "What is happening to Guoming? Has he been possessed?" Yi Chun shook his head, replying, "It is Yu Jinghai's illusionary magic." At that moment, Guoming stood utterly bare, his arms encircling as if embracing a woman, swaying incessantly. Yu Jinghai then issued another command, "Lick my shoes." Upon hearing this, Guoming immediately dropped to the ground, yet a flicker of defiance shone in his eyes as he spat, "You old beast, how dare you humiliate me so?" Yu Jinghai snickered, amplifying his voice as he commanded, "Lick." Guoming's demeanor once again turned foggy. The crowd stood in stunned silence, while Yu Jinghai mocked, a mere insect. "With such trivial skills, dares to challenge me?" Li Tailai's face turned ashen, his legs trembling as he clutched the nearest table for support. The ease with which Yu Jinghai had dismantled 2 masters left everyone in disbelief. Bao Fugi murmured, filled with dread, This is the illusionary magic of the Western regions, a technique capable of manipulating the human mind." The crowd collectively gasped, for this ancient art, long thought lost, was said to have been passed down within esoteric circles. Mastery of this magic allowed one to create illusions before others, ensnaring them in a trance. Those who perfected it could manipulate minds at will, even compelling someone to take their own life without hesitation. From Yu Jinghai's display, It was evident he had mastered this art. Furthermore, the abilities he had showcased were likely merely the tip of the iceberg. His true strength was beyond the wildest imaginations of those present. At that moment, Yu Jinghai kicked Guoming aside and snapped his fingers. Guoming, as if deflated, collapsed onto the ground, painfully aware of his nakedness, scrambling to reclaim his clothes. Wang Jing smirked, "So, Master Gua, do you still feel confident in your capabilities against Master Yu's methods?" Guoming's face twitched, his teeth grinding in frustration as he clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh until blood trickled down. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter, "I concede." The courtyard fell into a profound silence. Not a soul dared to utter another word, breaths barely audible. Yu Jinghai then turned his attention to Yi Chen and spoke, "You who once stole my precious Chiron, now witness my divine skills. Do you still dare to be arrogant?" Yi Chen shrugged, replying, "With such trivial prowess, you think it counts as skill?" Song Wanting urgently tugged at Yi Chen, whispering, "You should concede. Yu Jinghai does possess some ability. Do not risk your life over trivial pride." Yu Jinghai sneered, "Naive youth. I ask you, will you dare to compete with me? Should you lose, you will return my Chiron and kneel in apology." Yi Chen smiled indifferently. "Compete? Who do you think you are to demand my participation?" The crowd gasped, shocked at his audacity. Did he wish to court death? The once serene courtyard was now charged with tension. Song Wanting stood aghast, realizing the gravity of his words. This would not end well. Yu Jinghai's anger morphed into a twisted grin as he advanced toward Yi Chen, stating, "I have encountered many in my life, yet none so blatantly courting death as you." Yi Chen replied with a smile, "As for life and death, it remains to be seen." Yu Jinghai's murderous intent flared, his gaze icy as he prepared to strike. Suddenly, a group stormed in from outside, led by Qin Aodong, who immediately spotted Yi Chen and barked, "Yi Chen, you charlatan, you have deceived my uncle, swindling our family's wealth for your own gain, only to be exposed by Master Yu. Return our money at once, or my family will not spare you." Before he could finish, Qin Gang and Qin Aoshui entered, but upon hearing Qin Aodong's accusations, it was too late to intervene, leading to an awkward silence. Yi Chen cast a casual glance at him without uttering a word. However, that single glance sent chills down Qin Gang's spine, evoking an instinctual fear. He quickly reprimanded Qin Aodong, nervously attempting to explain to Yi Chen, "Master Yi, allow me to clarify." Qin Gang, unable to conceal the truth, recounted the events. After listening, Yi Chen merely furrowed his brow, coldly stating, "Just over 100 million. If you wish to withdraw, I can return your funds at any time." "Oh, Master Yi, please do not say that. I would never dare ask for a refund from you." Qin Gang, still uncertain of Yi Chen's true abilities, sought to maintain a cordial facade. He hesitated, contemplating whether to pit Yu Jinghai against Yi Chen. If Yi Chen faltered before Yu Jinghai, he would not hesitate to demand restitution for his losses. Thus, he told Yi Chen and the others, "I shall not intrude upon your competition. We can discuss this matter later. Please continue with your important affairs." Qin Aodong, furious, opened his mouth to protest, but was silenced by a fierce glare from Qin Gang. Yu Jinghai, seizing the moment, chuckled and said, "Your timing is impeccable. I know your family has been troubled lately, and Yi Chen has previously performed rituals for you. Today, I shall compete with him and resolve your family's troubles once and for all. Yi Chen, if you dare to refuse this challenge, not only will you perish today, but I will ensure your entire family meets the same fate." Yi Chen frowned, coldly retorting, "If you seek death, then let it be as you wish." Chapter 93. "I have no interest in you," as Yi Chen boldly proclaimed his defiance. Yu Jinghai's fury ignited. With a mocking laugh, he turned to Wang Jingong, saying, "It appears some of the youth are truly fearless, completely oblivious to the concept of mortality. If that is the case, I shall take it upon myself to teach him a lesson today." Having spoken, he immediately turned to Wang Zhonggang and commanded, "Fetch me a string of copper coins, 9 sticks of incense, a blood jade censer, and a thunderstruck juju wood talisman. Today marks this young man's demise." Wang Zhonggang hastened to prepare, swiftly gathering all the items. Yu Jinghai arranged an altar, inscribing the 4 characters heaven and earth, "Please command." He then trimmed the incense sticks, inserting them into the blood jade censer. As the incense burned, the rising smoke carried a faint crimson hue. Yu Jinghai clutched the thunderstruck juju wood talisman, commencing his incantation. The moment the spell left his lips, Qin Gang, standing nearby, shuddered violently. His scalp tingled as if electrified, convulsing abruptly. His eyes became bloodshot, His mind pounded relentlessly as if struck by a heavy hammer. He involuntarily clenched his teeth, producing a soft clicking sound. After a moment, unable to endure the excruciating pain, he inquired, "Master Yu, how much longer will this feng shui array persist? Your home has been tainted by this extremely and evil energy for too long, and it is not a simple matter to completely remove it. Please be patient for a moment." Hearing Master Yu's words, Qin Gang had no choice but to continue enduring. However, as the incantation persisted, Qin Gang felt increasingly unwell. What began as mere pain now felt as if all the strength was being drained from his body, making it difficult to even stand. Just then, he suddenly felt a cool sensation emanating from his chest, gradually spreading, bringing him a modicum of relief. Qin Gang looked down, astonished. This is the evil dispelling token forged by Chen. At this moment, Yu Jinghai performed a sword finger gesture, forcing a drop of blood from his middle finger. With a flick, he propelled the blood droplet onto the thunderstruck Jujube wood talisman. "Suppress," Yu Jinghai intoned, raising the thunderstruck Jujube wood talisman and striking at the strands of bloody smoke. The instant the Jujube wood talisman made contact with the bloody smoke, Qin Gang felt as if a string in his mind had been severed by a sword, his vision instantly turning blood red. Blood trickled from his orifices. "Dad!" Qin Aoshua rushed forward, supporting Qin Gang. Qin Gang, his face ashen, devoid of strength, leaned weakly against Qin Aoshua. Qin Aodong was also anxious, questioning, "Master Yu, what's happening to my second uncle?" Yu Jinghai glanced at him, explaining nonchalantly, "Your Qin family has been plagued by extremely and evil energy. Qin Gang, as the head of your family, carries a heavy burden of and evil energy. I am using a secret method to break this energy, which will naturally affect his body. His bleeding from the orifices is a testament to the efficacy of my secret method, and the complete removal of your Qin family's and evil energy." Hearing this, Qin Gang managed a weak smile, cupping his fist with the last of his strength. Expressing his gratitude, "Master Yu has saved the lives of my entire Qin family. Qin Gang will surely repay you handsomely." After bleeding from his orifices, he indeed felt his body recovering, his breathing becoming smoother than before. Not only him, but even Qin Aodong felt lighter, as if his energy had been restored in an instant, and he also expressed his gratitude to Yu Jinghai incessantly. Bao Fuguei marveled inwardly. This Yu Jinghai is truly a master of great skill. The Qin family has been troubled by this and evil energy for so long. Yet Yu Jinghai effortlessly dispelled it with a mere feng shui arrangement. The assembled guests, all esteemed figures in the realm of metaphysics, could naturally discern that the Qin family's and evil energy had been broken. They couldn't help but cast admiring glances at Yu Jinghai. Qin Aodong and Qin Aoshua together helped Qin Gang to a nearby chair. At this moment, Qin Aodong looked at Yi Chun with disdain, disgruntledly saying, "You imposter. You should admit it now. Return the money you swindled from our Qin family immediately." Yi Chun curled his lip and said, "I can return the money, but Qin Gang may not live long enough to spend it." "What?" Qin Gang exclaimed in alarm. Yi Chun gave him a cold look and said, "Look at the palm of your hand. Is there a red line?" Qin Gang's expression turned ugly. He quickly flipped his hand over, and his expression froze. On his palm, there was indeed a faint red line. This red line started from the lifeline on his palm and extended all the way to his arm. Qin Gang was shocked. "What is this? I didn't have this before." Yi Chun said coldly, "This is your lifeline. The Qin family's evil aura soars to the sky, and the method Yu Jinghai used is to use your life to resolve it. 3 days later, when this red line extends to your elbow, you will die. You are using the virtue you have accumulated throughout your life of good deeds to exchange for the continuation of the Qin family line." Hearing this, Qin Gang was immediately stunned. Qin Aodong was also flustered and looked at the crowd. The masters present nodded slightly. Qin Gang would indeed not live for more than 3 days. Qin Aodong knelt on the ground with a thud and pleaded with Yu Jinghai, "Master Yu, please save my second uncle again." Yu Jinghai looked arrogant and sneered. "The Taoist magic has already been cast. How can it be withdrawn? Using Qin Gang's life to exchange for the lives of your family, you should thank me." Qin Aoshua also turned pale and bit her lip for a long time before kneeling in front of Yi Chun with a thud and said, "Please, save my dad." Yi Chun glanced at her and said indifferently, "Since your Qin family chose to believe in Yu Jinghai, it has nothing to do with me. Why should I take action?" Qin Aoshua's eyes were red, and she gritted her teeth and said, "If you can save my dad, I will agree to any request of yours." Yi Chun chuckled and said, "I have no interest in you." Qin Gang also ran over and knelt in front of Yi Chen, crying, "Master Yi, I was blinded by greed. It was all Qin Aodong, this jinx, who bewitched me." As he spoke, Qin Gang grabbed Qin Aodong and slapped him in the face as if his life depended on it. Qin Aodong dodged repeatedly. Qin Aoshua also grabbed Yi Chen's leg and cried, "Please save my dad, please." Yi Chen sighed and said, "Okay, get up. I was just scaring you. There's nothing wrong. Fortunately, your dad brought an evil dispelling amulet with him. Otherwise, there would be no time to beat Qin Aodong." Qin Gang looked suspicious and took out the evil dispelling token from his arms and asked, "Did this token work?" Yi Chen nodded and said, "The red line will fade soon. With Yu Jinghai's skills, it's far from enough to break my evil dispelling amulet." Qin Gang looked down at his arm and saw that the red line had indeed dimmed a lot and was gradually fading away. He was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, Master Yi. If it weren't for you, I would be." Yi Chen waved his hand and said, "It's your own good luck. And you brought the amulet with you. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother to care about your life or death." After speaking, Yi Chen turned to look at Yu Jinghai and said, "Now the result is obvious. Won't you admit defeat?" Qin Aodong finally came to his senses and knelt on the ground, apologizing to Yi Chen nonstop. Yu Jinghai's face turned green, and he glared at Yi Chen fiercely and said, "Relying on some small tricks, you dare to say you've won? I originally wanted to spare your life, but who knew you would be so stubborn? I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the tridacna and apologize on your knees." He didn't want to use his last trump card, but things had come to this point. Yi Chen had defeated him and made his carefully laid out plan come to naught. Moreover, once he used his trump card, even he couldn't completely control it. "And everyone here might die?" Yi Chen's face gradually turned cold and said, "What if I say no? You force me to do this." As soon as Yu Jinghai finished speaking, he took out a black porcelain jar from the box next to him. Several red leeches jumped out of the jar, and the leeches that jumped out grew a pair of small wings in midair. Then, they pounced on the meat on the table and began to suck it. Song Wanting's expression was strange and said, "These leeches are too disgusting, right?" Everyone watched the black leeches pounce on the meat. The scene was strange and bizarre. The masters present were all confused and didn't know what was going on. They asked each other. In a fleeting moment, the flesh consumed by the sanguineous leeches underwent a rapid transformation, as countless minuscule black leeches emerged from within. The dishes arrayed upon the table swiftly decayed and putrefied, emanating a reeking stench, teeming with a proliferation of leeches. A sable hound, previously lounging idly in the courtyard's sunlit embrace, was seized by stark terror at the leech's advent. Its ears perked up, emitting frantic barks. The leeches, as if guided by the canine's clamor, converged upon it en masse. Instantly, the hound was densely enveloped in a layer of leeches. As they gorged themselves, the dog withered into a desiccated husk with astonishing rapidity, its lifeblood utterly drained. From the dog's fur, a new generation of leeches arose, ascending into the firmament. The assembled throng was aghast, and as the repulsive leeches sought their next quarry, they scattered in disarray. The dog's ghastly fate was etched in their minds, and none wished to suffer a similar demise. The esoteric masters, confronted with the overwhelming swarm, invoked their most potent defenses. Those with mystical implements brandished them, while others chanted incantations. Yet, despite their efforts, individuals succumbed, shrieking as they swatted at the leeches clinging to them. Song Wanting, her countenance pallid, sought refuge near Yu Chen, exclaiming in dismay, "These leeches are exceedingly aggressive." Baofugue, his voice trembling with dread and indignation, declared, "This is not a Taoist art, but rather a Southeast Asian gu cultivation technique. You possess a modicum of insight." Yu Jinghai retorted with a boastful laugh, his tone chilling. "I procured 100 freshly deceased corpses, complemented by fetuses born in the most inauspicious years, months, and hours, and various arcane elixirs to concoct these blood corpse goo. Today, those who acknowledge my supremacy shall live, while those who dare defy me shall find their demise at the hands of my blood corpse goo, a fate they should deem an honor." The scarlet leeches propagated with extraordinary speed. A middle-aged man, bitten once on the arm, witnessed it turn black and shrivel. The leeches buzzed in the air, their droning gradually inducing a sense of disorientation. Song Wanting, experiencing a surge of nausea, clung closer to Yi Chen, finding solace in his proximity. She discerned a protective aura surrounding Yi Chen, deterring the leeches from approaching. Any audacious enough to venture within 3 meters of him dissipated into nothingness. Yi Chen, observing the leech's depredations, his expression impassive, advanced toward Yu Jinghai. Simultaneously, a nimbus of white radiance enveloped Yi Chen, interwoven with crackling arcs of lightning, emanating a subtle, staccato sound. This was the thunderclap talisman he had crafted, now taking effect. Yu Jinghai, witnessing Yi Chen's approach, the leeches disintegrating into ash at his proximity, exclaimed in disbelief. What sorcery is this? How can this be? Yi Chen advanced, his form bathed in light, his countenance serene. Yu Jinghai's composure crumbled, his aged visage quivering. Impossible, he bellowed hysterically. The blood corpse I spent a decade crafting cannot be thwarted by a callow youth such as you. Yu Chen, his gaze fixed upon Yu Jinghai. His voice composed, declared, a mere vile art dares to claim supremacy? Today, I shall enlighten you as to the true meaning of divine power. With a thunderous roar, Yu Chen proclaimed, by my command, descend, thunder. Instantly, a thunderclap reverberated, echoing in the ears of all present. The azure sky, at Yu Chen's command, was swiftly veiled in dark clouds. Wind and thunder raged, as if the heavens themselves were about to shatter. Energy coalesced, and within the clouds, silvery lightning danced. Awaiting its summon, Song Wanning, awestruck, beheld the divine spectacle. Some in the throng were prostrate with terror. Yu Chen gestured downward, and a bolt of lightning, cleaving the heavens, crashed down. All arts and stratagems were rendered futile in the face of such a divine manifestation. Vast swaths of leeches were instantly annihilated. The ground was scorched, trees ignited, and a scene of desolation unfolded. Yu Chen, his hands clasped behind him, his gaze sweeping across the scene, exuded an aura of divine power. After a moment, torrential rain cascaded, cleansing the ravaged earth. The assembled masters, regaining their senses, prostrated themselves before Yi Chen. This was a true deity, a divine intervention. Master Yi, you are the true master. Had you not intervened, we would have been doomed. Qin Gang, shaken to his core, was none the less relieved that he had not, like Qin Aodong, provoked Master Yi. Such divine power was beyond mortal comprehension. As the thunder dissipated and the leeches vanished, Yu Jinghai's altar lay shattered. Yu Jinghai, paralyzed with terror, could barely stand. Yu Chen's power was beyond his comprehension. Before Yu Chen, he was less than an ant. Had that thunderbolt struck him, he would have shared the leech's fate. He dared linger no longer, fleeing towards the courtyard's exit. As long as he preserved his life, nothing else mattered. The title of Supreme Nangguang, the pinnacle of sorcery, was meaningless in the face of death. Did I grant you leave? Yi Chen's gaze followed him, and with a flick of his fingers, he commanded, descend, thunder. A bolt of lightning descended, and Yu Jinghai cried out as his skin cracked and charred. He pleaded, Master Yi, I was wrong. Spare my life. Yi Chen, his countenance impassive, approached Yu Jinghai, desecrating the newly deceased, using fetuses to cultivate goo. How dare you beg for mercy? Your crimes are countless, and as an evil sorcerer, you are condemned by all. Today, I shall act on behalf of the heavens and execute you with lightning. Yu Jinghai stared at the sky, his heart filled with despair. He realized this was his final day. He was consumed by regret, unable to comprehend how a small city like Jinling could harbor such a godlike being. Why had he offended such a figure for the sake of the empty title of Supreme Nangguang? Descend, thunder. Yi Chen commanded once more, and the lightning in the clouds converged into a single bolt, striking Yu Jinghai. The once arrogant master was silenced, consumed by the electric discharge. When the lightning subsided, Yu Jinghai was reduced to a charred husk, unrecognizable. The stench of burnt flesh permeated the air. Yu Chen waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept through, dispelling the odor. In the wind, Yi Chen's robes fluttered, and he resembled an immortal. The esoteric masters in the courtyard remained prostrate, silent. Qin Aodong hid behind Qin Aoshua, fearing Yi Chen's gaze. The thunderbolts had shattered his courage. Yu Jinghai, so powerful, had been helpless. He realized that his survival was solely due to Yi Chen's indifference. Master Yi, you are a true divine being. Qin Gang, weak but respectful, knelt, offering his obeisance. Wang Zhengang, terrified, prostrated himself, crawling on his knees to Yi Chen's feet, kowtowing incessantly. Master Yi, please spare my life. I was blinded by greed and deceived by that scoundrel named you, which led me to associate with him. I implore you, Master Yi, to spare me. Henceforth, I shall follow you, serving you devotedly. Yi Chen cast a detached glance at him and walked past. Bao Fugue also bowed respectfully, declaring, we have all witnessed Master Ye's prowess. From this moment on, he alone shall be the supreme of Nangguang, and the realm of Nangguang's metaphysics shall be his private domain. Just moments ago, a group had fought fiercely over the title of supreme. Yet now not a soul dared to dissent. All bowed deeply before Yi Chen with utmost reverence. We shall obey Master Ye's commands. Chapter 95, Commanding the Masses. The very individuals who had previously bickered over the title now turned their adoring gazes towards Yi Chen, collectively reflecting on the magnitude of his abilities. He had summoned heavenly thunder, a feat they could only dream of. With such a person commanding Jinling, who would dare to oppose him? Their eyes glinted as they glanced at Yanjing, still smoldering on the ground. If they could gain even a modicum of guidance from Yi Chen, they might ascend to a new level. They were determined to cling to this powerful ally. Yi Chen, sensing the fervent and almost unnerving stares from the crowd, quickly expressed, I possess little knowledge of feng shui and metaphysics, and my time is limited. Henceforth, I shall entrust the affairs of the metaphysical realm to Bao Fugawei. Little knowledge? The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could someone who effortlessly summoned heavenly thunder claim to know little? What did that make of their tireless practice? Truly, comparing oneself to others was utterly disheartening. Observing the frozen atmosphere in the hall, Bao Fugawei took a couple of steps forward and clasped his hands respectfully towards Yi Chen. Thank you for your trust, Master Yi. I shall not fail your expectations. We will discuss and resolve the matters of our sect together, and should there be any uncertainties, we may need to seek your guidance. Yi Chen nodded, and the atmosphere in the hall regained its vigor. Li Tailai, the wealthiest man, stepped forward with a glimmer in his eyes, respectfully proclaiming, Master Yi is truly a dragon among men. I, Li, am humbled. A mere check, but a token of my respect. With that, he raised a check with both hands in reverence. Guoming quickly followed suit, exclaiming, Today, witnessing Master Ye's prowess has been worth a lifetime for me. From now on, whether it be matters large or small, I am at your service. Seeing this, the crowd internally chastised the two cunning old men but hastily approached, presenting gifts and pledging their allegiance. One even shamelessly proclaimed that his daughter, at the tender age of 18, was ready for marriage. Bao Fugawei, noticing the situation spiraling out of control, coughed to regain attention. Master Yi, the Wang family has invested 150 million for today's banquet as a prize. As the rightful victor, this reward is naturally yours. Kneeling, Wang Zhenggang realized he could not afford to wait any longer. He shouted for Master Yi while crawling towards him, tears and snot marring his face. Master Yi, I was wrong. I nearly betrayed the heroes of Nongguang. It was my folly. Yi Chen coldly regarded his disheveled state. Wang Zhenggang, were you not in cahoots with Yu Jinghai? Wang Zhenggang wept bitterly. I was deceived, Master Yi. I failed to recognize the true figure among us. I shall be more vigilant and follow you from now on. Sensing Yi Chen's continued indifference, he hastily added, Master Yi, I wish to offer you a villa as a token of my apology. Please accept it. A villa? Yi Chen furrowed his brow. To him, a villa was insignificant. However, purchasing one would be inappropriate, given he could not explain the source of the funds to his wife. But if someone wished to gift him one, he saw no reason to refuse, especially since his family still resided in their old house and indeed needed a better environment. Wang Zhenggang was indeed somewhat despicable, but seeing his earnest remorse, he deemed him not deserving of death. Thus, Yi Chen nodded and said, You've shown some consideration, let it be so. However, if I catch you in wrongdoing again, I shall not be so lenient. Wang Zhenggang rejoiced and hastily kowtowed in gratitude. Thank you, Master Yi, for your mercy. I shall reflect deeply and ensure it never happens again. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to the visibly terrified Qin Gang and asked coolly, Qin Gang, do you and your family believe I, Yi Chen, have deceived you? Qin Gang's legs gave way, and he fell to his knees in terror, saying, I dare not. I was merely momentarily confused and had doubts about Master Yi. Now I am completely convinced. You are the true master of metaphysics. Please forgive me. He then seized the terrified Qin Aodong and yelled, You wretched fool, kneel. Qin Aodong trembled, and upon hearing his brother's shout, he collapsed to the ground, stammering, Master Yi, I was wrong. I did not mean to doubt you. Qin Gang slapped him hard, followed by another blow, delivering a series of over 10 slaps until Qin Aodong's face swelled grotesquely. He dared not move, sobbing on the ground. At that moment, the pain of being struck paled in comparison to his fear of Yi Chen summoning heavenly thunder upon him. Just as he had do, she was utterly astonished, simultaneously consumed by an intense curiosity regarding Yi Chen. Just moments ago at the Wang family residence, Yi Chen had effortlessly summoned thunder and lightning. rendering the once formidable figures around him as insignificant as ants, his imposing aura echoing through the ages. Yet, once the spectacle had concluded, he reverted to his ordinary self, so unremarkable that he could easily be lost among a crowd of strangers. Beneath this seemingly mundane exterior, Song Wanting was acutely aware of the immense and unfathomable power he harbored. Unable to restrain herself, she inquired, "Yi Chun, can you truly summon thunder and lightning? Is this some form of celestial magic?" Yi Chun responded enigmatically, smiling, "If I claimed it was mere coincidence, would you believe me?" Song Wanting couldn't help but recall the scene. The sky ablaze with lightning crashing down, while Yi Chun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, an embodiment of dominion amidst the tempest. Any woman witnessing such a display would surely find it hard not to be captivated by him. A flutter of emotion stirred within her, yet she quickly dismissed this fanciful notion. Surely, no one could genuinely summon thunder and lightning. In her understanding, such a feat would require a conductive object, much like Franklin's kite experiment. If Yi Chun could indeed summon lightning with a mere gesture, why would he endure humiliation at the Shao family? Was it possible that the thunderstorm had merely been a coincidence? Upon returning home, Yi Chun was greeted by the loud complaints of his mother-in-law, Ma Lan. "I told you to find a capable husband, but you never listened. Look at Wang Lifeng's son-in-law, who gifted her a spacious 4-bedroom apartment, a staggering 180 square meters. How bright and airy. And here we are, crammed into a mere 120 square meters, feeling utterly suffocated." After venting, she continued angrily, "Their son-in-law is dependable, while the Yi Chun you married is utterly useless. Relying on him, I fear I will never live in a grand house." Xiao Charin's discontented voice interjected, "Mom, there's no need to envy others. I've just been promoted to director. If we save for a few more years, we can afford a new home." Ma Lan retorted with exasperation, "Wait a few more years. By then, the opportunity will have passed. Ever since you married Yi Chun, our lives have plummeted. We used to live in the Shao family villa, and now look at us. We can only reside in this shabby place. All my friends live better than I do." Xiao Charin countered, "Mom, what is the point of constantly comparing ourselves to others?" "There is no point." Ma Lan snapped. "It's pointless because I can't measure up to them. Especially pointless." Yi Chun, shaking his head in resignation, entered the house. Upon seeing him, Ma Lan scoffed. "Oh, you finally decided to come home? Are you going to cook, or what? We're all starving here." Yi Chun smiled, "Mom, I'll whip something up right away." He promptly made his way to the kitchen. Yi Chun was well aware of Ma Lan's character. She was materialistic and fickle, always feeling discontent when others possessed something she coveted. If she knew that Wang Zhengang was offering to gift him a villa as an apology, she would likely rush over to flatter him. However, given her current attitude, he decided to keep the matter of the house to himself for the time being. As Yi Chun busied himself in the kitchen, Xiao Charin approached him, whispering, "Mom is just that kind of person, enamored with wealth. Don't take her words to heart." Yi Chun feigned ignorance. "Did your mom confide in you about that? I didn't hear a thing. You don't need to find excuses for me." She was shouting so loudly. How could I not hear? Xiao Charin playfully poked Yi Chun's forehead. Unable to resist, Yi Chun grasped her delicate hand. Xiao Charin's face flushed crimson as she glanced nervously towards Ma Lan, attempting to withdraw her hand. Yi Chun, however, held on, turning her wrist to reveal the bracelet he had crafted for her. "Do you feel the magic of this bracelet?" "The bracelet?" Xiao Charin pondered before nodding. "You know, it truly is remarkable. I used to suffer from insomnia, but since wearing it, I sleep soundly and feel much better." "What material is it made of?" Yi Chun chuckled. "It's nothing special, just ordinary pearls. The key is that your mood has improved, which naturally enhances your well-being." The lustrous sea spirit pearl rested gently on Xiao Charin's wrist, accentuating her porcelain skin. As Yi Chun held her soft and smooth hand, he felt a thirst arise within him. Xiao Charin noticed the affection in his gaze and swiftly withdrew her hand, casting him a playful glare. Yi Chun smiled. "Charin, are you hoping to buy a new house?" "Ever since my mom moved out of the villa, she has been complaining that this place is too small and too shabby." Xiao Charin sighed, then snapped back to reality. "But the housing prices are exorbitant right now. We simply don't have enough money. So let us forget about it." Then, a thought struck her, and she exclaimed, "Wait. We could start by checking out some properties and see how much more a larger place would cost. If the price difference isn't too high, we could consider an upgrade." Before Yi Chun could respond, Xiao Charin excitedly declared, "It's settled then. Tomorrow is the weekend. Let us go look at some properties." Seeing her enthusiasm, Yi Chen nodded. If you want to go, I'll accompany you. Xiao Charan began researching properties on her phone, deciding to visit the scenic Xinhai Garden. Just as they finished their meal, someone knocked on the door, and a courier handed Yi Chen a small package, saying, "This is your local delivery. Please sign here." After signing for it, Yi Chen unwrapped the package to discover a set of house keys and several golden cards inscribed with A05, Tang Chun E Pin Villa. At that moment, Yi Chen received a call from Wang Zhenggang, the head of the Wang family, who respectfully inquired, "Master Yi, have you received the keys and cards?" The Tangchen E-Pin Villa is the most prestigious real estate project developed by our company in Jinling. The A05 unit I sent you is the largest villa, with a usable area exceeding 1,000 square meters, exclusive of the garden. Please accept it graciously. Yi Chun had heard of Tangchen E-Pin. They had developed villas and high-rise apartments in Jinling, making it the most upscale real estate project in the area. A villa of this caliber would easily fetch over 100 million. It appeared that Wang Zhenggang was indeed generous. Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, "You're too kind." Wang Zhenggang responded with uncontainable joy, "Not at all. It is an honor for the Wang family to serve Master Yi." Upon returning to his room, Yi Chen deliberately asked Xiao Charan, "Dear, do you like the Tangchen E-Pin properties?" Tangchen E-Pin. Xiao Charan gasped. How could we possibly afford a house there? Even the ordinary high-rise apartments are twice the price of those elsewhere. But the properties are undoubtedly the best in Jinling. Yi Chen smiled slightly. "We can go take a look tomorrow. We can decide whether to buy later." Xiao Charan quickly waved her hand. "Let us be realistic and look at more affordable housing." Yi Chen chuckled, "To be honest, I have a friend at Tangchen E-Pin who can help us access internal pricing. We can check it out first." Chapter 97. The magnificent Tang Chun E-Pin Villa. The following morning, Yi Chen brought along the villa keys and access cards gifted by Wang Zhenggang as he and his wife drove to the Tangchun E-Pin sales center. Soon, they arrived at the bustling sales center, teeming with people. It was clear that the residents of Jinling had a keen interest in the Tangchun E-Pin properties. Even if they couldn't afford them, many came to satisfy their curiosity. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Charan turned to Yi Chen and said, "Yi Chen, there are so many people here, and we cannot afford it. Perhaps we should refrain from joining the crowd?" Yi Chen smiled and replied, "My dear, we have come all this way, why leave now? Besides, I am quite eager to broaden my horizons. Come inside with me, won't you?" Xiao Charan sighed and conceded, "All right then, it would be a good opportunity to observe what the prestigious Tangchen E-Pin is like." Upon entering, they found a multitude of individuals gathered around a vast sand table, listening intently to the sales representative as she elaborated on the general situation of the Tangchun E-Pin community. The development in Jinling was quite expansive. Surrounding the core area were high-rise residential buildings, which represented relatively ordinary housing, with sizes ranging from 120 to 240 square meters. The prices were exorbitant, starting at 80,000 per square meter. In the innermost section, the most serene and ideal location featured standalone villas. The villa layouts ranged from 300 square meters to over 1,000, complete with gardens and basements, thus commanding a price of 130,000 per square meter. This meant that the villa gifted to Yi Chun by Wang Zhenggang was valued at a staggering 130 million. The sales representative continued, "We provide exclusive property management and security services for the esteemed villa owners. Although the ordinary residences and the villas are within the same community, there exists a separate wall that isolates the villa area from the regular housing." She further emphasized that the ordinary residential area was already highly secure, denying entry to any unauthorized individuals, making the villas even more protected. In truth, she added, should a thief manage to infiltrate the ordinary residential area, it would be impossible for them to breach the villa security. Thus, villa owners can rest assured of their safety. At that moment, a woman angrily exclaimed, "You must be joking. Are you expecting the owners of the ordinary residences to shield the villa owners from harm?" Many around nodded in agreement, recognizing the implication of the sales representative's words. Yi Chen found the voice somewhat familiar and looked up to discover it belonged to Xiao Charan's cousin, Xiao Weiwei. What is she doing here? Both Yi Chen and Xiao Charan were taken aback. As they glanced beside her, they noticed her father, Xiao Changqian, her mother, Qian Hongyan, and her brother, Xiao Hailong, were also present. Could it be that they were there to purchase a property? Xiao Charan whispered to Yi Chen, "Uncle's family is here. We should leave." Yi Chen shook his head. "Why should we leave? Just because they are here, does that mean we cannot be?" Xiao Charan replied, I was merely concerned they might take the opportunity to belittle you. Chen smiled gently, saying, "Do not worry. Your husband has endured mockery for so long that he has become immune to it." "Very well." Chen reluctantly nodded. At this point, the sales representative, still smiling, addressed the protesting Xiao Weiwei. "Madam, to be candid, we at Tangchen Pin have always regarded our villa owners as the most distinguished clientele. Our private swimming pool, elite sports club, wellness center, golf course, and Michelin star restaurant imported from Italy are all located within the villa area, exclusively serving the villa owners." Xiao Weiwei retorted furiously. "Are you implying that we, the owners of the high-rise apartments, are less than human? We have spent our money too, you know? Why should we be denied access to these facilities?" The sales representative apologized. "I sincerely regret the misunderstanding. We do have a club in the high-rise area as well. Should you purchase a property, you would have access to that facility." Xiao Weiwei protested. "Am I not allowed to enjoy the high-end wellness services or play golf inside?" "Unfortunately not," the sales representative replied. "The amenities within are specifically designed for villa owners. My sincerest apologies." Xiao Hailong, visibly furious, exclaimed, "What nonsense is this? We were planning to purchase your largest high-rise apartment at 240 square meters, costing around 16 to 17 million. If we spend such a considerable sum, why are we barred from using the facilities inside? Damn it, do you believe I won't withdraw my offer?" The sales representative smiled gently. "Sir, to be frank, the reason we built this project included a surrounding area of ordinary residences was due to city regulations that prohibited us from developing a purely villa community, as they consider it a waste of land and volume. Therefore, these ordinary residences are merely auxiliary, and everything here prioritizes the villa owners. If this does not meet your expectations, you may opt for a villa or simply choose not to purchase anything. Honestly, our ordinary units are selling remarkably well, with 80 sold upon opening." Xiao Hailong's expression darkened instantly. He had anticipated that threatening to withdraw would give him leverage, but to his surprise, they seemed wholly unconcerned. The unspoken message from the sales representative was clear: buy if you wish, or leave if you don't care. Frustrated, Xiao Hailong blurted to his parents, "Let's go. We can buy wherever we choose." However, his mother, Chen Hongyan, replied, "Why should we leave? I have set my sights on a property here. I have no interest in anything else." Xiao Hailong urged, "Mom, living here means serving as a shield for the wealthy villa owners and being treated differently. What's the point?" "You know nothing," Chen Hongyan retorted, asserting that even though the environment and facilities of the high-rise apartments might not match the villa area, it was still the best among high-rise communities in Jinling. "The villa where your grandmother resides is far too outdated, and the renovations were done years ago. I am thoroughly tired of it." Xiao Changqian chimed in, agreeing, "Your grandmother's villa is indeed very old, and the surroundings are quite remote with limited amenities. It takes a long drive just to buy a pack of cigarettes at night, unlike this place, which is so well furnished." He continued, "I share your mother's opinion. Let us purchase here." Xiao Hailong sighed, realizing that he had just been boasting in front of the sales representative, now facing the possibility of ridicule. Just then, he spotted two familiar figures, which sparked his interest, and he exclaimed, "Oh, Chen, Chen, what brings you both here?" Xiao Chen, caught off guard by Xiao Hailong's sudden recognition, felt the attention of her family drawn towards them. She awkwardly chuckled and replied, "I came out for a stroll with Chen, just to take a look." Xiao Hailong immediately scoffed, "What? With your family's limited means, and with your useless husband, do you really think you can afford a home in such a high-end place as Tangchen Pin?" Chapter 98. Short-sighted individuals. Xiao Hailong held Chen in utter disdain and harbored resentment toward Xiao Chen, who was then the company director. Seeing the couple at Tangchen Pin was an opportunity for him to mock them. Upon hearing Xiao Hailong's disparaging remarks directed at him and his wife, Chen coldly retorted, "What makes you think you can come to Tangchen Pin, while we cannot?" Xiao Hailong sneered, "I am here because my family can afford it. You, a mere pauper, do you really believe you can buy a home here?" Chen smiled. "How do you know I cannot afford it?" Xiao Hailong scoffed, "You must be joking. Do you even know the price of these homes? The smallest unit is 120 square meters, priced over 80,000 per square meter, totaling at least 10 million. Do you have 10 million? Chen laughed heartily. "I would not even consider the smallest unit. If I were to buy, it would be the largest." "Huh." Xiao Hailong chuckled derisively. "The largest is 240 square meters. Do you think you stand a chance?" Xiao Weiwei joined in the mockery. "Indeed, Chen, can you truly afford a 240 square meter residence?" A house of that size is beyond what even we can casually purchase. Yichen looked at her, smiling. Who told you I intended to buy a 240 square meter home? Xiao Weiwei disdainfully replied, what? Did you not just say you wanted the largest? Are you now backpedaling? Yichen laughed heartily and said, Weiwei, you truly lack ambition. Have you not noticed the vast villa area within this sand table? The villas here are the most substantial properties. Bah! Xiao Weiwei retorted disdainfully, villas? The smallest of these villas starts at tens of millions, with the most expensive reaching over 100 million. With your meager means, you couldn't afford one in 8 lifetimes. Yichen responded with a grin. What a coincidence. I happen to own one, and it's the largest. Ha ha ha. The Xiao family erupted into laughter, pointing at Yichen in derision. You own the largest villa? My heavens. Are you trying to make us laugh to death? Many prospective buyers nearby overheard Yichen's words and began to mock him. He looks like a pathetic loser. How could he buy a villa? If he can afford one here, then I could buy the entire Tangchini pin. What a boastful fool. Xiao Churan felt a bit embarrassed and whispered in Yichen's ear. Yichen, what nonsense are you spouting? Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself? Yichen replied. What is embarrassing about speaking the truth? Xiao Hailong laughed uproariously, saying, Did you hear that? Even your own wife doesn't believe you. The eyes of the public are sharp. Someone like you doesn't even deserve to enter this sales hall. He then menacingly added, Just wait. I'll call the sales assistant to throw you out. Immediately, Xiao Hailong summoned a sales assistant and pointed at Yichen, stating, Miss, what is going on here? How could you let such a worthless loser in? This person shamelessly claims he wants to buy your most expensive villa. With someone like him around, we genuine buyers have no desire to make a purchase. The sales assistant glanced at Yichen and could tell from his ordinary attire that he was not someone of wealth, not to mention buying a villa. Even those looking for a modest 3-bedroom apartment dressed more suitably than he did. The surrounding crowd began to stir, insisting, hurry up and throw this guy out. He is ruining our mood. The sales assistant approached Yichen and said, Sir, if you are not planning to buy a property, please leave so as not to disturb our other clients. Xiao Churan sighed, tugging at Yichen's sleeve. Let us go. We can look elsewhere. Others chimed in. Get lost, you poor wretch. Don't embarrass yourself here. Yichen remained unmoved, smiling as he said, Do you know why you can't afford a villa? Because each of you is short-sighted. With your narrow vision, you will never be able to afford one in this lifetime. Xiao Hailong spat. Bah. Yichen, do you even have the audacity to speak? Every single person here is wealthier than you. Yichen raised an eyebrow and asked with a smirk, Xiao Hailong, you keep insisting I can't buy a villa. What if I truly can? Xiao Hailong burst into laughter, pointing at the tallest building on the sand table, arrogantly declaring, If you can afford a villa here, I, Xiao Hailong, will jump off this building. Many others echoed, Pathetic loser, if you can afford it. I'll jump too. Count me in. Xiao Churan had never felt so humiliated and reproached Yichen. Yichen, why must you argue with them here? Do you really want to lose face? Yichen smiled slightly and replied, My dear, how do you know that your husband wouldn't mind losing face? As he spoke, Yichen pulled out the key and access card for the villa from his pocket, casually stating, Look, this is the key and information card for Villa A05. Xiao Weiwei laughed mockingly. Yichen, do you think we'll believe you just because you have a key? You must think we're all fools. Yichen tossed the key and information card to the sales assistant, saying, Here, check if this is real. The sales assistant immediately recognized the key and card as belonging to the exclusive Tangchun E-Pin villa area, her heart racing in disbelief. Could it be that this man truly was a villa owner? She had just wanted to throw him out. If he was indeed an owner, her job would surely be at stake. In her panic, she took the information card from Yichen and scanned it through the internal reader. The machine promptly announced, Welcome back home, esteemed owner of Villa A05, Mr. Yichen. The sales assistant gasped, You are Mr. Yichen? Yes, Yichen nodded, realizing that the villa had already been transferred to his name. The sales assistant immediately returned the card to Yichen with great respect, her voice trembling. Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize. I was unaware you were the esteemed owner of Villa A05. Please forgive me for what transpired earlier. Everyone present was left dumbfounded. Yichen was truly the owner here. What a joke. How could someone like him afford a villa in Tangchini Pin? Xiao Hailong's expression darkened. What was going on? Yichen buying a villa in Tangchini Pin? He'd sooner believe in ghosts than accept that Yichen had such means. But how could the sales assistant be lying? She had just scanned Yichen's card, and the machine confirmed he was the owner. What was happening? Chapter 99. a villa worth over 100 million. Seeing the sales assistant panicking, fearing for her job due to offending Yi-chun, he waved his hand dismissively. It's a trivial matter. I won't hold a grudge. Then he added, by the way, please inform these short-sighted folks about the details of Villa A05. The sales assistant, feeling as if she had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly addressed the others. Our Tangchen E-Pin Villa area consists of 4 types: A, B, C, and D. The rarest is the A type, which has 3 floors above ground and 2 underground, featuring a private elevator. Its total usable area exceeds 1,000 square meters, along with several hundred square meters of front and back courtyards. The price exceeds 100 million RMB, making it the most expensive villa in our Tangchen E-Pin and even all of Jinling. Upon hearing this, everyone's jaws dropped. A villa worth over 100 million, equivalent to a dozen 3-bedroom apartments. And this ordinarily dressed Yi-chun could possess such a super luxurious residence? Xiao Hailong's expression was extremely grim, while his sister and parents were nearly driven mad with jealousy. Xiao Weiwei incredulously questioned, Yi-chun, how could you possibly own a villa here? Yi-chun replied with a nonchalant smile, someone gifted it to me. Is that not permissible? On what grounds? Xiao Weiwei was furious, having long aspired to reside in such a luxurious villa, yet here was Yi-chun, seemingly undeserving of such fortune. Yi-chun chose not to respond to her, but turned to her brother Xiao Hailong, grinning. Hailong, weren't you planning to jump off the building? When will you do it? Xiao Hailong's face turned ashen, fists clenched. Yi-chun, stop wasting my time with your nonsense. I still don't believe you can afford this villa. I refuse to believe anyone would gift you a villa. Unless you tell me how you came to possess this villa. Yi-chun shook his head with a smile, addressing the crowd. Do you see? This is what it means to be unable to accept defeat. He then turned to Xiao Hailong, saying, with your limited capabilities, you can only afford an ordinary high-rise apartment, serving as a mere guard for us villa dwellers. You are unworthy of living in a villa, let alone knowing how I acquired mine. Just know this, it is a place you will never be able to afford in your lifetime. Xiao Hailong's face was a mask of fury. Being insulted by Yi-chun was a first for him. Yet what infuriated him the most was his inability to retort. How could he? He had just purchased a modest 240 square meter apartment, which had already stretched his finances, while Yi-chun possessed the grandest villa in this area. The disparity between their situations was simply staggering. It was fair to say that he had been thoroughly ridiculed by Yi-chun, igniting a fury within him. Gritting his teeth, he darkly remarked, Yi-chun, you've really outdone yourself with this villa. Did you not think to inform your family? Do you no longer hold the Xiao family in regard? Yi-chun chuckled. Haven't you always claimed that I am not a member of the Xiao family? So why should I notify you? At this, Yi-chun turned to Xiao Chuan, saying, Dear, since we are here, let us take a look at our new villa, shall we? Xiao Chuan blurted out, what on earth is going on? Yi-chun replied casually, I will explain everything to you shortly. Just then, a familiar voice interrupted. Oh my, brother and sister-in-law, are you looking to purchase a home in Tangchen E-Pin? That's truly impressive. The speaker was none other than Yi-chun's mother-in-law, Ma Lan, accompanied by his father-in-law, Xiao Changquan. Both Yi-chun and Xiao Chuan were taken aback. Why were they here? Xiao Chuan hurried over to ask, Mom and Dad, what brings you here? Ma Lan replied, your uncle and aunt called us, saying they wanted to view properties in Tangchen E-Pin and asked us to come help them with ideas. As Ma Lan spoke, her gaze drifted toward Yi-chun, harboring a flicker of annoyance. She had no desire to be here, especially after having quarreled with her daughter the day before about wanting to leave their old house. To her dismay, she received a call today from the Xiao family, requesting her and her husband to accompany them for house hunting. What was there to see? It was merely an opportunity for them to flaunt their intention of buying a home in Tangchen E-Pin. Ma Lan felt a surge of resentment. Yet out of fear of offending the head of the Xiao family, she begrudgingly accompanied her husband to act as mere decoration. If only she had a more competent son-in-law. Perhaps she too could reside in Tangchen E-Pin. At that moment, she plastered a sycophantic smile on her face and remarked to her sister-in-law, Qin Hongyan, sister-in-law, you are truly remarkable. In the blink of an eye, you've acquired a property in Tangchen E-Pin. I envy you so much. I wonder when our family will ever be able to afford such a luxurious home. You bought a 240 square meter place? I doubt our family could save that much in 50 years. Despite her dissatisfaction with the eldest family, Ma Lan understood the necessity of flattering them, and thus began her attempts at flattery. Qian Hongyan's expression soured, and she shot Ma Lan a glare, coldly stating, Ma Lan, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on us? Qian Hongyan was seething. She had intended to invite Xiao Chongquan and Ma Lan to witness her purchase of a luxury home in Tangchini Pin, to assert her presence and perhaps mock them. Yet, to her dismay, her son-in-law had outdone her by acquiring a villa there. The sight of Ma Lan arriving and deliberately complimenting her was nothing short of a mockery. You own a villa worth millions and yet claim to envy me? It was as if she was insulting her outright. Unaware of the underlying tension, Ma Lan continued to flatter, and Qian Hongyan, feeling insulted, retorted. You're simply making a mockery of yourself, Ma Lan. Xiao Chongquan, standing nearby, growled, Ma Lan. Is this some kind of jest? So what if you acquired a villa? Why act so proud? With that, he turned to his brother, Xiao Chongquan, and coldly remarked, Chongquan, do you even acknowledge your elder brother? Have you forgotten about our mother? You don't even inform us about such significant matters as purchasing a villa? Xiao Chongquan was taken aback. Villa? What villa? Are you planning to buy a villa, brother? Are you wealthy now? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chongyan felt provoked, thinking that Xiao Chongquan was mocking him. He snapped, Enough, Chongquan. Why speak such nonsense? Is it that you want to flaunt your future residence in Tangchini Pin? Xiao Chongquan, bewildered, exclaimed, What? I'm moving to a villa in Tangchini Pin? Brother, I genuinely have not been as successful as you. Please refrain from teasing me. Ma Lan, equally confused, quickly pressed, Yes, brother, are you mistaken? Is there some misunderstanding here? Xiao Chongyan pointed at Yi Chun, displeased, and said, This son-in-law of mine. I do not know what underhanded methods he employed to acquire a villa in Tangchini Pin. He should explain this himself. Ma Lan and Xiao Chongquan stared at Yi Chun, astonished and incredulous. Yi Chun, is what my elder brother said true? Did you really acquire a villa in Tangchini Pin? From where? Yi Chun nodded, Mom and Dad. Indeed, I have a villa. It was a gift from someone after I assisted them. Who gave it to you? Ma Lan asked, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Yi Chun replied, I helped a friend with some feng shui issues, and in gratitude, he gifted me a villa here. Oh my, really? Ma Lan exclaimed, overjoyed. Quick, take us to see this villa. My goodness, a villa in Tangchini Pin is something I could never have imagined. At this moment, Xiao Churan pulled Yi Chun aside and whispered, Yi Chun, what is really going on? Yi Chun smiled gently and replied, It is true, someone gifted me a villa. If you don't believe me, we can go see it right now. As Ma Lan looked back at her brother and sister-in-law, a sense of superiority washed over her. They were so proud of their spacious apartment, yet now she too would soon be a resident of the Tangchini Pin Villa district. After being overshadowed for so long, it was finally her turn to shine. Feigning a cheerful demeanor, she suggested, Oh, brother and sister-in-law, since you are all here, why don't we visit the villa together? What do you think? Xiao Chongyan was itching to leave, but his wife, Qian Hongyan, held him back, signaling him to comply. All right, if that is the case, let us go take a look. She leaned closer to her husband and whispered, Make sure to take pictures and videos for the old lady. If she takes a liking to the villa, she will certainly ask them to come over, and then it could very well become ours. Xiao Chongyan's eyes lit up. So that was her plan. Brilliant. Thus, Yi Chun led the group into the villa district of Tangchini Pin. Upon entering, they marveled at the surroundings, which were far more exquisite than any high-rise apartment building. Yi Chun, which one of these is your villa? Xiao Weiwei asked, her tone dripping with disdain, deliberately loud enough for everyone to hear. Yi Chun, holding the key, gracefully passed by Xiao Weiwei and walked towards an elegant villa ahead, distant yet close. It was this one. Under the gaze of onlookers, Yi Chun remained unperturbed, skillfully inserting the key into the lock and turning it clockwise. The door creaked open, revealing a beautifully landscaped garden, instantly captivating the audience. The door swung open successfully. Xiao Weiwei was left speechless, as were Xiao Hailong and his parents, whose jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Xiao Churan, too, wore an expression of disbelief, rubbing her face vigorously before daring to peek inside the villa. The garden featured pavilions and lush flowers, with a splendid and spacious villa standing majestically at its center. This is simply too luxurious. Xiao Chongxian was the first to regain his composure, exclaiming in shock. Xiao Hailong wore a grim expression and angrily questioned, Who would bestow such a magnificent villa upon you? I refused to believe it. Whether he believed it or not was irrelevant. The villa was indeed a gift to him, and Yi Chun had no desire to elaborate. Xiao Weiwei shot a fierce glare at Yi Chun, huffing in frustration, and retorted, Yi Chun, do you truly deserve such an expensive villa? Yi Chun replied with a smile. That has nothing to do with you. In the open space at the villa's entrance, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. No one could have anticipated that the most expensive villa in Jinling City belonged to Yi Chun. Xiao Weiwei and Xiao Changqian found it even harder to accept, feeling as if they had been publicly slapped in the face, wishing they could dig a hole and hide. The reality was overwhelming. Just then, a poised middle-aged woman emerged from the villa. She approached Yi Chun respectfully and inquired, "Hello, are you Mr. Yi Chun?" Yi Chun nodded and replied, "I am. May I ask who you are?" The middle-aged woman said, "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am the housekeeper assigned by Mr. Wang to manage this villa. You can call me Chen Ma. I am responsible for overseeing the villa and maintaining its cleanliness." Chen Ma? Xiao Weiwei stood there, dumbfounded, as her mind struggled to process this revelation. Wasn't Chen Ma the housekeeper from her fiancé Wang Yunfei's family? What was she doing here? Was this villa, then, owned by the Wang family? If so, why was it given to Yi Chun? Xiao Weiwei hurriedly pressed, "Chen Ma, what on earth is happening? Is this villa owned by the Wang family?" With a slight smile, Chen Ma replied, "It used to be, but it now belongs to Mr. Yi." She then turned to Yi Chun and asked, "Mr. Yi, the interior of the villa is still under renovation. When do you plan to move in? I can expedite the workman's progress to prepare in advance." Yi Chun casually responded, "There's no rush for now. We will notify you in advance when we intend to move." "Understood, Mr. Yi." Chen Ma respectfully bowed to Yi Chun and then stepped aside, guiding him into the villa. Xiao Weiwei's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched this incredible scene unfold, while the other members of the Xiao family could hardly lower their voices. "The housekeeper from the Wang family?" Xiao Weiwei incredulously asked, "Which Wang family? Is it Yunfei's?" Yi Chun turned to her, smiling slightly, and said, "Indeed. It is your fiancé Wang Yunfei's family. This villa was gifted to me by his father." "What?" Xiao Weiwei's mind exploded with shock. This villa belonged to her fiancé's family? That meant it was originally intended to be hers. But why was it given to Yi Chun? "This is my villa." Xiao Weiwei's parents were equally perplexed and filled with anger. The Wang family was to be their daughter's future in-laws. Naturally, the villa should have been given to their daughter. Why was it bestowed upon Yi Chun? It defied logic. Qian Hongyan blurted out, "Weiwei, what is going on? Are you aware of this villa from the Wang family?" Xiao Weiwei shook her head repeatedly. "I don't know. Yunfei never mentioned it." Qian Hongyan immediately urged, "Call Yunfei and ask him. Find out what is happening." "All right." Xiao Weiwei quickly took out her phone and called Wang Yunfei. As soon as he answered, she asked, "Yunfei, does your family have a villa in Tangshan? "Yes, we do." "Why?" Wang Yunfei responded. Xiao Weiwei, somewhat displeased, said, "Then why have I never heard you mention it? Is it meant to be our wedding house?" "Not at all," Wang Yunfei replied. "That villa was purchased by my uncle for retirement. He really likes the environment of Tangshan. So how could he bear to give it to us?" As he spoke, Wang Yunfei queried, "How did you find out about this?" Xiao Weiwei, her eyes brimming with tears, lamented, "Do you know that your uncle has given that villa away?" "Gone?" Wang Yunfei asked, astonished. "To whom?" Xiao Weiwei broke down in tears, exclaiming, "To Yi Chun. To my useless brother-in-law, Yi Chun." Chapter 101. The pursuit of a gift. Wang Yunfei was equally stunned. The villa in Tangshan was the most valuable property owned by the Wang family. It belonged to Wang Zhenggang, the current head of the family and Wang Yunfei's uncle. Wang Yunfei's father was merely second in command. This villa was so coveted that even Wang Yunfei, let alone his father, could hardly afford such opulence. The fact that his uncle had gifted it to Yi Chun left Wang Yunfei feeling shocked and distressed. He immediately told Xiao Weiwei, "Hold on, I will ask my uncle." After hanging up, Xiao Weiwei glared at Yi Chun, demanding, "Yi Chun, what on earth did you do to swindle this villa from Yunfei's uncle?" "Swindle?" Yi Chun replied coolly. "If Wang Zhenggang was pleading and crying to gift me the villa, then I suppose it could be considered swindling." "You're talking nonsense," Xiao Weiwei retorted sharply. "What kind of family is the Wang family, and who are you? Why would they give you such an expensive villa? You must have used some underhanded scheme." At that moment, Wang Yunfei called Xiao Weiwei back and said, "Weiwei, my uncle seems to be busy. He just said a few words and hung up." Yi Chun sneered, taking out his phone and switching to speaker mode as he dialed Wang Zhenggang's number. Before 2 seconds had passed, Wang Zhenggang's voice came through the line. Xiao Weiwei was left speechless. "Master Yi." Wang Zhenggang's voice dripped with deference. "Master Yi must have visited that villa in Tangshan. I hope you are satisfied with it?" Yi Chun replied straightforwardly, "I've seen the villa, and overall it is quite satisfactory. Thank you for your thoughtfulness." Wang Zhenggang hurriedly responded, "As long as Master Yi is pleased." Yi Chun calmly said, "I called to let you know that I am generally satisfied with the villa. If Master Yi needs anything else, please do not hesitate to inform me." I will do my utmost to ensure your satisfaction. The Xiao family members listened in astonishment as Wang Xinggang's fawning tone made them feel as if they were in an alternate reality. Wang Xinggang was treating Yi Chun with such respect and had indeed gifted him a villa. What on earth was happening? They were astonished to see that even their own fiancé had to treat Wang Xinggang with utmost reverence, while Wang Xinggang was groveling like a dog to Yi Chun. A supposed waste. This left Xiao Weiwei feeling flushed with embarrassment, unable to maintain her composure. Finally, she could not contain herself any longer and shouted into Yi Chun's phone. Uncle Wang, I am Yunfei's fiancé Yi, Xiao Weiwei. Why on earth would you give such an expensive villa to Yi Chun? He does not deserve it. Who are you to question my affairs? Wang Xinggang replied coldly. Xiao Weiwei felt her face burn with humiliation. Yi Chun calmly stated, Wang Xinggang, perhaps you should clarify things with them, otherwise, they might think I deceived you. Understood. Wang Xinggang immediately declared, since Mr. Yi has spoken, I shall publicly clarify that I owe Mr. Yi an immense favor, which is why I have gifted him this villa. Even so, I still feel that I have not fully repaid Mr. Yi's kindness. As for those buffoons, if they dare to question Mr. Yi again, I shall not let them off lightly. Xiao Weiwei felt a deep sense of injustice. Having been raised in luxury, she had never before endured such scorn, and her eyes quickly brimmed with tears. Noticing her distress, Xiao Changqian, feeling embarrassed, cleared his throat and attempted to placate. Mr. Wang, Weiwei is still just a child. She is merely curious and means no harm. However, Wang Xinggang ignored him entirely and respectfully inquired, Mr. Yi, do you have any further instructions? None. Yi Chun nodded. Then I shall not disturb Mr. Yi any longer while you view the property. Should you require anything, please feel free to instruct me. Once the two concluded their phone call, Xiao Changquan came to his senses and, astonished, asked, Yi Chun, you told Dad that this villa was indeed gifted to you by Wang Xinggang? No strings attached? Yi Chun chuckled, Dad, rest assured, there will be no repercussions. That's good. But, Xiao Changquan hesitated, unsure of what to say, feeling as if an enormous pie had fallen from the heavens directly onto him. Xiao Chuan offered a comforting word, Dad, do not worry. Yi Chun is reliable in his dealings, and Mr. Wang has stated that this villa is a gift due to his indebtedness to Yi Chun, not a result of any underhanded schemes. Qian Hongyan tugged at her hair, feeling as though the sky were about to collapse. What on earth is Wang Xinggang thinking? This villa is worth over 100 million. How could he possibly give it to this good-for-nothing? How wonderful it would be if it were given to me. The other members of the Xiao family wore expressions of disbelief, with Xiao Hailong's eyes turning red with jealousy. The Tangshan Yipin was a pinnacle of luxury, the Xiao family, even at the cost of their lives, could never dream of residing in such a place. How could such fortune fall upon Yi Chun, this good-for-nothing? Such outrageous luck was beyond comprehension. Xiao Changqian wore a stern expression, feeling a simmering frustration. While he could tolerate being humiliated and disregarded by Wang Xinggang, he had always believed that the villa was intended as a dowry for his daughter. Now, seeing Yi Chun seize it first, he felt as though his teeth might shatter from anger. Xiao Weiwei silently wept, while her father was powerless to rectify the situation. Meanwhile, Yi Chun remained unfazed, which only fueled Xiao Changqian's ire. Throughout his life, he had always regarded Xiao Changquan as inferior, yet now, with Yi Chun as the son-in-law, he felt himself eclipsed. It was utterly humiliating. Xiao Changqian coldly demanded, Yi Chun, enough with the smoke and mirrors. I want you to explain clearly how Mr. Wang owes you a favor. Are you engaging in any illicit activities under the Xiao family's name? Yi Chun replied indifferently, what does that have to do with you? No comment. He gestured to Aunt Chun, commanding, I believe it is time for certain unwelcome guests to take their leave. Though Xiao Changqian attempted to assert his elder authority, in Yi Chun's eyes, he was nothing more than a mere nuisance. Aunt Chen promptly approached, pulling on Xiao Changqian's sleeve while urging, allow me to escort our esteemed guests out. Xiao Changqian was forcibly escorted out, gritting his teeth in frustration, yet powerless to resist. He had no choice but to leave in disgrace. Xiao Weiwei, filled with indignation, stomped her foot and followed suit. The entire family, enduring such humiliation, felt a mix of resentment and envy. It was incomprehensible that a mere good-for-nothing son-in-law had stumbled upon such fortune, stepping above their heads. It was utterly maddening. Once Xiao Hailong's family departed, Xiao Chuan finally voiced, Yi Chun, now you must tell us the truth. What favor does Mr. Wang owe you? Yi Chun hesitated, unsure how to explain. Recently, the Wang family had conspired with Yu Jinghai to dominate the metaphysical scene in Jinling. But Yu Jinghai had met his demise due to a thunderous decree from Yi Chen. Fearing retribution, the Wang family offered the villa as a gesture of submission, anxious that Yi Chen might exact vengeance. After contemplating, Yi Chen said, I assisted the Wang family with some feng shui matters, which is why they gifted me this villa. What? Xiao Chuan and her parents were taken aback. Yi Chen, you are providing feng shui consultations? Xiao Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Chen nodded, indeed. Xiao Chuan questioned, where did you learn about feng shui? Yi Chen chuckled, from television. There are many programs on feng shui. Xiao Chuan, alarmed, exclaimed, are you out of your mind? You think you can provide feng shui advice just by watching TV? And you dare to accept such an expensive villa? Chapter 102. Let me enjoy first. Seeing Xiao Chuan in a panic, Yi Chen smiled reassuringly. Dear, you and Dad need not worry. Mr. Wang currently has a need for me and will not seek trouble. Xiao Changkuan sighed. You speak without conviction. Last time you claimed to assist the Qin family with feng shui, it cost them over 100 million for a mere shell. Just days later, you are now helping the Wang family. Do you understand the status of these two families in Jinling? Based on your television-learned feng shui skills, it is only a matter of time before you are exposed. When trouble comes knocking, it will be our family that suffers. After a moment, Xiao Changkuan urged, Yi Chen, listen to me. Return this mansion immediately. If they realize you are a fraud, the consequences could be dire. At that moment, Yi Chen's mother-in-law, Ma Lan, scoffed and interjected. Return it? Absolutely not. This villa was exchanged for a favor, not stolen or seized. I reside here with complete legitimacy. I fear no one. Ma Lan had never dreamed of living in such opulence. Now that the villa was in her possession, Xiao Changkuan's suggestion to return it seemed tantamount to a death sentence. Xiao Chuan frowned, advising Mom, you cannot only focus on enjoying the present, consider the future. What if Mr. Wang truly seeks retribution? What will you do then? Deal with what? Ma Lan responded dismissively, laughing. A CEO like him would ask for a gift back? That is simply shameless. As she spoke, Ma Lan turned with a smile towards Yi Chen, her demeanor unexpectedly gentle. Yi Chen, I must admit I misjudged you before. If you had shown such capability earlier, securing a villa for me, would I have ever criticized you? Xiao Changkuan pondered. Dear, you truly lack discernment. Even if Mr. Wang outwardly refrains from confronting us, he will surely remember the deception. If he retaliates in secret, we might face dire consequences. Ma Lan, infuriated, pointed at Xiao Changkuan, berating, stop spouting nonsense. Have I ever enjoyed a life of luxury? I've endured hardship my entire life, and now that I finally have the chance to live in a villa, you want to return it? I'll tell you, Xiao Changkuan, if you dare make Yi Chen return the villa, then our marriage is over. You are like a mouse serving a cat, risking your life for profit. Xiao Changkuan, watching Ma Lan throw a tantrum, felt utterly helpless and could only shout in frustration. At this moment, Yi Chen smiled and reassured, all right, Mom and Dad, this villa belongs to our family. No one can take it away. Rest assured. Ma Lan nodded in satisfaction, praising, that's the spirit, son-in-law. Following this old man, I have never known a moment of enjoyment. She surveyed the villa, her curiosity piqued by the exquisite decorations, and her delight grew with each glance. A radiant smile adorned her face as she reflected on how Zai Kankian and Qian Hongyan had flaunted their fortunes before her. Now, she too had risen to a new height, residing in such a luxurious mansion, while they were relegated to purchasing a mere ordinary apartment, truly a testament to the adage that fortunes shift over the years. However, a twinge of concern lingered in Zayakaran's heart. She pulled Yi Chen aside, imploring, please, tell me in detail what is truly going on. I have never seen you engage with any feng shui television. Yi Chen reassured her, my dear, fret not. This villa is acquired through entirely legitimate means. However, I cannot disclose the full truth at this moment. Rest assured, I shall reveal everything when the time is right. Zayakaran sighed, I understand you harbor secrets. Yet I trust you. Still, this matter of feng shui seems dubious, akin to a trickster's game. I truly worry for you. Yi Chen gently pinched Zayakaran's cheek, watching as it flushed with color, and replied with a grin, worry not, my beloved. Your husband possesses great capabilities. I will ensure your peace of mind. Besides, my father often expresses a desire for grandchildren, so I must take care of myself. With a hint of embarrassment, Zayakaran playfully swatted Yi Chen's hand away. At that moment, Ma Lan emerged from her exploration of the villa, having taken the elevator down. She exclaimed, this mansion is truly magnificent. In a few days, I shall invite my acquaintances over to marvel at my grand abode. Zaya, exasperated, replied, Mother, this villa belongs to Yi Chun. When did it become yours? Malan huffed, waving her bracelet. What does it matter? We are family, after all. Yi Chun's fortune is mine too. I have already posted pictures of the villa on social media. You all must like my posts. I take great pleasure in their envious comments. Yi Chun could only chuckle resignedly, complying with his mother-in-law's request to like her posts. Meanwhile, in the Wang household, Wang Yunfei paced the hall, a troubled expression on his face as he relayed the day's news to his father. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, Father, has uncle lost his senses? He gifted that extravagant villa to Yi Chun, and he hasn't even spent a night there. You must persuade him otherwise. Wang father, his eyes glinting with insight as he sipped his tea, replied, What can I say? Your uncle insists he owes Yi Chun a debt of gratitude, and this villa serves to repay that favor. Wang Yunfei, perplexed, asked, What sort of favor warrants a property worth over 100 million? Wang father shook his head. I am unaware of the specifics, but I have spoken with your uncle, and his stance is unwavering. It seems futile to attempt to reclaim the villa. You should abandon that notion. Wang Yunfei, indignant, retorted, That villa was meant to be my wedding gift, and now it has unjustly gone to that fool Yi Chun. I cannot fathom why uncle is so eager to curry favor with him. Does he possess some hidden identity? Wang father pondered for a moment before meeting Wang Yunfei's gaze. Speaking slowly, your uncle is astute. He would not unnecessarily seek Yi Chun's favor. Thus, regardless of whether he is merely a son-in-law or conceals a significant secret, you must refrain from provoking him further. I shall investigate his background. Knowing oneself and one's adversary is key to victory. At the same time, the Xiaos were lodging complaints with Grandma Xiao. Xiao Weiwei, in tears, lamented, Grandma, that Yi Chun has somehow deceived the Wang family into giving him the villa at Tangchen Yipin, which is worth over 100 million. Furthermore, he did not even come to show respect to you and expelled us from the villa. Is this not outrageous? Grandma Xiao, seated in a position of authority, her expression stern, coldly remarked, Yi Chun truly lacks decorum. Indeed, mother, that Yi Chun is utterly unacceptable. Zaya chimed in, his demeanor grave. As the son-in-law of the Xiao family, he should comprehend that any good fortune must first be shared with you. This villa, being in a remote area and rather outdated, should have been replaced long ago. If he truly cared for you, he would have presented you with the Tangchen Yipin villa first, allowing you to enjoy it. Upon hearing this, Grandma Zhao's eyes brightened. Having lived in their villa for over a decade, it, while impressive, had become outdated, with its value barely reaching 10 to 20 million. In contrast, the Tangchen Yipin villa was 100 times superior. The prospect of inheriting such a property ignited her desire, and with Zaya encouragement, she felt it was indeed her rightful privilege as the head of the family to enjoy that magnificent villa first. Chapter 103. I shall reside there first. Just as Grandma Xiao indulged in dreams of living in the Tangchen Yipin villa, Zaya rubbed his hands together, exhaling deeply. Mother, I intend to send someone to Yanjing soon to invite the Dong family for a visit, subtly suggesting they consider marrying Dong Roland to Hailong. What are your thoughts? The Dong family. Grandma Xiao sighed. Last time, Hailong abandoned Dong Roland, and I suspect she holds a grudge against him. Zaya responded. I believe this minor issue is inconsequential. Families ought to support one another. The focus should be on future prospects. While the Xiao family may not match the Dong family in stature, our collaboration with the Emperor Group offers great potential. Perhaps the Dong family will consent to this union. After a moment of contemplation, Grandma Xiao nodded. In that case, extend an invitation and see if the Dong family is interested in visiting Jinling. Certainly, Zaya eagerly added. However, the Dong family is quite prestigious. If we do not have a suitable villa, we will lose face before them. If we could reclaim the Tangchen Yipin villa from Yi Chun, the Dong family would regard us more favorably upon visiting. Grandma Xiao agreed. Appearances matter greatly, and residing in a villa worth over 100 million would undoubtedly elevate their family's standing. Moreover, her desire for Yi Chun's villa made this an opportune moment to act. Thus, Grandma Xiao promptly commanded, bring the second branch of the family here tomorrow. I will personally demand they relinquish the villa. Xiao Hailong and his siblings, having successfully plotted their scheme, were elated. The Xiaos had no other source of income, relying solely on dividends from the Xiao group for sustenance. Grandma Xiao had always been resolute. Once she set her mind to reclaiming the villa, would they dare oppose her? Given her favoritism towards her own family, Once the villa was secured from Chen, it would undoubtedly become theirs. The following morning, Yanjing hurriedly led his daughter and son-in-law to the Xiao family ancestral home. As Xiao Chuan opened the car door, she inquired, "Father, did Grandma specifically call you over? Did she mention any pressing matters?" "She said we would discuss it upon arrival," Yanjing replied, "and that your uncle Yanjing would be here as well." Chen furrowed his brow. Given the circumstances, it seemed unlikely that anything good awaited them. Xiao Chuan, exasperated, remarked, "What could it possibly be? I suspect it is certainly about the villa." "Chuan, do not jump to conclusions. Your grandmother is not one to be easily swayed by wealth. We will clarify matters when the time comes." Xiao Chongquan swiftly leapt into the rear seat of the car, urging Chen to drive promptly. After a half-hour journey, they arrived at the Xiao family estate. Chen entered the hall first, casting a vigilant glance around, his heart brimming with caution. Grandmother Xiao sat sternly in the center, leaning on her dragon-headed cane. Xiao Chongqian stood a half-step behind, resembling a servant to the old matriarch, while the siblings Xiao Hailong and Xiao Weiwei flanked him. As Chen and his companions entered, all eyes converged on them, each person poised to witness the unfolding drama. Chen understood that such a grand assembly indicated that it would be challenging to evade scrutiny today. Xiao Chongquan, startled by his grandmother's grave demeanor, stammered a timid mother and offered a few forced chuckles, greeting his elder brother with a hesitant brother. Xiao Chongqian, with his chin raised, feigned ignorance. The old lady scanned the room before her gaze landed heavily on Xiao Chongquan, exuding an undeniable pressure. He swallowed hard and tentatively inquired, "Mother, did you summon me for some specific matter?" Grandmother Xiao slammed her cane onto the ground with a sharp crack, coldly demanding, "You shall explain to me the matter of the villa at Tangshan Yiping." Xiao Chongquan hurriedly clarified, "You mean that villa? It was given to repay a favor owed to Yi Chen by Wang Zhenggang." The old matriarch scoffed. What is Yi Chen, if not an insignificant figure? How could he possibly compel President Wang to owe him a favor? Xiao Chongquan glanced at Yi Chen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and stammered, "Well, it's just that Yi Chen helped President Wang with feng shui, which might have been of assistance." "Feng shui? You dare to utter such nonsense?" Xiao Hailong derided. "That villa is worth over 100 million. Do you think one can simply deceive their way into acquiring such a luxury? If that were the case, our Xiao group might as well close down, and everyone could just set up stalls to read fortunes instead." Xiao Weiwei couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. Xiao Chongquan had no retort, awkwardly smiling in place. Yet, Xiao Chongqian, breaking from his usual demeanor, coughed lightly and offered a supportive explanation. "Mother, regardless of how the villa was acquired, President Wang has confirmed it was indeed a gift to Yi Chen. We have clarified its origin, and there is no point in further pressuring the second son." Xiao Chongquan nodded vigorously, touched by his elder brother's kindness. In the past, his brother had looked down on him, but today he was stepping up to help. Truly, they were brothers bound by blood. Xiao Chongqian assuredly glanced at Xiao Chongquan before addressing grandmother Xiao. "Mother, there is no need to pursue the matter of the villa any further. President Wang himself has stated it was a gift to Yi Chen, so we need not worry." "Indeed." Grandmother Xiao nodded, turning to Xiao Chongquan. "Chongquan, your elder brother wishes to forge a marriage alliance with the Dong family, proposing that Hailong marry Dong Ruolin. What are your thoughts on this matter?" "That would be a splendid development." Xiao Chongquan replied with enthusiasm. "The Dong family holds a prestigious position in the capital, and a union with them would greatly benefit our Xiao family. While it is indeed a good prospect," Grandmother Xiao sighed deeply, "we are, after all, far inferior to the Dong family. Even if your brother has such aspirations, he lacks the standing to approach them." Xiao Chongquan nodded earnestly, stating, "To speak candidly, I too believe that Dong Ruolin may not see Hailong as a suitable match." Xiao Hailong's expression darkened, and he retorted, "Second uncle, what do you mean by that?" Xiao Chongquan quickly realized his faux pas and backtracked. "Oh no, that's not what I meant. I only meant that our Xiao family is indeed at a significant disadvantage compared to the Dong family." Grandmother Xiao interjected, "One's appearance carries weight. And if we were to reside in the finest villa in Jinling, the Dong family would surely regard us with greater respect upon their visit." Xiao Chongquan, taken aback, inquired, "Mother, are you contemplating a move?" Grandmother Xiao replied nonchalantly, "I wish to upgrade to a better place, but regrettably, funds are limited." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chongquan quickly offered, "If you need money, I still have over 1 million here." Grandmother Xiao scoffed. "A villa costs several tens of millions to over 100 million. What can a mere million accomplish?" With a deliberate change of subject, she continued, "Chongquan, Don't you have a villa at Tangchenipin? Yes, Xiao Chongquan responded. Puzzled. What of it? What of it? Grandmother Zhao's displeasure surfaced as she remarked, as your mother. Can you bear to see me reside in this old house for so many years? Now that you have the villa at Tangchenipin, should you not honor me, your mother, by allowing me to live there first? Chapter 104. A complete break. Once the old lady's words escaped her lips, Chen knew that this cunning old fox had finally revealed her true intentions. Xiao Chongquan momentarily froze and hastily replied, Mother, the villa at Tangchenipin was gifted to Chen by the Wang family. I cannot decide on that. Grandmother Xiao turned her gaze to Chen, coldly demanding, Chen, I ask you, are you willing to relinquish Tangchenipin for my disposal? Chen shook his head, unequivocally refusing, I am not willing. You. Grandmother Xiao erupted in fury, rebuking, you worthless wretch are merely a dog of the Xiao family. Whatever belongs to the Xiao family rightfully belongs to me. As the head of the family, all must be under my control. Chen scoffed, you may indulge in your verbal whims, but I shall not stoop to your level. If you desire Tangchenipin, I can only offer you 4 words, dream on. Outrageous. Grandmother Xiao fumed, stamping her foot. Is this how you speak? Chongquan, look at how this worthless son-in-law talks to me. Is this acceptable? Xiao Chongquan, unwilling to confront the matriarch, shifted the blame entirely onto Chen, helplessly stating, Mother, the words are on Chen's lips. How can I control what he says? Xiao Chongqian chimed in, Chongquan, do not forget that you are Chen's father-in-law. He must heed your words. If he dares to disregard you, he would be far too arrogant. And what authority would you have left? Exactly. Grandmother Xiao nodded with satisfaction, her eyes gleaming with greed at the thought of residing in the grand villa at Tangchenipin. She urged Xiao Chongquan, Chongquan, you must speak to this worthless Chen. Xiao Chongquan, who also desired to live at Tangchenipin, was unwilling to voice that demand, stammering, I cannot say. It is not mine to dictate. Grandmother Xiao, exasperated, scolded you. You dare to speak in riddles. Are you implying that I am shameless? Xiao Chongquan quickly denied, I did not say that. Unable to hold her tongue any longer, Xiao Churan interjected coldly, Grandmother, Tangchenipin does not belong to our Xiao family. If you wish for it, you must respect Chen's wishes. If he is unwilling to part with it, no one has the right to demand it. Grandmother Xiao furrowed her brow, casting a disapproving glance at Xiao Churan. You speak too much. With a chilling gaze, Grandmother Xiao addressed Chen. This villa was a gift from the Wang family. You are merely a son-in-law and have no right to enjoy it. Tomorrow, go to the company's finance department and collect 100,000 yuan as a token for your relinquishment of the villa. The tone of her command left no room for negotiation. Xiao Chongqian remarked, Chen, 100,000 yuan is a substantial amount. You, who are so spineless, have likely never seen so much money before. Chen slowly raised his head, letting out a disdainful scoff from his nostrils. A mere 100,000 yuan. And you think you can forcibly acquire the Tangchenipin villa, valued at over 130 million? Old Madam Xiao, your audacity is truly appalling. His voice resonated powerfully, piercing through the silence of the hall. The crowd was left in shock, the entire room falling into an eerie stillness. All eyes fixated on Chen. Astonishment, disbelief. The young lady, Xiao Churan, was equally taken aback. She had not anticipated Chen's boldness in confronting her grandmother so openly. Old Madame Zhao's face turned a shade of green with fury as she slammed her hand on the table, bellowing, You insolent wretch! How dare you defy me? Someone, throw this good-for-nothing Chen out. The atmosphere crackled with tension. Xiao Hailong interjected sharply, Grandmother, I believe we should employ family discipline. This son-in-law dares to be so arrogant. It is utterly outrageous. Xiao Chongquan glanced at Chen but dared not speak. The concept of hierarchy? Chen scoffed derisively, coldly stating, Respect is reserved for those worthy of it. Of all present, aside from my father-in-law Xiao Chongquan, who among you merits my respect? His contempt for these greedy individuals had reached its limit. Old Madame Xiao, as the mother of Xiao Chongquan, treated her second son with utter disdain, while Xiao Chongqian, as the elder brother, had never regarded him with any respect, even scheming to usurp everything from him. As for Chen, the son-in-law of the Xiao family, he had never received a glance of acknowledgement from them, treated as if he were inconsequential. It was only Xiao Chongquan's familial affection that prevented a complete severance. Furthermore, Xiao Churan had long been subjected to bullying, with her affiliation with the imperial group always in the sights of the Xiao family. The entire clan seemed to oppress them mercilessly, indulging in rampant tyranny. For the sake of his wife, Yi Chun had endured thus far, but he could not fathom their audacity in attempting to seize his villa. Yi Chun, how dare you speak to grandmother in such a manner? Xiao Hailong roared. I shall teach you a lesson today. Is that so? Yi Chun chuckled derisively, disdain dripping from his words. Xiao Hailong, to me, you are nothing more than a pitiful insect, as insignificant as an ant. Impudent. Old Madame Xiao sprang to her feet, her voice a thunderous roar. Yi Chun, if you kneel and apologize, relinquishing the Tang Cheney pin, I may pardon you this once. Otherwise, I shall have Chen divorce you, banish you from the Xiao family, leaving you to wander the streets, unable to survive or die. Xiao Chen, who had been keeping her head down, suddenly lifted it, standing before Yi Chun and declaring, I refuse. Is it merely because you are my grandmother? Or because you hold the title of head of the Xiao family? You oppress my father and bully Yi Chun, treating our family as if we are not your own. I will never divorce Yi Chun. You. Old Madame Xiao was nearly overcome with rage, pointing a trembling finger at Xiao Chen. Look at the daughter you have raised, turning against her own kin. Make her kneel as well. Xiao Chongquan raised his head slowly, his gaze fixed intently on old Madame Xiao. Gone was his usual timidity. He now appeared quite displeased. Xiao Chongqian, taken aback, could hardly believe his eyes at his younger brother's newfound defiance. Brother, do not delay. Command your daughter and son-in-law to kneel and appease mother. Yet, the typically meek Xiao Chongquan, now with a pallor of determination, replied, Brother, the villa was gifted to Yi Chun. How he chooses to manage it is his affair. Who are you to dictate whom my daughter marries? The villa, worth over 100 million, exceeded the entire Xiao family's assets. What right did they have to claim it? You ungrateful wretch. Old Madame Xiao trembled with fury, seizing a teacup from the ornate wooden table and hurling it at Xiao Chongquan. He did not flinch as the cup struck his head with a resounding thud, leaving a large bruise. Tea cascaded down his face, soaking him completely, yet he stood unmoving. Dad! Xiao Chen cried out in anguish, her eyes welling with tears. She could endure humiliation, but would not tolerate anyone insulting her father. Allowing the tea to flow down his face, Xiao Chongquan coldly replied, Mother, if there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. With that, he turned to Yi Chun and Xiao Chen, stating, Let us go, and strode towards the exit without looking back. Xiao Chen wiped her tears, casting a resentful glance at the assembly before resolutely turning away. Yi Chun, indifferent to the gathering's presence, followed suit, inciting Xiao Chongqian's fury to the brink of explosion.